Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Dell is back. Dell, welcome back to the show. Well, and happy birthday. He's another year older.
Yeah, I know.
Did
he
you
took
wish him a
yesterday
happy
off.
birthday?
The streets are saying he took the day off because he's now going to celebrate his birthday week.
Yeah.
Like a 20-year-old girl.
That's what the streets are saying?
The streets are saying it's his birthday
did it.
week.
His dad had a hospital, a doctor appointment.
Well, I don't know. I don't know anymore. That's what I thought was the case. And then I found out it was also his birthday yesterday.
Yeah.
So the streets are very confused right now about what the real story is.
The real story is it was David Gow's birthday.
Yeah, we know that.
Story. That's what happens when it's Dell's birthday. Everybody kind of just ignores it because it's Mr. Gow. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Same day. That is so sad. It's a little like he's not talking to us. He wants nothing to do with us.
Well, he's putting sound in.
Well, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
Kind of like the Astros' offensive performance yesterday.
Yeah, that was embarrassing.
Wait, there's Dell. There's Dell.
There's Dell.
What'd you do yesterday? Did you get a cupcake? Did you get your own?
What'd you get? Did you get a pair of shoes?
Did you go get a mani-pedi? What'd you do?
Did you go to McDonald's, get a Happy Meal? You're not on. We can't hear you.
Because I wasn't talking.
Oh. Well, talk. Tell us. What'd you get? Did you get a Happy Meal or something? What'd you get?
I don't go to McDonald's for any reason except for their broken down ice cream machine. But no, I didn't get a Happy Meal.
You didn't get a Happy Meal?
No,
What'd you do yesterday?
I didn't do anything except do what I told Joe I had to do, was take my dad someplace.
Oh.
Did you get cupcakes at Crave?
Where did
Sprinkles? Did you go Sprinkles?
Did he take you to a pizza parlor and you guys had
pizza parlor?
Pizza
what is
rolls?
This, the 1970s?
Yeah.
Pizza parlor.
Yeah. So you went to a pizza parlor. You and your dad.
Pizza parlors don't exist anymore.
Yes, they do.
No one calls them pizza parlors.
What's the one
whatever you're talking
pizza
about.
rolls that was across the street from
Double
us?
Days.
Is that a pizza parlor?
That's a pizza parlor.
Well, that one's not open anymore.
No. Man, those rolls.
They still have them. My kids will go every once in a while
rolls.
after church at down Westheimer on the other side of the Beltway, on the bad side of the Beltway.
So, you like
that's
one,
what some people call it. I call
you
it
like
the place
that one where there was the carny pizza
options.
you like. Del?
I don't like carny pizza. Double Days still exist. There's one in Leak City. So they're still around. Even after working there, I never heard anyone call it a pizza parlor, though. But I get what you're saying. No, I didn't go to a special pizza place to celebrate my birthday.
Did you go back to your carny to go jump in the?
No, I haven't been there since I quit.
Okay, all right.
You didn't do bumper cars?
I'm trying to figure out what
indoor bumper cars.
Didn't do that. I didn't do anything typically that a 14-year-old
Top golf
or younger would do for their
golf?
birthday.
Top
no,
golf.
Because I have my own car and I'm an adult, I didn't do anything you're suggesting I did, like go to bumper cars.
Okay. Well, what did you do?
I just told you what I did. The reason I was out because my dad had to be someplace and I took him there and they needed me there, and that's it. That's all I did.
Oh, all right. He didn't deport anybody yesterday, did he?
He doesn't have. No, I mean that's ICE's job, I believe.
Okay. All right. I'm just wondering because your brother got deported.
He didn't get deported.
Well, something like that. It was close to that.
At least not legally.
So, I'm torn on the lead. Dell's birthday is obviously the lead, right? This morning. The Astros crappy, holy crap, boring offense. Other than big ups to Jeremy Pena, 10-game hit streak and 2 hits yesterday. And while he's falling on one knee, he hit one ball off the wall. He is really seeing it. That moving him to the leadoff spot was the best thing Joe Espada, I think, has ever done. Because he is really embraced it, and he's 312. He's at 312 now. Goodness gracious. That could be a lead. You got overtime hockey win, right? You've got the Texas Tech game had so much stupid stuff going on in it. I couldn't even believe it. First of all, that interference of the base on the base is one of the dumbest calls I've ever seen. They should never. She's trying to steal second.
I didn't. I was watching it right now on ESPN.
You haven't seen it?
I couldn't understand what exactly why that wasn't an out. What was the call there?
Because they called that she was in front of the base.
The
She
girl
was
was
in front
out by about
blocking
a foot and a half.
No, she was out by 4 steps. How could you be blocking the base? It's a terrible rule. They over officiated. I mean, she was out by 5 feet, and you're going to call blocking the base. It's a terrible rule. And then you cannot be dumber. You're trying to intentionally walk the greatest hitter in Texas history with a 1-0 lead in the 6th inning, and you throw it over the plate.
Yeah, you had three straight balls.
Three of them, all 4 of them she could have hit. All 4 of them.
Yeah, even though that was an intentional walk. Like, if you're going to walk her, walk her.
Walk her. No, the catcher's standing up. It was an intentional walk. And actually, I think the second one, the ump could have called a strike.
That's the $1 million pitcher, right?
Yeah, that's the $1 million pitcher. And she, oh my goodness. I mean, she feels bad. Now, it's best out of 3, so they got another chance. But you cannot, oh man, Texas Tech went back home last night and went, oh my goodness, what did we do? How did we lose that game? First of all, they shouldn't have had the lead. But secondly, they should have never lost it. They should have never had lost the lead. It is women's softball, and so I don't know about leading with that, but what do you guys think? And then the other lead is that stinky French girl won again at the French Open. So congratulations to her. I mean, and she is, if we were in Paris right now doing a show, she would be the whole 3 hours, Lance. It's Lois Boisson. She is advanced to the semifinals. And she's the girl that the other girl accused of being too stinky to play against. You remember that? You weren't.
Vaguely.
Maybe you weren't here for News of the Weird on that one. Dell, you remember that, don't you?
I do. She complained to the umpire that the girl smelled too bad.
She smelled too bad.
Who did that?
One of her opponents.
But you're not playing. You're on the opposite sides of the court.
Yeah, well, when they were walking,
you know,
the crossover was so bad.
Yeah,
she had to
complain.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's just petty. That feels like something that our gender would not do. Make a comment about why you're crossing over. That seems like she doesn't like the other girl, and she just wanted to try to blast on her.
Well, and the other girl has not won since, and Boisson has gone on, and now she's in the French semis, and she's playing Coco Gauff. Mm-hmm. And she's, I don't know if she still stinks, but I saw a picture of her raising her arms afterwards, and everybody in the crowd was going, "Whew!"
I thought she was the one who said she's the one who was stinky, or the other one.
Yeah, I think it was the other one.
No. Boisson was the stinky one. Yeah. Yes. So, and she raised her arms after the win, and the whole crowd just collapsed. So we gotta stay.
Yeah, Harriet Dart said something about her being smelly.
Yep. So yeah, the stinky French girl moves on. I don't know if that's
that was like last match.
No. This happened a while ago, a couple of weeks.
Well, it says French Open star Lois Boisson told she smells really bad by Britain's Harriet Dart 18 hours ago. Is in the news.
That's just a recycling of the story.
No, that's the story we did it last week, right, Del?
It might have been longer.
It was in News of the Weird.
But yeah, it wasn't yesterday.
It wasn't yesterday. Now, Lance might have been gone. He leaves early. He leaves the show early.
He can be here.
Remember the one
gone?
time I just thought the show was over and just left, and you're like, and you came in, you go, "Did you do News of the Weird?" I went, "I think I don't actually remember." You go, "Yeah, you didn't. You just rolled out of here and
didn't come back.
You just never came back." I'm like, "I did." Yeah, so sometime that'll happen. Yeah, this is yeah, well, whatever. She can stink all she wants. There she is in the semis.
Yeah.
That sounds like just a petty little one girl trying to get a shot out. One girl doesn't like the other girl, so she's trying to embarrass her. All I know is Coco Gauff hung on yesterday, which I knew was going to be a tough match for her. She lost the first set to Madison Keys and then came back after that and won the next two. But so it's Boisson and Coco Gauff from the U.S. and then Swiatek and Sabalenka, which is going to be a scrap. That'll be a really good one. Yeah. And that goes, what time today?
I don't know. I just
8 a.m. today and 9:30. So there's going to be a lot of people wagering on women's tennis today. A lot. Many people will be on my bookie. Many
I know
people.
your boy Chris will be.
Chris knows his tennis.
Yeah, he does know his tennis. Stinky French. I don't know if I'm betting on the street. I like to just say the stinky French girl. That's what I like.
My guess is she doesn't stink.
My guess is she probably does.
My guess is she doesn't. You're working off those old French things that are 40 years old. I don't know that she
the
stinks.
French, they don't like to shower. They're always.
I haven't noticed that.
I don't know.
When I was in France, I didn't notice anything stinking when I was in Paris.
She's got her armpit shaved as well, so maybe I know that's another thing.
I think that's Harriet Dart just trying to be a hound.
Yeah, she's being petty.
Yeah.
I
can't stand her. Watch what I'm going to say when we cross over.
And the French and
I'm
the English have a long-standing rivalry.
It's the French and English. I can't trust any of that stuff. But this is what happens, Astro. This is the kind of first segment you get when the Astros don't score a run. Keep that in mind.
Yeah. Well, they suck.
Keep that in mind. When you don't score a run, this is the first segment you get. And you
had
gusto, from the very first inning where he had the bases loaded and got out of it. Paredes, a slow roller, Paredes threw the runner out. And I was like, man, if this is how this is going to be, ugh.
How are you going to beat a Mike Burrows, though?
Well, he went to work on you.
You beat Skeens and then you lose to Mike Burrows.
Well, it's not like you put a lot of runs on Skeens either. You had one.
Well, you went 3 love and then you lost love 3. So there you go.
Yeah. Well, you shut him out and then you get shut out.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens in the third set tonight.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, I tell you what, that Texas A&M thing, that's high drama. I love it. That's good. That's good sports right there. My wife was like, "You're watching women's softball." I'm like,
she doesn't know that since you moved to LA, you have become an ally.
It's a good game.
I've
watched it before.
Or you don't have your boys with it, you drink, and now you're forced into watching sports you're not used to watching.
I think women's softball is a good game. I think it's a really good game.
I think there's a lot of sports that are good games that we just don't watch as much.
No, of all of the wemen's sports, I think that's that, and women's golf is good too.
Dude, turn on in 50 minutes while we're doing it. Turn on Sabalenka and Swiatek and watch how good that match is. That match is going to be freaking really good.
Yeah. It's not like the guys where they serve a million miles an hour and you can't hit it.
No, dude. So here's something. I'll just kind of, because I'm ADD and now you just said serve a million miles an hour. I remember when I was a kid, and I mean I was young, and Johnny Carson was on, and he had Roscoe Tanner, who was a men's tennis. He wasn't a star. He was a pretty decent tennis player. He was a U.S. player. He wasn't necessarily a star. And he was known for serving really hard, and they had him serve into the curtain on what was Johnny's show called? It was
The Tonight Show.
The Tonight Show. He served as hard as he could into it, and they had a radar gun, and they showed what the gun was. And so the other day I was watching the U.S. kid. I can't remember what his name was, but he was rifling serves at like 145 miles an hour. And I said, man, I wonder. Like I remember when Roscoe Tanner serve so fast, and you know how it was when things happen in the 70s or 80s and you move forward and things are so things are so much bigger, better, faster. And I said, I wonder what the fastest serve is on record. The fastest serve on record is Andy Roddick at 155 miles an hour. He did that whenever I guess he did it like 10 years ago. He had eclipsed the old record of 153 by Roscoe Tanner that had happened like 35 or 35 years earlier. Like that record stood forever.
With a persimmon racket.
With a wood racket. And that's how you know it was a shot. But the big serves matter a little bit more, obviously, on grass. It's still the women's, you have a lot of rallies, man. But you have a lot more rallies in clay court and men's as well because it's a slower surface. So it's but you've got to, the athletes take over there. That's why Rafa Nadal was so good. That's why Carlos Alcaraz is so good. Djokovic wasted his guy yesterday. I thought I liked the other side of that one. I was on the wrong side of that one, but it was who did Djokovic beat? I don't know. He beat someone pretty good. I'm trying to pull it up here, but
all right. Well, we'll talk about it on the other side.
We won't. We won't.
Yeah.
He beat Zverev. We're That should do it for
Yeah,
tennis.
yeah. It's Zverev.
That should do it for tennis. But no, he
Yeah,
beats Zverev, who is actually a higher seed.
Good match. Okay, we got a break. 713-780-3776. Pretty much a holiday show because we were leading with women's
and Dell's
tennis.
birthday. We didn't get to celebrate.
Dell's birthday.
So you guys want to call in and wish Dell birthday? 713-780-3776.
Yes. Please, every caller today, please. You have to start with happy birthday, Dell.
Should I read some birthday wishes from Twitch?
You know, when people are like, Dell, why are you so tough on these dudes? I mean, you call them washed and lazy.
We're trying to wish you happy birthday.
This is a prime example.
What?
This entire segment.
We're actually trying to be nice to you and have people acknowledge
it's not
your
even
birthday.
about me. You leaned into tennis. You decided to do like 6 minutes on whether I did all these kids things on my birthday. And now we're back to the birthday stuff. These guys don't want to work. You guys can listen. These guys ain't here for work.
We're here for work. This is work.
Oh, the Astros got shut out, so we got nothing. To talk about. You don't want to talk about the Knicks looking in the email and the Rockets saying, "Go F yourself."
We talked about it yesterday. And it's not a real thing.
It's not a real thing.
It's not their business. We have him under our contract. This isn't college football, Dell. Maybe you didn't hear. This isn't where you can just leak something and the Aggies give you $90 million in a new contract.
Well, I don't know why the Aggies are taking a shot there.
Yesterday, I asked the Aggies to please step up and give Ime a bunch more money. A new contract.
What did the Aggies say?
We're going to see if the Aggies step up and give Ime 7 more years.
And we'll read Twitch's birthday wishes for Dell. So send them in now.
Guys, if you want to listen to something on ESPN National, I get it.
No, don't send people. Don't send.
If you want to listen to Canty and Smallwood or what's her name? Smalls. I get it today. Understood. That's what I'm.
Smallman.
Because at 8:00 I'm tuning in to Leopard.
No, we're going to have Charlie Palillo coming on in 15 minutes to break down French Open today.
French Open would be great. All right, we got a break. We got to talk about Robin over at Houston Powder Coaters, and I am really, really, really happy. There is I don't want to I must just say his name is Cody, and he sent her an email that said. And it was awesome. You know, been listening, Robin, to you on with John for a long time now, and we have our pool, the area pool there, and we need table work done. We need we need the furniture to be done, and we want you guys to do it. And we're also going to I'm going to send it to the city and see if the city won't do their stuff with Houston Powder Coaters, and that makes me feel great that you guys. You know, you hear it and you hear the story. Yeah, every second I don't need something metal powder coated, right? But when I do, I'm going to go to Houston Powder Coaters, okay? Because when I do, that's the company for me, Robin, and what they have done and what they do in this city and the leaders in this industry. They're so good. They know it all. There's nothing they haven't seen, and the process and the workmanship is second to none. So. Can't be happier with that email. And if you have whatever metal it is, they'll pick it up absolutely free, deliver it back absolutely free. If you're looking for the best way to powder coat whatever it is that you need powder coated, all you have to do is go to HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here, HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Dell Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back. Looking at Twitch, Dell, your birthday wishes, the nicest one. Happy birthday, Dell. I got you a present, a gift wrap box of STFU.
Oh, I mean, when I wake up in the morning, think to myself, hey, let's go to work. And the first thing that pops in my head, what is Twitch thinking?
Yeah.
I mean, it's the first thing I think of. What are those guys thinking?
I wonder what Twitch thinks of me.
Yeah, I mean, it's very consistent. They much like you, they're Gallagher. They can't get off a certain thing. Let it go. That's why they've been diminished as we continue to move to YouTube and other places.
In my fuzzy Zeller,
you just called them smelly. You just kept your petty bomb.
Let's be real about it. We want you all confined in one place because you're the kid that you're like when rich people used to do to their kids that maybe weren't up to snuff. They used to hide them away.
Yeah.
That's like in boarding schools or where?
Or they just didn't mention them. They're the family shame, so they don't mention them. That's what Twitch is.
Like we didn't get a lot of Eric Trump.
I mean, I
was quiet on that front for a while.
You just know the kids who may have had difficulties, they didn't get mentioned. Like the Kennedys did to a couple kids. That's how we treat
Billy Carter.
That's how we treat Twitch.
Yeah, there's
Billy?
always that guy.
They're Billy. Although Billy became famous.
Well, they tried to keep him quiet.
Right. In my fuzzy Zeller voice, hope you had fun doing whatever y'all do on y'all's birthday. Oh, that's
who said that? You're making it sound like you said that.
No, that's what on Twitch. It's Twitch. Yeah. Oh, apparently Jetter, his husband bought him a brand spanking new style weed eater last night.
Are you just recapping what you've seen on Twitch?
That's it. Yeah, this is happening on
This is
Twitch
what
right
happens
now.
when the Astros don't score any runs.
Yeah.
This is what happens, Dell.
But I don't know. Is that a euphemism for cleaning your junk up?
No,
I don't know. Nope.
No, it's literally weed eater and
look,
get to work.
He's just reading our version of, the Kennedys had a child named Rosemary where they hid her away. This is what he's just reading. If Rosemary just started ranting, this is what he's doing.
He's written. No, this is this version of Ed Fowler reading the newspaper.
I get it.
It says here in Twitch, Jetter's got a new weed eater. We had the guy that we took over for years ago.
Yeah,
he used to read, and then he quit and became a pastor of some sort. He was a sports writer with either the Chronicle or the Post. I think it was the Chronicle, and he just used to just read golf scores out of the newspaper. I mean, you want to talk about checking out.
It was awesome.
And it says here in the Houston Chronicle, Billy Horschel is 2 under.
No, Billy Horschel wasn't around then.
Well, Billy Horschel Sr.
Okay, no, Billy Horschel.
There's probably a Billy Horschel Sr.
Gary Player.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Greg Norman is 5 under.
I am not betraying Coors Light by wearing this Coors Banquet shirt. They're happy. They're happy to have me wearing Coors Banquet as well. I'm not betraying anything.
No.
I mean, that was just. I mean, I guess you're going to throw in some stinkers, but it sure would be. It would have been nice to. They had some. I said they had some opportunities. It was like the 7th inning, and they had one at bat with a runner on.
Yeah, they didn't really have many opportunities at all.
They didn't have anything. I mean, Mike Burrows just shut them down hard. We got some Rocket stuff to talk about, though. Apparently, the Knicks wanted to talk to Ime.
Nope.
And the Rocket said, "What are you nuts? I mean, that's just stupid. That is just stupid. You're not talking to Ime. They're not granting permission. You're not tampering. Get out of here. You don't have permission. A lot of people couldn't believe that they actually fired Tom Thibodeau. Did you see what Rick Carlisle said? He said, "I thought it was fake AI when I saw that."
Yeah, no, none of the coaching industry.
I mean, how would Jeff Van Gundy feel about it? Of course, Jeff Van Gundy might.
I already know how he feels about it.
Yeah. You took.
There's 0% chance that he's going to take a head coaching job after they get rid of Tibbs, his guy, and for James Dolan. No chance.
Well, apparently, though, there was a report out, and who knows, an anonymous report that the players are none too happy with Rick Brunson being on and having as much say as he does.
Yeah, Brunson was into it.
He got into it with
Halliburton, or no, with somebody on the floor. Yeah, Rick Brunson is. There's another. Apparently, there's another helicopter dad. They just can't. The world is full of helicopter dads. It turns out.
Right.
I mean, full of them.
Well, he got into
Halliburton's dad walks on the court and starts trash talking Giannis. I don't know if that's helicopter, but dude, know your role. Stay on the sideline.
He's a coach, though.
Well, yeah,
no, not Halliburton's dad.
Yeah, Rick Brunson got into a thing with Dante DiVincenzo earlier this year when Dante made his return to New York.
Yeah, that's right. It was DiVincenzo.
Yeah.
And he was looked at as a positive because it helped them clearly get Jalen, but the players don't really care about that, so they're thinking to themselves, "If he's got an undue amount of influence, then what are we doing here?"
Bad situation because the son plays there, and you don't want a situation when the players aren't connecting because a dad is the wedge. Like that's never a good thing. It's never a good thing. So the best thing to do is get rid of Tom Thibodeau. If you can get rid of Thibodeau, maybe they were afraid to fire Rick Brunson and piss off Jalen Brunson, so they just said, let's just get rid of Tibbs and bring in a new coaching staff. I guess that's the best way to do this.
Yeah, they, along with Ime, the reporting is they are interested in also Jason Kidd. We have not heard if the Mavericks are going to allow him to talk, so they're looking to go after sitting head coaches.
They mentioned Jay Wright. Does Jay Wright come back from? I mean, he retired. Why would he come back and coach pro basketball? I mean, college is, to be fair, Jay saw what was coming. Oh, I got a great story for you coming up about what NIL. Holy crap! This revenue share model is wrecking stuff in the background. It's so I know a college that can't, where the players and the coaches and the staff can no longer have bottled waters in their actual, because of the cost of the bottled water.
I know NFL franchise who doesn't allow that. Aren't they just the Bengals?
Yeah,
Bengals,
I'm sure the Bengals. But no, this is a big school, and they're not allowed to have anymore because it's too much of an expense now that they're going to and they're not paying a lot of their players to do summer camps anymore because they don't have the money for it. They got to save it for rev share. But no, coaches can't have water.
They're not
from the freaking coaches can't have a bottle of water in their building.
Can you remove the big school label from them now? Because if that is something that they've decided they have to cut costs on, you're not a big school anymore.
Yeah, they said supposedly the amount of money that was being spent on water was just enormous.
So what now? Do they have
they have to cut, like every school. A&M's cutting people and getting rid of.
No, I mean, but
getting rid of.
How do they
A&M
hydrate?
has a ton of money and they have to get rid of support.
So how do they hydrate people now? They all have to go to the office.
Bring your own water. There's water fountains.
A water fountain. Okay.
Water fountains.
Well, you know who was going to lose people as far as recruits are concerned? They can't even give you bottles of water.
I think players.
The players still get them, just not
coaches
coaches
and support staff cannot have water because there's too much of it. They're trying to cut back. I think the savings on that is like they say it's over $120,000 of expenses on water, and so they're trying to cut back because A&M, who has a ton of money, is having to get rid of a lot of people behind the scenes, a lot of people behind the scenes, more than you would think, and they're rich.
That was the immediate. That should have been the immediate fear for all the coaches and everyone involved in sports, is that money has to be, that money that they're going to give the kids now has to come from somewhere. And you know what's going to come from? All those coaches, all those assistants, all of those people.
Yeah, but people down the line who don't make a lot of money also.
Yeah.
Because that's how cuts usually happen, is they cut the people who need the jobs the most, and the wealthiest people don't usually get the cuts.
Well, listen, that's how pro sports has been run forever.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Is.
I won't say anything more, but I know other places that are doing it that way. The people who really need the jobs, who are not making money, they're the ones who get whacked.
They get not only whacked,
crazy.
but I mean, it's as hard as they work, as much as they put in, they don't get paid anything.
No, it's so that's one of the things that I don't think that's not a good thing. Like that's why there should be a balance between this, and one team I know is having their head coach put money. I think you know about this too, John. This is happening with a couple different places where the head coaches are kicking money back into NIL because there's talk about trying to reduce the head coach's salary so that they can make NIL work. And so the head coaches are now offering to put their money into buildings and things like that because they get, a tax write-off on it. But it's either that or they get their money taken from the university in a renegotiation of salary. So there's some tricky stuff going on behind the scenes. But the whole cutting coaches and support staff from having water, to me, I could not believe that. But the AD just said, just too much money. We're spending too much money on that. We got to start finding cuts. And I was like, God, they're doging college football.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. There's a lot of forever there's been. Listen,
I didn't feel like
it's only going to get worse.
I didn't feel like the water thing was really wasteful.
No.
I thought we needed
your own water. What? Bring your own water.
Oh, there's some waste. I don't know that water's it, but okay.
I'll tell you who's I'm not wasting money, but holy crap, John Clay Wolf. John Clay Wolf he's given away $250,000 for 10 months. He's given away $25,000 a month for 10 months. $250,000 that's just going to you guys. All you have to do is go to givemethevin.com and sign up. You'll get 250 entries into the hopper. If you sell him your car, you get 1,000 entries into the hopper. And so your chances of getting part of that 25,000 every month goes way up. So not only do you get the most for your vehicle, but then you have a good chance of a better chance than not of getting part of a lot more money. So it's incredible that John Clay Wolf just said, you know what we're going to do? I'm going to give back. I'm going to give the people back money. I'm going to give $25,000 a month. That's crazy. He is America's biggest car buyer, best car buyer. And the reason he is because he gives you more, but he also gives it back. Look at John Clay Wolf. Big ups to John Clay Wolf at givemethevin.com. Just go there and sign up. You don't have to sell anything, buy anything. You don't have to do anything. Go to givemethevin.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Evan Sidery says, Rockets, Spurs, and Timberwolves, 3 teams interested in Kevin Durant, have first-round picks that will be included in a trade. Rockets at 10, San Antonio 14, Minnesota 17. Suns will likely end up with multiple picks in the 2025 draft once Durant is dealt. It's obviously going to take a lot more. It's going to be a difficult trade. You're going to match money. It's going to be very, very tough. But the Rockets continue to be mentioned with Kevin Durant, and I think rightfully so. I think he's definitely on the radar. We keep hearing Kelly Iko. Is it Iko or Iko? Kelly Iko.
Kelly Iko.
Iko. Multiple places have there have been talks that the Suns have actually reached out to the Rockets about Durant. We'll see whether or not it's possible to get that deal done.
Oh, we've got dueling sources on this. A Phoenix Suns insider is saying Kelly Iko's report is laughable. In fact, beyond true, untrue, it's laughable.
I'm sticking with our
the
guy.
Suns haven't,
he was an intern
The
here.
Suns haven't spoken to the Rockets since February, not once. They've been focused on hiring a GM and a coach. Now with those hires done, they can and will turn their attention to moving Durant. Now, logically, it makes sense. The Suns didn't even have a decision maker to make those decisions, unless Ishbia or whoever else was doing all of the calling. But his name's Jam. It's one of your people, John Gambadoro.
Whoa!
Can't trust him.
Oh, look at that.
What do you mean you can't trust him?
He is known as the Phoenix dude. If you need information about the Suns, he's a guy to go to. And he's saying they didn't even have they didn't have decision makers in place to make those calls.
It's always tricky because he's going to get that directly from the Suns are going to tell him whatever they want, but it could still be true.
Mm-hmm.
But Kelly Iko's also getting it from somewhere as well. He's not just coming up with that off the top of his head. So it's we'll see. I mean, it's just a matter of we're just finding out what it's gonna look like in the summer. I mean, I feel like something's gonna happen. Something's gonna happen, probably maybe by draft day. The Rockets don't need the 10th pick. They don't really need it, although you could argue what's wrong with having the 10th pick if you're going to let some of these guys walk, or if you're going to consolidate, if you're going to move consolidate some of these players, 2 or 3 players into one single player. Why wouldn't you use your 10th pick, which could be a decent player, draft and stash, or draft an overseas player? Typically, when the Rockets draft overseas players, they never come over, or they like Spanulis, they come over for a year or two and then they leave again.
I hate that. What a waste. Why would you just use it? Send it somewhere. Do something with it. Better your team. Just draft somebody and then stash them and then not come over. I don't get that. I've never understood that. Use your assets, and we'll see if they're going to be able to use this number 10, because there's no way the 10th overall pick can help this basketball team. Ime won't put in Cam Whitmore. How's he going to put in the 10th overall pick this next year? I mean, you got to use it. That was Daryl did that. We haven't seen Rafael Stone doing that. Just taking a guy and stashing him.
But Rafael learned under Daryl. I mean,
but he hasn't done it.
Well, they haven't had a lot of. I mean, their draft picks have been early. They've had a bad roster.
Yeah, they've also had the 22nd, and they've had to
draft. They've had to draft guys that are on. They have to play. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like they've been so bad.
Yeah. Those of you just joining us, the Knicks are not going to be able to talk to Ime. That is not happening. Cam Whitmore, we talked a little bit about this yesterday, Dell. He's apparently, according to sources, that the Rockets have actually fielded some calls from people that would like Cam Whitmore. What is Cam Whitmore worth?
Probably.
That's a tough one.
Not probably a second, maybe another player. There was a rumor about Brado had took a report and repurposed it about Cam Johnson potentially
Yeah.
coming over. That one was interesting to me. Although he's a 6'8" player who, the main thing is he shoots well from the perimeter. It would basically involve getting, moving your 10th pick, and you may have to take on a subpar contract, I guess. And then you also get Cam Johnson. Cam Johnson for Brooklyn averaged 18.8 points a game, but he shoots from the 3-point range. He is a career 39.2% shooter. Last year, he shot 39%. He's a really good free throw shooter. I say yes, just because I don't know the exact, what that trade would look like. But if you have an opportunity to add a player that will defend a little bit and shoots good from the free throw line and the 3-point line, I'm at least listening intently.
Absolutely.
They're bad shooting team from both the stripe and the perimeter.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Got Cam Johnson. What do you average? Almost 19 points a game.
Yeah, he averaged almost 19 points a game.
Yeah. Somebody said yesterday, how about let's just get Derek White and be done with it. AJ, he listens to the show every day. He said,
"Well, I love Derek White.
I want Derek White."
Why would they give up Derek White?
They've got some financial.
I know, but why not Jaylen Brown?
Because they're going to ask for the world, and who's willing to give that up? That's the problem. It's the thought of getting off of Jaylen Brown's salary. I don't even know if it's appealing to them is one thing, but they're not just going to give Jaylen Brown to you.
No,
they're going to want everything you have. So is anyone willing to do that for Jaylen? A 2 on a team, a good 2, but not the number 1. So I think they're going to stick with Brown. Derek White, apparently, I thought he would go too because of their financial issues, but they will push to get Porzingis and Holiday out of there first.
Yeah.
Derek White is someone they would keep in hopes that Tatum is back fully in 2026,
especially with
27.
Tatum out.
Yeah.
You need more scoring, or you're just going to sacrifice a terrible year next year.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not terrible, but
they'll have Brown and possibly White. But if they're losing, if they want to get rid of Porzingis and Holiday, they fall into probably a 5 to 8, maybe. I don't know how good Brown can be. It'll be a chance to show that he can be a 1. But if he's the 2 that we think he is, they're probably in that 4 to 7 range or so, which takes him out of title contention.
Yeah. Boy, you're getting rid of Jaylen Brown. You're changing your team, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but they've got serious financial concerns right now. And there's already talk about them selling the team probably to a Saudi, the PIF probably.
Hasn't the team already been bought? Isn't that the issue, that the new owners don't want to pay what the previous ones were willing to win the title? I think the sell has already happened. You think the Saudis would be welcome in Boston?
Well, this year,
I didn't think they'd be welcome in golf, professional golf, and I was wrong.
Really. They aren't really.
Yeah, well, all the players,
but
all
none of
the
fans.
most patriotic players waving flags were like, "Let's go."
None
Give
of
me
the
that
fans,
check.
though. It's one of the worst investments in sports history.
Oh no, they don't care. They don't need. They're not trying to make money.
No.
They're not trying to make money. They're trying to whitewash they're trying to
sports
greenwash. Yeah, sports wash. But I think it's greenwash their image, and we're helping. Our golfers are helping.
Are we though?
Yeah, they just take the money and they normalize.
All they've done is piss off golf fans.
They normalize,
and nobody else cares.
They don't care. They don't care. They're getting their checks. What do they care if golf fans?
Yeah, no, they are, but nobody else. Everybody else. It's not like
all they need is a TV deal.
Now what a great bunch of people they are. No one cares.
All they need is TV.
All they did was ruin our golf.
Let's see what happens when SEC teams start taking PIF money and private equity money. You think this is over? You think that money can't? The money they're giving. They gave Trump a bunch of stuff. The U.S. government, they're giving Live stuff. You don't think they're going to? No, that's Qatar. Saudis are even different. Saudis are getting they're getting new investments in hotels. One of Trump's hotels there. The Saudis' money is going to infiltrate sports. It already has with Live. I never thought they would get into golf. I thought the golf community and the golfers would never. I just thought, well, Live better not even try to sniff over in golf. I was wrong. Man, they took that money in a heartbeat. So that let me know that anything's for sale, including the SEC, which I would have never thought that either. But
PIF, not Live, because Live.
Well, I mean, PIF, the whatever private, whatever fund.
Right.
Yeah,
All right,
PIF.
we got a break.
We
got to talk Zadok Jewelers, okay? Now you don't need that Saudi money to go to Zadok.
No, you don't need that. You don't need that. Listen, you've got a huge selection, but I want to mention something. I don't talk about this often, but Father's Day. How about, what did Dad get all these times? A tie, a coloring book that you made when you were young, homemade coupons. Look, we appreciate that as dads. As a dad, I can tell you that's fine. I appreciate it. If you're balling right now, you're making a little money. How about you think about heading into Zadok and maybe getting a watch? How about bringing me a watch? My kids can't get a watch for me yet, but in due time, I'm hoping they go to Zadok and get me a luxury watch from over 25 of the world's finest watch brands, such as Omega, Breitling, Tudor, IWC, Mont Blanc. They've got Mont Blanc cufflinks, as a matter of fact, that you can take a look at. They've got pens. They've got everything. There's a lot of different gifts, from the smaller gift to the luxury gift, available at Zadok. All you do is head on over to their showroom at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, and trust me, you are going to find something for Dad that he absolutely loves, and something that will say, look, I appreciate what you did for me, Pops. And now might be the time to get Dad a really cool, maybe it's a one-time deal, but make that one time this year. I promise you he will appreciate it. Family owned and operated, Houston proud, Houston's jeweler for over 4 decades. I love Zadok Jewelers. I think you're going to love the space, you're going to love the selection, and you're going to love the message it sends to your loved ones at Zadok.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. We said call in. We'll get you in. Wish Dell a happy birthday. And Bill is first up. Hey, Bill.
Hey, guys. The Durant talk really puzzles me because we're talking about shipping Cam Whitmore, not on a one-on-one. But the only thing I can see is with Cam is his body language is bad, but he doesn't play defense, the Udoka styles of defense. And why would Udoka sign off, even if he has experience with Durant, knowing with Durant, they're not going to play that defense that he demands with Durant play.
Yeah, I don't know that Durant is a perfect fit for Ime Udoka. I mean, we talked about this, that, talk about not being a great defender. I mean, especially at his age now, and now coming off this ankle injury. But, man, he does what they need, though, Bill. He scores. They need somebody that can fill the basket up. And they need a go-to guy. They need somebody that they can count on when things are running off the tracks, when they're blowing 15, 20-point leads. They need somebody that can get them a basket. They just don't have that. So we'll see. We'll see whether or not Durant is the answer. But, yeah, he's not a great fit. I don't know. He's a great fit anywhere right now. We'll see is he going to be all right coming off this ankle? I don't know. That's a big question.
He had multiple ankle sprains last year, and it's been an issue for him most of his career. But one thing I found is as you get older, you get stronger and healthier, and you have less injuries.
That's not true.
Oh.
That's the opposite.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well, with Durant, I'm sure he'll be healthy.
No,
he's only missing an average of like 25 games a year. So what's that? In an 82-game schedule, that's hardly anything.
Well, it depends on what you got to give up for him, too. I mean, you can win without Kevin Durant. But when you need him and, postseason time, and then you got somebody. Obviously, you want him to play more than 50 games, but, you withstood losing Fred VanVleet. You withstood losing who else did they lose last year? They lost Fred for a while. They lost Jabari for a while. I mean, they got a nice core and nice depth that they were able to withstand losses. I'm sure that they would be able to withstand a loss of Kevin Durant for a while, depending on what they have to give up. Who's next, Del? Tyler wants to talk Astros. Hey, Tyler. Wish Del a happy birthday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't recall if y'all mentioned that the Astros were in first place at all yesterday. I don't remember. Maybe I missed it. But,
we did, and they have been. They were over the weekend, too. Are they still in first?
Yeah.
What did Seattle do?
Yeah, the Mariners lost, so they're still half game.
The Mariners have been stinking lately.
Also, I was thinking maybe Dell went to go pick up his pre-ordered Nintendo Switch 2 yesterday because that was a big
conversation yesterday. Was Nintendo Switch 2, Dell? You missed it. Who was going to get Nintendo Switch 2 yesterday, John?
Just was going to get Nintendo Switch. Are they sending it for Durant? No.
Yeah. Durant, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like the iPad.
I'm going to be
like Gortat.
I'm going to be celebrating my birthday next week at Golden Nugget with y'all, turning 40.
So wow.
Nice.
We'll be there. We'll be
Monday,
there
Tuesday.
Sunday night, Monday, all day, and then leaving Tuesday after the show.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
I'll get there Monday and stay through Tuesday. So
okay. Well,
right,
good.
man.
Well, happy birthday. We'll wish it to you in person.
Yep. Tyler,
all right,
come on.
totally.
Can't wait, Tyler. Thank you. Come on to the Golden Nugget, you peeps. Let's go. Michael's coming. His wife is coming. I think her name is Angel.
I'm trying to
they're
talk
both
my
coming.
wife into coming, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, she should come.
We're not all sold on the kids right now. So
Wait,
I don't think the kids are going to be
Del,
staying by themselves.
Del, this should have been something that they came to a decision about a long time ago. being sold on their kids.
Not being sold on kids overall, or just his kids in
No,
general?
just their
Specifically,
behavior.
I mean.
Just doing what they're supposed to do right now.
What would what's the tipping point? What do they have to do in the next couple of days for your wife to decide she's going to head out with you?
It's too late.
Oh, it's too late.
Yeah.
It's too late.
Yeah, it's way
So what?
too late for
There's
that.
certain things you got to do in school, certain things you got to do at getting jobs, just certain things that need to get
Well,
done.
then she was never showing up with you.
No, I know. She was never. I just said I was trying to talk her into it. Little did I know that never had a chance.
Yeah.
Right.
You don't have responsible
Some things
children.
never have a chance. In your mind, you think something might happen.
So,
But then again, to be honest, like she could lay out. She's not a gambler, so she could lay out by the pool. But she'd be kind of limited on the things she can do.
Yeah, but if you don't gamble, then yes. But we'll give her $20. She go play slots.
20.
She doesn't
bucks.
gamble. She doesn't care about playing slots.
Well, my wife either, but she's like, all right, give me $20 and I'll be happy for a couple hours because she'll play penny slots.
Yeah, but I gotta worry about more than just a couple hours. I don't need her. Look, quit trying to.
You're the one that said.
Yeah, I know.
You were trying to
it was a
convince her to
mistake.
go.
Let's let it die. All right. I need to be left alone to grind on my own.
Okay. All right.
I don't need.
Well, you're
I don't
the
need.
one that brought
Let me
this
go
up.
to
Not
the pool. Shut up.
Why don't you bring
The
the kids?
machine is loose now.
Why don't you get a room for the kids?
Yeah. Bring the kids.
Bring the kids.
So now she's not worried about it. Her wife can be with you. The
Oh
kids
my
can have a
God.
room.
Now I got to worry about it.
Can you imagine that Elizabethan Mahdi there? I mean,
Nah, she's not as bad anymore.
she's not as bad as she used to be.
Nah.
She's gonna have
And I
to,
told her you're gonna have to really. She got into HSPVA.
yeah, she's gonna have to.
She got into
loosen up a little
HSPVA,
bit.
so now she's gonna have to. Those are creative kids, so you're gonna have to.
Yeah. She's gonna have to get used to blue and pink hair.
Yeah, she went to a Taylor Swift concert. She's got, but she's not now. She's got some pretty strict standards.
She's not a
That's-
Puritan anymore, though.
That's still, she's got some pretty strict standards, but no, she's not. I mean, I hear her listening to some of the stuff that comes out in the music. What are you listening to? These have this
She listens
like
to
rap songs.
She listening to
Will the
Lotto?
brothers play it?
Is she listening to Lotto?
No, but she knows
Ice
every
Spice?
song. God, I hope not Ice Spice.
Is she listening to Cardi B?
No, I don't know. I don't know what my kids listen to. My kids listen to everything. I don't. All you guys got to do, hey, Alexa, play whatever. It's just like having Gilbert in my house, only with not all the demands for steak.
Hey, big ups, by the way, to thanks to the Astros, the Pirates now are no longer in last place in runs scored. They've scored. How about this? The Cubs have scored 349 runs. The Pirates have scored 197. They are over 150 runs behind the Cubs this year in 60 games. 150 runs. But they're not last. The Rockies are last. 196. Did you see what the Rockies posted? Since June 2nd, the Rockies have 3 wins, and Scotty Scheffler has 0. So the Rockies are leaning into
They
that
swept
whole
the
Scotty.
Marlins.
They swept the Marlins. My buddy has a piece of the Marlins, a pretty good piece. I was like,
What do you mean a
dude.
piece of the Marlins?
He bought into the Marlins organization.
Really?
Yeah. He wanted to get a team himself, but he couldn't, so he just bought a piece of the Marlins, which hasn't been a great investment. Really not a great investment.
Did you see that crowd? A Rockies Marlins crowd in the middle of the week. Oof.
They said there was one tweet. It was more than that. They put
No. That was
No, I know.
said-
I know it
that
wasn't
that was a
what we
fake.
saw
But they said
initially.
congratulations, 137.
Yeah,
people
that
showed
was not accurate, but that's a real picture.
up. It's
Yeah.
a real picture. There were 7,000. Well, the
They say they
tickets
were.
sold were 7,000.
No.
Yeah.
That was
But-
not 7,000 there. There's
It was
probably
not 7,000.
across the
but-
stadium. I'd be shocked if there was more than 2,800.
But how are you? I was like, dude, you got swept by the Rockies. And he's like, yeah, it's what we do. We make people happy. That's just so bad. Anyway, big ups to the Rockies. PR department putting out there that they've got more wins than Scotty Scheffler since June 2nd. Congratulations to the Rockies. They're leaning into it. That's funny. That's good stuff. 713-780-3776. We got to catch up on breaks. Let's do that right here. Let's talk a little John Daspit.
Yeah. Let's talk about John Daspit and what he does for people who have been injured in an accident, people who, well, they need help. They need to be able to turn somewhere and have someone represent them who knows exactly what they're doing, who knows how to handle the insurance companies. The worst thing in the world is for the insurance company to get a hold of you after an accident, whether it's at the workplace, on the roadways, or wherever it is. And they're immediately talking a figure with you, dollars. Hey, we're going to get this all taken care of. And you'd think, oh man, they are palling up to me. They're my best friends. Listen, it's in their best interest to get a hold of you quickly and get you to agree to a deal so you cannot have access to anything else. If there's something wrong with you, if there's a small fracture, sometimes there's a bunch of swelling and you can't see the fractures. And when the swelling goes down after 2-3 months, there's fractures there. We've learned that here locally the hard way with some of our people who play sports here. So why don't you just make sure that you get everything looked at properly and you let John Daspit and his law firm handle it, so they make sure that anything that's wrong with you is going to be taken care of by the insurance company. Your time missed from work is taken care of by the insurance company financially, and your pain and suffering is a fair payout as opposed to one where they're trying to do what's best for their bottom line. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. 713, call now or go to daspitlaw.com.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Highlights last night. Astros lose 3-0, 7 hits, just terrible. Jeremy Pena's the only guy that really looks really comfortable at the plate. Despite Isak's homer the other night, he is really, really slumped. And Yiner is really, really slumping. Christian Walker can't get any consistency going. Altuve has been up and down. He was barreling it at home and not so much now. It's a little overwhelming for Jacob Melton so far. Jake has cooled off a little bit. Cam Smith continues to hit the ball hard. Cam Smith is still looking pretty damn good.
He's confident, man.
Yeah.
He looks like a confident rookie right now.
Yep.
Way more so than early in the year, I thought. Even though he had a couple home runs and Israel put him into the Hall of Fame, he looks like a more confident player right now.
Yep, he does. He looks good. Like what you see out of him. Jacob Melton, it's a tough start. He's faced a lot of tough pitching. We'll see how that goes. But the Astros looked like crap last night. We'll see if they can't do something with Fromber on the mound tonight. Yeah, this you're just gonna have to get through this Gusto and Colton Gordon, these two starts from these guys, because the other three, Hunter Brown, Lance McCullers Jr., and Fromber, solid, not only solid, but exceptional at times. I mean, when you battle Skeens and beat him and the way Hunter Brown is pitching and the way Fromber is pitching, you just got to get through those two starts from Gusto and Gordon. And
it ain't easy.
It ain't easy.
But
you got to hit for him. He only gave up. Look at it's bad.
No, he sucked. The bullpen did. No, he sucked. The bullpen did a good job.
Yeah, but that's okay. I mean, you only gave up 3 runs.
In 4
it's not like it was a quality start, but it wasn't like there was 8-0. Score some runs for him.
Runs for him. He couldn't even get the win. He couldn't even get out of the fifth.
I don't care.
He sucked. Gusto sucked. Get him out. You know what? I'm expecting my next start to be Christian Javier, back from Tommy John.
I heard JP last night. JP was working. That's something. We haven't seen JP in forever. They said they mentioned him on the broadcast. I didn't.
Supposedly.
So no, I think they actually did. And the word's not supposedly. I
like saying supposedly.
And then the College World Series. It cannot be a worse call. Now, did you see the Oregon player in baseball who bowled over the catcher who was standing right in the way? Did you see that play? And he got ejected from the game.
Yeah.
And then he missed the next game as well.
Mm-hmm.
The catcher standing right in front. He had nowhere to go. He runs him over. It didn't look like they said there was malicious intent. I couldn't disagree more. The catcher is literally blocking the plate as he comes home, and it's bang, bang play. Last night at second base, the Texas Tech player who was stealing was caught by 10 feet, and they called an interference. Let's use some common sense here. If you're thrown out, there's no way that you're blocking the base.
That was just terrible.
It was awful. And that's not good. I'm not a Texas fan. I'm not a Tech fan either. But I want to see, that was just unfair to Texas that they did this. Now, Nigeri Kennedy gave it right back when she lets Reese Atwood, who I wouldn't know Reese Atwood if she was on my big toe. I've never seen her play. But they said she's like the greatest hitter in Texas history. And an intentional walk, she's thrown it right over the plate. And Atwood took it to left field and scored 2 runs, and Texas Tech loses. Two plays that are like, what in the world is going on? What a crazy game. What a crazy game. They should have never been down, and then they should have never won. They should still be playing right now.
Mm-hmm.
They should still be playing right now, because
I don't know now.
I don't know how you score any runs.
Well, no one could score
in college
runs.
softball. As good as these pitchers are, I don't know how you score any runs at all, if you want to know the truth. That's how good these pitchers are.
I like in college softball where the girls start running out of the batter's box and just try to flip the bat at the ball.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite moves. They don't do it a lot, but I like when they do that. That lets me know that I'm not sure about this whole game. But then again, Ichiro used to do that every once in a while.
Yeah, he did. He would get a running start and throw the bat at it and go. That's all. But now I saw earlier, I've watched a lot of softball, I guess. where
I'm noticing that.
well, it was so bad.
That's
The girl
okay.
barely stepped on the plate, and she hit one to left field. She went the other way with it, and the ump calls it. I'm just like, oh, come on, you guys are this is ridiculous, just ridiculous. Stop already. Over officious jerks. That's what I like to call them. And then Edmonton wins in overtime last night at home. They fall behind 3-1 and come back and win.
I know.
I've
got Florida winning that one. I thought Florida to me is the side.
Edmonton's pretty good, bro.
Can't blow that like that.
Pretty good. Connor McDavid is just fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
He is just fantastic. I think only Gretzky and Messier have more assists than he does in the. I don't know if it's in the NHL Finals or in NHL postseason, but that's when you're up there with Gretzky and Messier, you're doing something, and
Yeah.
Connor McDavid is doing something. You had that, and then you had the stinky French girl winning as well. So we got the Bosson. Yeah, I'm looking at a picture of her raising her arms right now after her win, and everybody in the crowd going, "P.U. Put your arms down, stinky." Did you see this? Okay, we made a big deal about Jerry Sandusky. Did you see two former Indiana basketball players are filing a suit against the team physician?
More than that, the team physician's dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
They're filing it against him and the university.
Yeah,
they're saying, did you read the story, what it is?
No,
you didn't read what it is?
No.
So this is not a joke. This goes back all the way to, it goes back to Austin Carr. It goes all the way back into the 70s and 80s to a doctor previously before him, before this doctor. These are decades where they have accused these doctors. And here's why Indiana's catching it. The doctors were saying they needed to do rectal exams on these college players. This one doctor and the university apparently backed them and said, yes, that is something that when they do exams for athlete, that's a checkup. That's not a checkup you get in your 20s. That's not a checkup you get in your 20s. That's a lie. That's a lie. So now they're going to catch, and apparently it's caused some real problems for some of these guys. I don't know what all happened, but man, it is wild to hear all the stuff that happened with Michigan State.
And now Indiana.
Michigan State, now the
Big
Indiana
Ten doctors.
And it went back this far, and the doctors got away with this for so long. That is wild.
Boy, the Big Ten between Jerry Sandusky and Michigan State and now Indiana.
Right.
The Big Ten is the conference for perv.
Well, they got some bad stuff working there.
Holy crap. Yeah, I'm looking at the story right now. I didn't think it was on The Athletic. I didn't think I can get in, but they're letting me in. Holy crap. And they're alleging that Bobby Knight knew about it and did nothing about it. So this is a problem.
Yeah, that's right. The Bobby Knight was the one who did nothing.
Does the statue come down like Petrino's? Not Petrino. George Paterno, like Paterno's?
No. We're not. Nope.
No. I don't know. You talk about a weird conference, the Big Ten. That's just terrible. And this happened for decades, and coaches knew about it.
Yeah, it is.
Rectal
isn't that
exams
crazy
for 20-year-olds.
I mean, isn't that crazy though? With 18, 19, 20-year-olds, you've got, you look at what happened with Sandusky, as you mentioned. And then how did they get away with that for so long? And then Indiana, Sandusky's was, I don't know if it was, I don't even know how you classify what's the worst. The Indiana thing just sounds really creepy. The Michigan State thing was awful. Larry Nassar, who, by the way, was stabbed in prison in 2023, although I think he's still alive. But, this is he was stabbed multiple times in the back, chest, and neck before other inmates pulled McMillan off of Nassar. Surprised. I've never heard of inmates pulling another inmate who was stabbing somebody off them. But anyway, that happened back in 2023. But Big Ten. What is the deal with the Big Ten medical doctors. Holy crap. And then
Yep.
Sandusky, of course, was not a medical doctor.
No, just creep. Big Ten, come get your creepy on. Is that their new? It just
Apparently
the SEC is it just means more, and in Big Ten it's come get your perv on.
Big Ten, look out.
Big Ten,
Be careful. Big Ten Sports, be careful.
Big Ten, watch your checkup.
Big Ten Sports, get your own doctor, local doctor.
Big Ten,
primary care physician.
Big Ten,
Big Ten
wow.
Sports, I would recommend your own PCP. That means primary care physician, not something that bikers would try to
PCP. All right, get your PCP on.
Sabalenka is just smashing Phytech now.
Good, that's good. We're your home for women's sports now.
Yeah. Oh no,
Right.
we've been allies. For
We
a long
are
time.
allies.
For a
Okay.
long time.
I wish Mary was still an intern.
Are you though?
Yeah, Mary. Yes, we are. Did you hear us
Are
talking
you
about?
though?
Yeah, watching women's sports. Watching
when
women's
you
softball.
describe a woman who is advancing to the French semifinals as Big Stinky, I'm not sure
The stinky
Mary
French girl.
Mary would appreciate that description.
Okay, I'm not the one to put that on her.
Yeah, but
okay?
you've continued
Well,
that
I
narrative.
just want to make sure everybody.
And then
knows
when
who we're
Lance
talking
says,
about.
I think that's a stereotype about the French that doesn't exist anymore, he goes, "No, you could smell her through the TV," or whatever you said about her.
I just felt bad for everybody in the crowd when she raised her arm.
You think
Aaron
everybody
Spencer, she
fainted
won.
because of how bad she
Everybody
smelled.
was like, "Ooh!" You could see in the crowd, everybody holding.
I don't know. I'm gonna go back and watch
Go
because
look.
you
Go
keep
look.
saying that, and I think that would have been a story if there's mass pass outs because of that woman's stench.
Stinky French girl. That's my favorite. Time to talk about your AC maintenance. When you do it, you're making sure that several minor issues, relatively easy to detect, that they're caught early before they turn into something bigger, more expensive. Talk to my friends from Air Team about the plans they have in place. With one simple maintenance visit, you can save several headaches and possibly tens of thousands of dollars. That's not an exaggeration, okay? My AC system went out, and it cost me, it is what it is. ACs are expensive. It is what it is. I had Air Team put it in. Couldn't be happier about the price that they gave me. Couldn't be happier about the workmanship. Couldn't be happier about their expertise, how they went about the whole thing. But it cost me because I didn't take care of my HVAC system. If you're someone who hasn't done anything, you haven't gotten a tune-up, you haven't gotten it checked out, you haven't looked at it, that's dumb. Don't be dumb like me. Houston summers are brutal. When your AC system is constantly running in high temperatures, you make sure that it's all perfect. 713-936-5346, 713-936-5346, or airteamltd.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right. We'll get Elliot. We're going to get you in here in a second. Did you guys see that there's drama with C.J. Gardner-Johnson? Apparently,
That's surprising.
Apparently, at OTAs, Vic Fangio, the Eagles' defensive coordinator, said that the trading CJ, or CD as he likes to be called, or 8 as he likes to be called, Fangio called it a salary cap thing. He said, Howie made that decision. I was fine with it. Well, Gardner-Johnson reposted a graphic featuring the quote to his Instagram story and added text that read, just don't do them guys like y'all did me. Which I don't know. I don't get it. Apparently, he felt like he was stabbed in the back. He had a 3-year, $27 million deal with the Eagles in 2024. He did play well, but he was also voted in 2024. He was voted the most annoying player in the Athletics Anonymous NFL Player Poll. And he gets he's already been with New Orleans, Philadelphia, Detroit, now Houston. And he can't last for more than a year or two anywhere. So maybe there is something to his personality.
Oh,
I'm a great guy. I'm actually a great guy.
you're just now saying now maybe there's something to his personality.
Well, right.
Read Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Listen to him talk. He'll tell you exactly who he is and what he's about.
I'm a great guy.
No,
I'm actually a great guy.
I'm actually a great guy.
He does not have that reputation around the league. But
No.
all I know is he's on a 1 year. He's a good football player. Let's just see what happens.
You're listening to the last guy.
I'm a great guy. I'm actually a great guy.
That's Stephon Diggs. He was a 1-year guy.
Yeah.
For the
He was a great guy. He didn't cause any problems for Houston. He waited till he got on that boat.
But nobody want me to do this, is it?
They waited till he got on that boat, and now they're having to make comments like, looks like the Patriots are going to hang on to Diggs. They just signed him. Where's he going to go? You can't prove that was Tussy on that boat. What, Dell? What?
Just you saying the word Tussy.
Tussy?
It's funny to me.
It's
That's
the
all.
pink Coke. Can't prove it.
You cannot.
Do you have something? Are you dropping your little drops in it?
No.
Like drug dealer, like whenever they get their
I'm not
stash
even that
and
concerned
and
about
if
the
it
drugs.
turns blue, it's bad, or blue, it's good.
The
whatever
drugs
it
don't
is.
bother me. It's the quality of women on the boat calling him daddy over and over again.
That was
that would
yeah.
be more. That's more bothersome to me than the drugs.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, me too. Me too. Like, man, what is this? Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
know,
gonna
you
I'll
can't say
it
the
during break.
words, you know, but you're like, oh, well, okay, that's what you're on. Okay.
Yeah. Actually, he's got 2 years left on his deal, but he does have zero dead cap if they
Yeah,
cut him.
he's
So,
he
yeah.
is. That's right.
basically.
You
Now,
can
if
get
he
rid
plays
of him.
well and he can, be a good citizen and not get on everybody's nerves, maybe he stays around longer. Maybe he stays 2 years.
I'm a great guy. I'm actually a great guy.
I'm actually a great
Did you ever
guy.
see the? I'm sure you did. The Minnesota Vikings.
That's
they
where
said,
it's from.
Who are you most likely? So they did an interview in the locker room. And I think it was one of the players was interviewing the other players. Who was the guy that you would least like your sister to date?
Yes.
Across the board.
They all said Diggs.
It was
Stephon
Diggs.
Across the board.
Yeah.
But nobody want me to do
Was
this,
it
is it?
Buffalo or Minnesota?
It was Minnesota.
Minnesota, and I think that's when he said that.
That's where these clips are from. When he
That's
goes,
where it's
"Well,
from.
yeah, nobody want me to.
But nobody want me to do this, is it?
No,
I didn't. He said
No,
it
we've
was
seen
passing
your
here.
the Minnesota Vikings as a whole validated after watching what he's done this summer. No, stay away from our sisters.
Yeah.
Yep.
No.
No.
Who's the
No.
person at 97.5 you would least like to date your sister?
Huh.
Or date your daughter? Date your daughter.
Well,
Daughter
they're-
or sister,
they're-
whatever you have.
Everybody's too old to date your daughters.
Yeah.
It has to be your
That's
sister.
creepy.
Yeah, everybody's too old to date daughters here.
Oh,
Unless you're talking about like part timers,
Well,
like AJ or
provided
something.
there's just eliminate age or whatever.
just their overall vibes.
Yeah.
Who don't you want
to date a woman you care about? Put it that way.
Yeah, your mom maybe.
Well,
She's divorced, and you don't want him to be your stepdad.
Well, no one who wants anyone here to be their stepdad.
I know.
Wow.
We got a lot of married guys here.
Damn it, Jeremy's my stepdad.
It's either Paul or Dell. That's it. We're down to Paul or Dell.
Well, Sean's single.
Sean's single.
Yeah, but he doesn't strike me as dangerous.
Yeah.
I'm not dangerous.
He's a great guy.
What?
Yeah.
I'm not
Dell's
dangerous.
Well, nobody want me to do this, is it?
He'll just kick your sister to the curb.
No, I wouldn't
Dell.
kick. I wouldn't kick your sister to the curb. My affinity for not spending time with older ladies, except for the time I'm spending with them, it's segmented to them.
Well, you won't even come over to the family Thanksgiving or the family Christmas.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, you won't
No
come
one
up. You
wants
won't
you
show
in the
up to
family.
any of it.
Well, I wouldn't go to the first one up when I'm with this person.
Total Jeff
I would go
move.
to the second one. Like if we were together long enough to get past the first Thanksgiving, I would go to the second one, but not the first. Like I barely know you. Why would I spend time with your family over my family? I don't know you that well. But the second one, I'll show up. I just think I don't want to be involved in your drama that early. Your family drama that early. I'm just here for fun.
Let's get a great guy in here. He's a great guy. Elliot on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What do you say, Elliot?
What up? Got a couple shout outs. Want to shout out Game Day. TRT got me feeling great. Shout out to Dell. Feliz Cumpleaños way. Happy birthday to my man, Delvincito.
Yeah.
Shout out to the bench for long
Way to go,
wait.
Del.
Shout
Way to
out
be born.
Shout out to the bench for the long wait times. Got put on hold
Oh,
10
that's
minutes
not true.
so the host
That's
can
not
talk
true.
about Big Stinky, Big Ten rectal exams and date
That's not
sisters.
true.
But got an Astros question for my boys. I was talking to somebody yesterday, and the whole Fromber getting traded discussion got brought up. And is that still something you think that they're going to entertain, or if they're in the running, you don't trade your number 2 starter and you just let him walk like they've done in the past?
He's walking. You're not trading him. You're in the middle of a pennant run. You got another division title and a postseason run. There's zero chance they trade for Fromber. Zero. Yeah. So you can't. No, they're not. This is not.
Well, you get some good stuff back.
Yeah, but you're
A
not
dominant left-hander, and that you could sign for, that you could get the head start on and signing him in free agency to a long-term deal. Oh man. I know you're not going to trade, but man, could you get a war chest
I think
going?
there's zero. I mean, maybe a 0.5%, 1%.
0.5%, but it would take them lose, and even then, they've got a weak division, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I mean they're in first place and they haven't even They've been stinky. They've been meh, and they're in first place. So no, with no pitchers,
Right?
Throwing Colton Gordon and Ryan Gusto.
I know that's right.
Goodness gracious. Shout out to Game Day Men's Health. Congratulations. Thank you, Elliot. Thanks for using our sponsors. We appreciate you.
Thank you for your service.
Shortest wait times in the book.
You heard him. That nonsense you guys try to get out there has been proven
I didn't
false
even
time
know.
after
The problem
time.
is I'm not in there and I can't see the
I told
board.
you Elliot was on the phone.
And the break, you told me that. You didn't tell me it was
Yeah,
on
because he
before.
called during the break.
He said he was listening to. No, he said he was.
Well, he
listening
called
to-
at the end of the last segment and so I wasn't going to interrupt the genius that you guys were embarking on.
That's how we're in the hall.
So he sat through the break and then more nonsense, and then you got him on. Yeah, Elliot, you're right. These guys don't care about the listener. 10 to 12. Get you on as quick as possible.
No, because Lance doesn't even look at the board.
Well, that's
He doesn't
true.
even
It's
look
up
at
there
it.
the entire time. He could be the one who
that's
gets
all-
the callers on.
Lance is too busy leaving snotty.
Oh,
tits
yeah.
in there.
That was you
Yeah.
again from
What do you mean?
Tuesday?
What do you mean?
Joel took issue with the snotty
No,
rag.
I'm not. None of that's me.
Oh.
I already told
Snotty
him that.
tissues.
He didn't need to text me. That's not me.
Well,
I don't know who.
apparently-
I've already said it on my kids, and on my mom who's sick right now with pneumonia. I'll put that
Oh,
on
no.
all my family. It wasn't me.
She
I don't
got
know who it
ammonia?
was. And once I
Mom-
say that, the conversation's over. Once I
Mom's
put that
got
on my
ammonia?
kids and my mom with pneumonia, I'm not discussing it anymore. My name's Paul, the other Paul,
But you
and that's
underst-
between y'all.
But you understand why someone would think it was you.
It has
Yeah, it was
happened
you.
in the past.
Right.
You have
I
set,
could understand why
set
I
a
would
precedent.
I can understand why I'd be a target of a setup. I can understand how
A
it'd be easy to
setup?
set me up like
A
John
setup.
Ham got set up in Friends and Neighbors. Yeah,
You think
I can understand how I could get set up.
you were
I was right, by the way, on who that was going to be.
who did, Oh,
Wait, you can't. Don't say.
Don't
Oh,
say
actually, no, I
anything.
wasn't. No, I
you
wasn't.
weren't right at all.
No, I wasn't.
But we move so John doesn't get spoiled.
All
You're
right.
not. You still are. You're spending all this time on women's softball, and you're not watching Friends and Neighbors.
We watched the first episode of Paradise last night.
Oh, that's a good show.
It's a good show.
I'm watching Steve Martin documentary. It's on 2 parts. It's long. There's 2 different parts on Apple.
Dude
What
he was in.
Do you know how big? You probably
He was
do.
in Laurel Canyon.
Do you?
With all those people?
What do you mean?
He started at the Troubadour. He started at the.
Oh,
Troubadour. Yeah.
Do you
with
know how
Joni
big Steve
Mitchell
Martin
and-
was? Do you know exactly how
Crosby,
big he was?
Stills, Nash
He
and
was the
Young?
biggest bigger than Richard Pryor. He was the biggest comedian in the world. He was playing 45,000 seat venues.
Wow.
And now I had no idea he was that big. I just know I used to sneak his comedy albums when my parents would go to dinner or something, and they'd leave me with the babysitter, and I'd put on his albums and listen to Steve Martin when I was in 3rd grade. But he was like what got me into stand-up comedy. But he's like embarrassed by his stand-up now. He hates even talking about it. It's kind of sad.
That is sad. We got a break. We're way behind. We got to talk about Chastain Ford. That's what we got to do. I want to tell you about it. And listen, if you're in the market for a vehicle, please check out Chastain Ford. I'm going to tell you, and shop it, because you're going to see a Chastain Ford. You're going to love what they do. The first thing they're going to ask is where your payments have to be. Okay. If you've got an unlimited budget, then you know what? You want to go for it, then customize it however you want. Get as much as you want. But I don't know many people. I know some, but not many people that have unlimited budgets. And the thing about Chastain Ford is they're going to keep you in that zone so that you're not choking on your payments. As opposed to other dealerships that are going to try to add on, mark up, get as much as they possibly can from that one vehicle. And you know what you're never going to do? You're never going to go back there. But Chastain Ford does more repeat business than new, because people come back. Because I've gone back 3 times. After the first vehicle I bought, I went back 3 more times and bought from them because I know the deal that I'm going to get. Right now, you got employee pricing, which is fantastic. But you can get employee pricing everywhere, but it doesn't mean that you're going to have the bottom line, because they're going to try to add on, they're going to try to mark up, they're going to try to get as much as they possibly can. That's not what they do at Chastain Ford. Get that vehicle the way that you want it. Get that vehicle in the price range that you need it. Get it and get all the service on top of it from Chastain Ford. You don't stay in business for 80 years unless you do it right. ChastainFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown, Chastain Ford.
Sabalenka.
You were right on that. Period. Once the lease is up, I think all bets are off.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. See, Dusty Baker was talking about 2022. I have a feeling a lot of this was more 23, but okay. Why baseball managers matter. Scott Miller wrote a book, Skipper, Why Baseball Managers Matter and Always Will. He talked about in 2022, Dusty Baker said he stuck with some of the team's mainstays despite the trade deadline additions of players such as catcher Christian Vasquez and first baseman Trey Mancini. Dusty said nobody wanted Yuli to play. Nobody wanted Maldi to catch. The operations people didn't want Jeremy Pena to bat second. But I've got to do what I think is right. You know, I'm a numbers man, too. I've always used numbers, always. But I don't use them 100%. There are no absolutes in this game, period. Whether I go with my feelings or whether I go with numbers, there are no absolutes because the opposition can change your absolute formula by a homer or blooper or walk or whatever it is. He said, now, in 23, the Yainer Diaz thing, I think, might have been I have a feeling that was the boiling point for the organization. He just was so hard-headed about Maldi. And he was right to play Maldi. Maldi got, what did he have, 2 hits in the postseason that year in 22. And yet he was big because the pitchers loved throwing to him, blah, 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 blah. If the pitchers love throwing to him, okay. All right, you got a point. And he actually, I think he had 2 hits in the total postseason, which was, or he hit just 207, drove in 2 runs. But he did start the winning rally in Game 6 when he got hit by that pitch with the Astros trailing 1-0. Pena goes on to be the World Series MVP. Did people really not want Pena to bat second, really? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. And then Yuli, for sure. Yuli had himself a really bad year, and Yuli was huge in the postseason. You'll remember we had that. Who was the numbers guy that we had on?
The ex-Woba guy?
Ex-Woba
Glenn,
guy.
I can't remember the guy's name.
I forget his name, too.
You saw he posted something on Twitter, I think, and you said, let's get this guy on, and then then he regretted ever coming on.
Yes, he really regretted coming on because he couldn't have been more wrong.
Well, it got worse as the series went on. It was like, oh, this ex-Woba. His whole argument was, despite the fact he's played all year, Yuli should not be playing. Now, they didn't have a legitimate choice other than
Yuli
sucked
in the regular season.
Yeah, Yuli wasn't good.
It was common sense. Yuli was bad in the regular season.
But they didn't really have an option.
No, Trey Mancini came here.
But
Mancini had a homer in his second game,
and then he
did nothing.
stunk after that.
Yeah, he didn't do a thing after that. So, but actually, Trey Mancini, Yuli got hurt. You'll remember, and Trey Mancini had to go in and play first base, and he made a game-saving play at first in Game 6 there. But I think this is kind of. I think Dusty's patting himself on the back a little bit, but Dusty pissed off a lot of people. Not in 2022, in 2023. I mean, I think the Maldi thing really came to a head, and we couldn't do it. You just couldn't do it anymore. Yeah. I mean, the fan base was every day, and it's so funny. And I've heard, we've heard Israel or Gary or whomever, oh, Dusty, I don't hear you criticize them. Do we have the same kind of every day? It seemed like Dusty was just making your stomach turn with the decisions that he was making. I don't feel like that with Joe. Do you?
No, I think it's pretty much by the book.
Joe has a different lineup out there every day.
Now, to be fair, also Dusty's stuff was really more high profile. The games were bigger. Everything was more high profile. Yeah. Right now it's the beginning of a year. We're not really paying attention as much. Let it get to the postseason, and let it get late in the season, I should say. Let it get to August, and everything will start getting spied on a little bit tighter. Hey, why'd you bring that reliever in? Why did you go a second inning? Remember, Dusty would cross over innings with guys who weren't good. Whenever he had Ryan Presley, he would put him in situations where he didn't perform very well historically. It was little things like that where Dusty seemed to go against the numbers. Espada is a numbers guy, and he goes with the numbers. And so far it's, you have who you have from a starting and bullpen standpoint. You really don't have a lot of options.
Well, yeah, Dusty had a lot more talent than Joe does.
Yeah, he had a lot more talent. And then, let's face it, like, it's not a situation where why in the world is Chas McCormick playing, or why isn't Chas McCormick playing? What does Dusty have against him? Right now, Jake Meyers hitting 292. Like, there's nothing difficult about this. Jake Meyers got to play every day. So there's no real argument about trying to figure out which slappy outfielder should be playing. You got a guy who's playing way above his pay grade historically. So there's not really an argument. There aren't arguments to be made right now with the Espada. But as we get deeper in the season and every game starts to matter a little bit more, seemingly, I think Espada will start to catch a little bit more microscope behavior.
Dusty's undying love. This is, I mean, his undying love for Maldonado it's incredible. It mentions too, Dusty put the kibosh on a trade. Click had Wilson Contreras coming here, and Dusty was like, "No, we don't want him. We got Maldonado. We're good."
Yep.
And I mean, it's not like Wilson Contreras has been. Well, Wilson Contreras has been pretty damn good this year, notwithstanding. He's struggling with St. Louis, but the year before, he had an 848 OPS, an 826 OPS, 815 OPS. I mean, those kind of numbers out of a catcher?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? And
yeah.
Dusty put the kibosh on it. He did not want, and Jim Crane we wonder about Click and how he got fired. It might have been how he clashed with Dusty. Won a World Series and got rid of him. It's because he and Dusty didn't get along.
Mm-hmm.
And he would have been right. We could have had Wilson Contreras here. And we got Yiner. But Dusty wouldn't even play Yiner.
Right.
Wouldn't even play Yiner.
Nope.
The coin has spoken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When the coin boys flip the coin,
Dusty was
live by the coin, die by the coin.
It's so funny, and it's so funny when we were in Chicago for the playoffs. I did the show from a Chicago radio station, and they have their morning meetings. They actually have meetings before their shows at their sports station there.
Stupid.
Yeah, I know, it's so dumb. Why would you do that? Anyway, I'm going to my studio to do the show, and the guy goes, "Hey, how you liking Dusty? Is he pissing you off?" And I was like, at the time, I was like, "No, not really." He said, "Oh, we hate him here. Hate him. His decisions are the worst. They're the worst. We hate Dusty." And it was, well, he didn't win with the Cubs, so he won with us. So we obviously Dusty was beloved that year and everything else. But then the next year, 2023, it was like, my God, Dusty, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Some of them they were a little unorthodox.
Yeah,
some of them.
no.
Some
well,
of them.
but again, it's undying love for Maldonado.
I think that's mostly it was Dusty seemed to manage sometimes on emotion. And when I say emotion, like, he had an affinity for veterans. It's not unlike a lot of older coaches in every sport. They just trust veterans more.
Yep.
They just trust veterans. But we knew he had a hot shot hitter in Yainer Diaz, but you had the sage catcher behind the plate who was good defensively for the most part. And, let's face it. Maldonado, the pitchers liked him. What are you going to do? If the pitchers like a guy, then they like a guy.
Yeah. Well, and Dusty was, listen, hey, he's got 2,000 wins. He won a World Series here. Couldn't have been happier for Dusty that year. Couldn't have been happier. And
No,
Dusty's
to get that
forgotten more
on his
baseball.
docket, that was awesome.
He's forgotten more baseball than we'll ever know. But
they do call me Mr. Baseball. So
you're a numbers guy.
I thought that was Tom Selleck.
But I'm also Mr. Baseball. Who is Mr. 3000?
Bernie Mac.
That's right. I was testing you to see if you knew.
Well, don't
Bernie
play
Mac.
games with me when it comes to Bernie Mac. You'll always lose.
Oh, you're a big Bernie guy.
Bernie was great.
He's
R.I.P.
He's dead.
No,
that's what I said. Was.
Right. I'm sorry for your loss, Del.
I appreciate the comfort that you're offering.
Sorry for your loss. How about wins? John Chill's going to join us. We might have to come on here. How about wins and losses, higher and lower underdog fantasy?
Underdog fantasy, the NBA Finals start tonight. And so I pull up my Underdog app, which is right here at the ready, and look how quick. Oh, there's the extender. Boosts of up to 100% boost. The extender is awesome because if you play each of these games throughout the final, the boost goes higher and higher. Starts at 40% boost. It's a profit boost to whatever you are going to make based on the picks that you make that are higher or lower. So statistics are available for every player. You go higher or lower on the statistic that they have set. And if you win, let's just say you only do 2. You just do 2 for tonight. You're going to get a 40% boost. And if you win, it's increased by 40%. Keep playing every single day. Your boost goes higher and higher, 50%, 60%, 70%. If it goes all the way to a game 7 and you've been playing every single day on this extender, you're going to get 100% boost. That's incredible. They had a guy who just ended up winning, started with $100, ended up winning like $15,000 on his boost. It was, and congratulations to that guy. But it's that simple. Take your basketball knowledge right now during the NBA Finals and use it. See how the flow of the games are going, the flow of the series is going. Make your decisions on higher or lower, and start to recognize that you can really make good money based on intelligent decision making and your analysis. You can make plays for as little as $1, and you can win up to 1,000 times your original play. Make your initial deposit. And use promo code Lance. Use promo code Lance, and you are going to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash that you unlock with that promo code Lance. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to inspeedgambling.org.
You just heard Elliot on a little while ago. He's at Game Day Men's Health. I love that. If you guys are using our clients, that's so great. We love to hear that. And I'd love to hear Elliot talk about how good Game Day Men's Health is. He's done it before on here. And I can't be happier with what Game Day Men's Health is doing for me. I feel great. And I didn't feel this way before. I really, really feel good. I feel like Game Day Men's Health is making a difference in my life, and it'll make a difference in your life too. Whatever your goals are, a lot of people, we're overweight. It's what we do in this country. They've got peptides that can help you do that. If you're not getting the results at the gym, they've got peptides to help you do that. The bedroom, they got peptides for that. They got everything. The testosterone treatment, it just is better. I did my shot here. I do my own shots here. I'm going to do the pellets because I'm on the go. And if you're somebody who's on the go, get the pellets and get those installed. And then they're time released and you don't have to go back for 6 months. There's all kinds of different ways you can do this. Game Day Men's Health is going to figure it out for you. Game Day Men's Health is the best. I love what they do for me. You will love what they do for you. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Make sure you tell them you heard it right here. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Being joined right now by John Chill at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. We're going to be there Monday and Tuesday, John. How about that?
That sounds like a plan. Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, okay. You had corporate whiskey last night? Well,
I did. Yeah, we were talking shop, and that conversation became longer than I thought, and I was trying out the new smoked whiskey we have and the drinks we have. So very tasty and go down way smoother than I thought. So so it was a long night, and I'm recovering. It's Thursday. It's a good weekend to start betting. So so I cleared my system out for the NBA playoffs and with some Jack Daniels and an old fashioned. So
well, you better be ready for some corporate Coors Lights when we get there. Okay,
right.
Right,
and I should get a piece of that with Coors Chill. I shouldn't even have to.
Oh yeah, you should get a piece of that. They put Chill on every can.
That's right. I should get a piece of every sale of beer on that.
Okay, but, what was your family name? What did they change it from?
It was originally Guniacello, and
it was what?
They got Chill. Yeah, they got Chill out of Guniacello, and that was my original name for my grandfather that came over.
Wow.
And,
they destroyed a great Italian name.
That's it. Yeah. I have a couple of cousins, they went back to it. So good for them. Yeah. They went back to the original, the OG name. So
good for them.
Yeah.
They tried to change my name once. Okay. Wouldn't have it. They tried to change my name, John, and we wouldn't have it. All right. My dad was none too pleased when they did that, but that's another story. John Chill's with us. Which way's the money going on this NBA Finals?
We're seeing a lot of, it was weird. It just went from plus 9.5 to 10 within the last 20 minutes here. I was watching it move, but still seeing 60% on OKC right now. But it was more 65 last night. So you're starting to see some pacer money now with the money. But it's interesting that you're seeing it go up a half a point. But
you're talking about series money. What about so 10 is what? 10 is way too much to be given Indiana. Way too much.
Yeah. With the layoff, I mean, I think Oklahoma City's at least a week and a half, and Indiana had the week. I think it's just way too many points right now. I think Indiana's been way better than what people thought. I mean, they just keep grinding it out, and they basically dominated the next series. And and OKC looked good, but. You got to give Indiana a puncher's chance. They can score. I'd rather have a team that can score than a team that just plays defense. They always have a chance. All 5 starters can get hot at one time and, light up the scoreboard. So you got to give Indiana a chance, in the series. I mean, they're huge underdogs in the series. That The series right now I was looking at it's about 60-40 as well. People got the Thunder, but it's hard to lay minus 700 for the series. I kind of like the 3-1. It's over 5.5 plus 130, but I like the series to go 4-2 OKC, and that's 3-1. But I think Indiana could pull a game or two out of this series, and and make it a little bit of a series. I think the NBA needs it as well.
What's the favorite? 5 games? What's the favorite?
Yeah,
5 games?
over under. Yeah, it's 5. You could get a sweep at plus 230 OKC. At plus 230, you think OKC is just going to dominate the series. So, yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think it'll be interesting for the over under tonight. I mean, I think with the big layoffs, it's either going to be a real slow game or a low scoring game or a real high. And that's a hard one to predict. In game one with the big layoff that both of them had. But yeah, it'll be interesting.
What's that number?
230 tonight. Over under
230. What do you think, Lance? Under over 230.
I like under just because of how long they've been out. I mean, but that's a high-paced team, the Pacers, but Oklahoma City. I mean, Indiana hadn't played for a while either.
No.
So I kind of like first game jitters. These teams have never been here before. First game jitters. You've got a little rust. You got an Oklahoma City team that does a good job of taking away the best option for Indiana. Rick Carlisle's a good coach, so he'll try to, figure out ways to slow down. This is plenty of time to also figure some things out defensively. So I kind of like under 2.
I don't. Yeah, I guess we have seen it, but 7-1 series favorite.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like Oklahoma. You don't feel like Oklahoma City is going to win this thing?
I don't think this
handily?
whole postseason Indiana's gotten enough respect.
No, but they've also had to come from way behind on a few games. That doesn't really – Oklahoma City doesn't give up those big – Oklahoma City doesn't really give those up.
The leads, yeah.
Yeah, and, the other thing that, OKC's still a young team, like you said, the jitters and, and Indiana's young, it's at those odds, if you had to, take a chance, Pacers at plus 500 or more. So I'm with you guys, but you never know. OKC could end up blowing them out and go sweep the series and look dominant.
I don't know. I like Indiana tonight. You're giving way too many points. I thought 5.5 against the Knicks was too much. And it proved. I mean, I just think Indiana is better than this whole postseason. Indiana's been better than Vegas has been giving them credit for this whole postseason.
I was looking at some prop bets, John. Sorry, Halliburton 20 plus. He's plus money. I think, he's hot and cold. I think one thing about OKC, they give up the perimeter a little bit. I mean, they pack it in on defense. If he can hit a couple threes and get going, I think Halliburton could hit 20 points tonight, and you get that at plus money at plus 140. But we'll see. But he's, one day he'll shoot it, and the next day he just, he'll dish it. So you don't know exactly what Halliburton you get each game. But I kind of like that bet at plus 140 for plus money. You
like Halliburton over 20?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a big prop bet.
Somebody's got to score, and if they give him an outside, that's the problem though with Oklahoma City. You start falling in love with that three, and you keep, and it's a low percentage shot. You miss them, and then all of a sudden you're down 20. You're down 20.
Yeah, and you're just not coming back from way back on Oklahoma City. They're too good defensively.
Yeah.
So this series to me is a real tricky one. I mean, in theory, look, if you're getting back fair odds, if you're getting back like 600 on the Pacers, that's one thing, but you're not. And so it's almost like they just keep you from playing Oklahoma City because it's too penal. If you had made that thing like 400 Oklahoma City, I'd even lay 4-1 on Oklahoma City. I feel that strong about it, but 750?
That's
I can't. That's just too crazy.
Yeah. Well, obviously Vegas is telling you they don't want you to take. Do not take. We don't want you taking Oklahoma City.
We don't want your Oklahoma City money here. We've already gotten our heads kicked in by favorites for the last 2 years in every sport.
Right.
Am I wrong on that, John?
No, you're right on. Yep, you're right. You're dead on that one. So
I follow DraftKings stocks, and every earnings report they come out and say, due to the unfortunate circumstances of unfavorable unfavorable results, and not just favorites are winning.
Yeah, that usually means some people hit some big parlays. That's usually the we had
the NFL was all favorites last year. I mean, it killed them. It killed every book in the country.
I think it's been 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
Every
major sport.
This past year was the worst ever. This past year was the worst ever.
Oh yeah, and every sport as well. So so we'll see if it changes here.
What else you got coming up?
We got UFC. We got the O'Malley fight. That's packing out. We got a lot of reservations for that. He's a big draw. He's at plus 230. That'll be an interesting fight. He didn't look too good in the last one. I know he was hurt for that one. I think the UFC needs him to win, but I think it comes down for that one. How much is he going to steam is he going to use up defending the takedown? And I think that was his problem in the last fight. Is he going to wear out? Just defending the takedown and not being able to punch and do his kicks and all that. So that'll be an interesting fight. A lot of money on Double Feely. If I said that right, I apologize if I didn't. But there's a lot. There's a lot of money on the favorite there. So plus 230, it's a shot. He's a big draw. Like I said, he's got to defend and not use up energy, and I think he can win that fight. And the best bet for me is that I think that fight will go to distance. I think O'Malley likes to hit and dodge, and I think you go over 4.5 rounds in that one. So the other one, the female main event, Kayla Harrison. We talked about her last week. I'm going to call her now the Brock Lesnar of UFC. She's minus 700. Interesting. She hasn't fought well with big fighters, so that's another one.
Wow, you said minus 700?
Yeah, 650 now. Yeah.
Wow, and I mean she's fighting an experienced fighter on the other side.
Yeah, and she hasn't done well. She has to drop about 15, I think, pounds to what she's used to fighting at. So it'll be interesting to see where she weighs in at tomorrow for that fight. I kind of like, if she makes weight, and I like her by KO. That's a 3-1 odds if you're going to take that. But Pena's not a bad. She's not shabby. She's not a bad fighter either. So those are decent odds for her if you kind of like her as well. But if you like Harrison, I kind of like it by KO to get some plus money. Another one you can't lay $600 or $700 to win a buck. So that's going on. I've got NHL Edmonton. I fell asleep to it, but that was definitely a good matchup. Went to overtime, and we'll see. We got those playoffs and coming up.
Which way is that one? Which way is that one being bet?
Edmonton's been a lot of money on Edmonton lately. I think everybody's riding that wave. It was early Florida, but I think people are getting on the Edmonton bandwagon right now. So it's interesting to see Edmonton. I think it's been 17 years since the Canadian team, which is funny because half of the other teams are all Canadians anyway, so they make a big deal about a Canadian team winning the playoffs. But yeah, we're starting to see a swing in Edmonton play right now. So yeah, definitely a good game. I think that'll just be a good series to watch if you like watching hockey. It's definitely going to be a series to watch there. Football's around the corner. DraftKings, we started our fantasy football packages. We're 6 weeks away. And we'll start maybe talking football and over-unders. Again, I got to ask, are we going to get a quarterback? Is the Steelers going to get a quarterback is the $1 million question.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Rodgers, but if not, yeah,
it's crazy.
I don't know. There had been talk behind the scenes before the draft that they still had their eyes on Kirk Cousins as a fallback.
Yeah, and I think that's more of a chance.
That'll be
than
fun.
Rodgers.
You're going to have a good time with that.
No, I think this is going to be a fun season for you, John.
Yeah.
between all the Saints fans who will be in there watching whatever that will be a quarterback, and
yeah, watching the Steelers, and we might just
it's not going to be.
We
great.
might rotate quarterbacks like they do in high school. That might end up what's happened. One does the series and the next one, but it'll be interesting to see what happens there. But yeah, football's coming around. We're starting to get our fantasy packages in there, and come on down and schedule. We got some changes in there. I think we're gonna do some fun things with it. The O'Malley fight, we got some giveaways in there in the sports book this weekend. So make a reservation. Come on down, watch the fight. I think NBA. I think the next game is Saturday. I didn't get a chance to look. I don't know if it's Saturday or Sunday, but come down. We got baseball. So yeah, come on down and watch the fight.
That's it. Let's go. Get
Let's
to the
go.
Golden Nugget Lake Charles. We're going to be there Sunday night. And we're broadcasting live Monday and Tuesday. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. We'll be there. We want you all there. Get there this weekend to watch the U.S. Get there to watch the games. Get there to watch. Sunday night is game 2, right? I think NBA Sunday game 2. Yeah.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
Yeah,
Yep,
come on. We'll watch the game. We'll watch the game at the DraftKings Sportsbook. So let's go. We're gonna have a big time. We want you all there as always. John, as always, we appreciate you, man.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, guys.
All right, I'm talking about that Golden Nugget Lake Charles. One of my favorite places. It is. It literally is one of my favorite places. I mean, what more could you want? I mean, you got a poker room, you got a golf course, you got the swimming pool, you've got all the restaurants, you've got nightclub, you've got concert venue, you've got casino, you've got sports book. What the bleep? What don't you have there? It's right there, 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. And I could literally live there. And I wish, if you haven't been there, that you would go there and see for yourself. The hotel's beautiful, everything about it. It just does not get much better than that. All you need to do is get to the Golden Nugget, GoldenNuggetLC.com. GoldenNuggetLC.com. Make your plans, make your fantasy draft plans, make your weekend plans, whatever it is. GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Got a game tonight. ESPN was just doing a piece on, okay, is this going to be an Oklahoma City dynasty? Didn't we say that last year after the Celtics series?
What's that?
Didn't we say it a couple of years ago? No one's ever going to be able to beat Denver again. Not with Jokic, not the way he's – oh, that's right. They won one. Every year, the team that's the best in the NBA, the next year
we have
not.
different champs every year.
Every year.
I will say, I do think it's harder for a team. Well, number one, you have to stay healthy. And that's not a given anymore in basketball. Number two, I think that it's much better to have a guy like SGA be your best player than Jokic. And the only reason I say that is because the argument that and there's nothing wrong with Jokic. I mean, Jokic is incredible, but I'm just saying if your best player is a primary ball handler, it's easier for them to get in the flow of the offense. If it's a big, then sometimes it takes longer to get them the ball. The shot clock can come down a little bit. It can be a little bit trickier.
Yeah. Listen, they look great and everything else. We ain't giving them no dynasty yet.
No.
Slow down.
No.
Next year, there's going to be teams in the West that are going to improve. I mean, it's going to be – and last year the East won it.
Now, I will say they are in pretty good position based on they don't have a mess salary cap wise. Like they've got some very favorable things they got some things working in their favor to really have an extended run if they play this smart.
Yeah, no, they got a really nice team. Really nice team. And let's see if they beat Indiana first.
I mean, it is kind of wild. It is kind of wild that the Nuggets have gone from looking like they were going to be just really tough to deal with for a long time to, they had their own battles just in the West all year long, with Jokic putting together one of the great seasons we've ever seen.
Yeah.
But that also speaks to what we've got in the West. That's why in most scenarios you sit tight with the Rockets. In this one, there may be a little bit more fear about, being involved and making some changes because the thought is, look, you're adding Cooper Flag to the West. Victor Wembanyama is going to be another year. I think San Antonio eventually is going to take a big jump up more than likely. What happens if Giannis gets traded to another team in the West? You're just dumping all this talent in the West. And so it's a little bit, I could see where the Rockets could look at that as an arms race. I could see that. But the fact is that, we've had this discussion a lot, but if they sit tight, they're not going to sit completely tight. Some things are going to look a little different, but we know what we're talking about. Is it going to be the difference that you usually see in the off season, where there's going to be some necessary changes based on salary cap, or is there going to be a big trade? I mean, when is the draft? Draft's coming up in mid-June, or is it later than that?
Late June? It comes up during the middle of the series, right?
2025 NBA draft is takes place late June 25th. Well, not in the middle of the series. The front office has to be able to engage with draft stuff. I mean, they're having to do this during the playoffs. That's the tricky thing with the NBA is while the playoffs are going on, you're having to go to draft functions, at least when they had them, the combines and things like that. You had a lot of things you still are preparing for the draft, international players, and you got to focus on what's going on with your team. Cause you're following your own team too. Obviously there's nothing a front office can do in the middle of the playoffs, but that is what you do this whole job for, is to try to win a championship. So obviously your draft stuff's a little distracted by that whole trying to win a championship thing.
Yeah. I mean, I'll take that. If it's a problem, all right, I'll take that problem.
Yeah, we can get this figured out.
Yeah. Okay. I wish we had that problem every year. Oh, we're in the middle of the NBA Finals and we got to do draft.
Right.
Oh, poor us. Damn it.
Oh,
All right.
well.
Oh, well. Yeah. 713-780-3776 is the number. If you'd like to get in NBA, we got a nice night tonight. We started off with an early. I like this start times for these games now.
You
out
do?
Out here, it's 3:40.
Well, you like it. No one else over there probably likes it.
Well, I don't care what anybody here.
No,
likes.
I know you don't.
I don't care what anyone anywhere. But it's at home. It's 5:40. That's great. Okay, all right. Your game is over by 8 o'clock.
Right.
Which is awesome. You've got Texas Tech and Texas tonight, game 2. You've got the NBA Finals tonight, game 1. We got a nice night tonight. A lot of good stuff to talk about.
A lot of good stuff.
And I'm sure it'll be mostly about, women's sports because we're allies.
We are. And that's the one thing I feel really good about is this show, our nickname is Title IX. Obviously, a lot of people call us that.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean that Title IX show? Yeah, that's right. Because we talk a lot of Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese. We're the home of that kind of stuff usually. Coco Gauff and that other girl.
Whatever.
Sabalenka and Swiatek. I mean, we cover the biggest events in women's sports.
That's what
we always have. And you with your women's softball that I never thought it would get this much coverage, and yet here we are.
Yeah.
Because you are an ally since moving to LA.
I am an ally. Thank you. Good night.
Since moving to LA. Okay, so we come back. We got to break it, right? Or are we taking it all the way to the bottom, Del?
Yeah, we're good.
Break it?
Good.
Oh, we're taking it to the bottom. Okay.
No, take it to the bottom.
Okay. So I sent Del something about this fan put together. He did this for a bunch of different teams. He got to the Texans, and the Texans one, it says the Houston Texans front office. It's kind of like a look inside the Houston Texans front office moves as they're happening over the last 7 years, right? So this guy, I don't know, and he's done this for other teams. I don't know how he knows every storyline. It's almost like he's listened to sports talk radio for the last 7 years. He knows every storyline and narrative available to Houston sports. But this is going back the last 7 years. So it says Houston Texans front office over the last 7 years. Listen to him. And now imagine that he's going from one to the other. He'll change clothes to the other. But listen to this and listen to how many of these he nails as the front office in real time goes through some of these moves.
Excited, man. You're going to be a Houston Texan. Okay, talk soon. Well, fellas, we officially got Jadeveon Clowney. Him and Watt are going to be the scariest defensive line for the next decade. No way Aaron Donald or Khalil Mack turn out better than him. Bill O'Brien, welcome. Brock Osweiler, we were so impressed with the 7 total career starts you have in the NFL that we are going to offer you a very fitting $72 million. AJ Bouye, you are so good. And after a Pro Bowl caliber season like the one you just had, we are going to let you walk and join a division rival so that we get to play you twice a year and better our team. Jarvis, extend Zach Cunningham and Whitney Merciless before cutting them. Don't worry. Not only did we give up a bunch of picks for Laramie Tunsil, but we also didn't really negotiate a contract before we traded for him, so he's got a lot of leverage. Jarvis, give Randall Cobb $27 million at the end of his career. Tell me, what would you rather have? A top 3 wide receiver in the NFL or David Johnson on a massively bloated contract? Probably D-Hop. That is not what I thought you were going to say. Jarvis, pay Eric Murray like he's a starter. No, just make Bill the GM.
I mean, he nailed all of them. 100% across the board. Pay Jarvis. Jarvis is just his random name he's using for salary cap. Jarvis, pay Eric Murray like he's a starter. I mean, that's a deep cut. Eric Murray getting paid like a starter is kind of a deep cut. Going to the David Johnson bloated contract is a little bit of a deep cut. Like it's stuff we talked about. Everyone else was talking about, oh, you didn't get a first rounder for D-Hop. Really, the real travesty was, wait a minute. You took on David Johnson's contract? Jarvis, give Randall Cobb $27 million at the end of his career. We had Randall Cobb.
Crazy.
Do you know that we actually had Randall Cobb and Tyrod Taylor? Randall Cobb and Tyrod Taylor were both Texans at one point.
Those were the Astros years where nobody watched them.
We had to watch them.
No, David Culley.
People knew.
The David Culley.
Oh boy, what
Lovey
a terrible
combo
time that was. My
Holy
goodness.
crap.
What a terrible, terrible time that
Well, he
was.
didn't mention that. Let's give David Culley 5 years.
I know. He should have mentioned that. It was 3 years.
Whatever.
Still.
I mean, any
It felt
years.
that 1 year felt like 5 years.
Well, how many did Lovey get?
Remember when Nick Caserio was on the headset?
Yeah.
Nick Caserio was on the headset during games, and that kind of information came out. David Culley was cool with it. You know who wasn't cool with it? Lovey Smith.
Who was it?
Lovey Smith.
No.
Ain't gonna be, you getting on the headset in the middle of a game. Nick Caserio. Once again, I want to reiterate this because we may have forgotten about this. Nick Caserio, who, by the way, is telling us don't worry about offensive line. I'm not worried about it. D'Amico's not worried about it, so you shouldn't worry about it. We've been told not to worry about that, not to worry about C.J. Stroud's shoulder being hurt. You don't have to worry about any of that stuff. But also, Nick Caserio used to be on the headsets listening in to his head coaches during the game. I have never in my entire life heard of that.
Mickey Loomis was on a headset. He actually got fined for it. Mickey Loomis.
Oh, Mickey does things illegally. That's not a problem.
Yeah. Mickey Loomis there was something Mickey Loomis did on the headset that was, I forget what it was. You have to look it up.
Yeah,
Mickey
that does sound familiar though.
Yeah, Mickey got fined for it too. But getting on the heads as a GM, stop. Lovey put the kibosh on that.
Oh, even worse, John. I mean, the Saints were massive cheaters. The U.S. Attorney's Office in the Eastern District of Louisiana was told Friday that General Manager Mickey Loomis, this is 2012, had an electronic device in the Superdome suite that had been secretly rewired to enable him to eavesdrop on visiting coaching staffs for nearly 3 years. I mean,
I knew he was on the headsets. I forgot he was on the opposing team's headset.
The trash cans.
Yeah.
This dude had he had it rewired to his suite.
Not only was he on the headset, he was on the other team's headset.
Yes. Oh my God.
That is. I think he knew. I think that was wrong. I'm pretty sure that's
NFL
wrong.
spokesman Greg Aiello said the league was unaware of these allegations.
Wait, it took the FBI. The league didn't even know about it.
Sources told Outside the Lines the listening device was first installed in the general manager's suite in 2000 when Loomis's predecessor Randy Mueller served as Saints GM. At that time, according to sources, Mueller had the ability to use the device to monitor only the game day communications of the Saints coaching staff. Mickey came in and said, hey, can we do the same thing but for the other team? Mickey Loomis, you remember the Saints, take the head out and the body will follow, and Bounty Gate and and more stuff than that. I mean, they were involved with
coaches got suspended for a year.
Oh yeah, they were involved with your boy. Sean Payton was gone.
Oh, but speaking of the Saints, did you see what Derek Carr said?
No, what did he say?
Derek Carr said, I could have taken. You know what? I just didn't feel right. I could have taken the $30 million from Saints, but I just said no. I don't want it.
Honestly, he's honest. He's honest. He took so much crap from the Saints. The Saints were I heard that the Saints wouldn't let him back in the building. Like, it was really toxic. The Saints were so furious at Derek Carr, and it was really bad behind the scenes. And I think Derek got embarrassed, and he probably felt bad. Like, he might have.
Most every other guy would have gone, nope, you want me to have money?
No. I will say the Cars are pretty upright citizens from a morality standpoint.
If you won't let me in the building, I don't give a rat. Give me my 30.
Give me my money. You think Deshaun was giving back money?
Deshaun.
You think Deshaun's going to resign? Is going to retire and not catch paychecks?
Hell no.
No.
Every bit of that 230.
So I give Derek Carr credit for literally. I mean, he did what he didn't have to do. Now the Saints believe, maybe rightfully so, that he knew that shoulder wasn't great, and he still took that rework deal. I don't know, but you're right. Probably 98% of the NFL players would not have done what he did. By retiring, he can't keep that money. If he had just stuck it out and gotten a surgery and done all that stuff, he gets his money.
Yep.
He gets his money, but he didn't do it.
We got a break. We got let's talk a little golf. I want to talk about East River 9. East River, the number 9.com. It's a great place. We're going to be there Friday, as a matter of fact, next Friday. And it's just a great, great, great place. It's so much fun. It's just a 9-hole golf course. It's lighted, so you can do it at night. You can do it during the day, or you can do it at night. They got lit pickleball courts as well. So you're a pickleball fan, you're a golf fan, you got everything right there. You're a alcohol fan, there's a bar. You're a food fan, they got food. Yep, really, really good. Weekends, they got crawfish boils, they got music out there. It's a party, all right? It is a golf course, but you can, it's 9 holes, so it's just fun. You bring 3 or 4 clubs, you walk around, you have a great time. You can bring a date there, you can bring buddies there, have a good time. It's an hour and a half. You want to get your golf on, but you can't during the day because you have to work. That's okay. You can do it at East River 9. East River 9 is really cool. And oh, by the way, those of you that own a business or your CFO, you can get corporate memberships as well. So this is where you take your clients. This is where you can take your team to team build, whatever it is. East River 9 is cool. If you're looking for a great way to just enjoy golf, watch golf, eat, drink, have a great time, East River, the number 9.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, our final segment. If you want to get in a hurry. We can't make you wait long because, well, we don't have that much time left in the show. But this is usually where we find out, what did we miss today, Del? And we have talked about everything. I mean, about everything. One thing we did miss on.
This show has been incredible.
It's
I'm
been
being
one of the great
honest,
shows in radio history.
This show has been incredible. We did not follow up on the WNBA. They're not going to investigate where a player said another coach cussed at her. I'm like, what? Y'all aren't really. An assistant coach cussed at one of the other team's players, and y'all are trying to get the league to do an investigation?
Did you see?
Wait, this isn't a real. I had to read this, and the wording doesn't even make sense. Like, this can't be a real story. People get cussed at all the time. This is not going to be a thing. No, we're not doing this.
Did you happen to see I think it was Wake Forest playing Tennessee in the regional final?
Yes, the Tennessee coach.
And the homophobic slur by the opposing
he had to
coach.
Apologize.
Yeah, he had to apologize. Well, because the player was trying to get the crowd going, and oh, that was funny.
Yeah, it was the Wake Forest coach, Tom Walter.
Yeah,
he dropped the double F.
Yeah, the double F.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you see the other day?
F. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
effing F.
Yeah.
And how about our little? I listen. It goes back to Hunter Brown's last start, but Hunter Brown on his last pitch got the double play, and clear as day. And they showed it over and over and over. Let's effing go. I mean, it was. Clear as day, and I was like,
"You mean you could see it, right?
Well,
you
you
didn't
could
hear
see
it.
it.
You saw it.
You didn't hear it, but you could see it.
Yeah,
what
they
he was
don't
saying.
care anymore on TV. I've noticed.
No,
that's not really a thing anymore. Where they try to stop it. It's actually they're okay with it.
I mean, if you couldn't read that lip, I mean, it was like, wow, dude. Yeah, they just don't care. Apparently, Pro Football Focus put out its best cornerback duos in the NFL. Who do you think is number one?
I mean, the way you're saying it so sassy, I think the Texans might be number one.
Well, of course it's the Texans.
Yeah.
Stingley and Lassiter, number one combination. Second is the Bills, Benford and Johnson. Then DeJean and Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
Witherspoon and Woolen from the Seahawks. Gonzalez and Davis from the Patriots. Ward and Moore from the Colts. Slay and Porter from the Steelers.
Slay girl.
And Campbell and Lewis from the Jags. Who's on the other side for the Chiefs?
McDuffie and
must not be very good because McDuffie's one of the
they
best.
Got Jalen Watt. They got Jalen. Was it Watkins?
And who's on the other side from Sauce?
Well, not good enough.
And Taron Johnson's a nickel, right?
Yeah.
So is that really what we're talking about here?
Well,
when we're talking about best corner duos, we're generally talking about the two outside guys.
I usually think of outside, but then again, maybe we should rethink that because, I mean, really should say who's the best cornerback trio because more teams are in nickel is their base defense more than anything. And if you look at the Texans, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of respect for Jalen Petrie. We know what his limitations are, but there's a lot of respect for Petrie. I could see where they'd say, okay, that's the best three-man combination. They might say something like that.
Well, it's the best duo.
Yeah, but Dell's right. Like duo, we think outside corners, but
right.
CeeDee Lamb lines up in a slot a lot. Justin Jefferson will from time to time. You better have a good corner on that guy if you're not traveling with your defenders. So the depth chart in Kansas City, I'm going to look real quick because our lads is just a pop-up invasion. You've got, come on. Christian Fulton, stinky. Jalen Watson. Yeah, it ain't Kansas City.
Does he smell as much as that French tennis player?
He's just a guy.
No,
LSU's Christian Fulton is just a guy. Jalen Watson's just a guy. Yeah, it isn't Kansas City. Kansas City doesn't have the best trio. They're not really. I don't even think they're that close to Houston.
We're talking duos right now. Yeah.
We're not talking duo. PFF screwed up. How are you not talking trio? It's three corners play.
Yeah, most of the time you're
like, why are we talking about two when you need three?
Well,
That's like saying who's the best offensive line, but only the guards.
Take this up with these Irishmen. Don't take it up with me.
Yeah, that's true.
They all 22 for Pro Football Focus put this out too. Stacking successful drafts is the biggest cheat code in the NFL and fantasy football. Has anyone been better than the Texans over the past 2 years?
Wait, biggest cheat code for fantasy football?
And fantasy football, I don't know.
Well, are they talking about?
Well, here's why. It's because I've been reading a lot of stuff lately. It is, and I don't want to give you this because I'm in the same league as you, but drafting rookie running backs is really, really smart. Rookie running backs.
Are you sure
in
what
the
they're
NFL.
talking about maybe isn't for keeper leagues where you have back-to-back good drafts in keeper leagues, because then you're going to slaughter.
No. Has anyone been better than the Texans over the past 2 years? In 24, Lassiter, Fisher, and Bullock.
I don't know why they brought up fantasy football, though.
I don't either. 23, Stroud, Anderson, Scruggs, Dell, Tuatoa, and Patterson.
Scruggs and Patterson.
Yeah, they're not really following the Texans.
Yeah, the big names I get. But
yeah, the first two. Yeah, I'm in on the first two.
Well, they're on the field.
But are they detriments?
Yeah, they're a detriment. I'm in on the first two.
I don't know if they're
Bullock,
a detriment. But
Patterson and Scruggs are not pluses. They're not pluses. They're part of the weakest unit on the team. I ain't giving them any credit.
Completely revamped, or at least
now,
trying
Bullock,
to.
I give you a lot of credit for Bullock. Lassiter, a lot of credit for Lassiter.
Yeah.
Those are rounds 2, 3. Look, you should hit early first round picks.
Who is it going to be this year? Woody Marks? Jalen Reed?
I mean, they gave a future third. It better be Woody Marks.
Bullock came not out of nowhere, but who is the guy that we're not talking about, the draft pick that we're not talking about? It might be Reed, although it's so crowded back there.
Jalen Reed?
Yeah. The secondary is so crowded.
I think it's too crowded, but he'll be a good special teams player, but I think it's a little too crowded.
Yeah. Unless, of course, your Jimmy Ward will get hurt. We'll see if Jalen Petrie can
yeah,
stay
I don't think
season.
they view Petrie as a safety at all. I think Jalen Reed could end up playing, to be honest with you, looking at the depth chart.
How are they going to do it with Bullock, Ward, and Ceedee?
Well, I don't know. I'm really curious about that too, because you've got to have Gardner Johnson on the field some. I mean, he's too talented. And if you're going to be getting rid of him anyway, if he's going to be a short-term guy, take advantage of the talent. He's talented. He's multifaceted. He adds versatility to your defense. I don't know. Do you make, one thing you could do is maybe make Jalen Petrie a nickel linebacker. You maybe say, okay, we're going to more of a dime situation where we're going to play Chauncey Gardner-Johnson along with our along with the other two safeties, and we're going to go all three corners. So they're going to have 6 DBs, and I could see maybe Jalen Petrie being a dime linebacker. They could show those looks.
Yeah.
Because then he could guard some tight ends and guard some running backs out of the backfield. It might be that might be one of the best options for him, is just going 6 DBs, because I'm not in love with any of the linebackers. I liked when Christian Harris was healthy and out there. I don't know what's going on with Christian Harris, but Christian Harris, if he's not, your other linebackers are not great in coverage. So that might be the best way to play them, is just say, we're going 6 DBs here. On third and 5 or third and 6
Are they
or
big
more.
enough to be tackling tight ends and running backs that are, there's a reason that linebackers are on the field and not, because you got enough safeties to put them out there. So that's for sure, and you're going to have some injuries. That's for certain too. So, but there's a reason that they put linebackers on the field and not safeties.
Yeah, it depends on the more and more teams are going to the DB approach, though. That's why offensively they're saying, okay, then we got to run at those guys. That's just the game of chess. If you're going to go small, then we're going to run at you. And then, because defenses want offenses to do things they're not comfortable with, and vice versa. So that's why the game of football is not like smart DCs and smart OCs really put the heat on the other side.
Right.
And I think that's one of the knocks, honestly, on Bobby Slowick, because he didn't put enough heat on the other side. It's not just about being unpredictable. It's about putting It's about compromising the defense. And he did have points of conflict in his passing game. Every passing scheme has that. Every route combination creates points of conflict with man-to-man, sometimes zone. But I think that's one of the issues is, were you really keeping the defense on their back heels? It didn't seem like it last year. It seemed like they were on the front foot getting downhill all the time.
Yeah, but, guards coming out and getting to the second level and taking out your safety, who's trying to stop the run. That's now you're getting, into dangerous territory. It's physically and oh, by the way, giving up big runs. If they've got athletic guards,
Well, that's only on
second
third
level.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about as a standard defense. I mean, like 3rd and 6 or more.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm only talking about third down coverage.
Yeah. All right. Let's break it. We got news of the weird coming your way next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm talking Texas Card House right now. Might play me a little poker today. I'm mad that I'm not in Houston. I can't get to Texas Card House. Texas Card House is both locations are clean, beautiful. They've got bars that stay open till 2. It's 24 hours, 7 days a week. They're open, so you can find a game at any time. It's safe environment with protection, and you get wanded when you walk in. There's no collusion. You're making sure that everybody's on the up and up. You've got smaller games where you don't have to bring in, you can play as big as you want or as small as you want. You've got Hijack Poker, which is an app that you can put on your phone, and it's only for Texas people. No bots, strictly regulated. You can deposit money and take money out of your account at either Texas Card House location, or you could do it in Austin or Dallas, wherever. There's Texas Card Houses all over. Here's the deal. Texas Card House is the premier site. Hijack Poker is the premier site, app, and website and online that you're going to find now in the state of Texas. So if you're looking for a game, Texas Card House is the way to go. TexasCardHouse.com. Download the Hijack Poker app. Start playing today. TexasCardHouse.com. Hey, you know what's weird? The summer circuit is back. Join ESPN Houston every week. We visit different restaurants all over the greater Houston area. Each week, you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power on Electric Bicycle Company, $4,000 value. I want that too. For registration, stop by the promo table at the broadcast. This week, we'll be hanging out, enjoying food and cocktails at the Kima Boardwalk inside the Galaxy Adventure Party Room. Get on out there Friday noon to 6 at Kima Boardwalk. Find the entire summer circuit schedule on ESPN975.com. I want that too. We live pretty close to Ventura Boulevard here, and there's all kinds of great restaurants, and we want to be able to take our scooters there. I want that.
Can I do news of the weird? Can I kick some stuff off here?
Yeah, go.
It's something new I just found. So apparently on Twitter, X, whatever, you can click on somebody's name, and then there's a new tab that's there that says, let me tell you exactly what it says. I'm going to read you exactly what it says. If I click on John Granado, it says profile summary. And I click that, and it's going to give me an AI profile of who you are, John, by reading all of your X stuff. And here's what it says about John Granado. John Granado, a spirited Houston radio host, passionately cheers for the Texans and Astros while dishing out sharp takes on football and baseball strategies. John's rallying fans to protest property taxes and dishing on baseball from Astros outfield woes to Colton Gordon's pitching. The X community celebrates John Granado's Texas Radio Hall of Fame induction and his iconic Houston sports radio presence with Lance Zierlein. Now, I actually hit it a second time. The first time they talked about Coors Light-fueled nights is what it said. Listen to what it says on Dell, and this is how you know. You know, we act like we're afraid of AI, but AI's got a long way to go, and here's how I know that, because I'm reading Dell's profile summary. Here's what it says. Yeah, I'm waiting for it to populate. It's thinking, it's studying, it's thinking. Del Olaleye, a sharp-witted Olaleye.
Oh, there it is.
A sharp-witted ESPN Houston radio host fearlessly critiques sports stars like James Harden and coaches like Mario Cristobal, believing playoff pressure reveals true character. Del V2's been dissecting NBA star stats and trades while tossing in Star Wars love and football gripes. Del is celebrated by John Granado and the producer Nick for their engaging sports radio presence at ESPN 97.5.
Nick Sharara?
Yeah.
Is that the producer they're talking about?
I guess.
Apparently he has celebrated you, and John celebrates you.
A lot of that is correct.
I celebrate Del every day.
Much of that is not correct.
Much of that
I
is correct.
celebrate Del every day. What about yours? What does yours say?
Well, I'm reading. Hold on. Profile. Wait. Hold on. Profile summary.
Lance's brisket is.
No.
I bet it better have your brisket in it.
It doesn't say anything about brisket. Hold on. Profile summary.
If it doesn't have your brisket in it, AI has got a long way to go.
It doesn't have. God dog it. Come on. Profile summary. There it is. Okay. Here we go. It's thinking. It's thinking. It's thinking. Lance Zierlein, a Houston radio host and NFL draft guru, passionately scouts college football talent and believes in the power of positive coaching for rookies. What that means.
What?
Lance dishes on NBA drafts, critiques player stats, and shares his 40-pound weight loss journey with less caffeine. You know, not sure what less caffeine means. The X community praises Lance Zierlein for his NFL draft insights and radio presence, with Greg Gabriel and the Raheel highlighting his expertise. Now, if I hit it again, it will. Okay, it says ask anything. Is Lance Zierlein considered the best draft analyst? Let's see what Grok says.
Uh-oh.
And
Well,
if I
ever
like
since
it,
Mel
I will.
Kiper went Shador Sanders
It's
on
thinking
everybody.
a lot. It's searching.
You
It's
might be
searching
the
what
best.
people are saying. Did Shador Sanders get blackballed from the first round, like Twitter told me? Wow, Grok is not sure on the answer on this. It just keeps searching. He's widely respected as one of the top NFL draft experts, but whether he's considered the best depends on the criteria and who you ask. His strengths lie in his detailed prospect evaluations, extensive film study, and connections within the NFL, which gives him credibility. However, evaluations of draft analysts often hinge on their accuracy in predicting draft outcomes and player success. A 2022 study from Hogs Heaven found Zerline performed well with his prospect rankings, explaining over 40% of his variance. Holy crap, Grok does a lot. I'm looking at this like Grok came up. Some criticisms exist, particularly in fantasy football circles, where Zerline's evaluations don't always align with player outcomes. Oh, you guys.
See, I think the name Grok
For
is a
example, Jalen Hyatt. Oh, here they're going to bring up Jalen Hyatt.
Oh,
of
you
course.
see?
Of course.
Think the name Grok is a bad name for it because it's too close to Gronk, which is stupid.
Yeah.
Right? I think they named that. He named that poorly. All right. So I thought mine was dead on, and Dell's was stupid, but mine was dead on.
If you keep hitting it, it'll keep giving you more and more things. All it does is search some of your posts and comes up with an idea.
Well, I think it was dead on with me.
It did say Coors Light fueled nights in the first one I looked at, and I thought, man, and the way that you are rallying the troops against property taxes.
Yeah, that's what I do. All right. Dell, you're okay. We don't have time. We don't have time for any other news of the weird, but I'm good with that. Dell V2, who is witty and I always champion
the term.
And whom I always champion is next.
Sharp-witted.
Sharp-witted, I
and
believe.
Frequently goes after Mario Cristobal.
That's true.
Yeah.
And Jalen and James Howard and James Harden.
Well, everyone does that.
Listen next that they'll go after Mario Cristobal.
No, we saved that for awful Mondays in October when he's blown another game to Georgia Tech.
We will do that on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Have a great day, everybody.
After day off, I'm back. Want to thank people who sent a nice message either through text or on Twitter. I've always, even though it's happened year after year, I've always become a little, every time it happens, a little weirded out by how many people know what my birthday is. Like, how does that happen? Because I don't offer that as as information. It's strictly, most likely, a Facebook thing. Like at a point, that information was out there, people become friends, and then they jot it down. So for everyone who did wish me a happy birthday, thank you. No, I did not simply take a day off because it was my birthday. Because who takes a Wednesday off and then comes back on Thursday if that's what you're about? Wouldn't you just take the rest of the week off? If you're going to use Wednesday as your jump off point and it's your birthday, just don't come back till Monday. So now there was a thing I had to do, not involving me. I just had to be there for it. So that's all it was. But we're back. And what have I missed? Not a lot. The Astros didn't score a run in their loss yesterday to some anonymous Pirates pitcher who wasn't good up until the point he got to face the Astros. So that happened. They get shut out. Of course, it's the game after. They do the same to the Pirates. And we talked about it when I was here on Tuesday about how that game would go if the Astros were going to win it. They are either going to win a close ball game or get blown out. And they did. And it just happens to have Lance McCullers out dueling Paul Skeens. And look, Paul Skeens never gets run support. It played out that way. And Lance McCullers was able, and the Astros were able to take advantage of that. Did not carry over to last night's game. So look, it's one game. They lost, whatever. I do take issue with people who are posting graphics of them still being in first place. It's early June. Haven't the Astros set a standard where being in first place in June shouldn't matter? Isn't that the standard when you win that many divisions in a row, make the playoffs that often? Celebrating being ahead of the Mariners by half a game in early June should not be something that graces your profile. Oh, look at us. We're still in first place. Yeah, that's what we're used to that. Stop it. You make it to an ALCS. You acknowledge that. But posting the graphic that you happen to be ahead of the Mariners on June 4th or now 5th is silly.
Yeah. This once proud franchise used to be.
What have they done?
Up 7 games by now.
Yeah, what
like
what
they're
have they done
half
to
a
the
game.
team I love that we're celebrating up on the Mariners by half a game?
Yeah,
it's fine. It's nice. It's better to be in first than not, but it's no need for celebration because the Astros tell you year after year they have bigger goals than to lead the Mariners.
Yeah, when Alabama or Georgia gets their 6th win in a college football season, they don't go, woo, bowl eligible. You know
exactly.
what? You know what? No practice. No practice on Monday.
Ice cream for everybody. It doesn't happen because they want to be bowl eligible as quick as possible, which means going 6-0. So it's not a big deal. Should not be a big deal for us. But as I said, I guess it's better than being in second place. So we'll see how they do today as they try to win the series against the Pirates. We got an NBA Finals game tonight. And frankly, if you're not that interested in the Thunder versus Pacers for whatever reason, it really just marks it's another date on the calendar as we get closer and closer to transaction season. And that was a big topic because the Knicks, and this is not a player transaction, we'll get into that because there has been some reporting from Phoenix that's refuting the Houston side of the reporting regarding the Suns' interest in trading Kevin Durant to anyone, even specifically the Rockets, but to anyone, because the Suns just hired a coach. They have a new GM, so the reporting suggests that them being desperate to get something done is flawed. So we'll get into that a little bit later. But as far as the Rockets and their coach, Ime Udoka is someone the Knicks are interested in after firing Tom Thibodeau. We talked about that because we had Tom Thibodeau very high in our playoff scapegoat rankings. I thought he might get fired. Sean and I talked about it and said he probably shouldn't get fired. And the Knicks said, shut up. We're going to fire him. Like minutes, almost how long after the show ended did they fire him? It was the same day, same afternoon, right?
Yeah, maybe within an hour.
Yeah. We were like, it's dumb to do it. Leon Rose is like, no, you're dumb. We're firing Tom Thibodeau. So
You see this? He didn't play Shaman until game
yeah,
4.
why is DeLon Wright only getting minutes deep into the playoffs? He would have been a help. So that happened. So because that happened, the Knicks are looking for a head coach and not some assistant like the Suns. The Suns went through the process of interviewing multiple assistants across the league, and they wound up with a guy named Ott to lead their team. And he so happened to be on the Cleveland Cavaliers staff, which isn't surprising if you know about the businesses that that the Cleveland Cavaliers owner has outside of basketball, and the one that Matt Ishbia runs. People are like, well, he's either going to hire a Michigan State guy or someone who was an employee of the Cavs just to stick it to the Cavs owner, because they have a long-standing insurance rivalry that goes back years now, the back and forth between those two, Matt Ishbia and the Cavs owner. So they went the assistant route. The Knicks are looking for an established head coach. The Knicks are very much like a big name college football program who may have fallen on hard times or hasn't reached the level that they think they can. Maybe they think they're a sleeping giant, so they have to go make the big splash hire. And the Knicks are interested in Ime Udoka. The Rockets are, once again, much like when the Knicks fired Tom Thibodeau despite our advice, the Rockets are like, we don't care what you want. You can't talk to him. And apparently Ime has no interest in talking to the Knicks. At least that was the initial news we heard. But the Rockets aren't going to give them the opportunity to woo him. The Rockets and Ime are committed to a project that they have here, trying to build a franchise that can be a long-term winner. So at the moment, Ime Udoka is not available to talk to the Knicks. He doesn't want it. The Rockets won't allow it, so he can breathe easy there, even if it was less than a 24-hour news cycle regarding the Knicks' interest. They also are interested in Jason Kidd. We have not heard anything about the Mavericks saying, nah, you know what? You can't talk to Jason either. They're like, hey, you want to take this off our hands? You want to give us a pick for it? We may be interested in that discussion. We can go find ourselves another guy who's at the level of Jason Kidd. Michael Malone's available, a guy some people think won't be the Knicks head coach for reasons. I just saw a lot of that early. Don't think Michael Malone's getting that job. Jay Wright was another name mentioned, and Seth Davis, who does college basketball for CBS Sports, says after his discussions with Jay Wright just over the course of the last year or so, now that Jay Wright is firmly entrenched in the broadcast on that broadcast team as far as their studio shows, after discussions with Jay Wright, not that he's asked him specifically about the Knicks job, he's saying, I got a better chance of being the head coach of the Knicks than Jay Wright does. That's how uninterested Jay Wright is, apparently, in an NBA job. And if I'm Jay Wright, I'm telling Seth Davis, don't speak for me, because maybe I can convince CBS to give me more money to stay. Hey, who voted you my representative? Don't talk for me. You keep that, even if that's true, don't put it out there. It doesn't help any negotiations I want to have in the future. That's what Bill Cowher's been doing to CBS for years. Bill Cowher's been telling people, oh, the NFL comes calling. Bill Cowher's been on that thing for 20 plus years.
Gruden had that playbook down when he was doing Monday Night Football.
Yeah, there's always the threat that I can leave. So make me happy, whether it be monetarily or whatever perks I might want. Maybe I want to get in for the game the day of, whatever it takes.
Yeah, he's like, maybe I don't do it as often until conference play starts. You know, I don't want to.
Yeah,
I don't want to be doing all these non-conference Big East games.
Hey Seth, don't speak for me. That would be me if I'm Jay Wright. I don't need that from you. I don't need you speculating on what I may or may not want. That's all. But so I think the Rockets are fine. Their coach isn't going anywhere. The Knicks will have to find another coach. But it is, as I said, transaction season. So the other thing that came up as far as the Rockets are concerned is we talked about it on Tuesday, was the Suns' apparent desperate interest in getting a Kevin Durant deal done. Now that interest remains. They want to trade Kevin Durant mostly because Kevin Durant would like to go, considering how they put him out on the open market right around the trade deadline in their pursuit of Jimmy Butler. But the thought that the Suns are doing all this calling is being refuted by John Gambadoro. I believe that's his name. And let me get that right. He is a Phoenix Suns insider. Gambadoro. He does a radio show in Phoenix. If you're looking for someone to get your Phoenix Suns news from, that's the guy. Gambo987, that's his name, at least his Twitter handle. He refuted the Kelly Eco report that suggested that the Suns were desperate. They're making trades. They didn't have decision makers during the time you're saying they should have made trades, according to John Gabadaro. So no, this can't be true. In fact, he thought it was laughable at how untruthful it is. So we've got source wars going on, and that's the time. It's the time for this as we get closer and closer to the off season, because at most, maybe there are 3 or 4 fan bases that care about this series. You got Pacers, clearly they're fans, the Thunder fans, and people who hate the Knicks, which could be multiple fan bases, but excuse me, I'm thinking wrong. Pacers, Thunder, and anyone who hates the Pacers or the Thunder, which I don't think there's a lot of. Maybe the Knicks fans because they just got eliminated, and the Pacers, and they have a long-standing rivalry. Not sure who the Thunder's rivals are, to be honest with you. So I think for the most part I'm just here to watch basketball, and maybe if Shea does something early in the first quarter, it might piss people off because of foul baiting, and then they'll switch to the Pacers side. But the Pacers aren't a team that's getting people to root for the underdog, I think. I don't think that's the way this is playing out, because the Thunder aren't objectionable to most people. So I think we got a series where people like, hey, the basketball's cool, but let's wrap this up because my team's got the draft and trades to make. The basketball's getting in the way of all the fun, I think, for some people.
Yeah. Well, you forgot another interested party, the Paul George fan club.
Well,
or Paul George, Paul George podcast.
Yeah, the playoff P, in this case, podcast P. There are going to be people who are going to want to hear from him, if only to make fun of him because of how much he has played a part in these finals, even though he's never been in one.
Yeah.
Because of all the trades that took place, he's involved in some, but even the assets acquired in his trades led to other things as well.
Like he's pretty directly involved with both teams' best players.
Correct.
The teams acquiring their best. He was traded for Shea and 1 million draft picks. That's how Shea ended up on the Thunder.
That's how Jalen Williams ended up there too.
Yes,
I believe.
Yes, one of those picks was also Jalen Williams, and then he was traded from Indiana to Oklahoma City for Sabonis, and then Sabonis was traded for Halliburton.
Yeah, it all leads back to Paul George. The 6 degrees of Paul George, and in some cases less than that. And we will find out how it all plays out. I think we all feel like the Thunder will win this series, but hey, we'll watch. We'll see. See if the Pacers can cobble together a giant upset. We know Rick Carlisle has that in him. He did it now about 15 years ago with his Mavericks and LeBron. There is no LeBron-like figure on the other side, because as much as Shea is accused of his foul baiting, that year LeBron joined the Heat in that first year, along with the celebration before the series. There's a lot of people hoping and praying that the Heat lost. And LeBron's famous quote was something along the lines of, "Oh, no matter what happens, I'm going to be just fine." This was right after the series, Game 6. I don't know about you guys, and all you're focusing on me. Maybe you're the ones with the problem, not me.
I think it was everyone who was hating on me this year is going to wake up and have the same life they did
pretty
today.
much. I'm going to be fine. Still going to be LeBron James, and you guys still got the same life, no matter how much you hated on me. It's the way famous people with a lot of money tend to try to get back at you. Look, guys, well, you're going to wake up in the morning still working that job you were working. But if you want to be gratified by my loss, cool. But I'm still LeBron James. Of course, he went on to have great success in Miami and other places as well. All right, Julian, you want to talk Knicks and Ime? We'll get to that. We'll get to anyone who wants to get in, 713-780-3776. So we got the finals tonight. We've got Astros as well. And Sean's team involved in a game that may decide a title. Texas women's softball, 1 win away from winning a national title. Congratulations to the Lady Longhorns if they get it done. Are they just the Longhorns? They don't get the Lady Longhorns tag?
They're normally just called the Longhorns. I'm sure like some announcer will call them the Lady Longhorns.
Like the Lady Vols are a thing.
Yeah.
And there's some other ones as well, but for the most part, everyone just sticks with their nickname. All right, Julian, we'll get to you when we come back. But first, before we talk to Julian, we may need to talk about Aqueduct. In fact, we will talk about Aqueduct, because why wouldn't we? It's a place you go to when you need great plumbing. Look, you don't know what you're doing. let's be honest. When something happens in your home, whether it be a leak or something bigger, maybe a pipe burst, you don't know how to fix it. So go to the people who can fix it, and those are the people at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. You can check out their website, and it's aqueductplumbingcompany.com, and just take a look at that service menu because it tells you all the things they provide, from fixtures that need to be looked at to water heaters, whether it be a rerouting or gas piping is all there for you. And if you want to just call them, you can. It's 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238, and get yourself a free quote. Like I said, you don't know what you're doing, but you don't want to be charged just to find out what the problem is. And Aqueduct Plumbing Company won't do that. They'll get you that free price quote. They'll give you an estimate of what the work is and how much it'll cost. And then you can make your decision. And I'm telling you, the decision is go with them. They have great contractors who know what they're doing. They're a local company. Billy Brown's is in a Clear Lake area, but he'll send people around the city to get work done for you. So big jobs, small jobs is all there for you. Aqueduct Plumbing Company. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Let's get to Julian here. We brought up the Knicks' interest in Ime and the Rockets not giving a damn about the Knicks' interest and saying, nah, he's not going to be available for you to speak to. So Julian's calling in about that. What's up, Julian?
what it is, John Turkeys. I liken it to Gilbert, our big dog, the man, the myth, the legend, Gilbert and Wendy. John knows Gilbert is infatuated with Wendy. John knows that Gilbert would like to see Wendy hang out with Wendy. But John also doesn't give a damn. Just like the Rockets don't give a damn about the Knicks saying they're interested in Ime. It's a non-story, and I think it's just a filler because there's nothing to talk about until today, or tonight, rather. Y'all have a good one.
It's a non-story because nothing's going to come of it, but it is interesting to know that the Knicks are interested in sitting head coaches and not going the what you think is a normal route and going with an assistant where you don't have these issues where you need to get this type of permission because I believe franchises do have to give you permission before you can talk to an assistant, but generally it's just understood. It's a chance for a promotion. We won't get in the way of that. It's just fostering goodwill. In this case, the Rockets, and rightfully so, saying, no, we love our guy. But if Ime had said he wanted to talk to the Knicks, then that's a different conversation. The Rockets wouldn't have to allow it, but then concerns would pop up about Ime's willingness to see this through. But he doesn't want to talk to him. The Rockets don't want him to talk to him, so it won't happen. We'll see how the Knicks move in that regard. I mentioned earlier that the Suns were alleged, at least the reporting was by Kelly Iko, the Suns were lowering their asking price, something we talked about on Monday. And I mentioned John Gabadoro, the Phoenix insider, saying that wasn't true. So untrue is laughable. He said the Knicks haven't talked to the Rockets the Suns haven't talked to the Rockets since February. That's how long it's been since they've actually had any real conversation. So now all that being said, a lot of reports are saying 4 or 5 teams are interested. These are the teams they're going to go after. Kevin Durant and the Rockets happen to be among them, but maybe the Suns aren't as far along in these discussions as has been reported because, I mean, logically it makes some sense unless Ishbia is doing it on his own, which is possible.
Yeah, because wasn't there reporting where he was like, I'm sick of sitting on the side. Like he was like, I did the thing where you hire experienced basketball people to make basketball decisions and it didn't work. I'm ready to step in is more or less what he said.
Cracked his knuckles and said time to go.
And he was like, all right.
So it's that
surely someone here has to have Rafael Stone's phone number,
so
right?
not having a GM and not having a coach could not obstruct those conversations from happening. It's just the Phoenix side of the story. And if you're Phoenix, you probably don't want it out there that you're already lowering your asking price before the season is already over.
That's probably the like actual sticking point they have is that in the Kelly Iko reporting, it was that every day the Durant price drops.
Yeah, they keep calling in the price drops. It's not great for their negotiations because they're going to pit teams against each other and see who's most desperate for Kevin Durant and go get the picks. If they're already allowing the Rockets to talk them down, it doesn't help their cause. So I get why they would put that out there to let people know, hey, we ain't punks. We haven't even begun to be punks yet. Don't worry about it. I mean, maybe by June 25th, when the draft rolls around, we might be very willing to drop our asking price, but it ain't that time yet. Game 1 hasn't even begun, so we don't need that out there. So they got, I don't want to say a sympathetic reporter or someone they like, but someone whose word they know means something around NBA circles. So they got that out there. So we'll see where we are in the next couple weeks because Shams reported that that particular trade, at least the talk surrounding it, will pick up in the next couple of weeks now that guys have been hired for the Suns. So we do know the Rockets are in it. We just don't know at what level and what it might cost.
Yeah, Matt Ishbia. This was in a letter released after after they hired Ott, their head coach, not Jaden Ott. I don't know what this guy's name is.
It might be Jordan Ott.
Jordan Ott, sure. He said, quote, I'm aware that this approach basically is of taking more of a hands-on approach is different from most other NBA franchises. I'm not the conventional NBA owner, and I don't want to be. I've tried running the typical NBA owner playbook, hiring the experts, signing the checks, getting out of the way, and none of us were happy with the outcome. Making the playoffs 2 out of 3 years and only winning 1 playoffs is not good enough for this franchise and this community. Being like, I'm tired of just getting out of the way. Time for Matt Ishbia.
A lot of people think you've been too in the way.
No.
Matt, you've done too much, and you're actually hurting the cause.
That was all James Jones.
You're pushing for getting Bradley Beal in here. Seems like maybe you're not out of the way enough because now you're stuck with a guy who you couldn't convince. Like normally, I'm sure in his own world of business, he could get a guy, he could make it uncomfortable for an employee, and the employee would eventually, hey, I'm leaving. I don't want to be here. Bradley Beal's the one employee goes, nah, I like it here. I get to play basketball. I like hot weather. I'm close to Los Angeles.
Yeah,
or
can golf every day.
At least closer than I was when I was in Washington. So it's fun. Like golf, my family loves the area. I'm good here. Matt Ishbia, man, that's not what I needed from you. I needed you to willingly accept the trade, some backwater, so I can get Jimmy Butler here. Bradley Beal's like, that's why I have a no trade clause, and that's why the Suns are stuck. As much as they have to get rid of Durant until they convince Bradley Beal to go and someone to take him on, I don't have much hope in the Suns' future.
No. Also, the fact that they don't have their own first-round pick until 2031.
Yeah, they've made a lot of
That's
mistakes.
also bad.
Lots and lots of mistakes for them.
Devin Booker will be 35 in 2031.
Well, yeah, it's a long time. It's a long time to not have control of your own picks, really. So
they will have picks, though.
They will.
They'll be in like the 20s.
Yeah, they have to have picks. Just how the Stepien rule works in the NBA to prevent owners like Ishbia from trading all their picks away. So you can't. What's the rule? You have to have. You can't trade 2 picks. You can't trade a pick in consecutive years unless you own
one
someone
on the
else's
draft
pick.
night.
Yeah.
But that's not Ishbia that did that. That was the basketball experts.
That's Robert Sarver and others.
No,
you
basketball.
You mean the guys
that
he hired?
Screwed up the Suns since Matt Ishbia's turn.
Oh, you mean the guys he hired and he wasn't smart enough to step in though.
Sure, they made the finals and then got sold and then immediately made a bunch of moves and got ran into a ditch.
Yeah, James Jones was there before.
Yeah.
So the moves
he went crazy. What can I say?
And lost his mind. The moves James Jones made put the Suns in a spot where they're in the finals and were up 2-0 before Giannis took over. When Ishbia got in, he had to make his presence known. And so
by hiring experts,
and
getting out of the
trading
way.
for Kevin Durant, trading for Bradley Beal, and then he got
no more.
But he's got to get back in the way now. Okay,
yeah,
sure.
That was him out of the way.
Yeah, ripping up a successful team who was 2 wins away from an NBA championship. But when Kevin Durant came calling, he said to himself, "That's the move I got to make," and it's backfired ever since. Now he's got to find a way to get rid of him. And I'm sure once the bidding war begins, they'll get a good price, but not the price they gave up to get him initially. Okay, we'll go to break with that. We'll have some more Rockets to get into. So I wasn't here for it. We talked about D'Amico's quotes when I left. Did Joe play the sound of D'Amico pushing back on questions about CJ Stroud?
I don't think we played it.
You might have played it on Paul's show.
I think Paul played.
Okay, so it's fresh for this time slot. We'll get to it when we come back. Ime Udoka sick of the questions. Ime Udoka, he may be sick of questions too. But D'Amico Ryans is sick of the questions regarding CJ Stroud, and he particularly got a little, I won't say confrontational. He just didn't like it when the question about a potential procedure on CJ Stroud's shoulder, when that question was asked, he really was done with it. So we'll hear from him when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Today is the last day of Texans OTAs. Next week, it'll be mandatory mini camps, I believe, for 2 days, the 10th and the 11th, and then it's on to training camp. The issue right now, if you want to call it that, the Texans certainly aren't calling it that, is the lack of evidence that C.J. Stroud can still throw football. Is that a dramatic way to put it? Sure, it is. I'm aware of that. But at the moment, they won't allow him to throw a football, at least in team functions. Maybe at home, the shoulder's just okay, and he can fire it off to whoever's at home catching footballs for him. Hopefully, it's not someone that Tyreek would invite to his home to run drills, if we remember that story. Whoever it might be, he may be able to throw a football, but the Texans won't allow it on their practice field. And so the questions are being asked, and DeMeco Ryans is a bit tired of them because he believes that his initial statements on them should be enough. I think he knows that the questions are coming. He would just like to tell the world there are no new answers about it. And here is DeMeco Ryans after, I think it was Tuesday's practice. Here's DeMeco Ryans.
First off, I know everybody's going to ask, first, is CJ not throwing again? There's no concerns with CJ. It's just general soreness. We're taking extra precaution with him, but he'll be good to go. No concerns on my end there. For CJ, it'll be, like I said, he has general soreness, and we're just taking extra precaution with him. When he's ready to go, he'll be ready to go.
Do you have any work on his shoulder in the offseason?
That's it for CJ, guys. On the questions, that's it. What I said, that's it for him. Like, it's general soreness, and we're taking extra precaution with him. We're not going to rush him into anything. He'll be fine. When the moment is for him to be ready to go, he'll be ready to go.
So the reporter got to it, the proper question, after several days of watching him not throw the football. Did a procedure happen? And that's not one DeMeco's looking to answer, which, if we are in the business of reckless speculation, which we are, if you can't say no, maybe because you don't want to be seen as a liar on that particular topic, then was there a cleanup? Not something major, but was there something done for a guy who's had shoulder issues in the past? It's a reasonable question to ask, and he's well within his right not to answer it. But it's the line that the Texans are using. Nick Caley, when asked about it earlier in the offseason program, said no worries about it. No worries. DeMeco, same, no worries. And they may be right. There are no worries.
Yeah,
but
when the time is right now, or whatever he said, when the time comes, he'll be ready.
Yes. Now,
which I don't know what that means.
Because he's not going to give a date.
He'll be ready when he's ready.
We talked about on Tuesday. I imagine when the time is right is week 1. Maybe when the time is right is when training camp opens up. Who knows? But right now the time is not right. So the questions will persist. If CJ's out there today and he's not throwing the football, maybe you ask someone who isn't DeMeco Ryans the question again and see if you get a different answer. Maybe someone slipped up. Maybe someone didn't get the memo that we only answer it this way. And we'll see today if those questions persist, if he's not out there throwing the football. But it's a story slightly. It becomes a major story as we continue on in the offseason and he's still not throwing the football. But the Texans can approach it this way and be okay because they have time on their side until they don't. Because, hey, let's just get through this week. If we still got to hold him out, let's get through next week. And then we got all the time to say, hey, when the time is right, he'll be ready to go.
Or at least people will stop asking us.
Well, because they won't have the availability.
Yeah,
so they have to stop asking.
That's really all it is.
Yeah. I don't even know, Matt. Like, OTAs are open. Not every practice in the offseason is open to media. So I'm not sure if mandatory mini camps are. They generally are, because I remember these are the times when if guy doesn't show up, then it becomes, oh, these aren't voluntary anymore. So likely mandatory mini camp will be open to the media. So they still will have to answer questions. We'll just see if the question they have to answer is one about their quarterback, because it's all easy when people are talking about the Lassiter, Bullock, and how well the draft went and what's up for year 2. This one's a little bit more touchy to dance around, and they're dancing around it fine right now.
Yeah. I think you kind of hit it on the head when it's like, this is a story just because it is a story. Like, it's just hey, your starting quarterback isn't throwing. If that's not noteworthy, then literally nothing about this is noteworthy, which could also be true.
And maybe
But-
none of it is noteworthy because it is it is an OTA in early June. But the one thing that could be newsworthy is the fact that your quarterback isn't throwing, and also you're not really giving an answer as to why, other than general soreness. General soreness suggests he overworked his arm between the last time we saw him and now, and that's why he can't throw football anymore. At least you don't want him to throw football right now. He may very well could, but you just don't want him to. But I think the ambiguity of it all, general soreness, no one knows what that actually means.
Yeah, and then obviously doing it in this city 1 week, no, less than a week. Actually, this started like the next day after the Astros shrouded in mystery, and then oh wait, never mind. Jordan Alvarez's hand is broken. 60% healed though.
Yeah, and that comes after general inflammation or
Discomfort.
with the
General
pitcher's
soreness might become the Texans'
way of telling you something's really
general
wrong.
soreness, because like general soreness,
I'm generally sore.
like people wake up generally sore.
Yeah.
Like you don't need to do anything to be sore.
Yeah.
It's also it doesn't say a body part. It's just general. In general, he's sore.
Yeah, the what we've gotten is Aaron Wilson is telling us is it's a tight shoulder muscle. That's what he reported last week or maybe
Yeah.
earlier this week.
Get that Theragun. Get it working on that shoulder. Throw some passes.
Yeah.
Flat-footed in voluntary minicamp. All right.
If you want to take
Get out there.
if you want to take comfort from it, he did do something athletic when he shot a basketball. We saw that, and he did not seem bothered. So
No
if you want
wincing?
to take some comfort from, we did see him use that shoulder in a different way and not have an issue. So maybe D'Amico's right to simply. Now you know what I'm not going to say is right. He's fine saying it's general soreness, but it'd be much easier for him to say this is what happened, this is why he's not throwing, and we can move on. What competitive disadvantage would you be at by telling everyone what's going on? Instead, now you gotta answer the questions over and over again, and then pretend like you saying no more questions about CJ is going to stop people from asking the questions.
No, but he said no more questions. He said that's it.
That's CJ. It. Okay, for today, D'Amico.
No,
today.
But he said that's it.
I know what he said.
He said stop it.
I know what he said.
Stop.
But as much as this town isn't a very aggressive one when it comes to questions of the coaches, that's not gonna dissuade people from asking the question.
Quit it. Quit that. Quit it.
Enough. I've given you enough.
Cody Stutes, stop.
Well, that wasn't Cody who we heard, but someone did ask the question. I will see if someone's brave enough to do it today. If he's not throwing.
Paul said it was Will Kunkel. But
Will's a hustler. Sure. He ain't gonna be bothered by D'Amico saying that's enough. He'll just ask the question again.
No, but he said stop. But this is, I will say, I guess at least more interesting to me than people writing down the first offensive line grouping.
Yeah.
Like this is at least like, I don't know, interesting. We're talking about a player that will definitely matter for the Texans this season, where there's a chance that half the guys that were on the first offensive line group just actually are backups, or it's just because it's day one of voluntary minicamp that they were just like, all right, this group, sure, let's try this.
I'm actually more interested in the Texans handling and their discomfort talking about it than I am the actual general discomfort of his maybe shoulder. That doesn't matter until he actually has to play a game. How they dance around it until he's available to throw a football is far more interesting to me. And we'll see what happens today if it's necessary. All right, Michael Carroll will join us at 11:30 because he's got stuff to do tomorrow, so he can't join us tomorrow. I haven't heard from Raheel yet, which is kind of how it always goes. So we'll see if Raheel will join us today as well. He may have to do some more CityCast recording, and sometimes that conflicts with what he does with us. Raheel Ramzali hosts CityCast. Michael Carroll, the co-host of Comicast, with his co-host John Lee. All right, we'll get to that at 11:30. Michael, definitely. Raheel, we'll see. In the second hour of the show, we got one more segment to go before we get to that second hour. We will be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Sean, have you seen the trend of people testing their dogs? Like they'll put food in front of them, and then they'll have their friends break in like they're attacking them and see what the dogs do.
Yes, I've seen those videos.
And in all cases, the dogs who continue eating are right. Like I've never understood some of the let's test their dog to see what they're like. They're domesticated animals. If your golden retriever is not stopping anyone from hurting you, so you know what? I'm in favor of the dogs who continue to just go on and eat their food. Because unless you train them to be a guard dog, what you want the dog to do?
Yeah. Like you can't give your dog the Starbucks pup cup and then also expect it to be a vicious vicious
You've turned
guard
that dog is soft.
Yeah.
Sorry. That dog is, it's not like that dog that's also going viral who's dominating his entire pack by just putting his paw on their throat and they all bend to him. It's not that dog.
That one's never had a pup cup.
Yeah, that dog has never been given a pup cup. You give your dog a pup cup or artisan dog food, don't expect the dog to defend you when fake attackers break into your home.
Also, we are discounting the fact that maybe the dog is like, well, I know that person was just here last week.
Yeah, or the dog can smell.
They just watched 7 hours of commercial-free football last Sunday here, so I know he's not actually getting attacked.
Yeah, I smelt you before.
Yeah.
You smell like a friend.
What you have to do is get actual strangers. Go on Craigslist. Be like, hey, can you beat me up so I can test my dog?
Well, be clear. Fake beat me up. Don't actually beat me up.
Oh,
because
yeah.
people will do that. They'll allow you to pay them to do that too. In fact, that's how some people make their living.
Yeah. Note, I will have to record this.
Yes. By the way, don't actually beat me up because there is a recording of it, and we'll see how my Dachshund, my wiener dog, responds.
That's also funny is that people who do it it's always like the smallest, fluffiest dog.
Yeah. That dog doesn't know anything about defending you.
Notice the ones that have, German Shepherds. They're not. They know not to hey, let's see what happens.
Yeah, the dog that's been bred to do things to people who attack their family. Yeah. Don't have the lab be the test case.
Or because the accomplices are like, I'm not beating up you. Your dog.
Are you kidding me?
What if your dog actually does defend you?
You mean your Cane Corso has to make a decision? No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. So yeah, it just popped up on my screen. It was like, I'm always with the dog. Keep eating, bro. Keep eating. So there that is. All right. I did want to get to one thing before we go to break here, as it disappeared. The Oilers and the Panthers played last night in a really good game. I was talking to our intern out there about it, but the Panthers go down in Game 1 Stanley Cup Finals, a rematch of what happened last year in that game or in that series. But this time, the Oilers win. Last year, they were down 3-0, fought back to 3-3, and then lost on Florida's ice in a 4-3. The series went 4-3. Panthers won their first title. Edmonton representing Canada, and the drought that Canada's trying to end. Since '93, Canada hasn't won a Stanley Cup. One of the famous Canadians who led Canada, or at least the Canadian team, the Stanley Cup, and particularly the Oilers, was Wayne Gretzky. In fact, he was on the team that last lost to a Canadian team to win the Stanley Cup. He was with that Kings team that lost to the Canadians in '93. But Wayne Gretzky's on the broadcast. Hey, hockey's just like all the other sports. The famous dudes who are great get those jobs. And Wayne Gretzky was introduced to someone that even people here didn't know, because we had Chapel Rome is her name. She's a pop star. Sam, who's in her 20s, had no idea who she was. Did you know who she was? I think you did, maybe.
I had heard of her, just heard that she was a big deal, but I also thought it was pronounced Chappelle. So.
Yeah, we were trying to figure out how to pronounce it. I think I knew it was Chapel Rome, but we weren't exactly sure.
Feels like it should be Chappelle.
Yeah, it's spelled like Chappelle, except for the E. There's no E at the end of it, just like Dave Chappelle's name. But famous pop star, so on and so forth. And apparently the Oilers play her music in the locker room, so it's a thing they're doing. And Paul Bissonnette, who was a former player, had to explain to Wayne Gretzky. So here's Wayne Gretzky being introduced to Chapel Roan.
One of the fans had Dreisaitl's head superimposed on the Pink Pony Club. I don't know how the song came to be. It's kind of like Jobu, where it's maybe
is that right?
Kind of a secret inside the locker room. I don't know how the whole thing sparked and began, but they seem to be rallying around it and enjoying it.
But no one's giving details.
Nobody yet. That's why I was trying to ask a few questions about it.
Pink Pony, is that a band or is that a song?
It's a woman. She sings a song, Pink Pony Club, and it's famous. It's on the radio. And,
Canadian? American?
I think it's an American girl, but all of a sudden it popped off. I believe she won a few Grammys, and now they're rocking it in the locker room. So I'm curious.
Pony.
Pink Pony. It's the new generation.
Yeah,
Wayne.
I gotta get that on my ringtone.
The great one. Sometimes you're out of your depth, and he had to. It just comes with age, I guess. We're not supposed to know everything that's going on. He's not supposed to know who Chaperone is.
Yeah, it's fine if Wayne Gretzky doesn't know
Yeah, it's fine.
Chaperone.
Yeah, him having that explained to him on the broadcast is fine.
Him going, I'll have to make it my ringtone. That's a little bit of the that's how I know you're old and out of touch. When's the last time you've heard someone have a real song made into their ringtone?
I will say I was in the doctor's office yesterday, not for myself, but I was in the doctor's office waiting in the waiting room, and there was a ringtone that was played. It was a person in their 70s. So someone put it on their phone, but to your point, it was not from someone in their who would have known what the song was. It just someone younger put that ringtone on someone older's phone. It was and of course it wasn't on silent in the doctor's office, which speaks to the age of the person. But yeah. Normally, just give me a notification sound. You know what I love? I love the Instagram DM sound. I love that sound. It's one of my favorite sounds as far as phone notifications. What I don't want is Pink Pony Club being played when I get a DM. So, Wayne Gretzky, whether it be one of your kids, I don't know if he's still married to Janet Jones, maybe now Janet Gretzky, whoever it might be. Don't put Pink Pony Club as your ringtone. Just stick with the chime, stick with an alarm, whatever it might be, whatever fits, bro. Maybe something Canadian that, whatever. I don't know, but not Pink Pony Club.
That's funny that he was like Canadian
girl. It is funny. That was his initial response. That a Canadian girl who I can respect and applaud? No, Wayne.
I don't know.
No, Wayne. She's not from Canada, but she's from Missouri, Midwest girl. Don't worry about it. Although maybe not Midwest sensibilities at this point, if you've ever seen Chaperone. All right, so that by the way, good game, very good game. When it's overtime, Draisaitl scored the first one and scored the winner as the Oilers up 1-0 as they try, as I said, to end that drought. Not since 1993 has a Canadian team won the Stanley Cup. They won all the international stuff. They beat us in Four Nations. They beat us in the Olympics.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't
matter, Dell.
I agree. It does not matter.
30 straight years Stanley Cup champions.
Yeah. The Panthers have won it. The Lightning have won it several times.
Interrupt.
Carolina Hurricanes have won it. All those Southeastern teams have won it, and Canada's still trying to get theirs. First time in over 30 years. Yeah. They have a 1-0 lead.
It's our league now, Canada.
Yeah. Wait till Houston gets a team. You'll never win one again. So I don't know if it'll happen, but we could have 2 Texas teams. We already have 2 Florida teams. We've got like 3
California names.
San Jose, Anaheim, LA. That's 3 there. It's our time now, Canada. Yeah, they're that 1800s to 1990 something, whatever. Yeah, Vegas and another, not West Coast, but West enough.
Yeah,
it's a different world, and we run it. America. Particularly the southern and western parts of America. Yeah.
Like that Wayne Gretzky.
Exactly. I know you were the reason why hockey's very popular on the West Coast now because of your time in LA, but that time is over. We don't need you anymore.
Yeah. Is there a good American on any of these teams?
Matthew Tkachuk's pretty good.
It's Matthew Tkachuk's league now.
Which team does he play for?
Florida.
There it is. Sean, taking context clues. Got it right. All right, we'll go to break with that. Michael Carroll will join us at 11:30. He was in our control room earlier, and he brought up the thing he brought up. What was it, 2 weeks ago? Eat my friendship or
taste my friendship?
Taste my friendship. We'll see if Michael has another banger to bring to us this time around, as he'll give you what you can and should watch, and maybe some things you shouldn't watch, because there is a lot of bad TV and a lot of bad movies, but there also is some good stuff. So we'll hear from Michael Carroll at 11:30. We'll get to hour 2 when we come back. So Adam Silver's doing the thing that Roger Goodell does when it's Super Bowl time. He's very available for interviews, and he is the commissioner. People want to speak to him. Got to give the state of the union when it comes to the game that he shepherds. And he spoke on a couple things as he was doing his tour. We'll get to sound a little bit later on his next fix for the All-Star game. But he also mentioned that he doesn't care who makes the finals. You know, a lot of people believe the NBA is always looking for the big markets, and he said, "Hey, no one cares when the Packers and the Steelers make the Super Bowl. Super Bowl. Those are two legacy franchises in smaller markets, but you guys would champion that while talking about the Thunders and the Thunder and the Pacers. It's always a criticism and a conversation about who's not going to watch. One of the main differences is, if not the most important one, the two teams in this final aren't legacy franchises. Neither one has won a title in this league under their current name. Like the Thunder won as the Sonics, and we talked about how the history would revert back to the Sonics if they ever got a team again. And I think the Pacers won in a different league. They won a championship in a different league. So they're not exactly two of the franchises people think about winning and legacy. But the games on the floor and how they get played will matter more, at least for me, than who's actually in it. But using the Packers and the Steelers ain't a great example, ain't a great pushback on why people, if they are concerned, shouldn't be concerned about the potential ratings for a Thunder Pacers finals. Look, we can all accept that it'll be lower rated, and not just specifically because it's Thunder Pacers, is because it's two relatively anonymous teams to the rest of the, let's say, casual basketball world. There is not a big draw. The NBA doesn't do a great job marketing their game. And for people who love the game, they always talk about how the most prominent voices in the game do more talking down on the game in another comparison to the NFL. The NFL generally is celebrated no matter what the game is. It's why you can get Bryce Young versus Derek Carr, and it'll be a game that's more highly rated than a LeBron Steph game in the middle of the week on a Thursday night on TNT. Part of why football dominates. It's plus the lack of games as well. Scarcity means hey, every game's an event, even if it is a bad one, even if it's a bad event, it's still an event that people will tune into. We know NFL is king, NBA is way behind, and one of the reasons they are is a game they used to showcase and shine in, and it brought a lot of attention and people loved it, was the All-Star game. Once again, with more avenues to watch, you are regularly given the chance to watch all-stars in the East play the West on a night-to-night basis. You just think if Michael Jordan played in the game today, some people only saw him on NBC on a weekend. Now, or maybe he had WGN at the time, but now you would have been able to watch Michael Jordan all the time. So it's not as special. It's not as special to watch Steph Curry. I get to watch Steph Curry anytime I want. Watching Steph Curry play in the All-Star game doesn't mean anything. And then you throw in the fact that the guys don't care. There's a lot of factors that make the All-Star weekend less important than it was before.
Yes. Also, I get to watch all these guys play on the same team. I get to watch Kobe and Tim Duncan and Steve Nash and all these guys on the same team now, where we have just seen Kyrie Irving, Kevin Durant, James Harden on the same team, and they didn't really do anything.
Yeah.
We've just seen these star conglomerate. So just the simple act of just wow, look at these two guys on the court at the same time. That's not as special.
No, it's not. Whether you want to blame the Celtics and their big three or the Heat in their big three for changing the way teams are built and how stars go play with each other as opposed to sticking with playing against each other, that's up to you. But Adam Silver, I'll give him credit for this. He does try. He continues to try to do things to make their showcase event, besides the finals, something you should care about. And his latest is something that was long discussed, but he confirmed it yesterday. Here's what the new All-Star Game format will be.
But what about the concept of USA versus the world? Is that something that we will see possibly next year as you continue to try to tinker with the weekend?
Yes. So next year, as part of our new media deals, the All-Star Game returns to NBC, where it was when we were younger. And it so happens that next season will be smack in the middle of the Winter Olympics. So in fact, the game will be on NBC, and the very day we're on, the lead-in will be Winter Olympic events, and then coming out of the All-Star Game, which is now going to be in the afternoon instead of the evening, there'll be more Olympic events. So what better time to feature some form of USA against the world? I'm not exactly sure what the format will be yet. I mean, obviously paid a lot of attention to what the NHL did with
which was a huge success.
Which was a huge success.
The Frozen Four that was awesome.
It was great.
But also, going back, last summer, our Olympic competition was a huge success. I mean, those games, USA, Serbia, USA,
I love
France.
watching it.
And by the way, to
I'm
your
obsessed
point
with
about the European style,
Yeah.
I mean, a more physical style of basketball, a 40-minute game, which
is
I won't
why we
reference
didn't
again.
blow it out. You love the 40-minute game.
I just said it happened to be a 40-minute game in the Olympics, but
12-minute quarters.
but yeah, we're not changing it. But it was But I think that's another example.
So you heard him. It will be U.S. versus the world, and you heard I think that was Carthen, and I forgot the other guy's name who was there.
It's on Breakfast Ball.
That's a Fox show.
Yes, Craig Carton,
yeah,
Mark Schlereth, and Danny Parkins.
Okay, so credit to that show and those people for that. But I've talked about this before, and you heard them talk about how much they like the Olympics and the Frozen Four, the Four Nations in hockey this past year, and how good that was. Or at least was that 2024, or maybe it was early this year. Either way,
that was this past February.
All right, last February. Okay, got it. But the difference, I would say, is those weren't one-offs. Those were tournament games. You had group stage games. Then you had semifinals, then a final. There was a buildup, and of course, the guys cared. That will always be the underlining thing. Will the guys care about the game and be competitive? You heard the reference to FIBA and more physical style of basketball. Would we get that? Would an international, or at least in this case, a world versus U.S. game mean as much to, let's say, the Serbian representatives as opposed to just playing with their countrymen in a chance to go win a gold medal? I'm going to say now, no. I'm going to say that Jokic will care less about USA versus the world than he did the chance to win a medal for his home country, playing with his fellow countrymen,
playing against the U.S.
Yes,
too. Like that's something that if you watch the Court of Gold documentary on Netflix, basically all the non-U.S. teams are just like, man, it would mean so much if we beat the U.S. They like every U.S. game is just like, God, we need to beat the U.S. is how every other team takes it. And that's not how the U.S. views it. Is not like, God, we really need to beat Serbia. It's just, we just need to win this thing. So I don't know how much it will mean really on both sides for, like you said, the world people to be playing for the world and not, their actual country
and
on their chest,
and their anthem being played as they get started.
I also don't know what it'll mean for the USA guys. Just feeling like this is an all-star game. Like, no one cares.
Like I said,
no one's gonna remember who wins this in June.
Credit to him for trying anything he can to make that what they believe should be a showcase event feel like one. I just don't think the one-off will garner the interest they hope it will, and I don't think it'll motivate the players to play at a level that those other international tournaments that were referenced got to.
Yeah, it's such a funny case because it's like it still rates really well.
Yes.
Or it's still like relative to just a normal like broadcast, it still rates well. Like it is still an event. It's just that every year people are wholly unsatisfied with it.
Yeah.
And it's so much of a, basically a work convention for NBA business, even less so like the actual players and agents and stuff, but it's like literally for the NBA and their sponsors to all congregate in one place. So it like kind of can't go away, even though that's probably the solution. It's just like
get rid of it. Just give the
why are we
guys
playing this anymore?
5 days off and be done with it.
Maybe do a dunk contest, dunk and three, like the skill stuff.
Yeah.
Like maybe just do the Saturday stuff and that's it. But you kind of have to play a game. So what about this? Like it's kind of like the college football proposal where like the third place team would play the sixth place team if 4 SEC teams are guaranteed in, where it's like, well, we need something. We need a game to be happening on Championship Saturday. And if 4 teams get in, it doesn't matter who actually wins the SEC anymore. But what if we did this and just a way to make this still an event that people care about? And I think that's kind of where the NBA is, where it's like technically too successful to cancel, but also there's no way to satisfy people.
Yeah, they're stuck, and it is a problem because their best players decided the game doesn't matter, and we took note and we said, you know what, It doesn't really matter.
The thing is, though, but people still get upset when
because it's a nostalgia thing. They remember when they did care, and then they go out there and go. And there's a lot of factors. Well, these guys get paid a lot of money. They're out there and they're not trying. It's basketball. How come you can't try? And then why can't it be like it was before? When of course it was mostly about the fourth quarter, and if the game was close, we would get these back and forth battles. But to the people pushing against the current way it's played, I will agree. At least even in those first three quarters where the competition level wasn't at its highest, the game still felt more like basketball. Sure, you have your breakaways, your lobs, your three pointers, but it in most cases it felt like the guys were at least trying to keep it close enough that they could have a back and forth in the fourth. We just don't get that very much anymore. Whoever decided that the games and particularly the first three 1 through 3 didn't matter as far as the quarters are concerned. Whoever decided that, as far as on the player side, it probably led to some unintended consequences where now we're doing anything we can to make the game be something that people should care about.
It's also just kind of like how the game gets played now, where so many threes get taken just in like a normal game now, that part of the like all-star game thing is like each player kind of wants a moment to like, have a highlight basically. And there's a little bit of a non-aggression pack in the first three quarters where they're just like, hey, we all know that we're all just trying to like, hey, have a cool moment. All right, cool. We'll kind of let it happen.
Mm-hmm.
But part of it is that it's these long step back threes. And if one team is just really hot, they just have a guy who's making them, and one team doesn't, then it's just a blowout. So like the games themselves, just because there's more variance in the shots that they're taking, it is like going to be a blowout more often than it would have been 20 years ago, where at the end of the day, it still is like Tim Duncan posting up for a shot, and then on the other side, it's Shaq posting up for a shot.
The variance we see in games that count, regular season and postseason, go to an extreme.
Yeah.
In the All-Star game,
when you dial down the actual competition.
Yeah, where 20-point leads don't matter as much in the regular season anymore because of how many threes are taken. Same can be said for the All-Star game, except a 20-point lead can go to a 30-point lead, and then the other team's like, okay, well, what are we doing here? Yeah, we're done here.
I'm doing this for free.
Yeah, but I did not know it would be moving back to the afternoon, which is also something we remember when we were younger. The game being on actually broadcast television and NBC, and also being an afternoon event as opposed to a Sunday night event. So NBC has Round Ball Rock. They have the All-Star game. We'll see.
They have Michael Jordan.
We'll see if Michael Jordan is at the All-Star game.
It's basically 90s basketball is back.
And we'll see if the ratings reflect that as all the nostalgia things we remember from when the game was good. I put that in quotes for people who can't see. We will see if that makes people want to watch the All-Star game, and Adam Silver's trying his best to get you there. So we'll go to break with that. We got Michael Carroll coming up here in about 10 minutes. And if you want to get in, whether it be to ask him a question or just talk about whatever on the show, you can. 713-780-3776. Me and Sean till noon. We will be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We got a little bit of time, so we can do something quick here before we are joined by Michael Carroll. The Ringer put out their top 100 players in NBA right now. Knowing this Rockets roster, Sean, the totality of it right now, how many guys do you think make the list? Numbers, we can get into who made it, but how you think about who they have, top 100, how many guys do you think made the list?
Şengün, Thompson, Van Vliet. And then I'll say like one more. So 4.
You are undervaluing the Rockets roster, at least according to the Ringer.
5.
6 guys in the top 100.
They love themselves some Jock Landale.
Not on the list.
Oh,
didn't play enough apparently to make the
101,
list. Yeah, I'm sure he's like 104 or something. Right behind whoever. Let's see.
Bronny.
Unlikely there because he's in the top 100.
97? What?
You're low on Bronny. Alperen Şengün's their top rated guy at 36.
Yeah. 36. Wow.
Yes, and Amin Thompson comes in at 41. So those are their 2 top rated guys. Then you have a bit of a drop off. Who do you think out of the 6 is the lowest rated, but still makes the top 100?
Lowest rated still makes the top. Either. Oh no, I'll pick one. I'll go Tari Eason.
Jalen Green at 98. Tari's in the list, but he is higher than Dillon Brooks and Jalen Green. Dillon Brooks 93, Tari 88. Fred is at 64.
64. So it's those 3. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So no Jabari. Okay.
No Jabari. He did not make the list. But the Rockets have 6 guys, and Jalen at 98. And it's all the things we talk about him. We've talked about Jalen Green so much, but it's echoed here in the deep dive. So I think the Thunder only have 6. So the Rock, but higher up on the list.
I was gonna say they probably have 1 or 2.
Yeah, they have 2,
like
20.
number 1 or the guy who's number 1 or number 2.
Yeah, their first 3 guys are ahead of all the first Rocket guy. Yeah,
I think Şengün. What'd you say? 36.
36. Yeah,
I think little too low, and Amin Thompson 41 a little too high.
So let's think about it. Not that their ratings have to coincide with the All-Star team, but if we just go by, if we remove the young players that were part of the All-Star festivities,
the rising star,
like the traditional, as much as it can be right now, traditional All-Star teams, what is it, 12 or 15?
It was, it's 12.
All the alternates.
It's 2 12 teams.
12. So
2 teams.
They have him a full team below.
Yes.
An All-Star.
And I mean, we don't even have to do All-Star. We can do All-NBA.
All-NBA.
He was the leading vote getter that was off the 3rd team. So he was number 16.
If you go by that, he would be 16. And they have him at 36. I think
I would put him like at 25, 26 range. Actually, let me pull up the list.
I do think the NBA media certainly gave Alperen Şengün credit because of the success of the Rockets. I do think they bumped him up. I think he made the All-Star team. I think his numbers on a team who isn't as good as the Rockets don't land him on the All-Star team. But hey, you got the 2 seed. Let's pick the best player on the 2 seed, and he becomes an All-Star. It's not a shot at him. I just think that's the reality of it. You look at, I think there are other guys with better numbers, but if you're contributing to winning in the way that he was, I think you get that by default. So,
like Sabonis being higher than him, what are we doing?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like, what are we doing?
I don't think that is as crazy as maybe you do. I just think because of the team he's on, in some circles, he's going to get more credit. But if you look at Sabonis, the counting stats for Sabonis.
But isn't that also like flawed, or just like this guy with a bunch of counting stats?
Well,
on a
it depends.
team?
If he's not, well, not that you're saying the Kings are terrible, but in most cases, a lot of people talk about how you're the how you're
like
in the middle.
Trae Young is 33.
Yeah, you're a looter in the middle of a riot. Someone's going to take advantage of this, and you're the one doing it because you got to get your numbers on a bad team. But that's where the advanced stats come into play. Who's more efficient? All those things. Look, Alperen did not shoot the ball at the level he had in the past. And we saw some of that come to play in the playoffs where his touch was off more often than you would expect of some of those in-between shots where it's not a jumper, it's not a layup, those kind of runner types. He missed some of those you think he should make. So you want not you specifically, but if someone wants Sabonis over Alperen or the reverse, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Hell, Alperen's a younger player, so maybe take that into account as well. But 36, I probably would have put him in maybe 30, 20, the 28 to 30 range,
like 25, 30.
Yeah, whatever. It's not a giant disparity departure from what I would have put him, but that roster, as people have talked about, is a talented one, pretty loaded, and when you're starting two guard is the lowest on the list at 98. Still a top 100 player, but they value 5 guys more. It speaks to what they have and maybe who's most expendable if we go by what the Ringer thinks. So that's just a quick thing to get into.
The last 3 on this list for the Ringer: Jalen Green, Jordan Poole, Bradley Beal.
They decided, hey, you guys are kind of all alike. We're just going to put you here.
They're like,
we can't differentiate. We're
yeah,
just
I
all
guess
put you there.
you guys are top 100 players, but like we kind of don't want to.
Yeah, if we could, we'd figure out a way to put someone else there, but we really can't justify.
By the way, Peyton Pritchard, 89.
Yeah, I saw that and I thought to myself, okay. I mean, Peyton Pritchard gets a lot of love because he's been on a good team, been productive, but Peyton Pritchard has never been counted on to be a guy like Jalen Green, Bradley Beal, or Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole, even for the Wizards who stink, has more attention placed on him than Peyton Pritchard does. Only time Peyton Pritchard gets a lot of attention is at the end of the halves or quarters.
Yeah.
When everyone knows the Celtics are trying to get him the ball. Other than that, he eats off of everyone else. And he's done that well. I just think he's a little higher than he should be, considering the advantages he has compared to someone like Jalen, who, as much as I don't buy the Rockets' reasoning for why he struggled in round 1, he does get more attention game in, game out, night after night than Peyton Pritchard does. But that's just one ranking. That Peyton Pritchard's like 9 spots ahead of Jalen there. Okay, we'll go to a break with that, and then we'll hear from Michael Carroll when we come back. The host of Comcast joins us to tell you what you should or shouldn't watch when we get back. Michael Carroll's here with us a day earlier.
Yeah, that's me. That's my bad.
He's busy tomorrow, so he's graceful.
I'm not going to be here
enough to join us. Thankfully, he's gracefully he joined us today, so we thank him for that. So of course he has Comicast, which you can listen to wherever you listen to podcasts, and then you can hear it here as well on Wednesday nights here on ESPN 97.5. But your guy, John Lee, co-host of Comicast.
That is my guy, yes.
And he is upset.
Very upset.
With the length of time between a show's last season, their previous season, and what is officially their last season coming up here. Stranger Things will be back. We've seen a trailer come out this week.
Yes.
One kid who was like a 9, it feels like, when he initially came onto our lives, and now as a grown man, we see him screaming in the trailer, among other things. Jong has an issue with what I kind of set up. These guys were kids, young children, and now they're grown adults, and the star of the show is married to a Bon Jovi.
That's true. We were pointing out, like, season 1, the difference between season 1, time difference between season 1 and season 2, it was just 1 year. Summer 2016 to fall 2017. The difference between season 4 and season 5, over 3.5 years.
Yeah.
From 22 to okay, first of all, the release schedule being the day before Thanksgiving, Christmas Day, and New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
What are we doing? What are we doing? Just go weekly at that point. Like, just go weekly.
Do we know episode distribution for those
four episodes on the day before Thanksgiving, 3 episodes on Christmas, and 1 episode on New Year's Eve.
Series finale on New Year's Eve.
My guess is that, like, that one's going to be like 2 hours or something like that.
Got it.
Like a movie. So
they refuse to do what people have suggested they do, considering you've built up enough equity that people will go week to week with you just to finish this thing. Even if it's not good, they're just going to watch it week to week to finish it. And all the conversations that could be had and how much Stranger Things would be in those conversations week to week. They said, hey, we're trying to split the difference, where we don't want to give to you in bulk like we did initially, because then we're out of the conversations, but we also don't want to give you the weekly thing. So we're going to give you like 4-hour and 10-minute episodes, and then another 3. Is that the plan?
Yeah, that's basically
and then a final series finale,
which doesn't make sense to me. Like, just go week to week at that point. It's not out of the realm for them to go week to week with other shows.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask. I can't think off the top of my head, like, with their other shows. Do they go week to week, or are they kind of
It's nothing necessarily that's like you would quantify in the same genre as Stranger Things. Typically, it's more of their reality shows or competition shows, or, more shows that have maybe live elements to them.
Yeah, but like scripted series, mostly bulk, right?
It's either the binge model, or with some of the bigger ones, they've started to do the volume thing.
Yeah, the Korean
Squid Game.
Yes.
Yeah, Squid Game.
I was gonna say Hunger Games. I knew it wasn't Hunger Games.
It's not. Yeah, it's just different ones. They
seems like kind of the same.
Pretty much is.
I mean, yeah,
some ways, yes.
Hunger Games is more battle royale, though. I would say.
Yeah, that's where that's based off. That's true.
The game itself is a little different.
Yeah, the game
stakes are the same.
The stakes of getting killed, but like, battle royale. If you watch that movie, that's more of the Hunger Games.
Oh yeah.
Comp, I would say. But yeah, with Netflix, it's just the holding on to the binge model, kind of.
I think that's what it is that they're like, hey, we're the ones
their thing.
Yeah, we got you started on all this binge watching.
They are. And then
we're the ones that are gonna ride with it till the end, because I think basically every other like major show that comes out on streaming where they know it's a hit, it's already a hit, like season 2, season 3s, they all do weekly episodes, or they do the weird Andor thing where it's 3, but it's still over the course of a month.
And that one was, I would say that one's a different beast, just because of the way they were telling that story, where each chunk was a year.
Yeah.
So that one's like a special case. But even then, I think just streaming services in general just don't know what to do. There was a show I didn't get to mention last week. There's a show called Adults on FX. That show is week to week on TV.
But in bulk
on Hulu.
Yeah.
Like, just go week to week, because especially with Netflix, there are so many shows that we don't talk about because they do release it in bulk, and then the next week it's canceled, or the next 2 weeks it's canceled. And like, oh, we didn't get enough views.
Yeah, you get two seasons at most.
At most,
particularly if it's something they poured money into.
And there's just so many options now. You really do need to start a conversation by having it go week to week, because then you can get some word of mouth and some buzz on like, oh yeah, I just started watching the show on Netflix, Paramount Plus, whatever it is, and it can gain some, because we're just in a world of like, there's so many things releasing every week, not just new stuff, but like old stuff, old movies that we were talking last week about the beginning of the month, they change out different movies. So I mean, there's just so much to choose from now. You need that, like, I need space
and to build momentum. Like,
and
you
to build
need
momentum,
you need to like create the fan base as you go. Now, less of a deal for Stranger Things. Stranger Things kind of already has,
yeah, exactly.
has
Stranger
it in
Things,
there.
They've built that to
But
this point.
At a certain point, it's like you could then, you're not at the level of Game of Thrones, but you could kind of dominate the conversation in the way that a Game of Thrones or a House of the Dragon, Last of Us that just finished, the way that they do.
Stranger Things could dominate the conversation for like 2 months.
Yeah.
Since it's 8 episodes. And also the lengths of the episodes, I imagine, are going to be
hour
and a half in some cases. You know, it's close to movie length. So
And
John
yet-
was pissed off.
I agree.
John was very
I agree.
understood.
He has an ally with me.
And at the moment, you mentioned a show on Hulu like Paradise. Well, what they do for a show like that is they'll give you 2 as a premiere, and then they'll go week to week and try to hook you with those 2. And if they do that, then they'll get you week to week. They're across the streaming services. You'll get different models. I am a fan of giving me around combined 2 hours of television under that or whatever for the first 2 episodes, and then I am cool with coming back for week 3 and then week 4 and then week 5.
I think that's like a cool, like, good model of the week to week, where it's like we get you a little bit to kind of hook you in, especially if it's maybe something that takes 2 episodes to tell to really like, okay, I get where this show's going.
And Paradise specifically, because it's like kind of a concept show that you needs to kind of unwind over the course, and they kind of do it. They did it kind of like old school TV, where the first episode ends on a cliffhanger, but then because they released the first 2 right there, you get the payoff on the cliffhanger right there, and that's the bet that they're making. That at that point you'll be invested and hooked.
Exactly. Like the show I talked about last week as well, Department Q. There's a hook with the first episode that, like, oh, I'm in. Like I'm in on this. But again, it's the Netflix model, so I could watch everything.
Yeah.
And that's cool. I appreciate that option, but how many people are going to be talking about Department Q 2 weeks from now? It's going to get lost in everything. It's a solid show.
I think it says to me that they don't know what's good. Like, they don't know what they have until they're told.
Yeah.
And so they're
protecting against negative word of mouth.
Yeah. So let's get it all out there.
Well, and the spray and pray kind of model, right?
Yeah.
Like, just throw everything at them, and whatever sticks, okay, let's do that. And if it doesn't stick in the first like 3 weeks, cancel.
Yeah. So you can hear the entirety of Jong's rant on Comicast.
It's a long one too.
Their latest issue about Stranger Things of all things. We'll see in the final season of that show if they can, land the plane. We'll see how it goes, as there's a lot to clean up, Vecna, among other things. Okay, we'll get to things that are on now, or maybe coming on in the next 24 hours or so, that you can watch at TV and certainly movies as well. So, Michael, let's get to your list.
I guess let's start with streaming, just because, for one, I don't want to say it's breaking news, but earlier today, just a few, like 2 hours ago, the first trailer for Alien Earth came out.
Okay.
And looks very good. It looks very, like, strong on the space horror elements. And I bring that up not only for folks to go check out that trailer, but also the kind of in the same universe kind of thing. Predator: Killer of Killers premieres on Hulu tomorrow. It's an animated film that, like, based in the Predator franchise. And for folks that are like, I don't know about animated. No, this 100% give this a shot. It's by Dan Trachtenberg, who did Prey, and he's doing Predator Badlands later this year. It's an anthology animated film where it's telling 3 stories. They're connected in some way. We don't know how. But if you're looking for the core concept of, it's Predator, killer of killers. Predator hunts things that are killers, typically,
Dangerous,
right?
yes.
Dangerous. That's what these 3 short story, 3 anthological. I don't know how to say the word. I brutalized the word, but this anthology of stories where one's a Viking, centered on a Viking, one's centered on a samurai / ninja brother duo, and then another one centered on World War II and the Predator in different periods and going up against these different hero characters. I think it's, did somebody call about it?
No, it's my father who is unaware.
He
that
should know.
I got 15 minutes left. That's all.
Well, tell him Predator, killer of killers. You should go check that out on Hulu. Netflix, I'm bringing up these 2 international ones just because one, the MMA fighter Cyril Gahn?
No.
I think he fought like John Jones, Derek Lewis, different ones. Apparently he's starring in a film called KO that releases on Netflix tomorrow, a French film. And Cyril Gahn plays a character who is trying to track down a woman's son. And there's a connection there. I'll let you get into the connections there. Trailer looks cool, but it is in French. So like somebody like Sean, like, I don't know, subtitles. But that's available for you, as well as Mercy for None, which is I
love how you are the illiterate on this show.
Well, I didn't say that. I was just
as far as movies and TV shows are concerned.
It's
Sean can read.
He can read.
He'll just prefer not to in his television and TV.
It's just as soon as he sees subtitles needed, he's like,
It's when I have to read.
When you have to read.
When they're when it's
he doesn't want to be forced to
75% in Japanese. It's a little tough.
Well, this one
100% in French, also tough.
Yeah. Mercy for None, South Korean. After severing ties with his gang, a former gangster returns to uncover the truth behind his brother's death. It's a series, season 1 on Netflix. Looks phenomenal. I would definitely recommend that. For folks that are interested in Quantum Leap, season 2 premieres on Peacock. The Accountant 2, one of Sean's, is now streaming today on Prime Video.
Good movie. Go watch it.
Sinners became available on Prime Video, but to buy or rent currently.
Also good.
In-home,
also very good.
Watch that.
Call it in-home theater, whatever they call it.
Yeah, whatever they call it. And movie that maybe not so good, but Alto Nights premieres on Max.
That is the movie where Robert De Niro is playing 2 roles. They're both mobsters. He looks a little different to match the roles, and oddly enough, he's in another gangster movie.
What a shock, right?
Yeah, so we'll see. Well, maybe you guys will see. I will not watch Alto Nights.
There is kind of using that as a springboard to theater releases this weekend, and someone that we frequently see as a gangster, Al Pacino. He's in a new movie this weekend. Did you know?
I was unaware. Oh, is he in a horror thriller movie?
He's in a horror movie. No, he's not in Ballerina.
He's not in Ballerina.
He's in a movie called The Ritual. It's like
did know that. Yeah,
it's an exorcism. He's a priest, whatever. I don't think I've ever seen this with Rotten Tomatoes. It's 0%.
Oof.
That's what? No way.
Is it because no one reviewed it?
No, like 22 reviews.
0%.
I've never seen a 0%.
There's a lot of bad movies that don't get 0%.
There's
a lot of bad movies that get like 40%.
Yeah. I've just never seen that before. I was just baffled by it. So I'm not recommending it. I'm just like, hey, if you want to see a train wreck.
It's a notable thing to acknowledge. Like Empire gave it 2 out of 5. Wow.
How is it get a 0 if Empire gave it 2 out of 5?
That's what I don't understand. Like, how does this work? Did they just see the movie and were like, we can't even give that? No. Like, I get somebody gave it a 2. I get somebody gave it a 1. We don't even average that.
22 reviews, 0% on the tomato meter.
That's wild. So don't watch that.
Or see the worst movie ever reviewed.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe that's
there you go. That's the hook.
Yeah, maybe that's why you watch
Maybe
it.
a matinee. Save a little money.
And, like Deborah from Everybody Loves Raymond is in it. She's playing Mother Superior.
Yeah. Dan Stevens is in it.
Yes. He's playing a father.
Kong versus Godzilla.
Yeah.
Yeah. And other things like
Kong x Godzilla. I'm sorry. Downton Abbey.
Downton Abbey, yes.
The two things I know him from.
I was gonna say
Two things I know
Abigail.
him from too.
He was in Abigail.
Oh
So,
yeah, he was in that.
yeah, there you go.
The Nasty Green, famous from Sparkly Vampires.
Oh, Twilight.
Twilight,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
She's in it as well.
And
yet 0% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Impossible. I refuse to
I
believe
refuse to believe it's that bad.
I refuse to believe it's that bad
There's
too.
no way.
It was Megalopolis.
Tying back into the one looks like a bad movie. Two, MMA fighters acting.
What? We have another one?
There's another one. But this one's in limited release this weekend. F Plus, starring Randy Couture.
Nope, out. Sorry.
That's out?
I'm out on it.
Jennifer Esposito, Tommy
I like Jennifer
Davidson,
Esposito. They put Tommy Davidson in a movie?
and Big E, the wrestler.
Don't know who Big E is.
It's a group of kids that want to steal their middle schoolers. It's a very PG family movie. Like they're going on a heist to break into the school to change their grades.
Is it a WWE Presents movie?
I don't know. I watched the trailer for it, and I've never seen a trailer created in such a way where the person who made it was just like, I don't know, just put the movie together. Like just it went with the flow of the movie. So you basically get the
whole
movie in
thing?
the trailer.
Okay.
Yeah. Like it wasn't even like spliced in a way to where it was like highlight package or anything like that. It just, the person who made it was like,
Here are the key beats.
listen, just watch this and you've watched the movie.
Randy
So,
Couture plays a teacher.
he plays a teacher.
They had to try to ugly up Jennifer Esposito. In a classic movie form, they put her in
Yes.
glasses and a brown wig or something like that.
Yuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so both of those. Don't watch those. Do watch Ballerina, which is of course from the world of John Wick. I don't like to say the whole title. That's how they have it. I'm just saying Ballerina, starring Ana de Armas, Keanu Reeves,
You're
Ian
right.
McShane.
I didn't know the full title was From the World of
Yeah,
John
they keep
Wick Ballerina.
That's how they've been listing
Oh,
it.
really?
From the world of John Wick, Ballerina, Ballerina.
They want to let everyone know this isn't
This
isn't a ballet.
I mean,
movie.
It's like Fast and
get it.
Furious presents Hobbs and Shaw.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
I mean, I get it, but like, it's so wordy.
It is
just so
so
wordy.
It's very wordy. Yes.
Yeah, I just don't. But also, it's getting good reviews, 76%. Character wise, story wise, it's like whatever. But I mean, you're not there to necessarily.
I saw the trailer and I was in.
I-
You've got a powerful water hose versus a
Flamethrower.
Flamethrower. I'm in.
Count me in. Like
Who wins
that.
that? It's just like when Harry went against Voldemort in the final confrontation.
Yeah.
Wand versus wand.
Yeah.
Same
just like
thing.
that.
Same thing.
It's the
I'm
same
in.
thing.
Except Anna de Armas is in it, and not Daniel Radcliffe.
Yeah.
And there's no way Fired would win.
Well, sure.
Other than
Well, there's
that-
no way I thought Voldemort was winning that either. At that point,
I
we know.
thought there's a chance. Yeah.
You don't know.
At that point, we know it's going Harry's way because the books were written.
It's true.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
true.
For folks that are you Wes Anderson people here? Are y'all? Do y'all?
I'm not.
I am
can't
not a
speak
Wes
for it.
Anderson person.
Well, the Phoenician Scheme releases this weekend. New film from Wes Anderson, born and raised from Houston. Just want to
Shout out
point
to him.
that out.
Sorry, sorry,
well,
we're not.
Yeah, not
People-
fans, but
when the Rockets make the finals, he can be sitting courtside.
I am a fan of his movies for the most part. The last one, Asteroid City, I was like, it's okay. But of course, stacked cast: Benicio del Toro, Michael Cera, Mia Thropton, Riz Ahmed, Tom Hanks, Bryan Cranston, Jeffrey Wright, Benedict Cumberbatch, Bill Murray. I mean, it's a
Willem Dafoe.
Willem Dafoe. It's a stacked cast. So
Randy Couture.
no,
Oh.
Big
Hey-
E is Big E in it.
no, sadly, neither of them made the cut.
Okay.
And then a movie that I'm surprised it's gotten this high of a rating, Dangerous Animals, starring Jai Courtney as a serial killer who uses sharks as his weapon.
What? Oh, come on. 87% of Rotten Tomatoes, and they gave what movie a 0 again?
The Ritual.
The Ritual. They gave a movie with Al Pacino 0,
Yeah.
and they gave a movie with Jai Courtney and controlled sharks an 87.
Yeah.
Man,
I can't wait
How
until
good-
this is
wait a
on
minute.
Prime Video.
how
in
good
2
could-
weeks.
Wait, the fact that Jai Courtney is the lead, and he's controlling sharks as a serial killer. How
Yeah.
good can this movie be that they gave an 87%?
Fairly.
That they
Very good.
That they overlooked Jai Courtney and the remote controlled sharks given an 87.
No,
This
no.
movie must be perfect.
Now hold on. They're not remote
And how are they
controlled.
controlled? Mind control?
He drugs the people, puts them in a cage, drops
I
them in
bet-
the water.
Oh, he
so
doesn't.
they're the body.
Oh,
They're the body disposal.
Oh, they're just regular sharks.
Yeah, it's just regular sharks.
I thought he controlled the
No,
sharks.
he didn't
with
control the
magic or
sharks.
something.
Let's not get silly here, Dylan.
Okay, but
he
93
doesn't.
minutes.
You know,
But he uses
this isn't
perfect
Austin
for you.
Powers with the lasers on the sharks.
So
or
he
anything
uses
like
the
that.
sharks to get rid of bodies by having them eat the bodies.
Well, no, they're alive.
Yeah, but
they're
he wants
very
them
alive.
Oh, so he doesn't murder them beforehand.
No.
It's his game he plays.
It's his game. Like he takes people out. Like that's part of the thing. He takes people out. Like, oh, check out the water. Clunk. Go into the sharks.
Okay, here's the overview on Google. A shark-obsessed serial killer. I'm in. Holds Zephyr,
a rebellious
surfer captive. I mean, this is the perfect movie.
And it got an
87%.
87%.
Too low.
All of those things makes it sound like Rotten Tomatoes would crush it, and it
Racing
got an
against
87%.
time.
Everyone
She must escape.
the critics that I follow, folks, like they're loving it. They're
right.
absolutely loving it so far.
The
So
Giasons. Let's go.
they actually had a screening this past weekend at a lake where you could watch it like on floaties and things like that, and they had critics and fans just out there on the water just chilling watching this movie. So people are loving Dangerous Animals.
All right, that's a surprise, but I'll take it.
I gotta be honest, did not expect 87%.
Yeah, the premise is ridiculous. Or is it?
But
Or is
executed
it, though?
perfectly.
Yeah.
apparently.
Credit. Maybe the writing is dumb, but maybe the acting is great, and maybe the director did a great job. We will see.
And if you let Jack Courtney just be an insane person,
Yeah.
he could do it.
He'll do that.
He does that very well.
He is good at that. And with that music, it means we are done for the day. Michael, thank you for
Thank you.
joining us today. He is the host of Comicast. You can listen to that. He does that with John Lee. Listen to that wherever you listen to podcasts, and of course here on Wednesday nights, ESPN 975. So you would have been able to hear it yesterday, and of course next Wednesday as well. Sean, thank you. We're done for the day. Paul Gallant's coming up next, and since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
Oh, he dope.
Jai Courtney.
Jai Courtney.
He dope. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
When it comes out.
Streaming, yeah. When I get to watch it streaming.
I don't know if it's going to be like, because I think it's made by Shudder as well. So I don't know if it's going to be straight to Shudder or if
I have Shudder, so maybe. Yeah, we'll see. I know I saw IFC as the thing. Yeah. So maybe. He's Australian, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
I believe he is.
That woman who was one of the Bronco riders from what's the show? Kevin Costner show, Paramount.
Oh, the Yellowstone.
Yellowstone. Cassie Hansen. She's the Zephyr. She's in that.
Every time I hear that name, I just think of the ISDN line. Excuse me. After you, sir.
Sir. The mic's still on.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show. It is Thursday, June 5th, 2025. I am Paul Gallant, and this is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston on a tinfoil hat Thursday. Put on your tinfoil hat and give us a doozy, and we might talk about it on the air. We got Sean Mapes behind the glass. You know how to get aboard. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. I tried watching last night's Astros-Pirates game, and I will admit, even though the game was once again a quick one, I fell asleep. That's right. I fell asleep watching what ended up being one boring-ass game where the Astros couldn't score a run. I brought up that stat about them being bad in the first inning. They were bad once again. 1, 2, 3 with a couple of strikeouts. And it's a shame because yesterday, for the most part, Astros pitching did its job. Sure, Ryan Gusto allowed 8 hits, but all of the runs the Pirates put across the plate were via small ball. Second inning, it's a ground out that scores Tommy Pham. Second inning, it's a sac fly that scores another. In the third, a double play scores Pittsburgh's third run. Okert steps in. He gives you an inning and 2/3 of scoreless ball. Brian King steps in, an inning of scoreless ball. Sousa steps in, inning of scoreless ball. Astros pitching did its job yesterday. Meanwhile, the Astros bats scored 0 runs against something called Mike Burrows, who entered last night's game with an ERA higher than 5.27. He left last night's game with an ERA of 5.27. 5 1/3, you can't get a run across the plate against this guy? You can't even force a walk? You strike out 6 times against this guy? Oh, but Paul, it's the National League. You don't see this guy very often. I'm sorry. That's a load of crap. Bad Astros. That's a bad Astros. The Astros bats just like my cat when she gets up on a counter or when she gets up in a place where she's not supposed to be. Do I need to bring out the squirt bottle? Psst, psst, psst. Bad. That's a bad Astros bat. Bad. Is that what I got to do? I get it. I mean, it wasn't everybody in the lineup. Jeremy Pena's 2 for 4 with a double. Yainer Diaz's 2 hits. Victor Caratini a double. Jake Myers had a single. Jose Altuve hit an 8-foot single. That was fun. But once again, it's the usual suspect. Christian Walker in the cleanup spot doing nothing. 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Oh, but he's officially arrived as a Houston Astro. He's Zach Benitez. 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts. So the 2-run homer didn't get him out of his slump. Christian Walker's home run didn't get him out of his slump. Jacob Melton, not a major leaguer. I get it. There's some injuries that the Astros are dealing with right now. Chaz McCormick. You actually miss him at this moment in time. Yordan Alvarez, amongst others. It's not good. It's not good enough. And yesterday, Dana Brown, and we'll do a Down with Dana Brown segment at 1 o'clock, gaslit us a little bit. Christian Walker's turning the corner. Is he? Come on. Move him out of the cleanup spot, for God's sakes. Can we put Jake Myers there? That makes more sense at this point in time. It really does. Victor Caratini, cleanup. Anyone other than Christian Walker in the cleanup spot, huh? Dana was doing his usual politician thing. The bats are starting to turn the corner. I'm starting to see flashes of offense. And if we start to really heat up with the bats, we'll go on the run. We're on the verge of what? Oh, we're on the verge. Oh. Torpedo bats, rise. I don't know what they need. They need something. A little something. Because right now, this ain't it. So there you go. They lost 3-0 to the Pittsburgh Pirates yesterday. I don't know what else I have to say. I know some on the Twitch are upset that I'm talking about baseball because I don't like it. Well, I don't like bad baseball. This is bad baseball. You lost to something called Burrows. Not Joe Burrow. Burrows. I mean,
His ERA is 5.27. You can't get one run across the plate. Come on. Todd the Show says, I don't even think the Astros got to third base. You're right. Going to have to rely on Fromber, Hunter Brown, and Lance McCullers to win series. Yeah, you're right. Until they get some of the other arms back. And, I mean, the pitching did his job last night. That's what's frustrating. You lose, and the offense does nothing, and that pitcher sucks, as do the Pirates. So they're 23-39. You're not going to win every single game. You're allowed to be annoyed, though, after last night's performance, a performance that I fell asleep during. Anyway, what else is going on? Tonight, NBA Finals, they tip off. You got the heavily favored Oklahoma City Thunder, who have had one of the best seasons we've seen in a while. They've got the MVP, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Meanwhile, you got the upstart Indiana Pacers, who fought their way to a very surprising NBA Finals appearance. Sure, they didn't have to play the Celtics, but they did play the Cavs and beat them. They beat the Knicks, who beat the Celtics. It's an impressive run. Tyrese Halliburton doing a hell of a job. Rick Carlisle, hell yeah, that guy's back. Pascal Siakam. I mean, there's a lot going on in this Finals. And listen, I'm not here to do the stupid conversation that I imagine a lot of the blabbers are doing today. Well, is this good for basketball? Yes, it is. You know what's good? Variety. Variety is good for sports. And we get to see something new in the finals. I like that. The NBA hasn't had a lot of that over the years. I don't know if that turns off a great deal of people who watch basketball, but when the team in your backyard ain't doing a whole lot, you want to at least enjoy the championship. And I get that right now this is a series that doesn't feature traditional stars. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, new. No one thought Tyrese Halliburton was a superstar until these playoffs. I'm still, skeptical about putting him on that shelf. But do you need that to watch the series? Do you need to care? Because I'll say this about the two teams. They play basketball in the way that you'll enjoy. I like about Oklahoma City, maybe not Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and all the, trying to get calls that he does, but OKC plays unbelievable defense. Defense is good. It's weird that we've gotten to a point where people don't take pride in defense. I'm not necessarily talking about just the NBA on that front, but for anyone who's played pickup basketball, I think it's very bizarre that a lot of people that you play against get upset when somebody actually gives a damn about defense. I think it's bizarre. I really do. Listen, the one thing that all of us should be good at if you're playing a pickup game of basketball and you're still athletic, that effort, because you're probably a crap dribbler and you probably have a crap shot. So maybe pay a little attention on defense. See what happens, huh? Because the people you're going up against, probably the same. So you got that from OKC. And then from Indiana, and I do hope that the Rockets are watching the Pacers and thinking about what things they can do to perhaps be a little bit different offensively. Because what the Pacers do, the Pacers are just random. They throw all sorts of stuff at you, and part of it's Rick Carlisle, and some of it's some of the players on their team. But what they do is they vary things up. Nothing is too predictable. So how does that look? A team in Indiana that's going to run you to death against a team in OKC who has the ability to run with you for the entire length of a game. I wonder. I know a lot of people are saying it's going to be easy for OKC. I hope they're wrong. I tend to agree with them. But I want to know how you feel about this. I definitely would rather watch these NBA Finals than these Houston Astros. That's for damn sure. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. A question that I have for you: why will or why won't you watch these NBA Finals? Plus, if you are the Astros, offensively, is it time to make some sort of move to bring in a bat? It's the most interactive sports talk show in town. Sean Mapes behind the glass. Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. Asked on the other side, hey, you going to watch these NBA finals? Or nah? I mean, I'm going to watch them. It's mainly because I'd prefer to watch the NBA finals over, I don't care if they're in first place, an Astros offense that can't score. You know, I'm not here for pitchers duels in the month of June. I'm not here for scoring 0 runs against a guy who left last night's game with a 5.27 ERA. I don't know what it was before. I know it was higher than that. Couple of comments. NBA playoffs too long as a whole. Not engaging. No one wants to watch Shai Gilgeous-Alexander flop his way to a championship. Haven't watched a minute since the Rockets lost. That does seem to be standard for this town. When your local team is dead, you're like, I'm not watching anything. Maybe the exception is the NFL, but I mean, I remember after the Astros played the Astros played the Rangers, and it was a Rangers-Diamondbacks World Series. I don't even know what happened. I'm still not sure what happened in that World Series. Did they win? I know there was a parade. Was it a gay pride parade or something like that? I don't know. But there was a parade in Arlington. I don't know. I know they don't do Pride Night, which I saw another article from, one of those aggregator local Instagram accounts dropping that knowledge on us. But like, was that the parade? Was that what it was for? I don't know. I have no idea what happened in the 2020. I don't even know what year that was. Was it 2023? 2023 World Series? I have no idea what happened, Sean.
Yeah. That I think you hit it on the head with football. I mean, this is just like America. Just like everyone watches football no matter what. Like it could be whatever. We're just we'll watch. But with baseball and basketball, it does seem like it's a little bit more. There needs to be a hook, which makes it funny that people at the same time, like there's the consensus when you get a finals like this is that it's small markets, so we're not interested. Or it's like, so you would prefer the alternative of Knicks Lakers,
right?
Like
you need more LeBron, you need more Warriors,
but also when it's the Warriors and Cavs every year for 4 years, this is so predictable. It's like there really is no way for the NBA to win. It just boils down to like we don't like basketball as much as we like football. That's like the boiling down point.
I suppose one of the reasons that it might be good for those teams to make it is so that you have something to hate watch if you're going to actually watch.
Yes, that's why when dynasties make it, they like are historically the highest rated Super Bowls, finals, World Series.
Yeah, it really probably is because everyone's like, F these guys.
Well, it's also just a team that like it's a team full of players that like my mom knows. Like that's basically what with the ratings thing is chasing casual fans. Like that if the like teams really matter to you that much, like chances are you're just a casual fan of that sport.
Yeah.
If you're a diehard, you'll watch.
Which we don't judge, by the way.
No,
we don't judge
but
that.
That's just like the facts of like, how do you get other people interested in it? What you're saying is we need people who are non-fans to watch.
Right, exactly. Rick Carlisle, head coach of the Indiana Pacers, was asked about interest in these NBA finals featuring two very tiny markets. Here's what he had to say.
As far as the markets, I understand that there would be concern for, how many people would watch because they're smaller markets. But if we're celebrating the game and we're putting game above all, which was one of the things that Adam Silver said when he became commissioner, then it really shouldn't matter. It really shouldn't matter. And so I know that we're going to do our very best to represent our city, our state, at the best possible level. Thunder will do the same. But this really, hopefully, is about the quality of the games. And, we got our work cut out for us there.
It's got to be so annoying to field these questions. That was a very professional answer that Rick Carlisle gave. But honestly, I'd like to tell these people, I don't give a bleep. I don't care. I don't care about the cities I play in. I'm here to win.
Yeah, Rick Carlisle's like, I just want to win this.
That's such a professional answer. I honestly, I wish he told that person to go F themselves. That would be fun because he deserves to say that. If you're going to watch it, as Sean said, you're probably a very big basketball fan. I know that the casuals, they might not, but I like the change of pace. I like the variety. I know someone texted in, Paul, did you like variety when the Patriots and Tom Brady were in the Super Bowl every single year? Yes, because it was who they played against. That was the spice of life.
Yes. When it was the Giants, hated it. When it was a different team, liked it.
Yeah, exactly. There was a little bit of variety. I mean, it did get to a point where if you don't make the Super Bowl, it was crushing because everyone would go after you. I did not live in Boston for many of the years where they were successful. So generally, I was just the insufferable a-hole always wearing Boston sports teams clothes. Someone else texted in, Paul, do we even know who was in the NBA championship last year and who won? Actually, yes, it was the Boston Celtics. Did you know it was their 18th title, which is significantly more than that of the Lakers, who claimed to have 16, 17, but actually 5 of those belong to Minneapolis because they stole, you see, the Lakers from Minneapolis. They are still called the Lakers. There are no lakes in Los Angeles. Don't you know? That's why I'm wearing a Sonics jersey, by the way. I'm rooting for the Pacers in these finals. F OKC. F them. F them. Not the city itself. Just F that franchise. F Starbucks, the person who ran it, Howard Schultz, father of NFL insider Jordan Schultz. Howard Schultz took that team out of town. I mean,
well,
they belong there.
He sold it to Oklahoma businessmen who promised that it would stay in Seattle.
But who would have actually believed them? What? Oklahoma businessmen are going to move to Seattle with the cultural divide between those two locations?
This was 2007. The culture war was years from happening.
No, that was always what it was. Listen, I love Seattle sports fans. Their politics, I don't know how I feel about it.
Oh, that's the thing.
What?
This is the least woke NBA finals ever.
Oh, yeah. A lot of mid-American values. A lot of mid-American values on display.
No DEI here.
Well, listen, as far as the whiteys, there's,
Chet Holmgren.
There's one.
TJ McConnell.
There's 2.
The whites are very white in this matchup. Isaiah Hartenstein, hey.
No.
Hartenstein
doesn't have the white card. Per him. Everyone was very surprised. What is it?
Google that.
Okay, yeah, Google it for yourself. We don't need to get into the details there.
Shocking.
It is pretty surprising. I mean, his last name is Hartenstein. You're like, wait, is this guy German? Also, he was a Rocket for what it's worth.
Yeah. Are you rooting for Rockets legend? No, you're not.
Rockets legend Isaiah Hartenstein. So, won't you watch the NBA Finals? You got some more text here. 713-780-3776 to call. To text from the 832. I will be watching mainly because I just bought a brand new 75-inch TV. Congratulations to you. That's pretty awesome.
I felt like you just want to.
No, he can flex
that in there.
What? F it. The TVs are cheap now. I don't think he's flexing that much.
Oh, okay.
No, seriously. Go to Costco. Go to Walmart. TVs are cheap now. They're very, very cheap. From the text line, we talked about variety. This championship's good for variety. If it was up to Major League Baseball, says this texter, it would be Yankees, Dodgers every single year. Yeah, you're right on that front. I hate both of those teams. I pretended not to watch it. I did watch the end. I don't like the Dodgers, but I would root for the Dodgers against the Yankees. That's a me thing. I understand a lot of Astros fans maybe feel differently on that front, but honestly, I wouldn't want the Yankees to win over the Dodgers ever. Keith has a thought on the most interactive sports talk show in town. Are you going to watch the NBA Finals? And do the Astros need to add a bat? Keith, what's up?
Hey, Paul. Hey, Sean. Yeah, I'm definitely going to watch the NBA Finals for a couple reasons. I think, a new champion for the 7th consecutive year is good for basketball. Also had a couple of questions. Want to get you guys' opinion on it. Would you guys call this the Paul George Bowl or more of a hoop head? A ball is life for the Victor Oladipo Bowl. Secondly, who can gain more towards their NBA legacy with the second ring, Alex Caruso or Pascal Siakam?
That's a good question. I think it's definitely more Alex Caruso. I think a lot of people forgot he was on that Lakers team as far as the last question. Siakam's a really good player, and I feel like he deserved a lot more respect for his time in Toronto. And as far as the first question goes, it has to be Paul George. Here's the thing about Victor Oladipo. I thought he died. Remember when he joined the Rockets? And tongue-in-cheek here, but, I mean, his career was over there.
Yeah.
He has been gone for such a long time. Paul George, who definitely not the same player he used to be, despite having an outrageous ego, because he is still in, I guess, the conversation by contributing to the conversation, podcasting P. It's definitely the Paul George Bowl.
And you can trace how both teams got their best player,
correct,
directly through them trading away Paul George.
Oladipo did play for both. He was pretty good with Indiana, right?
Yes.
Oklahoma City, I don't remember him even being there.
He was all right. He played on the Westbrook team, so
gotcha. Well, how could anyone play well? He never hit the ball.
That's why you don't remember, because he didn't have the ball.
Ball
but yeah, Paul George obviously traded for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and 1 million picks, one of which is also Jalen Williams, the second best player on the Thunder. So trading Paul George gave the Thunder the 2 best players. And then Paul George was traded from Indiana for Domantas Sabonis and Victor Oladipo. Sabonis was then traded for Tyrese Haliburton. So both teams in the finals. Thank you, Paul George. That should be a message that they record where it's all the different fans, executives, coaches, players going, "Thank you, Paul George," like he died, like he sacrificed his life for this final.
And meanwhile, he's watching it about the podcast about it. Probably going to sound like all those NBA
live
players
post game. Yeah,
he's going to sound like all those old NBA players who think like today's generation sucks. Like, these teams actually suck. Like they'd be so much better without me. By the way, I bet there's a part of Indiana that's like, man, I wish we had Sabonis for this one. Wish we had Sabonis. I know we have Tyrese Haliburton. That's the only reason we're here, but I wish we had Sabonis. He reminds me of Larry Bird. I don't know what it is, but there's just something about him. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. A couple of quick tidbits. I thought these were amusing. Someone said, hey, man, there's women's softball World Series.
That's what I'm watching tonight.
There's the baseball regional. Right. That's right. There's a winning play in the Texas Tech softball game last night. If the Astros didn't make me fall asleep by sucking at offense, I might have been able to catch it.
It was it still was low scoring, but it was a pitcher's duel, I would say.
Oh, the softball game too?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Who won?
Texas.
Okay. Ooh, is Texas back?
Every call went against them, and they still somehow they managed.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah.
They're trying to rig
give Texas Tech a title.
Trying to rig it for Tech. Interesting.
Buy their way to the top.
Yeah.
$1 million pitcher.
The Tech
doesn't
guys
even know how to intentionally walk a girl.
Do you think the Tech fans are going to respond to a loss
rationally? Yeah.
They start throwing batteries, tortillas wrapped in batteries wrapped in tortillas on the field because of a bad call. Listen, I like Texas Tech people. I think they're fun. I am rooting for Texas Tech to make this show fair and balanced. Also, Eric the driver asks, "Hey Paul, what did you think about Edmonton winning Game 1 of the Stanley Cup?" Well, first off, boo Canada. I don't want them to win. I think it's hilarious they haven't won forever. 2, my biggest takeaway from last night's Edmonton, Florida Panthers Stanley Cup Finals game is that the Dallas Stars didn't play in it, and you hate to see that. 713-780-3776 to call to text. What is your biggest tinfoil hat conspiracy in the world of sports right now? Because it's a tinfoil hat Thursday. Up next, why is CJ Stroud not throwing? I heard a really good theory as to why he's not throwing. They'll raise an eyebrow or two. And a guy who recently was exonerated. Should the Astros think about this guy? Stick around. It's the Paul Gallant Show.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. Questions on the table are, one, do the Astros need to add a bat well before the trade deadline? Yes. Two, are you going to be watching these NBA finals, even though it features two smaller market teams, the Indiana Pacers and the Oklahoma City Thunder? Interesting text as far as those finals go from 409 Josh. Don't these trades by teams in the finals mean the Rockets should trade Jalen Green? Well, if you're trading Jalen Green and you're getting to the spot where both the Pacers and Thunder are, in the case of the Thunder, you're trading for a bunch of picks. I think you're past the point of picks. And in the case of the Pacers, I mean, the Pacers got in Tyrese Halliburton a asset that at the time was not appreciated.
Yeah.
So it would be like you're trading Jalen Green for some random guy that we would all second guess immediately after the trade. And I don't think that's what this team needs at this moment in time. Like, because I can't really think of anyone, Sean, off the top of my head that's that guy.
Yeah. And
Durant maybe is like the only thing, but he's 38, but it feels like he's older than that. And yeah, he gives you something, but he doesn't give you everything.
Yeah. The trade, like it would be less of a Paul George type trade if you're, look at these finals, how they're built, localize it. How do we get there? It's less, the comparison isn't Paul George, and it's gonna probably upset people that the closer comparison to me is the Thunder last year trading away Josh Giddey for Alex Caruso. That's more of the like, hey, we took a shot on a young guy drafted in the top 5 of the 2021 draft and didn't work. We're getting someone who fits what we're trying to do better than someone who you kind of have to like run the show for. But, well, we have a better player that runs the show for us. Now, Şengün isn't close to being as good as SGA. That's the ultimate things that the Rockets need their SGA. They need the Halliburton.
Yes.
But
Thompson might be that, but we don't know yet.
There's no one on the roster that you're getting
right.
Like you said, like even a Tyrese Halliburton level of compensation. Never mind the Shea and every draft pick we have.
Durant's the closest thing that you theoretically could get to a Tyrese Halliburton in that he is not as appreciated as he once was, but the upside is not there like it is with Halliburton. And I don't think you should trade Jalen Green for Durant. I think that there's value for Green. I think a draft pick is all you should have to give up for Durant. It is the Paul Gallant Show. It's 12:30 on a Thursday. You know what that means. It's time for Tinfoil Hat Thursday. Couple of tinfoil hat theories on the text line, which you can send in 713-780-3776 to call to text. A texter talking about the Astros offense struggles. Apparently the traject arc is a hoax. What has it done for the Astros, even against a subpar pitcher and a subpar team? For those who don't know, the traject arc is a robotic pitching machine used by baseball teams to replicate the pitches of any baseball pitcher with high accuracy. The Astros, amongst others, are using this to train their hitters. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be working, and I would also wonder about the Astros' approach at the plate, if they're maintaining that same kind of patience that Dana Brown, Joe Espada wanted to have them having going into the year. Also, Eric the Driver texts in, conspiracy theories aren't real. It's just a conspiracy made up by big aluminum to sell more tinfoil for hats. I don't know how many people actually make tinfoil hats like this. The only time I can see in film or remember in film people wearing tinfoil hats is in the movie Signs, where Joaquin Phoenix and Small Child Girl are wearing tinfoil hats as Mel Gibson comes back from exploring the greater insert random rural industrial place looking to see whether or not there are aliens and such outside.
Yeah. So it isn't a real thing. It's just something that Reynolds from Reynolds Rap has implanted into the American culture, where we think tinfoil denotes conspiracy thought.
Yeah, I think so.
But no one actually buys them, or no one wears them on their head. People
No,
buy
I use it to cook food, so there's less cleanup.
Yeah.
And on top of that, I also use it to conserve food when I have cooked something and I do not want it to go bad.
And then the 3 sheets that you use to make the hat.
Yeah, it's like 7.
Oh,
But yeah, I get
Double
what you're
layered.
saying here. Little duct tape. It's not very comfortable. I'm wearing a tinfoil hat for those who don't know right now. Tinfoil hat Thursday. CJ Stroud not practicing with general shoulder discomfort and or a pec injury. Our guy, Big Sarge Sports of Big Sarge Media, dropped this nugget about one of the reasons that the Texans aren't too upset about this right now.
Hey, Sarge, let me tell you something. And let me tell this to you because I like you, because I know who you are. I respect you and I respect your work. Sarge, let me tell you this. Have you ever sat back and thought that maybe CJ isn't throwing right now because Nick Caley wants to see what he has in Davis Mills?
Damn. That would be so funny, right? What if Nick Caley, again, we're joking around here, but what if Nick Caley is like, I need a white quarterback. I need myself a white quarterback. I need myself a Tom Brady or a Matt Stafford. That's all I've worked with. In New England and LA. I don't know why I gave him this accent, but let's just work with the character here.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, that's as far as the reasons go, that is close to the bottom, in my opinion. But hey, Sarge talks to people. Sarge is there every single day. I do like the dramatic build up to that.
Yeah.
So they can see what they have at Davis Mills. Tinfoil Hat Thursday. Put a tinfoil hat on your head. Here's another one. Trevor Bauer. There is collusion against him across baseball against giving him a job. And it partly is due to the fact that since he's such an unrepentant a-hole, no one wants to deal with the social media fallout and backlash that would come if they were to bring him in. For those who don't know, yesterday, Trevor Bauer was awarded over $300,000 in a default judgment against the original sexual assault accuser, Lindsey Hill. Look up the details for yourself. After she lied publicly and claimed that he had paid her money to settle their lawsuit. Bauer, to his credit, smart guy, even if he's an a-hole, did not sign any NDA, so it allowed him to share any information that came from this. And Hill has quite the rap sheet. For those who don't know, we're not seeing a lot of follow-up on this, except for from a couple of reporters. But Lindsey Hill has been charged and arrested for assaulting an EMS officer, disorderly conduct, public intoxication, driving on a DUI suspended license, and cruelty to animals. That last one, I don't like that one. And listen, there are others who have made allegations against Trevor Bauer. And I remember when these came out, I thought to myself, damn, if these are true, not great. But one of the other allegations against Trevor Bauer, I think the fourth and most recent one, was not a concrete story because the person was contradicting themselves often when they first brought this to the police. And this woman was also indicted for fraud last year. So at least in 2 of the 4 allegations against Trevor Bauer, it seems like people were trying to screw him over. I can't speak for the other 2. You want to go down a deep rabbit hole, you can for yourself. But Bauer just got money from the state of California. Check that. I guess, I don't know if it's from the state of California. It's supposed to come from Lindsey Hill. I doubt Lindsey Hill has the money. I doubt that he's going to get these $300,000 that the state of California ruled that he gets.
Or is it a payment plan or something.
Yeah, like a 30-year payment plan or something
Yeah.
like that. Even that's going to take a very long time.
I also wonder how they land on that number, where it's like, if you're saying that because of this false accusation, he's no longer an MLB pitcher, like it should be 30 million. You know, like it should be a lot more money. That again, I doubt Lindsey Hill has.
I doubt she'll ever have it.
I guess she's one of 4.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like all of his money, like, you know, but it should still be like a fourth, you know, of his money.
Right.
I don't know.
To bring it back to Bauer, my assumption always was the reason that no baseball team took a chance on him was that the talent wasn't there anymore. But at this point, I mean, look at the effing Rockies, who, to their credit, have more, or at least at 2-12 yesterday, had more wins in June than any team in baseball. Would there really be that much backlash if a bad team signed him, especially with where the pendulum has swung as far as the culture wars? There would certainly be a lot of people who don't like him, but would it really be such a massive distraction or problem for your team if you brought him in? I would say with a lot of these teams, this is the kind of novelty that you should bring in because no one effing cares about you. So it makes me wonder if you're Bauer and no one's bringing you in, do you sue Major League Baseball right now? Do you do what Colin Kaepernick, I guess, never quite did? Like always threatened. There was always like that hanging in the air, but I think he still wanted a job, so he never followed through on it all the way.
Yeah.
Because I think if Bauer keeps on winning these cases, I am assuming that whoever he works with, and obviously he's a smart person that's a little tinfoil hattish himself, I would think that Bauer would find some sort of way to have at least a strong case against Major League Baseball here. It is pretty crazy that he is unemployed and we're continuing to see stories of these allegations against him get dropped. Just a thought. Again, I don't know about the other 2 cases, but Lindsey Hill, the original accuser of sexual assault against Trevor Bauer, and the most recent one, the 4th one, who was indicted for fraud, it does seem like at least half of this was bull bleep.
Yeah. And then it boils down to like, if he was a good enough pitcher, some team would look the other way, or B, if he was likable, because it doesn't seem like he's just unlikable to like the public. It seemed like he was unlikable to the Dodgers when he was on the Dodgers, where the clubhouse wasn't exactly like,
yes.
The
we all brought that up.
Yeah, we've all heard like, you know, the Texans, when Deshaun Watson was going through his thing, like the guys on the team generally support the Browns support Deshaun Watson, and he's not even good anymore.
Yeah.
And the Dodgers players did not seem as supportive of him, and they never really like spoke up about like, it's wrong what they're doing to Trevor Bauer. We want him back.
Exactly.
It seemed like they're kind of like, all right, shame. It's a real shame.
You pitch once every 5 days. Right. Honestly, if Bauer does come back, Bauer's going to need to sort of say like to himself and to others, like he has to make a better effort to be a normal person with all of these people. So that's definitely a part of it. Texter brought that up too. Like, I don't think he would fit in with this Astros clubhouse. Even no matter how much it's changed, I just don't think he'd fit in with it. Yeah. That said, I will admit, you know, mea culpa here. The idea that no one was signing him because he wasn't good anymore, like, I'm sorry. Look at the Rockies.
Yeah, you would
look at who the Pirates are throwing out there.
You would think that at the very least, like even right now, if you're one of these bad teams, like you take the PR hit, like you said, the like people that would be upset about it. But like, I don't know, if you're the Rays, like, do you care if you're, you know, a team that's like kind of out of the way? I understand why the Yankees can't do it. The Dodgers can't bring them back because that's like on such a bigger scale. But if you're one of these small market teams, or if you're the Marlins, like,
why not
sign them and then at the trade deadline, trade them?
Right.
Like,
Exactly.
Like, have them for a year and then try to flip them.
I'm with you on that one. I do, again, like he's part of this, no doubt about it, but maybe not for these off the field stories that happened. I don't think he would fit in with the Astros. I do think, though, especially say he's not the same player he was a couple of years ago, I do think he should sue baseball at this point. I mean, what do you have to lose?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, if it's clear that he's not getting in.
Exactly. They're clearly not signing him, so he may as well at this point in time. And, I mean, listen, we don't like Trevor Bauer that much here, but, I mean, we don't like
Rob Manfred either. So it'd be kind of funny.
Watch them fight.
Yeah. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. This might be a how far is too far conversation. I'm sure that we will talk about Trevor Bauer at some point the rest of the show. Coming up next, the Houston Rockets. They're in the midst of the offseason. Are they thinking about bringing in this guy? Well, guess what? There's another team that they might have to watch out for, stealing him from right under their noses. I'll tell you who that is next. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. It's always interesting what our audience is going to feel at a specific part during the day, because I would say for the most part, we just floated the idea of Trevor Bauer to the Astros with all the injuries at this moment in time. But is he pitching that well in Japan? Not really. And on top of that, take a look at just where he is and how he's viewed across baseball as far as a teammate. It doesn't feel like he would be a fit, but it is surprising that there's not another team in baseball that would think about bringing him in. We also asked the question, are you willing to watch these NBA finals? Are you excited to watch these NBA finals? I think it'll be enjoyable. I really do. Though I will also admit that I will feel a little bit like a casual watching both of these teams play. At least I'm familiar with the Pacers from last year and the Celtics and Pacers in the Eastern Conference Finals. But with OKC, I don't watch OKC that much. So I'm sure I'm not going to like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander very much after a couple of games. A texter said, I'd rather be standing in a DPS line next to 7 men with horrible body odor than watch the NBA Finals. I would rather watch the NBA Finals. I mean, you're standing next to these people with body odor. Bad body odor is bad, man. Bad body odor is awful, Sean. I mean, we go to the same gym, and there was someone who walked by the other day at the gym. And again, the gym is the gym, but I gagged. I gagged. It was wretched.
Yeah.
And the guy kept on standing around because I think he was looking for like a machine to open up because this terrible gym I'm at doesn't have enough equipment. So Yeah.
There's like 1 or 2 of each machine.
Right.
Yeah.
And God, the worst thing about it, there'll be people awkwardly standing around.
Oh
and,
my God.
And I'm in the middle, and then they just stand there, and I'll be in the middle of something, and people like wave in front of me, like, how many do you have left? And I'm like, when I'm done, I'm done. Like, I'm just like, F off. Don't talk to me. Don't look at me. Don't talk to me. I'm not going to look at you or talk to you.
Yeah.
F off. Do not talk to me. Does it make me feel, does that make me an a-hole? Sure. But go to this gym.
Yeah. I'm looking to get in and get out.
Yeah. Same. Another texter, who gets more views? Game 1 of the finals or Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese? Finals. This beats baseball. Doesn't beat game 1 of the NBA finals.
I agree. I agree. Because what was it, like 2.5 million?
Yeah, it's going to be more than that. It won't be a lot, but it's going to be more than that. Anyway, guess what, guys? The Houston Rockets, they're in the midst of the offseason, and there's a name on the top of everyone's wish list. Not just the Rockets, every team across basketball. They're looking to upgrade. Let me upgrade you. It's time for another episode of Giannis Watch. Yes, a little Greek music. Feeling so festive here. I feel like I'm in Nico Nico's. And or Greece. I went to Greece once.
Yeah.
It was fun.
Either Nico's or Greece.
And
itself.
same thing. Yeah. Louis Papa's Greek restaurant, where my first job was in St. Pete, Florida. You know?
You might see a manager get slapped right now.
Right, that's right. Anas, the overweight man with Tourette syndrome who got slapped by Don for being disrespectful. Anas was asking for it. I don't care if that guy was on work release from jail. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. I realize there's no backstory to that. That's really for the OG Paul Gallant show listeners.
That's for the real ones.
So Giannis Antetokounmpo, I would love to see the Rockets bring him aboard. There is no limit as far as what I'd give up to go get him outside of Amen Thompson. But even then, like, am I going to really say no? Because Amen Thompson, when is he going to be a finished product? I want Giannis on this team. I find him enjoyable as a personality. I like the way that he plays. He clearly works hard. He clearly is very grateful to have risen to the level that he's risen, not just in NBA, but also in this little game that we like to call life. Per the Toronto Star, Giannis Antetokounmpo and the Toronto Raptors have mutual interests. Huh. Really? Toronto? First off, how are they going to pull that off? I'll be honest. I don't know what kind of draft picks Toronto is bringing to the table. But also, wait a second. I mean, why would you want to go there? It's cold. Canadian inflation's worse than our inflation. Huh?
Yeah.
We the North. I mean, their fans suck from what I hear, too. Like, they're a-holes online. Oh, we're Canadian. We're polite. BS.
Yeah.
Ask anyone who's dealt with Blue Jays fans or fans of the Raptors.
Yeah, I was going to say
Ryan Russillo.
Raptors fans. Yeah. The thing is, there might be a connection with him and Masai Ujiri, the president of basketball operations in Toronto. That might just be the tie there. But yeah, it's not really, I don't know, not that enticing of a thing. The Raptors say that everyone's on the table, to which I say, yeah, they should be. Yeah, obviously. They don't have anyone good enough that you would say, no, we're trying to team up Giannis with this guy. It's like you get Giannis and then you try to build the team around him. But yeah, this
is weird.
It is weird, but
because Masai Ujiri won an NBA championship, he needs to flex to make it seem like, yeah, we're doing something here. Because that's all I can see with this story is that somebody's saying, yeah, we're trying.
Giannis, frugal, doesn't want to throw out his winter coats when he moves to Houston. I don't know.
By the way, so this is completely unrelated to Giannis Antetokounmpo, but it does relate to somebody
I'll keep the music playing.
Who was mentoring Giannis Antetokounmpo, Hakeem Olajuwon. See this? Hear about this?
No.
We might have to do a follow-up on this. This popped up on my Instagram. A woman per ABC 13 was awarded $530,000 in Olajuwon road rage choking incident.
Recently?
Yes.
Wow.
Court orders, not Hakeem Olajuwon, the son of Hakeem Olajuwon to pay $530,000 for a road rage choking incident. He also faces charges in another road rage incident. Gotta say, I'm assuming Hakeem Olajuwon's son is also massive. That is not someone I'd want to deal with in a road rage incident.
No.
Um,
Hakeem Olajuwon. He had a temper coming up. Apparently he passed that down to his son.
I don't know. Listen, I'm
two
not
different
saying that.
road rage.
No, that man is a man. Hakeem Olajuwon. No, he would never. His
No,
son,
I just mean like unintentionally. You know, the temper runs through.
I don't think it's genetics.
Those Olajuwons run hot.
I don't think it's genetics. And honestly, this is one of those things where I'm like, I can understand why this was not a front page story for a very long time until the actual charges were finalized. This is the first I've seen this story. Holy crap. Anyway, guys, there you go. Giannis watch 2025. It is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. What is up with the Astros bats? What's the deal with the bats? Also, Astros GM Dana Brown spoke yesterday. We try to filter through what he's saying. Are we buying what he's selling? Stick around. Astros lost to the Pirates 3-0 last night. The Pirates scored all their runs via small ball. The Astros scored none. And the pitcher on the hill for Pittsburgh last night, who lasted 5 1/3 innings, left last night's game with a 5.27 ERA. That's all you need to know about him. We're not even going to say his name again. That's all you can get against that guy. Christian Walker continues to be a black hole at the cleanup spot. I think the Astros need to think about moving him out of there. Isaac Paredes is slump after the 2-run homer that he had Monday night. Seems to be back. He had an 0-for-4 game, 2 strikeouts. And while you did get some of the usual suspects getting you hits, Jeremy Pena had 2. He had a double as one of those. Yader Diaz had 2. Diaz has been doing a little bit better of late. Victor Caratini had a double. Jake Myers had a single. Jose Altuve had an 8-foot single. Like, come on. What are we doing? You're better than this offensively. I don't care if you don't have Yordan Alvarez and if Chas McCormick is hurt. I don't care. And Zach DeZenzo's hurt too. I mean, that's where we're at. We're like, oh, man, I wish we had Zach DeZenzo back because he's on the injured list with hand discomfort, which is, does he have a broken hand? Is he going to come back with a hook? I don't know. That's just the way the cookie crumbles with the Astros, their training and medical staff, and communication with us. Anyway, speaking of communication with us, Astros GM Dana Brown joins the Astros flagship once a week, and we determine whether or not we buy what he is selling. Are you down with Dana Brown? Indeed. All right, guys. Here's what Dana Brown had to say about the bats. Keep in mind, this was Wednesday before Christian Walker's 0-for-4, 3 strikeout performance. He believes Christian Walker is turning the corner. I am selling and selling and selling that some more. Dana, please stop. Can you just say he's working on himself? Just say that. He's working on himself. More from Dana Brown on the bats. He believes the bats are starting to turn the corner. They're starting to see flashes of offense. Well, I got to say, over the last, I don't know, week / the entirety of this season, I just don't agree. Here are how many runs the Astros have scored in the last week. Last Wednesday, 5 runs. Last Thursday, 3 runs. Friday, 2 runs. Saturday, 3 runs. Sunday, 1 run. Tuesday, 3 runs. Last night, 0. Nah. They did score 11 against the A's last week, but I mean, just since last Thursday, they have scored less than 3 runs in every single game. So, not great. Not great. I do not buy that the bats are starting to turn the corner. I do not buy that I am starting to see flashes of offense. And while I do buy Dana Brown saying if we start to really heat up with the bats, we'll go on a run. We're on the I buy that. I do not believe they're on the verge of one. Oh, we're on the verge. Oh, yeah, no, I don't think they're on the verge of an offensive explosion. Dana Brown was also asked about the injuries for the Astros right now. He was asked if things will change going forward when it comes to the way that they monitor injuries. And get this, he actually said yes. He said that we will get more imaging. Now, inexcusable that the Astros were not getting more imaging before, but they're going to get more imaging. Huzzah! More MRIs. Use the MRI machine. I'm sure you have an MRI machine. It doesn't have to just be an X-ray. And it doesn't have to just be once over a month. Sean.
Yeah, and maybe you can run them through it when you think that the inflammation has gone down enough for him to swing a bat. maybe before he actually swings the bat, let's take another look.
Yeah. Just a thought. Just a thought, but hey, he was asked about it.
It's crazy.
On the Astros flagship, and he actually gave a semi-honest answer. He also was asked about protecting players from themselves, being part of the job. He said that we have to slow it down a little bit, while giving a very long answer about how players sometimes are so competitive that it's just tough to keep them off the field. But I mean, dude, it's a 162-game season. If there's any sport where you have to be a little more careful with it, it's this one. More from Dana Brown. Are you down with Dana Brown? On Yordan Alvarez, he'll continue to rest. No hits, no throws, but he will run, catch fly balls. 60% he's progressing. Okay, running, I could see it. Catching fly balls, that is asking for trouble. That's asking for trouble. When you catch a ball in your glove, generally you're bringing your right hand in to complete the catch. Now, you're not catching it barehanded, but I don't want anything that involves handwork for Yordan Alvarez right now.
Yeah.
No typing, no video games, and no, you know that. None of that. None of anything, okay? He also said of his fracture in his hand, he's 60% recovered. He's progressing. Well, I would like a different number than 60% because that's the last number we heard. We heard that 60% number on Saturday. I'd like to hear like 63%. Like a little progress.
The progress bar.
Yeah.
Like when you're loading something on your computer.
Yeah.
Where it's like, it says it'll be ready in 5 minutes for 10 minutes already.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. It just 65. You can lie. I don't believe 60. So you can just say whatever number.
Yeah. Yeah. Literally just slightly higher than 60%. Anything. More. Are you down with Dana Brown? As far as Spencer Arrighetti goes, Arrighetti feels really good. We have to slow him down. Ooh, they might have learned something, but he has to go through a full spring training before he's back out there. So he is a ways away. As far as Luis Garcia is concerned, he will be throwing a live batting practice at the end of June. He's expected back in August. Oh boy, Luis Garcia will be an Astros trade deadline acquisition, right? You heard it here first. Dana Brown's going to say it. He's going to say it.
They're getting pitching help. They're getting some arms.
Please stop. Please stop. I do not need this reinforced by you, Sean. Nope, I don't need that. Dana Brown, when asked about improving the team earlier rather than later, he said this, quote, "We're always in the market for pitching. Won't leave any stone unturned." Cool. How about a bat? Bats. Dana, bats. I do not want to keep hearing, it's going to get going. It's going to get going. F that. It's not. It's probably not. Christian Walker is not good. He's not. Could he be good? Sure. Right now, he's not. Oh, he finally was an Astro after he hit that home run against the Rays. Like, stop. That's not anything Dana Brown said. That was this the general consensus online. Like, Christian Walker's finally arrived as an Astro because he had a big hit against the Mariners. Cool. It was awesome that he had a big hit against the Mariners. He had some big hits against the Mariners, but for the most part, he is an absolute black hole in the lineup in that cleanup spot. A couple other little tidbits about the Astros on the injury front. JP France is going to throw a live batting practice on Friday in West Palm Beach. So I guess that means he's a month away. Joe Espada said that. And we heard about Luis Garcia, who's still throwing just bullpens. Christian Javier also throwing bullpens. They're not to the point of facing hitters yet. So, yeah, Christian Javier, also potential Astros trade deadline acquisition.
There we go. They're going to have too many pitchers, Paul. What are they going to do with all these guys?
From the 8-3-2, last night didn't help when the starting pitcher automatically gives up 3 runs and seems to be that way in many of his starts. Gusto needs to be moved out of the starting rotation. Something needs to happen in way of a trade for someone who can pitch. Here's the thing. Gusto, listen, I get it. He allowed 8 hits, but all the runs that the Pirates scored were small ball runs. They were all on sacrifice flies, and one was scored in the double play, for God's sakes. I'm not blaming Ryan Gusto for last night. I'm not. This is what you're supposed to expect out of Gusto. They're so injured at this point in time. That's the guy that they have to throw out there. He does, for what it's worth, have the build that you want out of a pitcher. So they're trying to see if he can develop. But they've said he's a part of the starting rotation. I actually do not question that. This offense is better than what it's been. And something's up. I mean, I brought it up yesterday. One of the worst teams in baseball in the first inning at the plate. One of the worst. Dead last in OPS, dead last in batting average. And I mean, those numbers got worse last night because they went 0 for 3 in the first inning with 2 strikeouts. That was before they even get to Christian Walker, who generally, say anyone gets on base, bye, it's over, because he's going to mess it up based off of what we've seen this year.
Yeah. I agree that like Ryan Gusto wasn't like so bad yesterday.
Right, he wasn't good. Someone texted in. He put the players on base for sure. Yeah. But at the same time, like this is what you're going to get with him. I've accepted it.
But I will say that when they do get some sort of reinforcement, whether that's Arrighetti, where that's a trade, I think Gusto is the weakest link. Goodbye. I think he's the one that
more than Colton Gordon.
Huh? I hate that we have to have this conversation.
We don't have to. It's
okay.
The Paul Gallant Show. He's Sean. I'm Paul. Again, rotation, limited in depth. Bats. Come on. Up next, we will discuss something interesting that I do think is a good development for the Houston Texans at OTAs. Also, what I want to hear from CJ Stroud when he's back. We do have a caller. Do we have time for the caller, Sean? What do you think? Robbie, what you got talking about Astros pitching?
Yes, sir.
Show us what you got.
Hey, last night when I'm watching the game, you got a crappy pitcher that gets behind 3-0, no strikes, and they watch a ball going straight down the middle, and they just watch it go by. And then after that, you get all this all-speed stuff, and I've seen that 3, maybe 4 times. So I think that when you get 3-0, you need to be teeing off on the ball because they got people that can knock it out of the park real quick.
Do you feel like the Astros offense last night wasn't swinging for the fences?
It's not swinging for the fences. It's the fact that you got somebody that's behind and it's 3-0. And you know that he has to pitch you a good pitch to get a strike.
Oh,
you know that.
You're still talking about Gusto here. Okay, look,
So,
I get what you're saying, Robbie, but the limitations are what they are with this pitcher. You know, like, there's a lot of injuries. They have to throw this guy out there. I'm just not that worked up about the Astros pitcher. You know, I'm not that worked up about him. I'm worked up about the offense. This offense has a lot of bats, and they have proven over the last week they just can't score, and this has been a problem all season long. But appreciate the phone call. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Again, up next. What's going on with the Houston Texans at OTAs? There is actually something that is going well for CJ Stroud at Texans OTAs. I'll tell you what that is on the other side. And here's what I want to hear from him when we finally hear from him. Stick around.
You're listening to The Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
I know everyone's freaking out about CJ Stroud, his general shoulder soreness, his pectoral. You're wondering, wait, when's he going to be back out there? And I will admit that in training camp or the regular season, if we are still having this conversation, I'll admit I'm wrong in not really being concerned about it at this moment in time. But Stroud is actually out there for what it's worth. And I do think that he is actually learning a little bit at OTAs. So if you've never gone to an OTA practice, it's all walkthroughs except for a couple of drills, which are like 7-on-7 wide receivers going up against defensive backs. But considering what the Texans have been saying about what CJ Stroud will now get to do in the offense with Nick Caley running the show, where Caley said Stroud wants the ability to have more control. When you're at that position, there's a lot of great value in being able to fix the problems that come up, unscouted looks that come up. It doesn't happen overnight. There's actually something Stroud's getting out of these OTAs where he is lining up under center, even if he's not throwing, even if he's just handing the football off, because you get mental reps. And I know this sounds dumb to say that CJ Stroud in walkthroughs could theoretically be getting something out of what's going on right now. But it's not just that they're installing a new offense behind a new offensive line. It's also that Stroud is now in a position where he gets to do this in practice, where he gets to see what's at the line of scrimmage and he gets to make some adjustments before. Now, the players listening to him, does it even matter if they do what he says? At this point in time, actually, it doesn't. This time right now is about Stroud figuring out what is the best course of action for him when he approaches the line of scrimmage before a play. So I actually think he is getting something out of OTAs, even if he is dealing with general shoulder soreness. I do believe this guy is pretty sharp as far as football minds go for players, and we'll obviously see the results of this at the start of the regular season and by the end of the regular season. But there's some value that he's getting out of it, and I am very curious about what Stroud and Caley together will look like. I will say, as far as Caley goes, the new offensive coordinator, this past week at OTAs, guy said all the right things, talking about an offense that evolves, adapts, an offense that is tailored to the players on your team. For example, the Texans had a weapon in Dameon Pierce. They never figured out how to use him. And I was always like, okay, obviously you're going to have a specific blocking scheme, but I mean, we saw what Pierce was with Davis effing Mills under center. He was a good player. Could figure out how to work an offense around this guy. And I think that's just one example of many, Sean, that shows in the past, not so good. That doesn't mean it's going to be better with Caley. I just think I'm hearing the right things out of Caley, and I think Stroud is actually getting something out of these OTAs, even if he's not throwing.
Yeah, right now is the easy time of the year if you're the offensive coordinator or defensive coordinator to say what your offense is going to be, because haven't seen it. Haven't even seen them go full out in practice yet with that offense. But I do think that the Caley part is the one, I guess, the one thing that makes the CJ Stroud absence, although you're right, he is there. He is there learning all the things. He's just not actually running the offense or doing the drills or whatever they need to be done. But I think that's the only part that I'm why I even understand the angst around Stroud not throwing is just the fact that there is a new system that they're trying to implement. But ultimately, I do agree that, like, in training camp, then we can have this conversation. Like, there's a chance we all go to the worst case scenario. Like, there's a chance that he's fine in 2 weeks and can throw at U of H's field or at Houston Christian's field with all the receivers and get on the same page with the Iowa State guys and Christian Kirk. Like, there's a very real chance that this is all just hot air for nothing, because there's nothing else to talk about at minicamp. I'm glad we're not doing offensive lineup talk, but this isn't that much better than it.
Right. It's not that much better than it.
It's at least about the quarterback, so it's a little bit more interesting.
It's football versus baseball for me. Someone even texted in JT Ag. Paul, what's your take? It's baseball season. Can we ban football talk until after the MLB All-Star break? What do you want to say? What do you want me to say? The Astros offense sucks right now. Boom. There you go. Sorry to get mad. I'm not trying to get mad at you, JT Ag. I appreciate you listening to the show. It's more though. I don't know what else to say about the offense other than it's bad, needs to get better. And I mean, until it's better, it's not going to be better.
Yesterday's game is one that you kind of chalk up to like, hey, there's 162 of these things. I don't think this team actually is so bad that they get blanked by Mike Burrows. It speaks to the overall lack of health of their offense, but it's not like, I don't know. It's just a game. Hey, we'll get them later today.
We'll get them later today. By the way, when we do hear from CJ Stroud, to bring it back to the Texans, first off, we all want to hear that it's all right. I can play through this. It's nothing to be concerned about, even if it actually is something to be concerned about. I want CJ to lie to us when he finally talks about that injury. I want him to seem like the toughest person alive. You know, I don't want him seeming like all these NBA players when the season ends. Oh, I was dealing with something all this time. Yeah, no bleep. You're playing an 82-game season. We get it. We respect what you do. You don't need to put that out there as if that's one of the reasons for your struggles, if that's the reason that your season went down. But also, when I hear from Stroud again, I don't want to hear this. So Jordan Love going into last year was the NFC version of CJ Stroud. A lot of excitement, a lot of hype, because like Stroud, Love finished off the year fantastic. His first season as starting quarterback for the Green Bay Packers. He was really good. So people were looking at both Stroud and Jordan Love as like the next big thing in the NFL. And both of them had disappointing seasons this past year relative to those expectations. So Jordan Love was asked about those struggles by a very Bobo-y reporter at Packers OTAs.
People always talk about ignoring the outside noise, but when it comes to people out there that say you took the step back from year 2 to 1 as a starter, at this point, do you use that as a little chip on your shoulder motivation at all? Just like, you know, all the stuff you went through with injury, and just when you do hear that, I'm sure you hear it once in a while. Just is it something you can use?
Oh my God!
I mean, what is a step back is what I'd ask. You know what I mean? Everybody has different opinions, things like that. You know, you got to block that stuff out. So it's all about the goals of the team at the end of the day. You know, I'd say we won more games than we did the year before. So that's why I asked you, what is a step back? So everybody has opinions, things like that. Try and block that out and just focus on doing me, being the best player I could be, like I've talked about, and go forward. But at the end of the day, you know, personal stats, things like that, that's all in the back. You know, you got to focus on the goals of the team first and foremost.
Really hitting a lot of the cliches. We might need to play. We might need to have some sort of game where we count cliches during clips when we play them, because Jordan Love is just checking all the boxes there. And look, he is right in that everyone has opinions. You should not care about what those opinions are, but he also should care about his own opinion of himself. And what is a step back? Last year, bud. Last year was a step back. It was a step back. Oh my God, that question on the way too. What do you say? Like, does that motivate you? All the people who say that you sucked last season. That's basically what that guy said. What does it say? It really does it motivate you? Why not you just say it, sir? Sir.
Yeah. Obviously, you didn't play up to the standard that you wanted last season. Or you feel extra motivation this season?
One of my big frustrations, Sean, is when people ask a question saying, "Oh, people are saying this, people are saying that."
Care to comment on the haters, which I'm not one of?
Yeah. Well, listen, just say last season was probably not what you wanted. Thoughts?
Yeah.
Boom. Easy.
How do you bounce back?
Easy. It's not that hard. It's not that hard to ask the tough question. It's weird how many people don't want to ask it. You're not going to get your access limited if you ask it in a fair way.
Yeah.
But using other people as a shield to ask that question, then say, like, do you use it as motivation? It's almost like you're kissing his ass and asking a dishonest question at the same time. Anyway, that's besides the point. I don't want to hear an answer from CJ Stroud if he's asked about a relatively disappointing season last season, but we've heard from him a lot. He's already talked about how it was disappointing. I can do better. I want to hear him sound like Joe Burrow sounded at the beginning of OTAs when he was asked about a season that could have won him MVP despite the Bengals missing the playoffs.
There's always more you can do. You know, if I played even better, then we wouldn't have been in that spot that we were in. So
I'm just focused on trying to get better myself. And, I know everybody in the locker room, it feels the same way. So if I go out there and play, hold on, Hobbs, dang. If I go out there and play better than I did last year, then it doesn't matter what goes on everywhere else. Okay, your turn, Hobbs.
Nope.
That was funny. I'm going to throw someone under the bus here because I actually like this guy a great deal. Something used to drive me crazy back in my days of being a reporter for some of the teams in town, cut the audio up. Dale Robertson, who worked for the Houston Chronicle for the longest time, great guy, but also would ask tough questions. But Dale would sometimes just cut people off in the middle of their answers, and I would be like, Dale, stop, please, while listening back to the audio afterwards. Let the guy finish his thoughts. I will admit, every now and then, I have almost jumped the gun, but you gotta wait. Let the guy land the plane. Unless it's Josina Anderson, who is hogging the person for an interview and being selfish and not allowing anybody else to ask questions, which she does all the time. It's the effing worst. Sorry, Josina. You work at like a website that's not real. Back off. Thank you. End rant. Sean?
It is tough sometimes with the long pauses, but yeah, I think in general, everyone needs to take another half beat before they ask a question. There's so many times, like you said, it's because we actually have to use like the audio of it that you notice like a guy trying to jump in before the athlete actually finishes his thought. It's so annoying.
It's so annoying. A couple of questions here. Junior Broncos is trolling me. Paul, how pumped are you to cover 15 weeks of Davis Mills? I'd rather watch Davis Mills play quarterback than the Astros score 0 runs against the Pirates. I mean, my body was trying to make me stop watching it. I fell asleep.
Yeah, your body.
My body
shut
is
down.
telling me no. Score run. Jesus. H. Murphy. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show. Sean Mapes behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 97.5. Did you know we're less than 100 days to the start of the NFL season? Oh, my goodness. You're so excited. You think I'm about to talk baseball? Hell no. We're so close. Our countdown to the start of the NFL season begins now. Huzzah! And on top of that, disastrous news for the Indianapolis Colts. And it's not a death this time. Not a death. Stick around.
throw again on first, and this one's almost intercepted, is it? Yes. Kevin Green has a touchdown for the Rams.
Oh, my. Wow. Really selling that, oh, my. That was a pick six that Warren Moon threw against Kevin Green, number 91 in your football programs, and a member of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Kevin Green, you might remember from his time with the Pittsburgh Steelers, but he also played for the LA Rams, the 49ers, and the Panthers for a season. The 96 Panthers team that made it all the way to the NFC Championship game. He passed away a couple of years ago, age 58, which is it's a bummer. Definitely a bummer. One of the many 2020 deaths. I don't know if it was tied to anything, but yeah, there you go. Kevin Green days away from the start of the NFL season. Also, man, this is kind of a moribund, macabre segment because I saw somebody had passed away the other day. Jim Marshall, remember him? Jim Marshall is another really good football player who played the majority of his career with the Minnesota Vikings. He played in the league for 20 years, which is pretty impressive. He played 1 year for the Browns in 1960. He played for the Saskatchewan Roughriders of the CFL in 1959, and he played for the Minnesota Vikings from 1961 to 1979. Super Bowl champion, and check that, NFL champion, not a Super Bowl champion, but NFL champion with the Vikings in the 69, 3-time second-team All-Pro, 2-time Pro Bowler, part of the 50 greatest Vikings. He also won a national championship at the Ohio State. He was one of 11 players to play in all 4 of the Vikings' Super Bowl appearances and a big part of the Vikings' famous Purple People Eaters defense, which featured Marshall, Alan Page, probably the most famous of all of them, Gary Larson, and Carl Eller. He had 127 career sacks. I believe that when he played, they were not officially keeping sacks. But now at the end of his career, he wrapped it up with 130 and a half sacks. It's kind of weird that they did not keep a good record of sacks until, I want to say, starting in the late 70s or the early 1980s. Because there's a lot of guys who had a ton, but technically they didn't have a ton. But 130 and a half sacks, I mean, that's damn good.
Yeah.
If you want some context, if you take a look at, of course, my computer starts acting up.
By the way, 1982 was when they first started officially keeping track.
Gosh, that's crazy. It's a great number. Now I get it, like guys weren't throwing the ball as much, but for context sake, guess how many sacks JJ Watt had? Obviously dealt with a lot of injuries over the course of his career.
He's probably hovering around 100.
114 and a half. So this guy had a full season, like a full prime JJ Watt season worth of sacks more than him. But here's the thing. This is unfortunate for Jim Marshall. This is what Jim Marshall is most remembered for. This is one of the most infamous plays in NFL history. They were playing. What is going on in this studio? Sorry a second. My microphone needs a little bit of rise. R-I-I-Z-E. It's fixed. Okay. Jim Marshall is infamous for this play back in the day against the San Francisco 49ers.
Looking. Stops, throws, completes it to Kilmer up at the 30-yard line. Kilmer driving for the first down, loses the football. It's picked up by Jim Marshall, who's running the wrong way. Marshall is running the wrong way. And he's running it into the end zone the wrong way. Thinks he scored a touchdown. He had scored a safety. His teammates were running along the far side of the field, Russ, trying to tell him, go back.
Vikings were up 27-17 on October 25th, 1964 over the San Francisco 49ers. The game seemed done. Marshall picks up a fumble, runs the complete wrong way, throws the ball basically into the stands for a safety, and he thought at that moment in time that he had scored a touchdown.
a 49er player came up to him and patted him on the ass because he had scored a safety for the 49ers. Luckily, the Vikings won that game 27-22, but this is considered one of the worst plays in NFL history, as it should be. He ran the wrong way.
It's tough. And he ran a long way, the wrong way. He ran for a good bit. So, yeah. Watching the play, too, it's kind of hard to see how he got turned around like that. Like I don't know. I don't understand how he picked up the fumble and ran the same direction that the ball carrier was.
Well, for those who don't know, when I played high school football in St. Petersburg, Florida, the last play of the third quarter on our homecoming, my senior year, one of my teammates, Clay Burke, was running the football to the left side. He got about 7 yards downfield or so. Ball gets punched out. I'm playing at wide receiver, and I'm not that far away from the play, but I'm far enough where I had no chance of recovering the fumble. Some guy on the team that we were playing, Indian Rocks Christian, picks up the fumble. And I think since the quarter ended, I think he thought that we had flipped fields because it was 0-0-0-0. Like that's the only thing I can think of. So this guy runs a good, I'm going to guess about 60 yards the wrong way. And he's in the end zone, and I'm trailing him. And I notice very few of my teammates are trailing him with the speed that they should. So I'm running, and I'm like, what the hell's going on? Thinking to myself, like, quickly in my head. One of my teammates was a little bit further ahead of me. His name was Tom's. He ended up playing at Davidson. And I'm yelling at Tom's. I'm like, Tom's, kill him. Because he's just standing in the end zone. He thought he had scored, just like Jim Marshall. So Tom's turns around, and he hits him. And I come out. I come after him. And we both pile drive this guy into the corner of the end zone, right by this concrete grate that had sewer or something like that runoff and to drain the field. Yeah. So we just drill him into that. It's a safety. And on my way up, I said, like, nice play, bad word. And we walk away. And then the very next play, I had what could have been like the greatest touchdown of my life, but I ran out of gas at the 15-yard line because it was the safety punt. It was like it was like a 60-yard return, but I ran out of gas at the 15 and I tried to do something like a little spin move, and this kid caught up to me and I got tackled. And I wanted to die for the entire rest of the game. One of my best games ever. And the whole game, I'm like, I could have scored the kick return too. Alas, earwax. Anyway, I will post that clip again because whenever I think of Jim Marshall, I think of that play. I'll at least post it in the Twitch and on YouTube because you can watch the clip for yourself. Like this actually happened. It's wild. I still can't believe it happened. But anyway, yes, Jim Marshall ran the wrong way, but we do not remember him from running the wrong way. We remember him for his contributions with the Minnesota Vikings. Honestly, if you had 130 sacks, you should be in the NFL Hall of Fame probably. You have more sacks than J.J. Watt.
Yeah, it is
he's
crazy.
Not. He's not.
Looking at the sack leaders, and there's not very many super recent guys at the top. The top two are Bruce Smith, Reggie White, and then Kevin Green. Then you get to Julius Peppers at 4.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even Peppers, he hasn't played since 2016.
Yeah.
Like you'd think that it's become more and more of a passing league. Just naturally, there's more dropbacks, there's more sacks, but you still have guys that played most of their career in the 80s and 90s in this top 5. I mean, Strahan's at number 6.
Yep.
He retired in 07. So, like,
some guys aren't playing as long because obviously they're making a ton of money as a pass rusher.
Yeah.
Still, though, you're right. Why. Yeah, I mean, 130 is a lot, and it's honestly a crime that the NFL did not keep tabs on sacks as much as they did. 130 sacks, like Jim Marshall's forgotten to a degree.
Most active right now is Von Miller at 129.5.
Wow. I mean, crazy. So he's got more than him.
Yeah.
Anyway, tip of the hat and pour one out for Jim Marshall, who passed away earlier this week. Paul Gallant Show, our countdown to the start of the NFL season at 91 days. You want to jump in on the most interactive sports talk show in town? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Should the Astros be thinking about this guy to bolster their pitching staff? A rousing edition of baseball this afternoon, this week, today. Next.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. I did want to say something really quickly because this just came to my attention. This is what happens when you get a little bit too in the zone when prepping for a show. Man, I'm really bummed out to read that Fox 26 cut their sports department today. For those who don't know, basically every other week I would be on Fox 26 in the morning, generally with my guy, Nate Griffin, who I've been working with going all the way back to my first month in the business, and I'm talking about October 2011 on that front. I would produce Nate's weekend show with David Saltzman, who used to be the voice of Rice Athletics. Nate was so awesome to me, and I'm so thankful for all the opportunities that he gave me. Obviously, Mark Berman did such a tremendous job with the Fox 26 sports department in terms of, Mark Berman was the guy who breaks every single story in Houston sports for a long time. And Nate worked with him. I thought Will Kunkel had been doing an awesome job with Fox 26 since coming to town. There were some times where I didn't necessarily agree with his takes on things, but I've always gotten along great with Will when out and about. Sal Manine is a guy at Fox 26 who I went to school with, who I thought did a great job behind the scenes. And I know there's so many other people at Fox 26 who worked or have worked as part of the sports department. My friend Maggie McKeithen, who had passed away a year ago. This actually really bums me out. And obviously, it's an ever-changing industry. Things are getting, I guess, slimmer and slimmer as far as budgets when it comes to these local places. But pouring one out for Fox 26. There's some people I'm going to have to reach out to after the show. But keep those people in your thoughts. This is a brutal industry, and as someone who's been through it a couple of times myself, when you get punched in the gut, it really does suck. Because you love doing this job. It's a dream job for everyone. But very often in this field, when you end up getting got, it has nothing to do with anything that you've done. It's generally circumstances that are out of your control. That's what seems like it just happened with Fox 26. So disappointed in Fox 26 for moving on from the sports department. I think it was a pretty valuable part of this town. Anyway, how do you move on from that? Well, get this, guys. Baseball. It's a sport. I know a lot of you love it when I talk about baseball. I am arguably the greatest baseball mind that this city has ever had. So even though I don't really enjoy talking about baseball, I must do what is asked of me. With great power comes great responsibility. It's time for another episode of Baseball this afternoon, today, this week. I honestly forget what we call this segment. We were making fun of baseball tonight. Just remember that. Huzzah! All right, everybody. Trevor Bauer got $300,000 in a default judgment ruling against the woman, Lindsay Hill, who accused him of sexual assault and also accused him of paying her off via a settlement. Bauer did not, defended himself publicly. I would imagine that $300,000 plus is not going to rehabilitate his image. People still think of him what they think of him. And it's probably not going to get him back in the game. But I am curious if people would consider bringing him aboard. I'm sure that it wouldn't really fit with the Astros because this is a guy who has spoken out about the Astros in the past. I get that there's been a lot of turnover, but I doubt Lance McCullers wants Trevor Bauer in his clubhouse. I doubt Jose Altuve wants Trevor Bauer in his clubhouse. I also wonder if he's still good. I guess his numbers in Mexico haven't been particularly good. And when he was in Japan, he didn't look really good either. But all that said, he's good enough to be a major leaguer, right? Just given his track record, like being away from the game for 2 years. Lance McCullers was away from the game for 3 years. The Colorado Rockies are god-awful. There's a lot of bad teams in baseball. I feel like he has at the very least, a good case against baseball to sue them for some sort of collusion and not bringing him in.
It just occurred to me that Trevor Bauer pitched more recently in the majors than Lance McCullers before last month.
Yeah.
Because
I think it was the beginning of the 2023 season for the Dodgers. Like, I think he had maybe a month or two or something like that before the allegations came to light.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, something like that. The timeline, honestly, off the top of my head, I forget. But he's blackballed. Fake Tony Stark is saying he got blackballed because he spoke out on spider tack. I don't know about that.
I mean, didn't they then ban spider tack?
Right, they banned it. I mean, yeah, I don't know if it was that. I really think it is no one wanted to deal with.
Oh, no, he last pitched in 21.
Oh, it's 21? Oh, damn, was that long ago? But the Dodgers signed him, and then he didn't pitch for the Dodgers?
He pitched 17 games for the Dodgers.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, whatever the case. Yeah. He'd been out for a while. He's better than some of the players that are in the majors right now by default, entirely because of his past, even if he is not pitching that well in Mexico and in Japan. And if I were in his corner, I would advise him to try and sue baseball because no one's bringing him back. Definitely a crappy thing to realize that you're not going to get back in, but I don't think he's going to get back.
Yeah, and I was going to say maybe wait until you're, a little bit older to where, that there's no chance that you actually, like we talked about with Kaepernick, where Kaepernick always in the back of his mind thought there was a chance that he could play in the NFL, so he didn't want to end up suing them. Trevor Bauer is 34 years old.
That's it.
Yeah.
I would have thought older.
Really? I would have thought younger.
Okay. Definitely online. Very online guy.
Embrace the debate.
Embrace the date.
Are you surprised by how old or young he is? But yeah, I mean, he's a 34-year-old pitcher. Like that's a tough thing to bring in. Sony hasn't pitched in the bigs for that long at that age.
Also in baseball, yesterday, a pregame dust-up between the Red Sox and Angels in a game that was won on the shortest walk-off home run in history, 308 feet. There was a shouting match between Angels pitcher Tyler Anderson and a Red Sox coach. I actually sent as a joke to one of my friends in the industry, looks like Alex Cora has had a few too many in the morning, because I thought that the guy on the Red Sox who got into the fight was Alex Cora. For those who don't know, in the book that was written about the Astros sign stealing scandal, it seems like Cora drinks a lot. I actually have no thoughts on it other than that was one of my takeaways from the book. In addition to, I think more teams than the Astros cheated. It was that, Alex Cora likes him a little sauce, maybe in times where he doesn't need it. But Tyler Anderson got into a shelling match with Red Sox first base coach Jose Flores on the field. And yeah, I thought it was Alex Cora. Whoops, my bad. Paul, do you think all baseball players look the same? Kind of. Do you think all baseball coaches look the same too? Yes, I do. They don't see color after all. Everyone looks the same to me.
Yeah. If they're wearing a uniform,
they're wearing a baseball uniform. I think, was that Babe Ruth? Oh, he's still playing? What the hell? Unbelievable. Rafael Devers is not Babe Ruth? What? Shohei Ohtani is not Babe Ruth either? Huh? Also, wrapping up baseball today, this afternoon, this week, the Rockies, as of 2/12 yesterday, were the only team in June with 3 wins. So there you go. It's baseball today, this afternoon, this week, or something.
This afternoon. No, today, this afternoon. Because I think I also titled it wrong on here, so I can't look and see what I titled.
I forget what it is. Yeah, we'll do a little bit more of this. I know a lot of you guys like baseball talk. So there you go. This is the baseball talk you were dying for. All righty then. It's the Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Desert Stro says the Rangers seem like a team to sign Bauer. Oh, the Rangers, like the Astros, need bats. Bats.
Pitching.
Yeah, they got all right pitching. Up next, speaking of those bats, what the hell, man? What do you got to say for yourself, Astros bats? How do we get them back in the game? What do we do? Steroids? Are there more torpedo bats? Well, what's the problem? Is it time for a trade? It's the Paul Gallant Show. You can answer that on the other side. Stay put. The most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. You never know what's going to be on the TV in studio here because guess what? I have no control over it. So it's always fun to see TNT slide right into something like National Treasure, starring Nicolas Cage, amongst others. I'm amazed that 5 seconds into the images I see on the screen, I immediately recognize that this is National Treasure, starring Nicolas Cage.
It is a one-of-a-kind movie,
to
be fair.
It for sure is,
I
Sean.
guess there are 2 sequels, so maybe not one of them.
I would say too many. Here is my take on National Treasure. No movie has ever, let's just be frank, castrated its lead actor more than that. Nicolas Cage, they did not let him cook in this movie. Nick Cage, one of the greatest actors of our time. If you disagree with me, I'll fight you. Nicolas Cage, incredible actor, but impotent in this movie, much like the Houston Astros offense is impotent right now. Goodness gracious me, oh my. 0 runs against that guy? Oh, Paul, you're on a roll right now. Yeah, who the hell is Mike Burrows? Is that even his first name? Getting 0 runs against this guy? Huh? Yeah, that's his actual name. His ERA is 5.27, and you scored 0 runs against him. Listen, everyone's got to earn a living. There's a lot of pitchers at the major league level that you know aren't going to be there for long, but hey, they get to realize a lifelong dream. But how did he look at his previous 2 regular season starts? May 22nd against the Milwaukee Brewers. 2 home runs allowed in 5 innings, 4 earned runs. 3 and a third innings against the Arizona Diamondbacks, 4 earned runs. And then he pitches against the Houston Astros, this 25-year-old, and he is holding them to a 5 and a third inning shutout. Inexcusable how bad the Astros offense has been of late. And something I think needs to be done. I'm tired of hearing what Dana Brown had to say about the struggles yesterday when he was on the Astros flagship. He said Christian Walker is turning the corner before last night's game. Christian Walker went 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Bats are starting to turn the corner. We're starting to see flashes of offense. Well, I thought that maybe we'd see some more flashes of offense from Isaac Paredes. He did hit a 2-run homer, a clutch one to give a little bit of insurance at the end of Tuesday's game against the Pirates. But he's 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts. Jacob Melton should not be up at the major league level probably at this point in time. He's 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. I mean, the Pirates are scoring with small ball. And once again, the Astros go out and they do nothing with, I don't think, a runner even making it all the way to third base against a team that was starting someone named Mike Burrows. Ryan Gusto, he's not very good. Allowed a lot of base runners, but there weren't a lot of runs scored. Astros defense took care of him. He got out of those jams. Bullpen came in, did what it was supposed to do. Not the pitching fault last night. It's the bats. And Dana Brown went asked, like, hey, you guys looking at upgrading maybe earlier rather than later? We're always in the market for pitching. Yes, we've heard you say that a bunch. At some point, if you're going to talk about the market, let's look at some bats, man. Like, who's next to come up and probably underwhelm? Is it Bryce Matthews? You know, I mean, that you've gotten what you've gotten out of Cam Smith at this point is an upset. That Zach DeZenzo looked pretty good before he went back on the IL is pretty crazy too. But where you're at right now, I mean, this ain't enough. And it's kind of embarrassing when it's happening as much as it's happening. I mean, this is one of the worst first inning offenses in all of baseball. I know that in May they were a lot better, but over the last week, this is the team that has scored 3 runs or less in their last 7 games. Come on.
Yeah.
That's all. Come on.
To me, like even with the injuries to the pitching staff, I think getting a bat is more of a pressing matter for the Astros. That's even watching Ryan Gusto take the mound and be like, yeah, number 4 starter, Ryan Gusto, because that at least has the potential to get better at the very least with Spencer Arrighetti. I think when Spencer Arrighetti comes back, then you add him with Brown, Valdez, McCullers. Like, that's good enough. I can live with those 4 and then figure out the 5th starter. Like, that to me,
maybe it's JP France when he comes back. But here's the thing. All those guys are like a month away. Still, at the very least, in the back of your mind when it comes to the arms, you do have reinforcements coming. It's just a matter of when. How long can you hold out at Helm's Deep until the elves come, right?
But to me, like the bats, they've been bad all year.
Yes, exactly.
The reinforcements that, like you're saying, we're waiting on
Yordan Alvarez
for Gandalf the White, Yordan Alvarez,
who is 60% healthy, but we think he's dead. Looks like Gandalf died. Gandalf's dead.
Exactly.
He died. That's not Gandalf the Grey. Let's be honest. 420 enthusiast, high all the time.
Yeah.
Honestly, a disappointment as far as Wizards go. Like, Saruman really had it going.
Not ready for prime time.
Yeah. I mean, listen, he fights Saruman. Saruman kicks his ass. Like, just kicks his ass. It's not just Sauron PEDs in there. He throws him around the room. He has to escape on an eagle. And then, I mean, talk about all-time choke jobs. Like, you think he beat a Balrog? Oh, whoops. Got its little thingy around my lasso. It's a fire lassos around my leg. He pulls me down. And somehow he gets resurrected because God felt bad for him or whatever. So he comes back. And anyway, to end the Gandalf reference, because I could just keep on going talking about Lord of the Rings over talking about baseball. Like, Yordan Alvarez, he's 60% healed. I am just right now operating as if it's going to be a long time before I see him. I know it's going to be a long time before I see Spencer Arrighetti. He needs apparently a whole spring training to get back out there. I know in the case of JP France, probably the same thing. Like, JP France is finally throwing a batting practice on Friday. I'm assuming that means a month. Christian Javier is nowhere close. We didn't get any update about him from Dana Brown yesterday, but Luis Garcia is on the verge of throwing a bullpen. On the verge. And that's going to take him until probably August to get back. That's what Dana Brown said. Yeah, August. Okay, great. Right after the trade deadline. Awesome. Right. Just what I want to hear. They do have help coming for the arms, as annoying as it is to think about. But when it comes to the bats, like, this is unacceptable, period. And I don't know what you do other than shake up the order or shake up your Astros hitting coach or what. And we'll talk to Jeremy Booth about it tomorrow. Chuck has a thought on the Astros at 713-780-3776 to call to text. Chuck, what's up?
Paul, I just want to say I think y'all are dead on as far as the Astros, but I really got another question for you.
Hit me.
Because 2 days ago y'all had one of your better shows, are you and Sean going to do anything? Because yesterday's shows, the critics kind of said it was kind of loose.
Ooh.
And I just want to know, what are y'all doing to address that?
Ooh, damn.
Y'all have a good day.
Appreciate it. Well, I don't know if this segment would exactly feel tight, if you will.
The haters probably didn't love the Gandalf diversion.
Who are the critics, by the way?
Just,
the people out there.
People are saying.
People are saying
too loose of a show.
Listen, this show's always loose. I mean, if you think it's a tight show, no.
Yeah.
No.
It's like
we just had a child. We're a little loose right now. What? That's what happens. We're a little loose.
I was gonna go a different direction. We've
been in the bullpen for a while.
I was gonna say we're Jameis Winston the show. All right. We're gonna go 30-30. We might go 30-30. And on the right night, yeah.
It's entertaining though.
Maybe it's all touchdowns. But there's probably gonna be a pick thrown in there too.
I'm not Tom Brady. Okay.
No.
Jameis Winston does hurt my heart a little bit though. The Jameis comparison.
What?
I haven't assaulted anyone in an Uber.
Okay.
I haven't.
We're Bruce Arians. No risk it, no biscuit. How about that? We're risking it every time. No check downs here.
Shoot it.
A check down would be, CJ Stroud talk. All right. We're looking past the check down.
Yeah.
We're going to Gandalf talk.
Who is the run and gun offense guy? That's what we are. We're running gunning.
Oh yeah.
We're Mike Leach.
Like we're Andre Ware with
Yeah.
the
in the college,
at U of H?
in
Yeah.
college, not with the Lions.
Yeah.
On college, Andre Ware. Yeah, we're Mike Leach. Okay, you
Call
love Mike
Pirates
Leach
out here.
and honestly, I feel like much like rules are being changed, so much Mike Leach can get into the Hall of Fame. Maybe rules need to be changed for Paul Gallant to get into the Texas Radio Hall of Fame and Sean Mapes.
Thanks.
It's a teamwork. It's a team thing.
Yeah, maybe I don't know. We change. What's our equivalent of firing a hitting coach? What's our equivalent of changing up the lineup? I guess adding Jeremy Booth. Jeremy Booth will be our hitting coach.
More guests, perhaps.
Yeah.
Well, we're definitely going to reach out to Will Conkle to bring him in because I enjoy Will's takes. I think Will does a good job presenting takes.
And he was with Jeremy a couple weeks ago.
Yes,
right?
he was.
Yeah.
He was. No, so we'll definitely bring in Will a couple of times. Man, it sucks for the Fox 26 guys. I really feel for them because they just get rid of the entire sports department. And that was one of the better ones for a long time, largely due to Mark Berman, who was the hardest working man in sports media here. But man, that sucks. Are they going to keep the late shows? Huh? Interesting. Honestly, until they bring me on the late shows, I cannot endorse the continued survival of those shows. Just saying. I'm just saying. They haven't had me on. I'm a star. What the hell? Paul, the show's too loose again. What the heck? What the heck?
Yeah. Someone's going, tighten it up.
From the 281, the year 3434 of the Second Age, here follows the account of Isildur, the High King of Gondor, at the finding of the Ring of Power. You didn't complete the text, though, sir. You didn't complete the text. Do I need to watch the rest of Ring of Power, by the way? I quit. I gave up.
I am big.
I only liked Isildur's sister, I'll be honest. Like, that was really the only reason I was. And Galadriel, the strong, powerful, independent women.
I'm a big, like, the original 3 movies. I've watched The Hobbits. Nah, not my bag. And Rings of Power, no chance I'm watching that. So I'm a purist on the Lord of the Rings.
Purist. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair. Man. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Did a little follow-up work. So it does seem that everybody at Fox 26, as far as the sports department, still going. But Will, who I think has done a really good job, Will Conkle, is no more over there. So clean up aisle me. I read Will's tweet and I assumed everything that he wrote in that one was the way things were. All right. So you know how to get aboard. Astros offense, not so good right now. And some are saying that our show's a little bit too loose. But get this, guys. We got some news. Can I get a breaking news thing? We haven't done one in a while. Aaron Rodgers is a Pittsburgh Steeler. Boom. I mean, that was going to happen sooner rather than later. I saw Pro Football Talks put something on yesterday on their website, which was saying, oh, Steelers training camp, it begins on July 24th. Is Aaron Rodgers going to be there? You also had Joy Taylor saying, like, I can't believe Aaron Rodgers isn't it. Steelers OTAs. Disregard all the things that have been written about me over the last couple of weeks because of the thing that I allegedly did. Why isn't he at OTAs? They're voluntary. But he signs a 1-year deal for Tom Pelissero, Ian Rappaport, and Mike Garofalo. And we shall see how he looks. I'm not going to lie. I'm expecting as much out of Aaron Rodgers with the Steelers as I expected out of Aaron Rodgers year 2 with the Jets. Year 1 with the Jets, I was intrigued. I was.
Yeah, because he was, back-to-back MVP, and then like a step down from that, but not terrible his last year at the Packers. So, yeah, I think expectations were relatively high for Rodgers year 1. Obviously, pops his Achilles 4 plays in. Yeah, I think some games he'll be solid on point, and then other games whether it's because of a pass rush and now he's too old and hobbled to make it work, like old Aaron Rodgers or whatever it is. There's just some games you saw last year again with the Jets where just didn't have it that day.
He's better, I think, on his best day than Russell Wilson or Justin Fields were last year.
I'd agree.
How much better? I'm not sure. I don't think it's marked, but that inconsistency you talk about, I wonder how Mike Tomlin handles it. Now, I think Tomlin wants a little bit of consistency going forward, and in principle, or in theory, Rodgers does give you that. And look, the Steelers, they certainly have weapons for Rodgers to work with. You know, they brought in DK Metcalf, but is this going to work out? Did the Steelers go from being a 10-7 team last season that lost the last 4 games of the year to a same tier as the Texans team in the AFC?
No. Not in my mind.
Closer, I think, but I still think they're a tier below.
I think they can go 10-7 and maybe win a game in December. They might not completely pick up, fold up shop after 10-3 like they did last year, but to me, they're still not quite at that. I'd put the Texans in the second tier of AFC contenders. I think the Steelers are probably a third tier.
Steelers offense. Aaron Rodgers at quarterback, DK Metcalf, their number 1 wide receiver. Can you guess who their number 2 wide receiver is on the depth chart listed at ESPN.com?
They traded George Pickens.
Not him anymore.
So I have no idea.
You'll laugh.
Robert Woods?
Yes.
Yeah.
Robert Woods is their number 2 wide receiver right now. Calvin Austin, their number 3. Another ex-Texan.
I knew
Ben Skowronek, one of their backups.
Scotty Miller, another ex-Texan from, remember, 2022. The Texans got to claim Scotty Miller. Oh, my God. And one of these many guys that the online people were very enthused about because he had a cup of coffee with Tom Brady and the Bucks.
So Skoranek, Woods,
and Scotty Miller.
Yeah. And then a little bit of Calvin Austin mixed in there.
I mean, it's like this is, if you are a fantasy football owner of Pat Fryermuth, congratulations. This is a good day for you.
Yeah.
But that's really it.
Yeah. Because they let Najee Harris walk. Not that he was like amazing, but he was a 1,000-yard guy. Is it Warren and someone else? Their running backs? I can pull up there.
Yes, Jalen Warren. Someone named Caleb Johnson with a K.
Iowa running back.
That's right. He's a 3rd-round pick. Kenneth Gainwell, he played pretty good back in the day with the Philadelphia Eagles.
It's a very like okay offense.
It's offense. Their defense is their strength, and I mean, that's how they're going to have to win games. And when you're in a division that also features Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, and the entire Bengals core back together offensively, can you keep pace with this with Aaron Rodgers? I would lean towards no.
No, this is.
I like the Bengals more than I like the Steelers, and I like the Ravens more.
Can they get to like 20 points, 21 points? Like that's how they're going to have to win all these games. It's like 23-20.
Mm-hmm. As far as the Texans are concerned this coming season, will the Texans have to go up against Aaron Rodgers? They will not. Steelers are not on the schedule.
Until the playoffs. Till the AFC title game.
You know what? If the Texans played the Steelers in the second round of the playoffs, that game is getting flexed out of the Saturday 3:30 window. That game is getting flexed out.
I think that's Saturday night Peacock exclusive.
Oh yeah, that no, I don't know, man. It's the Steelers. That is CBS. That is
really.
Oh yeah, that's the big show. That's the big show. If they play against the Steelers, first round of the playoffs, second round of the playoffs, that is a primetime game. Steelers are a national brand.
Monday night wild card game, or is that too much?
It could be a wild card game, but I would lean towards this is a primetime game, wild card weekend. Say the Steelers continue to have winning seasons and make the playoffs. I do not think that is a guarantee. That is a very tough division that they're in.
It is. It is a tough division. Like you said it. Like I cannot really see a way that that they win this division.
No, nor I. I mean, it's
second place, injuries, whatever. But other than that,
the only reason they're in second is because the Bengals every single year start off like 4-8, which they did. The Bengals were 4-8 and they won their last 5 games. The Steelers were 10-3 and lost their last 4 games.
Yeah,
I mean that's where they're at. Also, the Browns stink, so at the very least they can beat up on the Browns.
Yeah, well, the Bengals start at Cleveland and with the Jags. Yeah. So, guys, if there's a year to come out to a hot start, it's 2 teams with the top 5 pick.
Rodgers is a Pittsburgh Steeler, and the latest news in the AFC South, which certainly I feel like may have gotten more difficult today. Anthony Richardson. What? He sucks. Anthony Richardson has been sidelined with a shoulder injury. He aggravated the right shoulder joint he injured in 2023. He's going to be sidelined for an undetermined length of time, per Shane Steichen. He missed all 3 offseason practices this week and will be held out of next week's 3-day mandatory minicamp. This job is now Daniel Jones to lose, and we will see if Daniel Jones is actually still decent. He can be decent. He just was well overpaid because of one season that he had. It's really the turnovers are the big issue. The funny thing with Jones is, you step into that Richardson role and you got these 2 guys who are both very good runners. I mean, that's going to make it tough for certain teams.
Yeah,
certain teams.
Oh, the Texans? You think it's tough?
No, I don't think it's the Texans.
Okay.
No, I think it's bad teams. They're not bad with Daniel Jones under center, but they're certainly like bottom third of the league. It's like upper bottom third.
Yeah, like 26 kind of range.
No, they're higher than that. I think they're like around 22.
Okay. Yeah, Jones is someone that you like a lot more when you're paying him $14 million as opposed to 40, like the Giants were. And I think if you keep that in mind, you can be satisfied with what you get out of Daniel Jones. But You said it might have gotten harder for the Texans. I kind of think that they're different flavors of the same. Like you're getting the same level of quarterbacking with Anthony Richardson versus Daniel Jones, because Richardson every once in a while, like we saw in the Week 1 game with the Colts and Texans, where he can pop a couple big ones on you really fast, and arguably he left like 3 more on the field just purely off him. Like the Texans were ready to give up another touchdown to, I think it was A.D. Mitchell at 2 touchdowns that he just couldn't connect with Richardson with.
No,
So,
that first game of the year was
shaky.
Honestly, looking back at it, that game was a sign of things to come.
Yeah.
Because the defense got better, but it was just a matter of, man, this is not a team that can win against the big boys if you're doing that against the teams that are on your level. Maybe this year will be different. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Aaron Rodgers is a Pittsburgh Steeler. Feels weird to say that. Up next, how far is too far? We got a couple of NFL stories to get to. And should you lust for a coworker? Stick around.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. You want to jump in? You know how to do it. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Everything's falling apart in here. How do I tighten up the microphone without breaking the microphone in the middle of a segment? Do I just twist it like it? No, that doesn't work. Okay. Again, no one wants to hear this. If you're watching on YouTube and or Twitch, it's probably a delight to see me struggle with a microphone, struggle while holding a device close to my face. Anywho, Aaron Rodgers is a Pittsburgh Steeler, if you're just tuning in. And the other big news of the day in football is that Anthony Richardson is going to be sidelined seemingly indefinitely with another shoulder issue, meaning Daniel Jones is probably the Colts starting quarterback. The Astros can't score runs. They've scored 3 runs or less for a week straight. It's annoying me. What are you going to do? That's all I got. They could shake up the lineup. Someone was texting in, do you move Christian Walker out of the cleanup spot? That's where I'd start, but they haven't done that yet.
Yeah, right now, my biggest thing is like, for who?
Yeah,
it's kind of the like
Jake Myers. I think is really the one that you put at the top.
Yeah.
Well, listen, he's hitting well, and
he is.
Victor Caratini, another one who needs to be playing on a daily basis. But that's kind of tough to do because they paid Christian Walker what they paid him, and even though Dana Brown, I think, is going to be a little more proactively reactive than they were with Dusty Baker as manager, I think, you know, the obvious example of that was last year. They didn't stick with Jose Abreu that long.
No.
I've got to say, wonder when the anniversary of that is.
It's
got to be
probably
around
like
the corner.
right around now, because it was the start of June. Because again, it's one that I remember because there's a whole bunch of like, you know, from June 8th, they're first in baseball in XYZ. So it's probably pretty close to a year from now or a year ago.
The first time he was sent to West Palm Beach was April 20th.
Nice.
Yeah, 420. And they released him on June 14th.
Okay.
So we're close.
What,
We're
next
close.
week?
A
Next
week
week
from
we'll-
now. Do we do a celebration?
Yeah, maybe
maybe
a throwback. Maybe just a throwback.
If you were to do like a MLB Films, like look back at the 2024 Astros season, like that was the turning point.
Was that,
play some NFL films?
sadly, was the turning point.
And then when they cut Jose Abreu, the Astros took flight.
Yeah, and then
baseball, we have a problem. Yeah, and then pop, 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 pop goes the weasel. Speaking of weasels, I got nothing. But how far is too far? Let's play the hit game that's sweeping America. How far is too far? Is this too far? Say you're doing a blockbuster movie and you're one of the biggest actors in Hollywood and one of the biggest actresses in Hollywood is on set with you. Are you allowed to be lustful towards your coworker? This is Danny DeVito, now 80 years old and a national treasure, on an interview with Colin Farrell as they both discussed their very different roles playing the Penguin.
If I knew she was going to be in the show that day, in that scene.
Would you brush
Pause
your
for a
teeth that
second.
morning?
Oh my God, I got all.
Danny DeVito was talking about Michelle Pfeiffer, who played Catwoman in Batman Returns, the movie. This clip continues.
In that scene.
Would you brush your
I
teeth
just
that
got-
morning?
Oh my God, I got
Would you?
all flustered.
Did you have an extra shower?
I mean, when I, put extra makeup on, give me another pound of makeup, stick to here. God almighty, it was very difficult to keep my,
How was it to work with her?
she's great. She was a critic.
She was
And
fantastic in
that.
that.
Just
But you were
so
both
wonderful.
fantastic in it.
Just so wonderful, and I lusted
You were
after
very
her.
dangerous.
I loved her.
We're moving on
Loved
from your
her.
lust.
I
I'm not
loved her.
getting into your.
I loved her. I just wanted everybody else to disappear.
All right,
What?
so just tell me,
Okay, so go
what
ahead.
form did
But
the
that
lust
was the
take?
penguin.
Behaviorally,
It was not me. It was the
what form did
penguin. It was Oswald. It was lustful.
Was
and
she
was like,
nervous when she was working with you?
I-
Did she
I-
call
no, I
security?
thought she was- I
Did
thought-
she
I
say,
thought she
tell him to
kinda
stop
liked it.
stirring
I
the?
thought she kind of liked
Tell
it.
him to stop
I got a
stirring the
feeling she liked
sauce.
it.
Tell
I
him
had
to
a
stop
feeling she
stirring
liked
the-
it. I had a feeling she liked Oswald. She liked Oswald.
I gotta watch this whole thing. Colin was uncomfortable there, but started screwing with him as that went on. That's got to be tough to be in a work setting, to be an actor that at that moment in time, I mean, Danny DeVito was, I mean,
he was making moves.
Danny DeVito age in Batman Returns. I'm going to guess he was a little bit younger than
Probably
50.
like 40 years ago.
Oh, he was 39. Good God. Damn, 40 years ago, that hurt my feelings. It came out in 1992.
Oh, it did? I thought it was older. My bad.
Hang on a second. AI does a terrible job. This doesn't add up. He was 49 years old. This doesn't.
Okay.
He was born in 1944. He was 49
I was gonna
years
say
old.
you said
in
he was
92.
80. So
Yeah. Anyway, but Danny DeVito in that movie, which by the way, I have not seen all of. I've seen parts of it.
Really?
This is the campy Batmans. I can't really do the campy Batmans. People that talk about Batman starring the original Batman with Michael Keaton, they act like it's great. It doesn't age well. Obviously, when it first came out, it was the first great superhero movie post Superman, I think. So cool. Everyone always wanted a Batman movie.
Yeah.
But I prefer the Dark Knight trilogy and the Pattinson Batman. Sorry.
No, I think that's fair. I think it does. It's a little bit like going back and watching like 1950s basketball, where you're just like, there are not a lot of crossovers. You're like, I can appreciate it for what it is, but it has been elevated, I would say, since then. But I think they're enjoyable movies, but I wouldn't say they're awesome.
Right, exactly. How far is too far? Is it too far to lust after your coworker?
I think in most cases, yes.
Keep it to yourself.
Yeah.
Don't ever say it.
And it sounds like DeVito was. He was respectful, but just on the inside.
Yeah. Also, years later, this is actually something that I think is fair to talk about.
Yeah.
What? Is he ever going to interact with Michelle Pfeiffer again? Probably not. I have no idea what Michelle Pfeiffer's doing now. Michelle Pfeiffer.
She was in an Ant-Man movie.
That's right. Gotta say. Still, Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania. Yeah. Good for her. Good genetics, strong, powerful, independent woman, as she always was. How far is too far continues. Is it too far to suggest that Sam Darnold could be supplanted as Seahawks starting quarterback before the year begins? This question was asked by the time slot that I used to work in at 710 Seattle Sports.
Is there anything that could happen other than an injury between now and the beginning of the season that would lead to a different quarterback?
No, you guys are crazy.
There's no way to ask the question without sounding like an idiot.
Like, I respect you got to ask it, but you guys, it's just a crazy question. There's just not going to, Sam's our starting quarterback. We love him. He's doing a tremendous job. I think it's funny that the media is out there for the first day and all of a sudden they know exactly how good we're going to be and how good all the players are and all the tempos. We don't even put on pads yet. We haven't made one tackle. And it turns out at practice, it's a great way to build culture by letting guys know that they can't make mistakes. That's exactly what we're shooting for. So go out to practice, be tight, make sure you don't make a mistake, because then, God forbid, you're the worst player of all time because you made one bad throw or one bad decision. It's that is not what we're trying to build.
Okay, I get what you're not trying to build, but the same exact GM that signed Matt Flynn one offseason and then started Russell Wilson to begin the season is running the show, John Schneider.
Yeah. Russell Wilson drafted 3rd round.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Milroe drafted 3rd round.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold, I would say maybe a little bit more of a track record than Matt Flynn, but not much. Not much. I mean, he was better for longer in his free agency year. But yeah, I don't think it's crazy to suggest that Sam Darnold would have to compete for his starting job. I don't think it's ridiculous the way he's saying it.
It's Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
Whoa, sacred cow.
You'd think that they asked about, like, does CJ Stroud need to worry about Davis Mills? Like, or does Pat Mahomes have to worry about his back? Like, he reacted in a way where it was like ridiculous. I don't think it's ridiculous that at the very least you have to like pretend that there's a quarterback competition.
Jalen Milroe can run. At the very least, he has that. Can he throw? Well, yeah. But at the college level, he was good when he ran. And I don't think Drew Lock is going to be scaring Sam Darnold off, but who knows?
Drew Lock is at a point, and Sam Darnold, where I'm like, I'm not I think Darnold is better.
Yeah.
I'm not sure there's a world of difference between those two guys.
Right. I mean, some people are correctly bringing up on the Twitch. There is a lot to be desired with
Milroe throwing.
In a way that with Russell Wilson, like the biggest strike against him coming out of college was his height. And he was obviously very, very effective, especially in extending plays early on in his career. And he was a great compliment for the Seahawks and their great defense. This Seahawks team is different. They have been around 500 for a little bit. I don't know that Mike McDonald is going to be successful. I like John Schneider as GM. I always respected him when I went there, but I don't necessarily feel that same way about McDonald. And I think pushing back, even if it is against people that replaced me in that setting, even if it is against them, like, I'm kind of with them. Like, that's a totally fair question to ask. What are we doing here? Like, oh, it's crazy. It's not crazy. He's Sam Darnold. This is the same guy who peed his pants against the Patriots and said he was seeing ghosts in a game in 2019.
He peed his pants in January.
Yes.
Against the Lions, and then again the next week.
It's incredible the Vikings had 14 wins with that guy under center.
Yeah.
They did it in spite of him. Darnold's not good, and I'm so tired of the people that like want to keep making Sam Darnold a thing. Geno Smith's better than Sam Darnold. That's not a debate. He's with the Raiders right now, and I think a lot of Seahawks fans are going to be pissed off at the end of the year, and I wonder if they're going to be calling for Mike McDonald's head or John Schneider's head. But anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5. 92.5. How far is too far? Also, is this too far? Calvin Ridley said about Cam Ward, newest Titans quarterback, that Cam Ward has an F it mentality, and that's what you need out of your quarterback. Calvin, Will Levis was your quarterback last year, and he had an F it mindset too. Sir.
That is true.
You do not want...
Not all F-it mentalities are created equal.
Jameis Winston has an F-it mentality. It's fun to watch if it's not your team. I would press the pause button on that. There's this idea that, like, oh, yeah, you want a quarterback who throws interceptions. No, you want quarterbacks to have chutzpah, but you don't want somebody who's throwing interceptions left and right. That's why Love stunk last year. Jordan Love, not stunk. That's why Jordan Love, though, disappointed a lot of people because Love was turning the ball over left and right. Okay, he's aggressive, great, but no, you do have to take care of the ball to a degree.
There's a balance. You need a sprinkling of effort, but being all effort, especially when you don't have the talent to back it up. And Cam Ward, he was good at Miami, he was good at Washington State, but we still haven't actually seen him back that up in the NFL. So yeah, and by the way, watching him in college, you can see the effort mentality for good and for ill at Miami and at Wazoo.
By the way, the Twitch is arguing that Jared Goff is better than CJ Stroud again. You watched him throw the 5 interceptions against the Texans. That is just incorrect. I don't care what numbers you're going to bring to the table. We all watched that game together, and I also saw Jared Goff pee his pants in multiple games in the playoffs, okay? I have yet to see Stroud do that. I haven't seen Stroud do that. It's young, early, but if you're arguing that Jared Goff is better than CJ Stroud, like, you're an idiot, period. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. IDIOT, idiot. Twitch at ESPN 975. I do love the Twitcher stuff. Up next, a little garbage time before we GTFO. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance. The Paul Gallant Show. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. The Twitch is good at trolling me from time to time. They're pretty good. Anyway, hey, guys, the Astros, you know what would be nice if they did this today? I don't know how they do it, but they should try to score more runs. Just a thought. I don't know about you. I don't know about them. But me, speaking as the greatest baseball mind that's ever spoken into a microphone in Houston, Texas.
The greatest mind who's ever had to fight with a microphone in order to speak with it.
I have been battling this effing microphone all day today. I'm
Yeah,
basically
5 more
it.
minutes.
I'm holding it
Less
right
than
now.
5 minutes. Yeah.
Well, it's a shame.
Then it's Joel's problem.
Yeah, it's Joel's problem now. Joel got mad at me a couple of days ago because I think he thought that something that I'm assuming Lance left in studio was something that I left. Lance just sticks tissues in this crevice of this desk.
Yeah, and there's like a ridge in the desk.
Yeah, and I never see it because I always have my notes on top of it.
About, yeah.
And I never see it because we, for whatever reason, don't always have a trash can in studio. Anyway, I'm sorry. This is way too much inside baseball. Garbage time. Let's go. Shout out to Jose Ballester, the guy who peed in the creek at the Masters and gave us an entire day's worth of conversation on my birthday, which I'm very thankful for. He is joining the Live Golf Tour. How about that? Here is Ballester talking about peeing in the creek at the Masters.
What happened there? Well, I completely forgot that we had those restrooms on the left of the tee box. Oh, okay. On the 13th tee. Yes, Yeah. correct. And then I'm like, I really need to pee. Didn't really know where to go. And since JT had an issue around the green, I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna sneak here in the river. Probably the people would not see me that much, and then they clap for me. Probably one of the clubs that I really got today, like really loud. So that was kind of funny. Are you concerned that there might be any blowback from that at all? Or, I mean, obviously they did see you, right? Yeah, they saw me. They saw me. Yeah. I mean, it was not embarrassing at all for me. So if I had to do it again, I would do it again.
So that's a great moment. By the way, we got some beef, a lot of media beef this week. We also got some most powerful people in our country beef. Did you see what the last Elon Musk versus Donald Trump tweet today? Elon Musk just posted this 40 minutes ago. Time to drop the really big bomb. Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they haven't been made public. Have a nice day. Oh my God.
It felt inevitable.
It did feel inevitable.
Just a little fast.
They're very fast. They had the little press conference where they're saying, all right, he's going to take less of a role now.
Shake hands and part ways.
Yeah, not an amicable breakup. Shout out to Lois Boisson. Now, she did go down to American Coco Gauff, but this is the same tennis player who got called out for needing deodorant a couple of months ago. We played this on the air.
Yeah.
She made it to the French Open semifinals. Wow. I mean, that's pretty impressive. Obviously, Coco Gauff is one of the best female tennis players in the world. I say obviously. For those who don't know, she is. Just trust me on that. She was plus 55,000 to win the whole French Open. So she went pretty far. Shout out to her. And maybe she'll get an endorsement for
Degree.
Secret. Speed.
Do they still have Secret?
I don't know. What if she just started doing Old Spice? Shocker. Greg Hardy arrested. He assaulted a family member this time. Who would have thought?
Yeah.
Want to feel old? Michigan Wolverines football just offered Charles Woodson Jr. a scholarship. Woodson Jr. is a 5'11", 160-pound defensive back from Orlando, Florida. Now he's going to Michigan. We'll say this: Orlando football not as good as
Tampa Bay football, but that's fine. That's fine. Refs in Orlando always had it out for us. Used to screw us over. I won a game twice on 4th and 10, knocking a guy out over the middle of the field. And they called it a complete pass both times. It's either a fumble or an incomplete pass. Make up your mind. It's complete. But anyway, Charles Woodson Jr. I honestly thought he would have been perhaps at the college level a little bit sooner than this, for what it's worth. Because Charles Woodson, how long ago did he hang him up?
Well, he was
like 6-7 years ago, right?
Yeah, he was drafted in the 90s, right?
Yeah. 98.
98.
So I would have thought that maybe we would have seen the next Charles Woodson.
Yeah, a little sooner.
A little sooner than that, but shout out to Charles Woodson Jr. And on that note, guys, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. A big thanks to everyone who joined the show today, whether you called or you texted or you were on Twitch or YouTube. Everyone else who listened, we appreciate you as well. Subscribe to the podcast, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass as well. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Killer Bees are next. Have yourselves a wonderful Thursday. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Brad. It is Brian behind the glass, and it is a Thursday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Lots to get to today. We'll figure out a way to talk about C.J. Stroud as we continue this time in Texans history where we're shrouded in mystery. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. We'll find a way. I don't know how we're going to do it today, but we'll figure out a way. Quarterback news in the NFL. Rodgers is going to play another year in the Pittsburgh Steelers franchise. Lots to get to. Bad Take Boulevard. It is a Thursday after all, but the Astros lost a baseball game yesterday. Is it so Astros that you beat Paul Skeens and then you lose to a journeyman who has an ERA north of 8?
You kind of beat me to it. I was like, we were talking yesterday as I guess I want to say bad, but he hasn't been great, Gusto. But you're like, well, you're facing a guy that has an ERA that's close to 8. You should be in a good spot. Every time you're supposed to be in a good spot when you're the Astros, it seems like that's when you trip and you fall and you stumble and you embarrass yourself and you lose like you did again last night. And it just seems to be so apropos for a team that, like you said, can beat good pitchers and can compete with some of the best pitchers in the game. But last night was just another one of those games where a less than team with a lineup that we talked about and a pitcher that wasn't great but hadn't pitched a lot got the best of them.
Yeah, not a great performance by the Astros. Offensively, it was dreadful.
Yeah.
I mean, it's as bad as you can get. Not only do you have a putrid night offensively, but you had a putrid night offensively against a guy who had an ERA north of 8. I mean, if you did this against Paul Skeens, you still wouldn't love it, but you're like, okay, tip your cap.
Right.
You are Paul Skeens. You don't expect this when you're facing a dude with a north of an 8 ERA. So the offense was dreadful. I think that was the biggest storyline of yesterday's game, quite frankly, was that it was a dreadful offense.
Yeah, and I think that in part it's one thing when not everybody's hitting, but the other thing is you did have some opportunities to at least manufacture a run, or you had, guys on second base with nobody out, and the whole inning just fell apart after that. And it just seemed like they couldn't get timely hitting. They didn't take advantage of any chances that they had. And as the game wore on, you're like, oh, it's going to be one of those games.
Yeah. So the only good news that happened yesterday was the Mariners lost. So you're still in first place. Still in first place,
Yep.
The Houston Astros. Mariners are playing a baseball game right now. We'll monitor that. The second storyline was on the mound. Ryan Gusto in the game, which is more like Ryan Apathy. Nothing gusto about his performance yesterday. 3 runs, 8 hits, 4 1/3, couple of walks, punched out 3. What did you think of Gusto on the mound yesterday in Pittsburgh?
I mean, we talked about him even leading up to this start where I had kind of lost confidence in Ryan Gusto. And I think that it's tough from a couple of different fronts because over the last 7 games, he's got an ERA that's almost at 7. He's 0-2. I think he's got major league stuff. I think that it's unfortunate that they kind of rushed him into being a starter, but I just think that right now, when we talk about the fact that now Lance looks like he's in the mix, but it was just Fromber and Hunter Brown where you said when they pitch, you got a really good chance to win. And then when the other 3 guys pitch, and Lance is now in that mix where you feel more confident, but it looks like it's going to be an uphill battle. And with him, I just don't know how many more times you're going to throw him out there. The problem is you don't know who you're going to replace him with. But the bigger issue to me, too, is not only that he's struggling, but also that he's not giving you 5-6 innings or just trying to save your bullpen. And you got to go to the bullpen earlier, too. But I just think right now I don't have any confidence in him.
Yeah, I think 6 innings is a little bit obviously you'd love that. I feel like that's asking for too much at this stage of who Ryan Gusto is. Like, I'd be happy if you get you through 5 and then you turn it over to a bullpen that's been pretty good. And the bullpen was very good yesterday. Like, if you're looking for a silver lining, something that you can look at and be like, yeah, love that. Okert, inning and 2/3, no runs, no hits. Brian King, a perfect 8th inning or 7th inning, and then Souza pitched a perfect 8th inning. So, like, that was the only good thing that happened in yesterday's game. I guess Pena extending his hitting streak, that sort of thing. But I'd be happy with 5 innings with Gusto. I'm with you. Like, I do think that Gusto got a bit baseballed yesterday, though. Like, that 2-run second inning I thought was pretty unlucky. 2 infield singles. Tommy Pham had led off the inning with a play that was originally called out. I thought it was going to stand. I didn't think there was enough to overturn it, but they overturned it. So he's on first base, much different with a runner at first base, nobody out versus nobody on, 1 out. O'Neal Cruz had the infield single later in that inning, which I think Mauricio Dubon would have made that play that Jose Altuve did not make. So I do think that Gusto got baseballed a bit yesterday, babbipped a bit yesterday. Like, if you Baseball Savant does a hard hit against each pitcher, and I think that the parameter there is 95 off the bat. So 95 exit velo off the bat would be a hard hit, according to Baseball Savant. Ryan Gusto gave up 6, which ain't great, but Burrows, the Pirate starter, gave up 11. So it's like one of those days where how bad was Gusto? There was a lot of soft contact. Now, on the other side of that, on the other hand, I did think that Gusto later in his start actually gave up hard contact that was caught for outs. Like I can't remember the inning, but it was like a hard fly ball to right, a line drive to Jake Myers. So I felt that Gusto was unlucky when he gave up runs, and I actually felt he was lucky later in his start. And I felt like the Astros offense was a little bit unlucky too. So I don't really have an argument against you that Gusto is like, you don't really have a lot of confidence whenever he's on the mound. It does lead to the question, like, how long do you stick with Ryan Gusto? For me, I do it for like at least another few weeks.
God, it's tough to. I mean, it's just to think about that simply because of the fact you'd like to say that in the past when we hadn't seen blue ball at the major league level yet, that maybe he can give you, 5 innings. Maybe he can be a guy that can kind of bridge the gap and give you some things. And he didn't look great when they brought him up. I don't think they have plans to bring him up yet again or to bring him back. I think that you look at Sugarland and you think that, in a lot of ways, they've already exhausted the guys that you could pick and choose as starters that could fill in already. You have Luna that's still down there, but like you said, he's not on the roster. You'd have to make a move there. But is he going to, he's never been up before. Is he going to be a guy that's going to give you more than what Gusto's been able to give you?
I think that he would. I think Lola, or however you say his name, would be better than Gusto. But the reason that I'm not doing it yet is the service time manipulation. Because if you called up Lola right now, then you're losing that 6th year. You're wasting almost a full year of him. So like I would rather, because I don't even know if he's gonna be better than Gusto. I think he would. Like gun to my head, who would you trust more in a big league start tomorrow? I would agree that Lola, or however you say his name, PCL pitcher of the month, would give you a better chance to win. But is it worth it for 2 or 3 starts whenever you could service time manipulate? I don't think so. That's why I think Gusto is going to have a few more starts. Whether it's until Arrighetti comes back, until it's to the point where like, okay, we can, because I think like July 1st is usually the date where you can bring up a rookie comfortably and still get that 6th year. You don't lose the year, burn the year. Like that's what everybody's mad about with Caglione, is that they called him up. Some people feel too soon. Kansas City people and baseball people, like the players, don't agree, but that's their problem. So I don't think that he's an option yet. Now, Brandon Walter pitched pretty well, shut out Tampa Bay. Now, that's a lineup that was not good against lefties. Brandon Walter's left-handed. So, like, would you rather see Brandon Walter or Ryan Gusto? Like, I think that's a fair question. Yep. And then the other one that you're waiting on is Spencer Arrighetti. Now, Dana Brown talked about that and he with the flagship. And they're saying they're going to give Arrighetti a full spring training. So, like, that's looking like a mid-July, maybe even all-star break.
Yeah. And that by that time, that's why I worry that, you're in a good position right now. Unlike a year ago, you like you said, you're half game up in first place. You're in a good spot, and you have total confidence in your first 2 starters. But you got 3 other guys that you got to rely on, and now you're relying even more so on Lance McCullers. And because he's shown you what he's shown you the last 2 games, you're hoping and believing that that's just going to continue to where he can be a guy that gives you a fighting chance. I believe Gordon's got the stuff to give you a fighting chance, but his last start wasn't great. And now we're talking about Gusto at the back side to where you don't want to put yourself in a tough situation because you keep throwing these guys out there.
So what would you do?
I mean, I would look to someone else from Sugarland, whether it be Ulola or whether it be.
So you'd burn the year on him, huh?
I would, simply because
with
the pitchers, we just don't know what we don't know.
It's like 2 starts. It's like 3 starts.
But if he's good, maybe it's more.
No. I'm saying that's what you're getting here. Because if you wait, if you wait until July 1st, like what is that? That's probably gonna be like 25. Maybe it's more than 3 starts. Maybe it's like 5 starts. But if you wait 4 more weeks, then you get the additional year on him. I'm not burning the additional year for 4 starts.
Well, and maybe it's you just have to live through the 4 starts and then plan accordingly, simply because you want to play it from a smart perspective, from a baseball perspective, and realize that when you look at the schedule and it's easing up a little bit, but hopefully that you can get through 4 starts. It's just taxing on the bullpen too. Like if he's not going to go deep and he's going to give up runs, and if especially if he goes put back to back with those 2 guys not going deep and pushing a tough hole, now you're really exhausting your bullpen in back-to-back games.
Yeah. So I mean, we agree to disagree on that one.
Sure.
You'd be willing to do it. I'm not. I don't want to do it. I don't want to burn the extra year on Ulola. I think to me, I want that extra year. I do think after, and I know Gusto's line score wasn't great. I'm not ready to like take him out of the rotation yet. I think that I saw enough from his start yesterday where I would like to see him get another start. Like the command, I thought it was fine second inning on. Like he loaded the bases in the first inning, walked 2 guys, and then he clipped the other guy, bases loaded, 2 outs. He didn't walk anybody else the rest of the game. So, like, was the command improved yesterday? It was after the first inning. I want to see Gusto at least one more time before I'm even considering somebody else. Now, if I do have to make a change and I'm forced into a change, I'm looking more at Jamie Moyer, Brandon Walton before I'm looking at Yolola. Now, July, I'm all for.
Who the f*** is that guy?
We all know who he is. He looks like Jamie Moyer.
But I really believe I'm with you. Let's put it that way. Whether it's Ulola or it's Walter, I'm fine. But I would like to see somebody else because I just think that I've seen enough of Gusto that I don't have confidence right now. And I don't know as a ball club or not, but it just seems like they put you behind the 8 ball more than they're giving you a fighting chance to win. And maybe it's a discussion that we start having about Gordon if he continues to struggle.
I feel like you're being mean on Gordon.
And I've told you, I like his stuff. And I believe that he can be an effective pitcher. But I'm not nearly to the point with him as I am Gusto. But at the same time, I am concerned that you want to try and stay, on top of this division and or close enough to it. And if you're giving up 2 starts every 5.
That's not fair.
Okay, 1.5. How about that?
I mean, Colton Gordon in games that he started, the Astros are 3-1.
Okay.
So, and like his line scored, like, while not top of the rotation worthy, 3 runs, 4 1/3, 3 runs, 5 1/3, 3 runs, 5 innings, 4 runs, 5 innings. Like, that's not world beating, obviously. That's keeping you in a game. And again, the Astros have won 3 of his 4 starts. Like, they're not just throwing up the white flag by starting Colton Gordon. Maybe Ryan Gusto. Like, I'll meet you halfway there, but I don't believe that with Colton Gordon.
And that's fair. I've said I like his stuff. I believe he can compete. I'd like to see him kind of clean some stuff up, get deeper into a game. I think he gave up 8 hits last time out.
He gave up 5.
5. Okay. Well, look, I'm not ready to.
He hasn't given up 8 in a single game, Blankers. Now he's given up 7 twice, so you're almost there.
Okay. I don't.
You can't just throw out a number and it not be true.
I thought I remembered that. I wasn't looking it up, but I wasn't trying to condemn him.
Well, no, I'm not blaming you for getting a number wrong. I'm just saying you shouldn't get mad at me for saying he hadn't given 8.
Like I said, I'm fine still going to him. But Gusto's a guy that if you have any other option right now, I'd be looking at it. Because I just don't feel like he's competitive enough to give you a chance to win.
Yeah, I think it's fair on Gusto. Astros have lost his last 4 starts. Ryan Gusto, is that right? And like a couple of them have been runaways too. Like they've kind of turned into mop-up duty quickly. I was actually encouraged with some of the stuff I saw from Gusto yesterday. I'm almost to where you are. Not there yet. I would give him at least one more start. And then if that start comes up and he gets hit around again like a piñata, then I'm going to Jamie Moyer. Give me a little Jamie Moyer. I can't burn the year of Yolola. I'm not sure. Let's see if the Astros have won a game. I mean, Gusto has 3 wins. Now that came early. Like that came very early. He started off in the bullpen. We all know that. He won 1 game out of the pen, and then he was turned into a starter. And in his first 3 starts, he was 2-1. Ryan Gusto. So he was competitive in April. He just hasn't been.
Didn't he go through
that
spot too, where they gave him some rest and they were contemplating again what to do with him, where he wasn't starting on a consistent basis? Then they threw him back in the mix. Like I said, I feel for him in a way because he was never truly stretched out like a starter.
Sort of, yeah.
For the most part, I think he's been trying to play catch up in terms of getting stretched out, stay stretched out. But I also think that this workload and what I've seen recently doesn't look good, and maybe some rest is better for him.
Yeah, I do think the confidence is an issue there. We're not getting the best Ryan Gusto. I think Gusto can be a starting pitcher in a rotation. Now, to your point, is he that right now? I think it's fair to say he's not. But what are your other options? I think we went through them. He started the year, Gusto, in the bullpen for 4 pitches out of the pen. They turned him into a starter. He was getting normal starts. Like he pitched April 12th, the 18th, the 23rd, the 29th. And then I think that was around the time the McCullers came back. And then he went to the bullpen on the 4th and then didn't start a game again until the 12th. And then his last few appearances, actually threw out a relief 1 game. But since then, you're right. Like the numbers haven't been nearly as good his second stint as a starter than his first stint. First stint as a starter, you liked what you saw. Like
I was pleased early.
He had 2 starts where he went 2 runs, 5 innings, 1 run, 5 2/3. Punched out 6 in that second game. So there were flashes there back in April. That's why we're not getting the best Ryan Gusto. That's why I give him a little bit of a leash here. And also because the options aren't great. Like we're talking Brandon Walter, AJ Blueball's been worse than Ryan Gusto at the AAA level. I do think Ulolo would be better, but then we just have a fundamental disagreement on, do we want to burn that extra year?
Right.
And I wouldn't.
I understand it. I just think that right now it just depends on how focused you are on trying to. I think it's also dependent upon where you are in the season, right? If you stay within a half game one way or the other in first or second place, then I'm fine still going with Gusto. If you start to slip, then I think that whether I don't want to call it desperate times for desperate measures, but then I got to look for another option.
I think that's a great point, because if I'm in first place and I'm staying right there, I'm teetering, then you could have the benefit of giving them a few more starts. Now, if it was going the other way and Seattle was separating from you,
right?
All right, now it's a little bit more desperate.
And also, as we talk about this, we also realize that, look, there's help on the way in terms of when Jordan's going to come back, and they're looking to see what Jacob Melton can do. But, there's the possibility that you're getting more help offensively, too, to where you aren't your full, complete, best look of your team for this season yet.
Right.
So, yeah, if you can just stay above water and stay right there competitively at the top of the division, it's a different story than if you start to slide.
That's big part of it, too, because, like, this isn't desperation mode. Like, you're in first place and it's June 5th. And to me, you haven't played anywhere near your ceiling. You're going to get better. Hopefully you stay healthy. You're going to get Arrighetti back. Dana Brown was on the flagship yesterday. I listened to it today. Saying that Luis Garcia is going to be back here in August. Stop. He said that. You know what's funny too?
Aren't they both throwing bullpens this weekend?
Who's both? I only said one.
No, I know. Garcia and Javier.
I hadn't heard Javier.
Yeah, I read something on one of the one of the tweets about what their progress was. I don't know if Dana said it or somebody said it, that they were going to throw bullpens this weekend.
That'd be great. I mean, normal team, I would expect Javier back this season. Normal team, I expected Luis Garcia back last season.
Yeah.
I did see that JP France supposed to throw a bullpen down in Florida.
Yes.
So, that's surprising. I didn't expect him at all this year, which, I mean, how much does JP France coming off a major shoulder surgery really help you? I don't know. Like, maybe he's your 5. Maybe he's not as good as Gordon. Like, I don't. Like, JP France was never great.
No, and that's what I was going to say. In terms of long-term, who's got better stuff? Probably Gusto. But short-term, if you need another option at your 5th starter, JP France might be your guy. At least he's got experience. I don't know what the shoulder's going to be coming back off of that.
Right.
And he wasn't great before. Maybe he gets some kind of bionic surgery done in the process that's going to make his arm stronger coming back. But he could be an option.
Yeah, he's organizational depth, which is good to have. Like, I'm not poo-pooing on that. Like, I don't know that I'm looking at JP France as being a major factor in your season. But we all know that you need guys that can eat innings, especially during the dog days. And I think he can provide you that. Now, I don't know how close he is to coming back. Like, he's throwing a live BP in Florida. That's still 4 or 6 weeks minimum.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, look, that's why I don't ever hold my breath on any deadlines or potential returns that Dana gives. But I certainly don't. At a certain point, I more so expect that Garcia is going to be shut down again than I do that we're going to see him at the end of July.
I think it's fair. I mean, history would back that up. It was funny, too, though. Dana was talking, it was Sean wasn't there. It was Ross and
Dan Matthews.
Yeah, Dan. And Dan asked some good questions. I was pretty pleased with his questioning, and he kind of held Dan and Dana. He held Dana to the fire a little bit about what are you going to learn from the Jordan thing? And Dana said, we're going to do more imaging.
There you go.
Verbatim said we're going to do more imaging. Like, my problem is, what took you so long?
Yes, we were all over that.
I mean, he flat out said, we're going to do more imaging, which is like, okay, well, why did it take you forever to realize that? Like, we're not medical experts, and we were smart enough to know that. Why isn't your medical staff smart enough to know that? And even off the Kyle Tucker injury, like, that should have been all of what it took for you to do more imaging. So I was kind of like, okay, that's good to hear, but at the same time, what took you so long? 713-780-ESPN. Definitely got to keep the extra year in his contract, because you never know which year he's going to lose his arm from surgery. After all, he's an Astros pitcher. 3 runs, not bad from Gusto. Yeah, 3 runs and 4 1/3 ain't great.
No, but it's also better than what he some of his other outings. So you hope that's where you look like glass half full and say it wasn't bad. It ain't great.
And if I'm defending him, the 2-run second inning, there were 2 infield singles that inning. And the inning started off originally with an out that was overturned, which, I mean, you have to have enough evidence to overturn. I thought it was bang, bang. And then maybe Dubon makes that play. Maybe if he has Mauricio Dubon behind him, he only gives up 2 runs yesterday. And to the point, like Rocky on the YouTube, Actually, it was Mr. Mills. You need to be more worried about offense than pitching right now. Scoring 0 runs will obviously win you 0 games. This is not Gusto's fault. That's a fair point. Like, we can separate the two. Like, Gusto's performance was what? The offensive performance was what? But, like, what was more critical in losing yesterday's game? Mr. Mills is right. I mean, you're not going to win any game where you score 0 runs.
No, and we talked about the night before, regardless, and the fact that Lance was able to really deal. But this is a Pirates lineup that doesn't do much offensively. But you have to do your part and put runs on the board. So it's fair to look at both and say the offense was less than, starting pitching was less than. The best part of the game was the fact that the bullpen was able to kind of keep it together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, Pena had a 2-hit game. Like, if you're looking for some silver linings, he had a green. I was blown away. Blown away. 6th inning. Jeremy Pena's leading off the inning. You're down by 3 runs, 3-0 count. Jeremy Pena had the green light. That is an aggressive green. I don't mind it, really. Like, let your players chase numbers in the regular season. That's fine by me. I just couldn't believe that Joe Espada had his leadoff man down by 3 in the 6th, have a 3-0 green light. I was blown away.
Yeah.
I mean, ringing double off the wall.
Yeah, it was. And like I said, that's one of those instances where you get a runner on second, nobody out. You can't get them around.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of tough to swallow at the end of the night as well. But it's always easier said than done, right? But if you say, hey, just focus in on one pitch in one area of the plate, and if it's there, go get it. But you know, the minute they get the green light, they are looking to actually dig their cleats in and rip it.
He fell to the ground.
Yeah.
His swing was so big, he dropped to a knee. I kind of like that. I probably wouldn't have done that. That's a little aggressive for me. Again, I'm not mad at it. Here's the thing, though. If he rolls over to shortstop.
Oh.
How does that look?
It's a different.
You give him a 3-0 green light leading off the inning, and he gets a little rollover on a 3-0 count down by 3 to lead off the inning.
Leadoff man leading off the inning where you're desperately seeking runs. Yeah, if it doesn't work, you're going to hear about it.
See, I'm a huge fan of the 3-0 green light in RBI situations. Like, any RBI situation, I'm always giving a 3-0 green light. Runner at a chance to drive in a run. Runner at second, nobody out. Okay. Yeah, give me a 3-0 green light. Drive in the run. I'm always a fan of the aggressive 3-0 green light whenever it's an RBI situation. I personally would have had the take there, but I'm not mad at it. Like, it's June 4th. Pena's trying to make an all-star game. And it also, I think, okay, get a great pitch to hit.
Right.
Drive it. What does that do for his confidence? What does that do for his momentum? I think that is tangible. I think there is value there.
And I think from a team perspective, if you get a guy that rattles one for a double, it kind of picks the team up too to say, okay, we're going to figure this thing out. We're going to figure this guy out. We're going to go get him, as opposed to if you work your way into a walk, then I don't think I think people took notice on the bench. Hey, it's a barreled up baseball. Let's go get him.
Yeah.
And then they just went boop, boop, boop.
Yeah, they did. It wasn't. They hit the ball hard 11 times, but you're right. In critical moments, they weren't good. I thought Victor Caratini, at least he had he hit 2 hits? No, he was 1 for 4.
Yeah.
He had the double, though, early in the game.
Yeah, and he's been hitting the hell out of the baseball. I mean, again, and you tweeted this, but we talked about this off air, I think it was a week or so ago. Dude's going to be a starter somewhere next year.
Sheesh, Blankers.
What?
Taking my info. You've been reading my notes.
I saw your tweet. I gave you credit for it.
I wonder how much money he's going to get.
Like I said, he's going to be a starter. We talked about this last week, and I think it was in the bullpen. But for as much as he's been return on investment through the roof, someone's going to give him. What were we talking about?
I need to go back and see last year's free agency class.
Was it 13?
You think he get up to 13?
Yeah, he might.
I need to see what the catchers were getting. Let's see. Last year, the catchers last year in free agency stunk. See, that's the other thing. Like, if he's the top of the class, well, there's a spike there just for being top of the class.
And the desperation of the team involved too. If they have a competitive team, but they desperately need a backstop that's better, they're going to overpay.
So the last year's crop of free agent catchers, this is disgusting. They sort them by WAR here. The best catcher in free agency last year was Kyle Higashiaki, however you say his name.
Higashiawa.
Not going to Higashiawa here anymore.
That was the Garrett Cole personal catcher from the Yanks that went to the Padres.
Was he? He signed with the Rangers. Yeah. He got 12.5 over 2 years, so roughly $6 million a year, a little under $6 million a year. But Caratini's going to be better than that.
Yeah,
I think Caratini's going to flirt with a $10 million a year contract.
I think it's at least 10. And I think that Higashiwara is splitting time, isn't
There's a K in his name. Is it silent?
I thought that's the way they pronounced it. But regardless, isn't he splitting? He's splitting time with
I have no idea.
Jonah.
Oh, he's not starting over Heim.
Yeah, Jonah Heim.
He's probably his backup.
Right. So again, we're giving six plus a year.
He's getting 10. At least. I think he's going to get 30 for 3.
That's what I'm saying. We're giving Kyle $6 a year.
Kyle's a good way to do it.
If we're giving Kyle $6 a year, then I firmly believe that Victor Caratini is going to be upwards of $10 million a year.
Higashioka. I pulled up the baseball
Higashioka.
reference.
Okay.
Higashioka. Does that sound right? Kyle Higashioka.
That sounds close.
Kyle, he's going to get waived up if he keeps doing what he's doing. He's got a 74 OPS plus. He laugh tracked my joke.
That was hilarious.
I don't know how I feel about that. Laugh tracking my joke. Yeah, I think he's gonna get $10 million a year. Victor Caratini.
Watch me. Maybe I'll end up on the high side of it. Price is right, but I'm saying 13.
Oh, dang.
I think he's going to get to 13. I think someone will overpay him.
You don't want to throw out a little qualifying offer for him, do you?
No.
Would you offer him? I don't know what the qualifying offer
Maybe
is
this should
going to
be a bet about how much.
See, that's
Caratini
where I
gets.
thought he was going with it. See, Brian, thanks for nothing.
Oh,
on
no,
that
the
one.
qualifying offer is you give him the 1 year,
so you get the
$19 million deal. Like, I think it's too much.
That's
I don't,
too much.
Like, I'm not giving him a $19 million 1 year deal.
No, doesn't the qualifying? Oh, no, I see what you're saying. I thought you were trying to get a draft pick by saying if you lose him.
That's what. Well, in order to get the draft pick, you have to offer him the qualifying offer, and he would have to reject the qualifying offer. I don't think he would reject 19 for one.
Yeah, who wouldn't at this point in his career?
Well, I mean, if you're a
He's kinda having
$15
a
million
career year,
oh, for sure. If he's a $15 million a year player for 5 years, then he would turn it down.
This is the Montero type situation.
Would you offer him $19 million for 1 year?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, that's too much. That's too much.
No way.
I think I'm with you that it could be somewhere between the $10 to $13 million a year range. You can't be offering what you think is your backup catcher $19 million a year.
Nope.
Can't do it. I'm like, my mind did go there. Like, how could we find a way for him for a 1 year deal?
Like for the risk
Deal?
for the risk if he might actually take it.
What do you mean?
Like if you're saying like you don't want the risk of him taking it and then actually coming back and playing on 19 million. Like, what's your cutoff point?
Well, you're kind of reinventing the wheel here.
Okay.
Because the qualifying offer is a fixed number.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
Yeah, it's a fixed number. It's usually, I think it was like 19 million this past year. It's
Too much.
either 19 million or nothing. So that's you don't have any wiggle room there.
Okay,
But
gotcha.
if for the sake of the conversation, what is the most I would give Caratini in a 1 year deal with the chance of him saying yes, but if he says no, I get a pick? Probably 14.
I was going to say 13. Stay with what I said, that he's going to get 13 somewhere. If you offered him 13, I think he likes it enough that he'd stay here for it. But I think in the open market, he has a good shot of getting close.
Yeah, I really
for multiple years on the open market.
Yeah, that's like the draft pick compensation. So it's a hypothetical, but yeah, to me this is his last year as an Astro. He's gonna get a starting job next year. Upwards, I think he'll get a double-digit $1 million deal. Anything else from the game yesterday?
That's about it.
Rough night for the rookies. Jacob Melton, 0 for 3, struck out 3 times. Cam Smith, 0 for 3, punch out. Have you seen Cam Smith's last 5 games?
Not good.
0 for 13, 6 punches for Cam Smith.
And I believe, because I heard this on the radio broadcast last night, I think his last home run was like April 18th.
Was it the 2 home run game? Was that his last
It
one?
might have been, but it was like mid-April. We're
didn't he have
like
another
a
one
month and
after
a half
that?
now since he homered.
Let me look. No.
Ouch.
Yeah, he hasn't homered since April 18th, 2 homer game. So how many at-bats between his last home run? Do you want to venture a guess?
At bats, not plate appearances.
Let's go plate appearances.
Let's go 60.
I was thinking more like 80.
Let's try out 125 for size.
Oof.
Since his last home run, he has had 125 PAs, 110 at-bats. Now, he's hit 255, and he's slugging. His OPS is 671. The slug's not great, 327. On base is ahead of slug, which isn't great for a power hitter.
No, the power hasn't been there.
The power has not been
Which I know the Astros played off the idea of him struggling with power, even though he profiled as a guy that hits the other way a lot. But maybe that's something to watch going forward.
I feel like he's just had trouble barreling up a bunch of balls. Like he's
Could
played.
that be because he's trying to adjust his swing to pull the ball more?
Maybe. I don't think it's the case, but I couldn't dismiss it. And he has pulled the ball more, actually. So maybe. I like the plate appearances. I mean, on base, the 344 is good. Like, that's a solid on base. But yeah, he hadn't hit for the slug. I wish they would have started him off in the minors. I'd like the extra year, man. I believe service time manipulation. I had a good conversation on Twitter today with Ethan. Ethan was questioning my morals and my ethics because I believe in service time manipulation. Yeah.
How to get to that level?
Because I believe in service time manipulation. He felt that you should reward a player who's playing well. I believe as the general manager of a team, you should be doing in the best interest of your team, and the owner is your boss, not the player.
Smart
and he
business.
questioned my ethics and my
People on that side will make the accusation of, "Oh, you're messing with their lives. These kids have earned it." I'm like, okay.
Yeah, they have to wait 3 months before they make a prorated 6-figure salary, man. What a poor guy. No, yeah, it was a good conversation though. All right, 713-780-ESPN. If you have anything on the Astros game, we'll talk about that on the other side too. We'll get to the NBA Finals a little bit later. Bad Take Boulevard coming up. Texans talk, and then a bunch of quarterback news, huh? How about Alex Rodriguez? Aaron Rodgers, the other A-Rod, signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Plenty to get to. 713-780-ESPN if you want to join in on the fun. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On TikTok at ESPN 975. Joel's at Pac-Man Joel on Twitter. Brian's at Sagma BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Beast. ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Texture late to comment, but the laugh track was hilarious. Shut up. AJ's going to be with us tomorrow?
Yes, he will be.
Where are you going to be?
Filling in for Michael.
Oh, okay. So you're not with us tomorrow.
No. Oh, and also Monday, also filling in for Michael. FYI.
You want to see if they got funnel cakes at the?
Oh, it's not my 0-calorie thing, but sure.
Okay.
From Rackham Pete, I know the fun with CJ's conspiracy theory name was yesterday, but I have one for everyone's favorite injured Astro. Handle with care. The Jordan Alvarez story. It's okay.
Work in progress.
It's okay, Rackham Pete. We might have to demote your nickname from Rackham Pete to Mediocre Pete. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Shrouded in mystery is what we landed on, though, with CJ Stroud. Junior Caminero will win AL MVP, and Taj Bradley will win Cy Young this season. Good Take Boulevard. That's our resident race fan that owes us Chick-fil-A, who he has been efforting to send it to us, and I've dropped the ball there because I don't really read my social media. I just his text reminded me to respond to him, so I literally just responded to him.
Okay.
But he's been trying to get it to us since Monday, and I don't check my DMs, and I dropped the ball there. But he's our resident Ray fan. Caminero's been good. He's been on a heater. He might make the All-Star game, but MVP, how about that nickname, Killer Cam? Kill a walk, Cam. He gets on base.
Not looking to kill the baseball out of the ballpark.
He's got a killer eye, that Killer Cam.
Can he still be killer if he's not hitting home runs?
He's
more like manslaughter, Cam.
Whoa.
Lesser charge.
Whoa. Hit the laugh track. That's brutal.
All right.
Terrible, Joe. Killer Cam. He's got a good eye. Texture, bad night for the team. The rookies shouldn't be carrying them, not getting paid. Okay, let's move the goalposts. One day, Killer Cam's top 3 in WAR, and then the next day, he shouldn't be worried to be carrying the team. Pick a side, Israel. Be strong with your stance.
Was that his first text of the day?
Nope, no, it was not.
There you go.
No, we like Israel. We want interaction. We're the second most interactive radio show in the city of Houston.
Says Paul.
409 Josh, the Astros medical staff may stay at a Holiday Inn, but at least they listen to your show. It's a good point. They do listen to our show. David Robertson still not signed. Why? Called Dana Brown. Robertson's always been your guy. Is he still a free agent?
Yeah, I was just going to say, is he not with somebody? I thought somebody claimed him late, like Philly. Maybe it wasn't Philly. So I thought someone picked him up right before the season started.
The thing is, though, the Astros bullpen doesn't need help.
Yeah, no,
he's a million years old.
Yeah, Robertson's still been solid. He's 40.
Is he still pitching?
He hasn't logged an inning this year. Google says that he is a free agent. David Robertson. He was solid last year. Let's see. Last year, pitched with Texas to a 3 ERA.
Mm-hmm.
But again, the Astros don't need relievers.
No, they need a starter if they need anything.
Relievers are fine. You're not.
I thought he had a rough stretch in the not so distant future. Maybe that was with Miami or past. Sorry, not so distant past.
I was so confused.
Yeah,
for a second.
no.
Not so distant future.
Not so distant future. That's a good name for a band or a movie or something. No, but I think it was Miami that he struggled
Brian's
with.
not going to be with us tomorrow, so he's getting all his bad jokes out of the way.
But he won't laugh track himself.
I did for the last one.
Yeah,
that wasn't a joke. I just stumbled my word.
After it was called on. Let's see. Robertson last year. Looks like he had a bad May last year, but was really good the rest of the way. So that would be the not so distant past, I guess. But again, the Astros don't need a reliever. They don't need David Robertson. They have one of the best bullpens in baseball. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Israel, you're in the Hive. What's up?
Yeah. Y'all got jokes about Cam. Now it's Cam's fault that these veterans is not stepping up the
No
park.
one said that.
You know what I mean?
No one said that.
I'm saying, well,
you're saying that we said
we said it, Israel.
Okay. I said it's Cam's fault now. I didn't say y'all said it's Cam's fault. I said it's Cam.
You alluded
but look, how
Don't
about
make us go to the tape.
y'all? Let me go. Can I say something? Hold on. What about these vets? What are they doing? Cam, you wanted Cam to be, first of all, you don't think he should be in the majors anyway. Now y'all talking about he's not. Who said that he was going to be the slugger of the team with the home runs? He's playing his position. What is his WAR? Who can replace him on the team right now at his position? His WAR is 1.1. He's the best at his position.
Dropped to 1.0.
Okay, 1.0. It's not in the negative. Like your boy Kunkel, which is he's on 2601. He was bringing it up.
Dang!
Whoa!
Shots fired early.
He was bringing it up. It's not negative. You know, you want to hear the negatives of the veterans who getting the money. And look at it. You wanted him to go to the minors. He deserved to be in the majors because at one, he's in a positive force position, and two, he's out betting still a lot of the vets who are getting the big money in the free agents acquisitions.
Israel.
So don't put it on him, and you can't put it on other rookies. Put it on the vets who are not producing, who's supposed to have the big, who getting paid to have the vets. He's not. He's like almost like a throw-in. The Paredes, the third baseman, was the major guy in that deal.
Yeah,
you
we
know what I
disagree
mean?
there.
Did you just say Cam was a throw-in?
Even coming from your own mouth, he shouldn't be in the majors, but he in the majors, and he producing.
Israel, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
I'm gonna ask you a question.
I'll ask a question
wait a
first.
minute. Now
Israel,
we
I'll
get to
ask a
talk.
question, then you can ask a question. But I said I wanted to ask a question first.
Okay.
Israel, you like Cam? We all like Cam to a varying degree.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, no one's sour on Cam. We all like Cam.
Okay.
But Israel, would you rather have 3 months of Cam, or would you rather have a full year of Cam?
This is the thing.
Hang
bro.
up on Israel. Hang up on Israel. Israel will learn his lesson. This is Killer B classical conditioning. Whenever we ask you a question, you must give us an answer. If you don't, we're not going to hang out with the Killer Bees. It's our show, Israel. It's our show. If you want it, and look, we love you, Israel. We really do. I hate to do it, but it's like punishing your kid. Sometimes you just got to. If we're going to have a conversation, you got to answer the questions. And then I'll answer your questions. I have no problem with that. But no one dislikes Cam Smith. And I think Israel brings up a good point. Like, did the Astros get shut out because of Cam Smith? No, it does fall more on the veterans and the guys making more money. I agree with him there. But, yeah, we all like Cam, though, Israel.
Well, if Jeremy Branham says so, I guess Cam Smith is ass.
He was last night, and he has been in his last 15
lately.
at-bats. Yeah. He has been 0 for 13 in his last 5 games. Not so killer Cam recently. Yeah.
Yeah, and like you said, we all believe in him. I believe in him long term, but this is his first go around, and he got really just, pushed up the food chain and in there as fast as he could. It ain't working out right now.
I thought the show was called The Killer Bees, not that irritating Israel. Israel's calls are literally the worst. We're not going to read bad things that you have to say about our listeners. 713-780-3776. You're not going to insult Israel by calling his calls the worst and then expect them to be read on The Killer Bees. 713-780-3776. Kyle Gibson is better than Gordon or Gusto. I won't give you Gordon. I'd rather have Gordon than Gibson. I'm pretty sure Gibson was DFA'd. When he DFA'd? Pretty sure he was DFA'd. His numbers have been brutal. He's got a 16.78 ERA this year, Kyle Gibson. I'm pretty sure he got DFA'd by Baltimore. I'm like very confident. I'm like 90% sure. I have a little bit of doubt, but I'm 90% sure. Yeah, he got claimed by the Rays. He didn't get claimed by the Rays. He got DFA'd. He then got released, and then the Rays, I believe, signed him on a minor league deal. So no on Kyle Gibson. He's been a trash can. He's been a tomato can. He's been awful. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line. I think we covered Israel there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's talk NBA Finals. They begin tonight. Oklahoma City, Indy, who do we got? What's our level of interest in the NBA Finals? And are the Rockets more Oklahoma City, or are they more Pacers? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
NBA Finals begin tonight. You know who your radio home in the NBA Finals are in Houston?
Right here.
Oh, really?
I think so.
I was just throwing it out there asking. No, I'm just kidding. I knew where it was. Game 1 tonight, Oklahoma City, Paycom Center in Oklahoma City. Thunder are favored by 9.5 points tonight. How do you see this series going?
I said Thunder in 6. I think Indiana's going to win 2 games. I think they're going to play good at home. I just think that from the what it really comes down to me is they're both young teams. They both can play defense. I just feel like there's more depth of offensive scoring possibilities with the Thunder, and execution in the final 3-4 minutes matters. And I see the Pacers turn the ball over a lot and get real stagnant in the final minutes of a game. And I see Oklahoma City consistently execute and get open shots. And I think that's a big part of what it's going to come down to for me.
Ditto.
That's the end of analysis.
Ditto. No, I agree. I have it as a 6-game series, but not like a competitive 6-game series. Like I think OKC wins 6 games easily. Like I'm thinking they win 3-1. Like sorry,
get up 3-1.
I think they get up 3-1, lose game 5. Well, actually, it's 2-3-2, isn't it? In the finals?
Yeah, it
still is. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I think that they easily win the 2 games at home. I think they go to Indy, kind of play with their food a little bit, win a game of the 3 games on the road, and then come back home and just blow out Indy in game 6. I think this is a non-competitive Thunder in 6. They're the heavy favorites in the series, too. Did you see the odds? They're minus 700 to win the final. There's no value in Oklahoma City.
No, not at all.
Minus
Not at all.
700.
Like the value might be from game to game. Like tonight, if you believe that there's going to be some rust on the Thunder, it went from 10 to 9.5. But still, if you think that the Pacers can get within in one of these games, you can probably get more on a single game bet trying to play the spread than the series itself, because I think everybody is convinced the Thunder's going to win it.
Would there be value in playing Thunder in 5 or a Thunder sweep?
I'd have to look at that, but I don't hate I wouldn't go Thunder sweep.
Because my personal pick is Thunder in 5. So I mean, obviously picking the Thunder to win the series outright, like you said, there's no value there. But if you go into the specific in this amount of games, there might be some value there.
You can get plus. I mean, it's only plus 205.
Still plus money though.
5-game series is plus 205. That ain't great. 6-game series is plus 270.
Odd.
That is, yeah. Well, no, it's even because it's 6. But no, it's.
God.
Where's your laugh track there?
I mean, you didn't need one because Brian was cackling in the back. He loved that joke Brian did. No, I think that the value might be like the MVP. If you don't think that it's Shea. Like, if you don't think that it's SGA, I think you can find value there. Shea's the MVP favorite, minus 550. Like, it's insane. Minus 550 to win the MVP. Halliburton second at plus 700. I think the value would be, if you think OKC dominates the series, is picking a Thunder to win the final MVP that's not SGA. He's plus 2,500. There you go. I think that's where the value comes into play. Like, if you don't want to play anything Pacers, the series things are odd. I think that's where the value's at in the series, is a non-SGA Thunder MVP pick. Because Jalen's plus 2,500. Chet, which I don't love Chet, but he's plus 7,500. And then you drop down a bit. Hartenstein's 4th, tied for 4th.
Really?
He's tied for 4th with Lou Dort.
I was going to say Dort might be up there, especially if he defends well.
Yeah.
He's probably going to get, I would think he's going to get either Halliburton or.
I think that's the play. Jalen at plus 2,500.
Sounds like a pretty good bet.
I think that's it. That's the only thing I like. Now, you could do the series.
I think I would play Thunder in 5.
I don't love that the Thunder in 5, or it's not even Thunder in 5. It's just length of series. I don't love that the length of series has better odds for 6 than 5.
Yeah.
I don't like that. I'd have to go look at let's see. Yeah, I don't.
Well, that is just playing it more down the middle though of the average overall series.
You could go exact series order. If you think OKC wins game 1 and game 2, how do you think it goes in the next 3?
I would have it OKC games 1, 2, and 3. Gentlemen sweep. Pacers win game 4. Thunder finish it up in 5.
See, I think
you can get plus 680 on that.
Yeah, I would take that bet.
I think Indiana wins their first one at home. I think, and Oklahoma City, especially if they win the first 2, they've shown that they relax a little bit.
Oh, my bad. It's plus 880 in your scenario. It's plus 680 in your scenario. OKC winning the first 3, Indy 4, Oklahoma City 5 is plus 880. Your scenario, OKC the first 2 at home. Indy wins the first game at home in game 3. OKC's plus 680.
Okay.
So you rather have that one than plus 880?
I just feel like Indiana somehow is going to squeak out another one to where it goes 6. But if that was the scenario, I could go with that.
How about okay? So hit me up with the series in order. OKC,
Indy. Well, see, I think in order to go 6, maybe I was going to say Indiana. It normally plays well in game 1, and they got game 1 in I think 2 of their first 3 series.
Well, they definitely got against New York, obviously.
But I don't think they get game 1 tonight. I would go OKC, Indiana, OKC, Indiana, OKC.
Okay.
So
they
Indiana
win 3 and 5.
takes the bookend games at home. They lose the middle game, and then OKC wraps it up at home.
Plus 2,500. That's some good value. That might be the play.
Yeah.
That might be better. I like that more than Jalen.
They're both plus 25, right?
Yeah. The problem is you have to hit the exact order.
Yeah. I think I'd rather take the shot on
Jalen?
Jalen just has a monster series.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Who are the Rockets more like, you think? Indy or OKC?
It's tough because I think that in both cases you're looking for the stars. You're looking for the star power, the guys that take you to the next level. I think that regardless of what level you put Halliburton on going into the season or going into the midseason or whenever people started calling him overrated, I think Halliburton has elevated to the point where he is star caliber. I think that Siakam is star caliber. I think that obviously SGA is star caliber. And then when you go to Jalen Williams and you go to guys like Chet and how deep they are, I just feel like the Rockets are still lacking that. They have a Şengün type, but you still need that one go-to guy. And look, maybe it comes down to the point that's why this is so critical this offseason. Because Indiana, they had Sabonis, and they had a guy that was a close to all-star caliber player that was playing really well, and they dumped out on him to Sacramento to get Halliburton, and Halliburton has turned out to be exactly what they needed. Same thing when Paul George got traded, and as part of the deal, they got SGA, and SGA has blossomed into that guy that the Rockets need. I feel like this is where the offense is, the Rockets is lacking, where they need that guy, and maybe that's why it's hard for me to say they're closer to either one of those two teams.
Yeah, I think they have to pick one.
Okay, I'll take OKC because of the fact that they are stockpiling draft picks.
Yeah.
And they do have a boatload of young talent without having some of the veterans like Siakam and the guys that Turner that Indiana has.
Yeah, I think they're much closer to OKC, but also lack that SGA type of thing. So they don't go 2-3-2 anymore. They go 2-2-1-1. Do you know how long they've been going 2-2-1-1? No. You want to, let's venture a guess here.
5 years.
3 years.
They've went 2-1-1-1 since 2014.
Oops.
Oh, man.
Come on, Blankers, you're our basketball
I've been
expert.
out of the league.
That would have been a LeBron
I've been out of
James
the league for 10 years.
They haven't been 2-3-2 since 2014. God.
Isn't that also kind of like shows you how compelling the finals have been?
Yeah. I mean, we've been out of touch in Houston, too. We haven't had a team that's really in the mix. 713-780-ESPN. Ocho, I'm curious to see how Presti manages this dynastic opportunity going forward. This man has constructed the youngest team in the NBA, has a 26-year-old MVP, 2 emerging stars on rookie contracts, 2 first-round picks in the coming draft, and 11 picks from now until 2030. Wow. That is pretty impressive. Maybe he blows it up. Like, they're going to have to get into the aprons here pretty soon, though.
But they are. But I'll say one thing to his credit, and it's the toughest thing in sports to do, especially when you have young guys that feel like they're being held back or that they should be a guy that, if given the right amount of time, minutes, and role, that they could be a star player. He's got a lot of these young guys buying into the fact that I just want to play my role, do whatever I can so that this team can keep winning. That's fine and dandy now, but if you taste a championship, and you know that's already checked off your resume.
Tastes good.
Now you're going to start going for it. Now you're going to look to get paid.
Yeah.
And that's when their mindset changes, and that's when it gets real tough on Sam Presti.
Indy going to smash them. Grimace emoji. Josh from Philly. I think everybody's shortchanging Indy, and I have Indy in 6. They've been a sleeper the whole playoffs. Who are you rooting for?
I'm rooting for Indy.
Really?
Yeah.
I think I'm rooting for OKC.
I like Indy. I like Indy in the fact that Halliburton's a Wisconsin kid, and I like the fact that he got basically told he was overrated, and he has done nothing less than step up every chance he's gotten.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I like them both, but I'm pulling for Indy.
I mean,
they're the underdog.
Yeah. I want to keep it in the West. Conference dominance. Plus, I want a rivalry between OKC and Houston in the future. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Bad Take Boulevard. What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard this week? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job of taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about the big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
Ojo says he's more interested in the Trump-Musk Twitter beef than the NBA Finals. I just got into that today. That's crazy what's going on there.
Which one?
Trump and Elon
Oh,
Musk.
you mentioned it. I had no idea till you
They're
mentioned
like
it to us.
fighting on Twitter.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it until today. Apparently, I don't know what's going on, but it's two former allies that are now foes.
Can they even fight on Twitter? Trump's not on Twitter, right? Is he having to do it through Truth? Is this a cross-platform social media fight?
I just know that they're like taking jabs at each other through whatever platforms they have.
That didn't last long.
When Elon was out of eligibility, they gave him a send-off party in the Oval Office, and yeah,
it's crazy. I watched. Have you seen that show on Netflix? The hunt for Osama bin Laden or whatever.
It's in my queue. I haven't watched it yet.
I finished it last night.
Good.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's part of the. Is it part of the Manhunt series they have on there?
Oh, I guess so. I hadn't seen this first Manhunt series I watched, but it was good.
They had one on Timothy McVeigh.
Was that good?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It gets into like the nuance.
Yeah,
I might have to watch that then because I enjoyed the one on Osama bin Laden, getting him. It was always curious to me how The Rock broke the news.
The
You
Rock
remember?
broke
Yeah,
the
The
news?
Rock immediately tweeted about it before anybody knew.
Really?
Yeah.
The actual
The
wrestler
Rock.
actor guy?
Yeah.
Wait,
Really?
no, hold on. I think
Yes.
it was John Cena.
I think it was The Rock.
You talking about when Osama bin Laden? John Cena went on TV and said that we have compromised Osama bin Laden to a permanent end.
No, The Rock tweeted it.
Okay, I was thinking on actual WWE television. There's a famous John Cena clip where he talked about we killed Osama bin Laden.
No, Dwayne The Rock Johnson didn't personally break the news of Osama bin Laden's death, but he was among the first to tweet about it, which was before the news officially released the information.
Wow.
And before Obama's address.
Who's his source?
I don't know. I never knew. The Google says he had apparently received the news through a source, possibly someone in the military, and then chose to share it on Twitter. So, like, a lot of people heard about Osama bin Laden being dead from The Rock. Yeah, I mean, I famously remember that.
Yeah, I don't. That's funny though.
Dwayne The Rock Johnson tweeted about his death 10:24 on May 1st, 2011, 1 minute before former chief of staff and 45 minutes before major news networks broke the story.
Who knew? I did not know that.
It doesn't say the source. There's a rumor that he had a Navy SEAL cousin.
Well, they're not supposed to be.
Better sources than Sarge.
Yeah,
huh?
but the Rock broke the news.
Good one, Brian.
The Rock broke the news to a lot of people. Anybody that first person that belongs on the list, Bad Take Boulevard. Anybody that said Lance McCullers' threat was an Astro fan. There's a lot of people. Oh, you Astro fans, you need to be better. You be better, Astro fan. It wasn't an Astro fan. It was a disgruntled bettor. We all knew that if you had any sense. So if you're throwing Astro fan under the bus, and you know who you are, then you belong on Bad Take Boulevard.
You just made the list.
How about Memorial Herman for using Yordan Alvarez as a model of health?
Let our medical team be
Yeah.
yours.
Mm-hmm.
Oops.
What did Rackham Pete say the other day? He said misleading health.
Misleading health, yeah.
Memorial Herman, misleading health. That's good. So Memorial Herman, hate to do it to you. If you're interested in being a sponsor, we'll take you off Pat Take
Call Todd,
Boulevard.
713-7.
You just made the list.
Until you want to sponsor us, and then we'll take you off the list. That's how it works in radio. Did you see George Springer?
I did.
Hopping around on the third
did.
base bag the other day. The third baseman kept the tag on, originally called safe. They reviewed it enough on replay review to overturn the call. George Springer hopping on the third base bag. You make the list.
You just made the list.
All-time blunder. All-time
for
blunder.
sure,
What
for
are you
sure.
doing, George
Yep.
Springer?
Yep.
What has Toronto done to him?
I mean, he's just obviously he's never going to be what
I think he's
worth
having a
the
good
money.
year.
But regardless, he really has
Let's see
been
what
less
kind of
than
years
since he's
having.
been a Blue Jay.
Oh, no, he hasn't lived up to the contract. This year he's had a bit of a renaissance, though. 133 OPS plus. That's pretty good.
Okay.
It's pretty good from no, but he hasn't lived up to the contract. He's only got a .3 WAR. His defense must be tragic.
They've been moving him around too. He's not. I mean, he's right field now, pretty much.
It looks like he's only. Well, he's not only. Let's see. Looks like he's DHing a lot.
Really, not even playing the outfield.
He's playing in the outfield some, but it doesn't look like he's playing
It's
the
right
outfield
field,
a
right?
lot. Yeah, they took him out of center field. Looks like he's actually played a few games in center this year. He's DH'd 22 times this season.
Okay.
Trying to preserve him.
They are.
We know he likes to crash into walls, so
Yeah, he does. So George Springer makes the list. Sarge's source that Brian alluded to, he makes the list too. And if you weren't with us yesterday, here was a take from Sarge's source about why CJ Stroud isn't throwing at Texans voluntary OTAs.
Hey, Sarge, let me tell you something. And let me tell this to you because I like you, because I know who you are. I respect you and I respect your work. Sarge, let me tell you this. Have you ever sat back and thought that maybe CJ isn't throwing right now because Nick Caley wants to see what he has in Davis Mills?
There you go. Sarge's source with a bad take. He makes the list. Sarge's
You
source.
just made the list.
bless his heart.
I don't really care too often like who the source is, but I really want to know this one. Really want to
We
know
won't
this
be
one.
impressed.
No, I believe it's a
I
source.
guarantee you won't
100%
be
believe it's a
impressed.
source. But I want to know who had this terrible take that only Sarge
Go
is smart
Texans.
enough to understand.
Maybe it was Cal.
Yeah, so that Sarge's source makes the list. I love how disgusted Blankers gets when somebody else pats themselves on the back. You get like visibly upset. Like you like crawl in your skin when somebody pats themselves on their back.
I love how you always think you can figure me out.
Am I wrong?
It is.
I'm great at reading people.
Okay, great. Well then,
am I wrong?
Well then, read Braille and do other things to improve the rest of your reading, because
it's a bit of a reach.
Sarge annoys me, as you know.
But do you?
That's why I make the face. Brian was looking for it because I did it yesterday.
You do it with me whenever I pat myself.
Well, there's
on my
another
back.
one. There you go.
Do you get disgusted when people pat themselves on their?
I just no, not a lot of people.
Just
certain
me?
people.
Just Sarge
certain
and I?
people.
Add Sarge and Jeremy was already on the list.
Jeremy Branham on Twitter.
Yeah, you're already on
Branham
the list.
Add it to that text that of all the things I hate. Yeah.
The my favorite part is like I only do that 3 hours a day. That's my favorite part about it. Anyways, Sarge Sorts makes the list. Adam Silver had a terrible take about the NBA Finals.
If we were going into a Super Bowl and it was Packers against Steelers, you guys would be celebrating that. Those would be storied franchises. People wouldn't be talking about, the fact that Pittsburgh is a small market.
He compared OKC and Indy to two storied NFL franchises. What would be the equivalent though? Like Jacksonville
Steelers versus Packers?
Yeah, no. Of OKC Indy.
But Jacksonville, do they haven't?
No, I think it'd be the Colts because there is a like for like there.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think it'd be the Colts, and then who would be the NFC equivalent of OKC?
Carolina?
It's not bad.
It's not.
It's not bad.
It's not Tampa, right?
No.
It's not bad either.
I think Tampa's a little higher elevated. I mean, they've won multiple Super Bowls. I think they're a little higher in the national conversation than Carolina.
Market.
Yeah. Both are pretty good. I might lean Carolina over Tampa, but I think both would be in the, like you couldn't go like anybody in the NFC North. You couldn't go anybody in the NFC East.
No.
Atlanta too big of a market?
Yeah. Same with Phoenix. I was trying to think
New
Cardinals
Orleans?
really haven't done
I was
anything.
thinking about the
Phoenix
Saints,
is a
but
huge market.
they have won it, but the Saints kind of.
Do the Pacers have a title?
No, Pacers don't
They
have
don't
a
have
title.
any?
Nope.
No.
They've been to a final once before this year.
They've
but,
only been to one?
Yep.
The year
Before
that they
this
had
year.
Reggie?
Yep.
They lost to the Lakers. I loved Reggie Miller. Reggie was kind of washed at that point, though, when they got there.
Oh, but he was fun to watch.
Yeah, but he was washed in that finals.
Oh, no doubt.
He wasn't their best player anymore. Jalen Rose was probably their best player then, whenever they lost to the Lakers
That's
in the
when
finals.
Jalen ticked off Kobe, and Kobe had a great series.
Yeah, but he most famously ticked him off whenever he was in Toronto. And then Kobe went off for, what was it, 81?
81.
That was when Jalen was in Toronto. 713-780 ESPN. What belongs on the list this week? PK Subban. How do you say his name? Subban? I think I get it right. Subban. His NHL prediction said somebody. I guess.
don't know.
Put him on the list.
You just made the list.
Israel wants to bad take us for our take on Killicam. We'll give Israel a bone. Put us on the list, Brian. Killer Bees make.
You just made the list.
Astros medical staff misleading information. All right, 713-780 ESPN. A couple more bad takes. Did you see this Magic Johnson take on Old Takes Exposed? This is where I saw it. But he had his NBA final predictions before the start of the conference finals. I had the Knicks beating the Pacers and the Wolves beating the Thunder to advance to the NBA finals.
Oops.
Magic Johnson 0 for 2. Not so
wait a
Magic
minute.
Johnson.
Now that was, you said before the play.
You just made the
Before
list.
Conference finals.
Conference finals. Okay.
So he was 0 for 2 in conference final predictions.
I would have
so
given him some
Magic
credit
Johnson.
if he had the Pacers in the conference finals, because they overachieved a little bit.
Yeah, but he didn't.
Right.
I mean, I think this was right before the final. I mean, the date has it right before the conference finals. Blanker's portion of our show. Blankers has two bad takes. The first one, his take on Aaron Rodgers yesterday. Yeah, I mean, I think Flacco will start the year early, too. I think eventually he'll make way to a rookie. Now, what are the chances you think they trade for Kirk Cousins? Is there a better chance that Kirk Cousins is a Brown or a Steeler?
I think it's a Steeler.
So you're out on Rodgers.
I think Rodgers is out. I think he's done.
It's yesterday's show.
That was me.
Blankers makes the list. And then one
You
more.
just made the list.
From Joel. His still looking for John Gruden, Joe Tess take. You still looking for Joe Tess?
I got him.
All right, play it.
Texas is back, folks.
That's
Joe Tess.
I can hear that.
And here's Gruden.
Shut up, Stroud.
I don't hear it at all, Joe.
I hear Joe. I've heard Joe Tess do a lot of calls that sound just like
you
use the one call. Playing one call from him. Though. I'm just saying. There's.
Why? That's what I had at my
I understand.
disposal.
I agree with you,
back-to-back
Blankers.
again?
I agree with you.
Texas.
I hear it now. Joel makes the list. Whisper
Twice.
so he doesn't hear me.
You just made the list.
The Mets put out a graphic the other day. Most home runs among shortstops in Major League Baseball. They had Cal Ripken 1, Tejada 2, Hanley 3, Lindor 261, 4, Jeter 5. The only problem, Alex Rodriguez 345 home runs as a shortstop was not on the list. Should have been second. Ernie Banks 277 home runs as a shortstop. Should have been fourth on the list, ahead of Francisco Lindor. Was not on the list at all. Mets don't know ball. Mets admin is a casual that doesn't know ball. Mets admin, whoever made this graphic, you land on the list.
You just made the list.
How do you leave out an A-bomb from A-Rod? How do you leave out Ernie Banks? Let's play 2.
I could kind of see the Ernie Banks thing because he played what in the '60s.
Come on,
but he's legendary.
I know.
You can see the Ernie Banks thing.
I'm trying to
Put yourself on the list.
No, I know who Ernie Banks is, but I'm just saying I could see the pat. But A-Rod is fairly recent. How do you leave A-Rod off?
Well, because he's a Yankee and he cheated.
Okay, so you're saying they intentionally gave the stat wrong?
They're gatekeeping Alex Rodriguez. But they've had Jeter. I mean, Jeter was here as 5, but they missed 2 all-time greats. They had more home runs as a shortstop than Lindor, but they just deleted them because they played other positions late in their career. Unbelievable. New York Met fan, or not even fan, admin. You're casual.
Stevie Cohen could pay all that money for his players, but he can't buy an admin team?
Unbelievable. You made the list, admin.
You just made the list.
Kennedy, this Texas Tech pitcher who left Oklahoma. There was a Sooner softball Twitter fan who, whenever she took the NIL deal to go to Texas Tech, take the money, but goodbye to the World Series. They then beat Oklahoma to go to the final 2 against Texas. But then Kennedy makes the list too because yesterday
you just made the list.
3-0 pitch on an intentional walk right down the middle. Texas girl, 2 RBI single, and Texas is back.
Texas is back, folks.
They're a softball school.
I might watch it tonight.
It's a 3-game series, right?
Yeah, best of 3.
And she may pitch all 3 games.
Oh, she will, yeah.
Yeah, she's unbelievable.
Bad decision, though.
They went back and looked after the game with Van Pelt on SportsCenter. They don't believe she's ever had to throw an intentional walk.
Interesting.
And it's not like baseball where you just can give them 4.
Yeah.
The first 2 were close.
She should just hit her.
Well, the first 2 were close, and then good on the hitter because if you screw up there, you're going to catch it.
Yeah.
But that was big.
It was bad decision. And she owned it after the game. My fault. If she was uncomfortable with throwing 4 pitches out of the zone intentionally, just hit her. Just hit her.
It's not. I mean, of course, especially they would say it's not sportsmanlike, but you're right.
Just hit her.
Because that was the first question. They can't just put up the 4 fingers, just give her first base.
That is interesting. They don't do that.
Yeah.
Because you do that now at every level of baseball. Like 4 pitch, walk them. That is interesting. Yeah, but they both land on the list there. That does it for Bad Take.
You just made the list.
Hope you enjoyed it. Texas is back, folks. Softball school.
B-Max got a chance to get his first women's softball title out of this World Series.
Damn right.
Wasn't Osama bin Laden hiding under a rock? Maybe that's the rock he was under. Oh, my gosh. I'm not sure the show's ever going to recover.
That was who sent that?
Jasper.
Can we ban? Oh, Jasper, the guy with the terrible takes on his sheets, tucking his sheets in.
He tucks his sheets into his mattress. Yeah. He said that wasn't Osama bin Laden under a rock. Maybe that's the rock he was under. That's an all-time bad joke. That might be the worst joke I've ever heard. What was that?
What was that?
That was supposed to be a booing sound effect, but someone erased over it. Apparently,
I don't think that was a boo sound.
It wasn't. It was the "We are built for this" thing. I guess it got.
What is that?
I don't know.
What is "We are built for this"?
We are built
the Astros
for
slogan
this.
From their preseason hype video.
But is that like actually something they said?
It's in the video. It was from a preseason hype video.
It is something they put out.
Really?
Yeah, 100%.
I've never heard that. Whose show uses that?
I think it's Paul and Sean.
Oh, they use that?
Yeah.
Oh, Sarge doesn't have a source. He's a clown. He made that up. It's fiction. I don't believe that. Do you cash or trash? I trash it. I do believe he has a source. I don't think he made that up.
He talks to enough people that he has a source. It's where do you classify the source? Is it a team employee? Is it, and at what level do you take the credibility of said source? But I believe he has a source.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line. Mets have been on the list and signing Bobby Bonilla 92. Gave him a bad contract too. All right, coming up next. Texans have to play a top offensive line in order for the Texans to have success, for the Laramie Tunsil move to be a good deal. All of that. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Awesome. Can we talk about the obstruction play instead? In the game yesterday, Texas back, yay.
No. We just were.
The YouTube wants to talk about the obstruction play in the softball game.
It's football time in Houston. We're ready to play.
I think letter of the law, they got the call right.
Texas is back, folks.
That would have been a horrible look for the game to end 1-0 because of a review obstruction call on a runner that was dead to rights out by a bunch.
Don't stand in front of the base without the ball. Know the rule.
We just went back and forth on this. It wasn't the entire base, and I thought she had the ball and had 1 foot over the corner.
I'm going to start acting like Lakers and get mad about this. I don't like this at all.
I don't do this either, and I'm not mad about this.
Oh, this is more of a, what is it, a caricature? This is my caricature of blank. Okay, I kind of dressed like you a little bit today. I got the hat.
But yeah, you both have black hats on. Both villainous with your black hats.
What do we want to talk about?
Texans offensive
You
line,
pick
baby.
the topic.
I'm picking the topic. Huh? So Texans have to have a top what offensive line in order for this?
I can't hear you over the music.
You can't hear me over the music?
No one can hear us right now.
Say, evidently, a lot of people can't hear us right now.
Oh well, yeah, that's something that's unfortunately all too pretty common. But no, Texans offensive line has to finish top what in order for this bet on chemistry, send out Laramie Tunsil experiment to be a success.
Top 20. Are we done talking Texans now? Can we move? No, I think top 20. Yeah, I think if they're a top 20 offensive line, it'll be a success.
I was going to say top 15.
I mean, that's quite the improvement.
I think they got to be average. So, I mean, 15 would technically be above average by 1. But yeah, I think the range is like 15 to 18. I think 20 is a little low.
Why? What were they? Can we turn? The music's distracting me. I have ADHD. I can't think right now. Like I don't even know what y'all are saying. Like you're talking. I have ADHD. You can't be. I have sensory overload. Overload.
I can
see.
tell.
This is how much I'm distracted by this music right now. I can't even talk straight. I'm madder than a hornet.
It's not very Cal of you.
And plus, I didn't like that we got interrupted. I mean, what were they last year? They're probably bottom 5.
Oh, they had to be. Yeah.
So, like, if you went, how many games? They won 10 games. They were 10-7, won the AFC South, were competitive in the divisional round. I think they were more competitive in the divisional round last year than they were 2 years ago. That's clear.
Yeah.
Against Kansas City than Baltimore. So, if they're a top 20 offensive line, I think they're in a good spot.
I think the problem is that I don't have all the confidence in the world that the guys you let or shoved out the door are better. I believe that they might be better than everybody you brought in. So I think I have lofty expectations by saying top 15, but top 20, I just believe from a CJ running for his life perspective that they got to be better than that.
They were so bad last year.
Yeah.
Like, they gave up 50-something sacks last year. I think it was the second most in the NFL. Like, give me top 20. That's a major improvement.
It is, but that's my point.
Major
Like,
improvement.
When you know that is your biggest weakness and the biggest point of focus for the year, and they really didn't do anything to give me confidence that they made it better other than the OC and a potential system change and getting players that can play that system. I think that they got to be better than 20 for this team to have a fighting chance to go at least as far as they did last year, because I don't believe in the personnel that they have.
Yeah. I see. That's why I think top 20 would be a major win. Major win.
It still would be a major win, but I'm like, where do you try? What are your goals as a team then? Because a major win doesn't get you any further, I don't feel, than what they did last year. It probably makes you potentially worse.
I think they're a dark horse Super Bowl contender. I believe they can be a dark horse Super Bowl contender with a top 20 offensive line. I really do. Now, you have to lipstick the pig of a top 20 offensive line. You can't be sitting there expecting your quarterback to have 20 seconds to throw and try to like put together all these explosive plays that Bobby Slowick did. Houston Stressens on Twitter, we all know him. Football. He posted some guy on ESPN, one of their NFL shows, and he was talking about the Texans. He's talking about Nick Caley being like one of the most important people in the NFL this year, because if he's good, Texans have a chance to be really good. But he was talking about Slowick and their offensive line last year, and he called him an amateur with his offensive line schemes. Like, that's why I think the Texans have a lot of room to grow on the offensive line, despite I guess, talenting down. Because I think they had more talent on the offensive line last year than they do this year. But I believe the scheme's going to be better. I think the offensive coordinator is going to be better. I think you have better skill around C.J. Stroud so he can get rid of the ball quicker. That's why I'm more optimistic about the Texans offense than I think most people. And I don't think they have to be this above average offensive line for them to be good. I don't think it can be putrid like they were a year ago. How do you win 10 games on a putrid offensive line and not think top 20s good enough to carry you pretty far?
See, but here's where I'm at with the fact that I don't think that they upgraded the personnel, but I do believe that Slowick was a big part of the problem. But if you're going to bring in a new offensive coordinator, then don't you think that he could have worked with a Laramie Tunsil and some of the guys that he had previously before they went and just blew the whole thing up? Unless that was part of the problem, obviously.
The reason, in my opinion, that they traded Tunsil is twofold. The first one, I think, is long-term finances. Like, Tunsil's coming up on a new deal. And Laramie Tunsil, an agent of his own, always gets top-of-the-market deals. He's not going to settle for less. I don't think the Texans viewed him as a top-of-the-market left tackle going forward in the NFL, and it's better to trade a guy before you lose all value on a guy. So I think that was the first reason. And then the second reason, I do think it's attitude. They don't love that laissez-faire attitude from a left tackle that you want this dog mentality. Like, I don't believe the notion that Laramie Tunsil was a bad teammate. In fact, it's the opposite. Like, even C.J. Stroud this offseason was talking about how they traded his boy. Like, he loves Laramie Tunsil. I do think he was very well liked, but he was very chill. He was very laid back. He's posting his cleats signed by Beyonce after they get smoked. I don't think they love that mentality. And if you need like a dog mother mentality on any, like, you really need it all over the football field. It matters in football, but especially in the trenches. So I don't think that they felt he had the dog mentality. I don't feel like they wanted to pay him. So you get value for him before he gets further along in this contract where he's going to want a new one. So I think all of those things were variables.
Sure, and that's fine. But I also think that from the standpoint of if you felt like all those things and you felt you had to move on from him, then I would also feel like they would have done more to bring in higher quality players.
Well, it wasn't available to him.
From him.
It wasn't available to him.
Well, I mean, it could have been.
They tried. They tried to trade up for Booker.
Right, but even before the draft and free agency, you could have been looking to spend money to try and bring in more of a higher quality offensive lineman.
I mean, who was the best free agent left tackle?
I mean, I'd have to go back and look at it, but I'm just saying, like, you know, it's one thing to say that Tunsil wasn't our guy and it wasn't the right fit. It's another thing to say that rebounding from Tunsil and the two other guys you moved on from, that you're going to go and just rely on the draft, and you're going to rely on some guys that have been around football that have just been their career, and say that the system alone is going to make him better.
I don't think they had a choice.
Because there were some, and I have to look at the names that we had kicked around, and some of them may have been, depending on the price tag.
I mean, Cam Robinson, who the Texans did sign, was listed as Pro Football Focus's number 20 free agent, period. And it looks like he was like the second or third top tackle. So, like, that's kind of top of the market-ish. Ronnie Staley was on here, but Ronnie Staley never hit free agency, right? When he re-signed before he ever entered free agency.
Well, like, Tooney got traded from the Chiefs to the Bears, and that seemed like a low price to pay for a guy that had more experience that might have been a quality.
Maybe Kansas City didn't want to trade in conference. I mean, we don't know that they weren't.
You're right.
Calling. Like,
you're right.
No
I don't
idea.
know that, but I'm just saying. I understand if you want to move on from Tunsil and the other guys.
Cam Robinson, according to Pro Football Focus, was the best rated tackle that actually hit free agency.
There are many ways that you could have tried to upgrade this offensive line. I know that they relied on the draft. I'm fine moving on from Tunsil and the other guys as long as I felt like they got maybe not an upgrade with Tunsil, but overall the line got an upgrade. And
Trey Smith was the number 2 free agent, but he got franchise tagged by Kansas City. These are all free. Ronnie Staley, number 8 free agent, but he was re-signed by Baltimore. Scrolling down, next offensive lineman on the list, Pro Football Focus, was number 20, Cam Robinson. The Houston Texans signed, according to Pro Football Focus, the best offensive lineman free agent on their board.
Okay. I don't believe that they upgraded talent-wise.
Well, there's no way of doing that, right, if you have Tunsil.
Right, but
You trade Tunsil, I mean.
Right, but I mean, if you're looking at Tomlinson, you're looking at some of the guys they brought in, they've been kind of retread guys. They're retread guys that who knows how much tread they still left on the tire. Cam Robinson wasn't a great tackle.
Number 1 Pro Football Focus offensive lineman in free agency.
Okay, but go back and watch him play with Minnesota and watch him play his whole season last year and go, that's a guy that I've got a ton of confidence in.
Like, I mean, obviously he's not as good as Tunsil, but he's more than likely going to be your starting left tackle.
Well, there's no doubt.
More than likely. Laken Tomlinson, probably going to be your left guard.
I think left guard.
I think there's a decent chance he's your starting left guard. I think there's a decent chance Jake Andrews is your starting center. Like, maybe better than a 50-50 chance. And then I think there's a chance that Ursary is your starting right tackle. I think that's a possibility. So those are 4.
With Titus at right guard?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to ask that too.
Titus is my right guard.
Okay. And then above Fisher, you think Ursary?
I think he's a shot, yeah.
Okay.
He was drafted higher. Texans traded up to go get him. Fisher wasn't outstanding as a rookie. I mean, I think it's a camp battle, but I think it's a 50-50 shot that Ursary is your starting right tackle.
So then Juice and everybody else
on the bench.
Just backups.
Yeah. So, like, if that's your – and look, like, 3 of those positions might be coin flips. But in that scenario where Cam's your left tackle, Laken's your left guard, Jake Andrews is your center, Titus Howard's your right guard, Ursary's your right tackle, you just changed 80% of a bad offensive line. And here's the other thing with Tunsil. Like,
what are you going to be better?
Tunsil is very good. I don't know how he can be worse.
But are they going to be tough? See, that's the thing. That's when we start getting it up. That's why I worry.
Real quick, let me finish the point on Tunsil real quick. Like, they had Tunsil last year. Agrees talented. Agrees. There's no argument there. Once the ball is snapped. Pre-snap, different issues. He's very talented once the ball is snapped. But even with Laramie Tunsil, who's super talented, they had one of the worst offensive lines in the NFL. So, like, if you can have the worst offensive line in the NFL with Laramie Tunsil, you can also have the worst offensive line in the NFL without Laramie Tunsil. So I don't mind trading the most talented player from a unit that's awful. They're trying to rebuild it. They're trying to change the mentality of it.
I don't mind it either. But at the same time, I wonder if what they did to try to move on from him and upgrade the positions and or the productivity of the offensive line isn't going to be enough for a team that's totally loaded everywhere else. That's my biggest concern. That's why I'm like, I want to believe, I believe you're right. If they got to 20, that's an improvement. But as a team, can they build off of that enough to be an improved team if they're only 20?
Yeah. And no, I agree with you that they're less talented. And I do agree that it's a concern. And I even agree on paper that doesn't look great. I'll agree on paper that doesn't look great. But with what they achieved with a bottom of the league offensive line a year ago, I don't think that they have to make this tremendous jump to take a jump as a team. If they go from the 30th best offensive line in the NFL to the 20th, and they were 10-7 with the 30th and pretty close to beating Kansas City at Arrowhead, I think that they have a shot with a top 20 offensive line.
I hope you're right, because the way I look at it is, again, I was pleased, pleasantly surprised, but pleased that they moved on from Tunsil. If he just wasn't the fit, because that's a move that they have to make. But overall, my biggest concern is if that's the jump you're taking or you're hoping for with this offensive line, it's the residual effect that it had on CJ all season long. And the fact that if you're replacing what I think is lesser than talent, and I don't have the confidence that they're going to, no matter how they kumbaya on their way to practice fields and such, that on the field they still got to block, that I have deep concerns that it could affect CJ and the entire offense, no matter who your OC is and what system you're running, because I just don't know if they're capable.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's the big mystery of the offense for sure. I'm optimistic about it, and maybe that's foolish of me. I mean, time will tell. 713-780-ESPN out to the HRP listener line. Josh, you're in the Hive. Josh, what's up?
Hey, fellas, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. And then calling out of Philly, I appreciate you guys taking my phone calls. Seems like, I can't get it answered any other point of the day, but I got something I want to address, okay? So, as a Philly native but a Houston resident, okay, I'm worried about y'all with Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, man. One thing about the Texans locker room is they're not very outspoken, not very drama-filled, so on and so forth, The comments that number 8 made, pertaining to Vic Fangio and the way that he got done, it doesn't seem like, anything's really bittersweet or good for him when he decides to go from team to team to team. But just in, the press conference of him and his jersey number and stuff like that, I fear or worry that the younger guys in the locker room, like Lassiter and Stingley Jr. and so on and so forth, might be compromised by, Gardner Johnson's attitude and whatnot, being that a lot of this animosity that's coming from Vic Fangio and whatnot is that Howie Roseman's mentality is, hey, we signed these guys to 2, 3, 4 year contracts, pay the young guys, and we're going to work it back in the draft. I'm just wondering if you guys think that attitude or that mentality might be a problem or might start to rub off or reflect on some of the younger guys in the locker room, especially a guy coming off of that, I started a new job mentality and I just won a Super Bowl here a couple months ago. And, I just so happen to have the experience and I know it all of a sudden. So I'll hang up and listen.
Appreciate the call. I think where you start is the fact that he has won a Super Bowl. He's experienced. And sometimes with what you described, and I don't think you're inaccurate in describing a lot of it, of the locker room, but in the fact that they don't have a lot of boisterous personalities per se, and they have the swarm mentality, and they have guys that kind of fit the DeMeco mold. But maybe that's why they brought him in the first place, because he's got experience. Now, the biggest thing is he's got to play, and he's got to be able to play and perform at a high level, which will gain the respect of the locker room as well. But maybe they wanted someone that has a little bit. It's like when the Rockets brought in Dylan Brooks to an extent. You had a bunch of young guys and guys that were trying to find their way or do it the right way, but you didn't have that kind of guy with a little extra. And maybe CJ brings in that extra on the defensive side or in the locker room side. And because he has the respect of being a winner, and if he can still play, that they can use that as a strength and an advantage.
I won't dismiss Josh's concern because I think it's a valid concern. It could go either way. Like you drew out the optimistic scenario, which is plausible, obviously. Hopefully it does go that way. But to talk through the pessimistic view and the one that Josh brought up, the Texans won't put up with that. The Texans aren't going to put up with a non-team first guy that puts himself ahead of anything else. And the example we have of that was Deontay Johnson last year. Well, Deontay Johnson's not the same player of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Gardner Johnson's better than Deontay Johnson. I wouldn't disagree with that. But DeMeco's not going to compromise his culture for a player. Maybe for like a CJ Stroud, like maybe for Will Anderson, although they're not those guys. And I think the reason that they were attracted to Stroud and Anderson is because they're not those type of guys. So if it does go sour, which is plausible to Josh's point, and Gardner Johnson has been sounding off about some things and has always been that way in his career and has bounced around to a bunch of different teams, the contract is good for the Texans. They wouldn't owe Chauncey Gardner-Johnson any guaranteed money after 2025. And even the guaranteed money in 25, which he'll make the team, it's only $2 million. His cap number is $9 million. So if he does act out, okay, well, the Texans cut him and they don't owe him any money in the future. So the reward here is far greater than the risk. And because of Gardner-Johnson's contract, the risk really isn't that great.
Yeah, so and that's the thing too. You're right about what they did with Johnson last year, but also from the standpoint of, we heard that this might be a possibility last year with Diggs. Diggs worked out to be a guy that everybody really liked. That
we now know why too. He's handing out little Ziploc bags.
We know that the injury derailed what we could see as the full body of work from a season, but with all the concerns and maybe even the way they restructured the contract because of said concerns, he fit in. He worked out. So I see both sides of it as well, but I think gone are the days of the Brandon Cooks of the world that are going to come in and be me and be, pouty and just,
I mean, it's going to happen.
Extra.
It'll happen. Deontay Johnson did it last year.
But I think what I'm saying is them putting up with it, right? And just finding a way to kind of just soft sell it, make him a captain, or say, hey, we still want you around and we're going to, turn the other cheek. I think you're right. I think gone are the days of, he's on our roster and we think we can still use him, so we don't want to, rock the boat or do something. I think if he acts up too much and the big part of his too, and he's not performing on the field, they can and they will and they should move on from him. But I also think that a little bit of what he brings to the defense might be what they've been missing.
Yeah. That's if you channel it properly, all of those things. And I do think it'll be that way, especially for a year. Now, Gardner Johnson seems like he kind of wears out his welcome after a year or two. So I don't think he's like a long-term fixture for the Houston Texans. I think he's probably more of a rental. I think he's probably more of a bridge. But to Josh's point about it going sour and negative, well, you can easily get rid of him. His contract is very conducive to easily get rid of him. And you actually have some depth there. Like, I know that Jimmy Ward's injury prone, but Jimmy Ward is a backup. You would think, okay, well, he's a backup. He can play a little bit more because he won't have as many chances to get hurt. Like, that's not a terrible third safety.
No.
They drafted Jalen Reed, who some people, now he's a 6th rounder, but people seem to like Jalen Reed. So they do have some depth at that safety position too, where if it does go sour, the contract's not bad. And you have Jimmy Ward, who is an NFL veteran that would immediately step in.
And I would add on to everything you guys just said, like the worry of corrupting or negatively affecting Lassiter and Stingley. I would say I'm not worried about it all for 2 reasons. One, those guys seem to embrace the D'Amico swarm mindset to the point where I don't think they're going to be affected by some dude that coming in from Philadelphia, getting in their ear and just completely changing who they are as a person and a player. And the other part of that is the Eagles were starting for 25 games last year 2 rookie corners, Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. Like, the Eagles had no problem putting C.J. Gardner-Johnson in, the same locker room, same position meetings with 2 rookie corners that they spent first-round picks on, and they turned out fine.
And they won a Super Bowl.
And they won a Super Bowl. So I think this is. I understand the thought of the concern, but I think it's way overblown.
Probably. But even if it does materialize and happen, I don't really see it being an issue because
you traded Kenyon Green for him. Move on.
Yeah,
right.
You did. Yeah, you traded away a player that you more than likely were not going to keep on your team anyways.
Exactly.
So it's very, very, very low risk with potential high reward. Because I mean, he is a good player, and he is going to be your starting safety, opposite of Kalen Bullock. So although you had some NFL talking head people a couple of months ago saying he was going to be the Bullock replacement.
Who was?
And some national people. They don't watch the Texans that closely. Like, oh, yeah, he's going to be the Bullock. They're trying to get Bullock off the field because his metrics aren't this and that. It was just, it was a bad take. 713-780-ESPN. I'm comfortable with a new O-line whose effort and mindset reflects the head coach. Last year's line was soft, and their leader was talented but one-dimensional. If the Texans' offensive line can do 50% better at recognizing coverage and calling out protection schemes, it'll be so much better. That's the other thing is like Kaylee, we anticipate Stroud to have more power and freedom if the shoulder's okay. We expect him to have more power and freedom at the offensive line where Slowick did not empower him. So you hope that is something that would make the offensive line and at least the protection schemes better. Texter Urser will be our starting left tackle next year. See, I don't know if this Texter means in 2025 or 2026.
Yeah, I don't think it's for this coming season.
I don't think he's starting ahead of Cam Robinson. No. Cam Robinson, in my opinion, is your 1-year stopgap left tackle until Ursary is ready to take over. Now, the question becomes, who is your starting right tackle? I think that will be a camp battle.
That's really interesting that you brought up Ursary there. I would assume that it was going to be, especially if you're moving Howard inside, I would assume that Fisher's the heir apparent there, at least for this season, especially because, starting a rookie, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll be a battle. I really do. Whoever has the better camp, I believe, will be the starting right tackle between the two. I think it's almost a foregone conclusion that Howard's your right guard and Tomlinson's your left guard, though. I think
Tomlinson.
I'm already willing to name 3 starting offensive linemen: Robinson at left tackle, Tomlinson at left guard, Titus at right guard. Center, I think, will be a battle. I think that Patriots dude's going to win that battle.
I think, based on what they showed you just from the early on, I think Andrew's going to be the starting center.
And he had experience there with Kaylee too in New England. I think their times crossed. Yeah, so it's
and it was like, wasn't it was like an injury he was coming off of that?
Yeah, I think he was like a 4th rounder. And I think the right tackle spot will be a battle. I think Andrews, Patterson, Scruggs will compete at center. I think Fisher and Ursary will compete at right tackle. And those two jobs are winnable. Maybe I'm sleeping on Scruggs at left guard a bit. Maybe that's not fair of me, but it's just the way I'm reading the situation. Texture, we had the talent last year and sucked. I like the way we rebuilt the offensive line. Maybe that's just a bunch of Texans fans being homers, though, and maybe I'm a part of that. Like, that is possible.
Yeah, I have a tough time. I guess this is taking Joel's side of it more, but I have a tough time calling the offensive line rebuilt. It's different. You changed out the parts, but rebuilt to me means improved the talent, and I haven't seen where they improved the talent.
Okay.
Now, obviously, that opinion could change with results on the field, and then we could classify it as rebuilt. But
talent doesn't always equal production.
System.
No, I know.
Continuity.
I'm not willing to call it rebuilds when you didn't improve the talent. Now that's a preseason take. Obviously willing to let it play out in the regular season.
See, I don't think it's a great O-line on paper. They have to
That's what I mean.
Produce what they look like on paper. We have one of the best secondaries in the league. With that being said, which one takes a step back this year? Reason why I asked that is because whenever a Houston team has something good going, there's always a step back the following year.
Man,
I think it'd be
Bullock.
Can Petrie count?
No.
Yeah,
why not?
Because I think he already took the step back.
Yeah, and he's also
But he
now
got
got paid.
he got a new deal after taking the step back. In your words,
Yeah, he kind of took once they moved him, he kind of took a half step up.
I'm not as high on Petrie as the Texans are.
Well, me either.
I think
Yeah, I
he's
think
bad
that's
in coverage.
unanimous for the
We
show.
talked about like
Killer
getting
Bees are
overpaid.
Petrie haters, and I hate that too because I like Jalen Petrie a lot, but I can't ignore that he can't cover, and he's a nickel who's covering slots. He's getting beat off the line by Devontae Adams, although Devontae Adams is really good.
It's one of the two rookies, right?
Taking a step back
from last year.
I hope not.
I hope not either, but it's like, because you remember coming out.
We'll say Jimmy Ward.
One was too slow, and the other one was ready to play it.
We could just say he aged out.
He's not going to start.
I don't know how much Jimmy Ward's going to play.
It might be Gardner Johnson.
It could be. It could be.
Could be Gardner Johnson. Like I don't think it'll be Stingley unless he's hurt because he does have a history of injury. I like Lassiter. I'm a big Lassiter fan. Huge Lassiter
I am
fan.
too.
I don't think he has like top 5 corner ceiling, but I think he has like top 15.
Maybe that's good too, so you don't have to pay him top 5 money at a certain point. But I do believe that he's.
I don't know. Consider pays everybody.
You still have to pay.
That's true.
You have
well,
to
especially if he's a leader.
Texture, the Texans suck. I just want to see an offensive line that gets mad when someone knocks down their quarterback and crowds their guy after the play. Okay. You're going to give me trouble with Titus Howard again. Remember whenever I said that about Tunzel and people got mad at me?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. In what thesaurus does rebuilt equate to improve? Asked Aaron.
I mean,
if you had you look at teams across the league that just spend exorbitant amounts of money in free agency on offensive lines, you can rebuild it. I think the Chiefs have done a really good job rebuilding what at times was a less than offensive line, and also Mahomes helps.
Yeah. Geez, can we sign Sheriff to a 1-year deal and put him at left guard? Tomlinson at left guard is so gross. Yeah, I can hear that. Who's the other? Who's that?
Sheriff
one
is still out there, right?
Ed Ingram was the other one.
No, it's the guy. I like the Mexican guy. Martinez, is that his name?
And I'm Mexican.
Hernandez. I can't remember. I get him confused.
We're not relying on Henderson.
No, Will Hernandez. Will Hernandez is free agent.
Okay.
Yeah. He was pretty good last year. If they're going to sign one offensive lineman, I would like it to be Will Hernandez.
Okay.
Left guard, plays there
I thought you
naturally.
were talking about guys in house that you were.
Oh no, because he said sign Sheriff.
Okay. Because Ladarius Henderson's the guy they kept talking about early on that probably won't make the team.
From the O-line, they saw the problem and totally revamped it. To me, based on the previous Texans regimes, this is a big win. It may not work, but they are trying. I just hope they have fun out there.
Never quit.
That was the mentality of the Texans offensive line, building the offensive line this season, was never quit.
Let's do it. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey.
1 to 10.
You have a
how
little
good,
party over there?
1 to 10. How good would the Texans?
Good. You having a little party?
1 to 10. What?
How good would the Texans offensive line be?
God, I hope a 6.
Yeah, you took my answer.
Yeah,
I would
hope
say
a
6.
6 is not bad. I think they win a lot of games with the.
Where are you at?
No, I'm at a 6 too, but I think they can go further with a 6 than y'all do.
It remains to be seen.
Sure, of course.
I mean, I just worry about, especially if they struggle early, what it does to CJ for the entire season.
Yeah, especially if he's got a boo-boo shoulder.
And they're trying to break in rookie wide receivers.
Yeah, but you still have Christian Kirk and Nico.
I know. I'm just like I'm kind of I think on your side with this show. Like I think 6. I don't know if 6 gets you into the top 4 in the AFC.
Yeah,
I think it's behind the Ravens.
They were top 4 in the AFC last year.
It's Buffalo.
It was.
Right?
I think you're behind Buffalo.
Top 4. They were top 4 last year with an awful offensive line.
Yeah, I just don't expect the Bengals to miss the playoffs again.
Okay.
So
I agree there.
I mean, I think the top 4 that would be ahead of them in that situation would be pretty obvious.
I'm excited for
Ravens, Chiefs, Bills,
Bengals.
Problem is, half of those teams that you mentioned have quarterbacks who can't win a Super Bowl.
Haven't won a Super Bowl.
And can't.
So you're going to say that Lamar and Josh Allen can't?
Correct.
I know you wouldn't say that about your boy Joe Burrow. since you locked
Yeah,
eyes
you
in the
guys-
elevator.
you guys
Well, he's also been to a Super Bowl and was very close to winning a Super Bowl.
He
And if they would
was.
have won that Super Bowl, I would have got my recliner for free. Still ticked off about that.
What, the Mattress Mac had a deal for Joe Burrow?
Yeah, the AFC team.
Oh, okay.
He had a deal for the AFC team specifically.
Gotcha.
It wasn't the Bengals. It was the
Right,
AFC team.
right.
And we needed a chair because we needed one because my wife was about to have Branham baby.
We did the same thing when we had.
So we were hoping that the AFC team would win the Super Bowl and get a free recliner. But the Bengals blew it. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Quarterback news today. AR-15's got a bum shoulder. AFC South, where shoulders go to die. Aaron Rodgers has a new team, and there's a quarterback in the NFL that is getting major love without playing an NFL snap. Not Shedeur Sanders. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Are you looking to escape the rat race for the weekend? The hustle and bustle of the job? Well, get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. I went out last week. I wish I was going again this week. A fantastic spot, not too far. I left after work last Friday, went straight up there, and I got there about 30 minutes after I would get home. So it's very, very close. 90 minutes from Houston. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. And look, if you're trying to get away for the weekend or get away for a few days, why would you waste a big chunk of that time driving 5 hours, hopping on a plane? No, you can get all you want at Lake Livingston in 90 minutes. Get more time out of your time away. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com right now. From open green spaces, it is a beautiful spot. They got the Two Creeks there, great fishing spot. They have a little catch and release pond for the kiddos too. They got a pool. They're building a lazy river. They had some live music while we were out there. I loved it. I can't wait to get back out there. But wildlife, we saw a bunch of that. I'm a big sucker and a big fan of beautiful, majestic trees. And we stayed in the tree house, so we had a tree right through through the house. And also mentioned some of the best fishing in Texas. Can't beat it. You're there in 90 minutes at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. 92 acres of property. Kayak the water. They have kayaks you can rent. Pickleball courts if that's your thing, or just hang out by the pool with a drink. Two Creeks Crossing Resort loves to take care of their visitors. We had live music while we were there. They had the food trucks. Fantastic. Glamping, cabins, tree houses. Pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. Save 20% on your next 2-night stay, Sunday through Thursday, on rentals for RV sites, yurts, cabins, and tents. Minimum of 2 nights, max of 5. Book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. Mariners lost a baseball game. They got swept.
That's unreal.
By the Baltimore Orioles.
The Orioles got talent.
I mean, talent, but production,
Yeah. Think your boy Elias is going to have a job at the end of the year?
I don't know. I mean, how if they keep this up? They're going to have to make a run. I mean, what? It's new ownership.
The
guy died.
The guy that you're...
Wasn't it Angelos?
It was the guy that was mad at their TV announcer.
That guy died.
He did?
Recently?
Peter Angelos. Passed away March 23rd, 2024. That was last year.
That doesn't... Huh. That doesn't sound right.
It doesn't sound right that he died?
No, it doesn't sound right that whether he sold the
I
team
thought I remember of clips of him talking to the media in season. Maybe it was the season before. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that
because there was a contentious back and forth. Apparently he doesn't talk to the media very often, and then when he did, it was pretty contentious. I thought that was during
maybe it was
last
his son
season.
then, because I know even at the post the after the season was over press conference, someone said some really dumb stuff and was being hyper protective, but
no, yeah,
I didn't know that.
The Orioles had suspended Kevin Brown, who's like the nicest guy in the world, July 23rd, 2023. So like that was 2 years ago. Angelos died last year. Who was the owner, longtime owner.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know who is the new owner, but yeah.
Or wasn't it just inherited by his family? And
It might have been. I don't know if they've sold it since then. I feel like I would have heard that.
I feel like it was his son that was involved already to some degree.
They did. They sold. They're currently led by a group that's led by David Rubenstein.
No idea.
He bought them. He was approved March 27, 2024, which was like days after the death of Peter Angelos. Angelos died 3 days before the approval was made on this new guy.
Didn't even
this
wait
is
till the
fishy.
body was cold.
I mean, maybe there's a reason that the body was dead.
They skipped the autopsy?
It's a little weird.
Skip the autopsy?
It's a little weird that he was approved 3 days after Angelos died.
Conspiracy theory?
No, the family
That's
just wanted
interesting.
to cash out.
I mean, Angelos was 94.
And the family probably just wanted to cash out. They had no interest in trying to keep it going.
I mean, obviously it was for sale before Angelos died, and maybe he had already turned over like the controlling interest to like his heirs or whatever. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of fishy. Angelos dies on the March 24th.
It's a small window.
And then they approve it on the 27th. Sheesh. Man, probably didn't even have his funeral yet. Poor Peter Angelos. Nothing poor about him.
Nothing poor, yeah.
I hate when people say that. Poor rich guy. There is nothing poor about him. 713-780-ESPN. Did you send threats to Joe Burrow after the Super Bowl loss since you missed your recliner, Blaine? I don't do that. That's the lowest form of people. And I like Joe Burrow. We had a great time those 15 seconds. All right. So Anthony Richardson, 15. It has been announced that he has a shoulder injury and he's going to miss all the way up until training camp. They think he's going to be back at training camp. I feel really good about buying a bunch of Daniel Jones stock.
Yeah, after what we talked about, we already thought that Daniel Jones was going to get the majority of the snaps anyway, but now there's a built-in excuse because now welcome to quarterback gate in Indy. And is he throwing? Is he rehabbing all the way in training camp? You might get that in Indianapolis.
Out indefinitely with injury to the throwing shoulder, will miss minicamp. Shane Steichen said he's hopeful that he'll be ready for training camp. So we'll see. Now, this does lead us to the Stroud thing, which the Strouded in mystery. There we go. Strouded in mystery this offseason, why is this relevant, Branham? Shoulder injuries don't go away. And I know that Anthony Richardson had surgery. CJ Stroud is not, but shoulder injuries do not go away. Just saying.
especially from a guy like Richardson who makes his production on running, and so a lot of times running people over.
But I'm concerned about Stroud's shoulder.
As a quarterback, you got to make your production on throwing too. And it was bad before.
Yeah, it was already bad before.
Richardson sets records with his throwing ability.
Modern
record for
low.
lowest completion percentage in NFL history.
Yeah.
Well, I guess not NFL history; it's modern history.
I think he only completed 3 games his rookie year.
I don't know.
Something like that. I
Shoulder
think he only
injuries
played in
don't
3 or
go
4
away.
games.
That's what I'm terrified for. All right, I'm getting distracted again. That's what I'm getting terrified about with Stroud. Shoulder injuries just don't disappear. Stroud had an IT band at Ohio State. He nearly missed week 2 of his rookie year with a shoulder injury. He's got general shoulder soreness now.
Guys, I want to tell you about my shoulder soreness. I'm the General John McClane.
I was wondering where you were going with that, but you meant general soreness. That's not bad. Actually, I enjoyed that. That was pretty good. But yeah, that's the latest on AFC South quarterbacks. The big quarterback news on the day, though, fitting that Aaron Rodgers one-upped Anthony Richardson's storyline by agreeing to go to Pittsburgh. He's a Pittsburgh Steeler. What do you think about that?
I didn't think he was coming back. I thought that he was milking the attention, but it was basically finally, I'm glad it's put to bed because we've been dealing with it for so long. Is he playing? Won't he play? People calling him out when he's not on their roster. Joy Taylor basically reaming him for not showing up for OTAs when he wasn't on the team. Let's just see what he can do now. Is he better than Russell Wilson? I'd like to say yes, but does it make the Steelers? How much better does it make the Steelers than what they've had? I don't know, because he was basically less than with the Jets.
I feel like you're being a little unfair to the back half of his year last year. Like, Rodgers finished statistically, and statistics I don't really love in football when it comes to like winning and losing on the gridiron. Fantasy, it matters, but obviously not on the gridiron. Rodgers' last half of last year was pretty good.
Okay, but also they weren't very good. They were throwing it all over the field. And for his 2 years with the Jets, I don't think anybody was going to say that they were pleased. And
well, I mean, tore his Achilles.
I was going to say you lose the first one with the Achilles, but after that, and even going into starting with the Jets, he wasn't great when he left Green Bay.
That's fair. But if you look at this last, I mean, I don't know. Let's go. How many games do you want to go back for Rodgers last year?
I mean, you're saying the
try to get
8. If you're saying it's the back half,
Yeah.
I mean,
all right, let's
say
go
8.
last 8 games for Aaron. 5, 6, 7, 8. The first one of the last 8 didn't start off with a bang. They lost 31-6 to Arizona. But he threw for 151 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. Second game, 22-29, 2 touchdowns. Didn't throw for a ton of yards, but didn't turn it over. They lost the game by 1 to the Colts.
Any picks?
No, I said no picks.
Okay, I didn't hear it.
Maybe I didn't. They lost by 5 to Seattle, 21 for 39, 185 yards, 2 touchdowns, a pick. They lost in overtime at Miami, 27 of 39, 339 yards, a touchdown, no picks. They won at Jacksonville, 16 for 30, 289, 3 touchdowns, no picks. They got beat by the Rams 19-9, 28 of 42, 256 yards, a touchdown, no picks. Got hammered at Buffalo, 12 of 18, 112, no touchdowns, 2 picks. Worst game by far. And then season finale, they beat Miami 32-20, 23 of 36, 274, 4 touchdowns, 1 pick. That's better than Russ at minimum.
Sure, he can be better than Russ. But, I mean, there were 3 games in there that kind of stood out to me with 300 or close to it. It's great that he kept his picks down. But,
I mean, that's all Pittsburgh wants him to do, though, right? Like, Pittsburgh's not asking him to come in here and throw for 300 yards every game. Like, come be a really good game manager. Don't turn it over. Let our defense win.
Well, good luck with that.
I think they'll have to, because they'll have fewer targets than he had in New York last year.
The big thing is you're going to be able to control him, too, with his ego, because he's going to check out of everything to call whatever plays he wants to run, no matter how conservative you want to be.
You hate Rodgers so much.
It was so annoying. And you know why? Because when you see once he left and LaFleur was actually getting the plays called that he wanted to run and getting total control of the offense, LaFleur proved to be a pretty damn good play caller, but Rodgers would overrule everything he sent in.
The other thing I think I'd be concerned about as a Steelers fan, like, when did Rodgers' season take off? It took off after he got Devontae back in the mix. Like,
no, it took off when he recovered from the Achilles. Like we have.
Saying it took 8 weeks.
Yeah, they always talk about Achilles takes like an extra year to get back, like to back all the way. Like, he came back, he hurt his Achilles the start of the game 1 of the 2023 season.
Mm-hmm.
He started the year with the team. Like, he was back in 12 months. Like, he wanted to come back for the playoffs, which was ridiculous and never going to happen. And maybe because he's an attention, you know what. But that's a pretty good recovery for a dude in his 40s that he's back week 1 from an Achilles tear the year before, and they talk about the Achilles being like an 18-month injury.
But at the same time, with the expectations of what do we expect with him in Pittsburgh, he's in his 40s. He's had a major injury. He had a decent second half of the season. And what's he working with? Does he have a good running game? He's got
no.
They traded their best.
Jalen Warren's
he's got DK
right.
Metcalf.
What if Caleb Johnson's good?
Yeah, it's an unknown rookie. Sure.
I mean, I think I don't know if they'll be better than last year, but Caleb Johnson has a shot to be better as a running back than
Najee.
His name. Yeah, Najee. A lot of people don't like Najee as a running
Najee's
back.
a plotter. I mean, that's fair. Caleb Johnson could certainly be
But their
more
offensive
explosive.
line hasn't been great either in the last couple of years. They were trying to upgrade it, but overall, you know that he's not going to be scrambling around. You got to protect him. Your running game is like you guys just said. You got rid of one of your 2 best receivers after you brought in what's going to be your number 1 receiver in DK Metcalf. I think you need some more help there.
No, they don't have great receivers after DK. That is true. But they do have a good defense. Like, they're not asking Rodgers to throw for 4,500 yards.
So my point on that is you got to be able to pull the reins back on him because he everywhere he goes, he wants to have full control of being able to audible out and call what he wants.
Well, isn't that the same thing we want Stroud to do?
I never heard that.
Everybody talks about how Stroud had no authority to change the play or change the scheme and how that was a huge negative.
Play. He's gonna poo-poo anything that he poo-pooed in Green Bay for sure. And there were signs with the Jets, especially when after Saleh left, because they were getting into it.
Yeah.
But you got to have an offensive coordinator that's going to have.
Who is their OC?
Arthur Smith. That's kind of the funny part of it.
Oh my goodness!
And he's so generic.
They're gonna move forward with Aaron Rodgers.
Archaic, generic.
Good luck with that.
Stuck in the 1980s offensive coordinator in the league.
But that also, like, they're going to be a team that their philosophy is going to be run the ball, play good defense, have a chance late, and hope Aaron Rodgers has some action.
And lose in the first round of the playoffs.
That would be a win for them.
Yeah.
If they go to the playoffs, that's a major win for them. Don't sleep on the fact that they signed Robert Woods, by the way. Let's not sleep on Robert
sorry,
Woods.
I forgot about Bobby Trees. Yeah.
Rodgers had a better year than you are letting on last year. Almost 3,900 yards, 28 touchdowns, 11 picks. Like, we act like Rodgers was washed last year. Give me a quarterback that's throwing for 3,900 yards, 28 touchdowns, 11 picks. That's an upgrade to Russ. Major upgrade to Russ.
I'd like to see his numbers broken down pre-Devontae and after Devontae. Like, I don't like. I mean, Joel.
He had some big games before Devontae.
Rodgers just has such a track record of only trusting like X amount of wide receivers and getting mad and furious at everyone else.
And the Jets let him bring in all of his
right,
X
Lazard
receivers.
and Cobb. Like, I mean, he's done this now multiple times. I don't know. Like, I mean, I like DK Metcalf. Just the rest of that wide receiver room, one, aren't that talented, and the two aren't guys that he's used to working with.
And from a running the ball, kind of letting the defense win you football games mentality has to be run with a good offensive line and decent running backs. It remains to be seen.
I think their running backs are fine. I don't think that they're great.
Jalen Warren's not bad.
Jalen Warren's not bad. And I mean, Caleb Johnson, I think has a chance to be really good.
Okay, but then also the line has to be good.
Sure, of course. Yeah, it does. I just feel like you're being a little disrespectful to one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time.
Well, I enjoy being disrespectful.
I've been getting Aaron Rodgers for free in my best ball drafts. I've been stacking with DK Metcalf, so I love this news.
Oh, you were jumping ahead of the news. Yeah.
I was drafting Aaron Rodgers in the 18th round. Anytime I drafted DK Metcalf, getting a free stack. Love this news. Love the Anthony Richardson news too. Really helps me out from a fantasy perspective. All right, who is the quarterback that is getting major love without ever playing a snap? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776. We're going to be out at the Kiva Boardwalk tomorrow with our summer circuit. Join us every week as we visit different spots all over the greater Houston area. Each week, you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair for you and the missus of brand new e-bikes from Power on Electric Bicycle Company, $4,000 value. For registration, stop by the promo table at the broadcast. This week we'll be hanging out at the Galaxy Adventure Party Room at the Kima Boardwalk. So come out, join us from noon to 6, Kima Boardwalk. Head over to ESPN975.com for the entire summer circuit schedule. You know, if Josh Hader won this, he'd probably give his second bike to Brian King.
You
videoing
what?
me?
I did not see the commercial last night.
I didn't either. No, it wasn't on there last night. I'm with you. No, I didn't find it because it wasn't. I don't think they played it last night.
Maybe they got feedback.
They have rotators, perhaps,
or they got some feedback.
That'd be too quick, I think, because they were already on the air whenever we were talking about it.
But I'm saying, I think viewers.
I mean, it's been they've done it all year.
I've seen a lot of their promos. They did the one on.
our texters were talking about it the other day. I mean,
no, I know. I was thinking it's a new one, though. Is what I'm saying.
I don't know. Maybe
Because
they
they have
the Taylor Scott one,
and the one about the new third base coach that everybody was propping up. Tony Paris Chica.
They do the one with Christian Walker a lot, where the Paris Chica's on. They do that one a lot. You know, the other one they do a lot's the Samson one. They do the Samson one a lot.
Yep.
So much they do that one. It's funny. We watch a lot of Astro baseball.
We kind of have to.
713. Would you watch it if you didn't have to?
I would. Yeah. I told you I was watching them when they were losing 100 games.
Offensive line was hurt. Will Frazier is a stud. Their first round offensive tackle will be back. Running back will be better. That's from Steeler fan.
I think it's Aaron.
He's just too laid back and old, says a texter about Rodgers. Aaron, Wash, Tomlin, they're not making the playoffs. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't put them as a playoff team, but they're way more entertaining.
See, the thing is, too, Tomlin's playoff team, I think they'll always be there. They'll be
in the hunt.
Yeah, it'll be in the hunt because of Tomlin. The personality thing is going to be really interesting to watch between Smith, Tomlin, and Rodgers.
So fun.
Yeah, because this ain't even a Robert Saleh first go-round type thing. This is going to be a power struggle, really butting of the heads. They're going to have some moments.
What if they just get along swimmingly and like they respect each other so much? Will you recant? Will you show some love for Aaron?
If he plays well, I'll give him his props. Look, I've already told you that I think.
What if he's on his best behavior? Never gets into a fight.
He doesn't get into fights.
You know what I meant? Like a tiff, like a sideline tiff, not a fight, like a sideline tiff. His teammates love him.
So
every teammate I've ever heard talk about him love him.
That's right, because the ones that talk positively about him talk, and the other ones just choose to turn the other cheek. I've heard a lot about other guys in the locker room with him.
Fair enough. He's a weird dude. If I sleep wrong, my shoulder has soreness. You and me both, brother. All right, here's the quarterback that's getting so much love. Do you want to? You already know. This quarterback's getting a lot of love without ever playing a snap. If you're listening at home, play along. Here was Craig Kilborn, who apparently is
he's still in. I thought he got out of sports.
First time I've seen Craig Kilborn in like 10 years. He was doing his late show, but that's been long gone.
They said he never wanted to be in sports, but SportsCenter gave him his first opportunity. He was looking for the first chance to get out, and then he went into entertainment news.
Well, no, okay, yeah. And then remember he had his late.
Right.
It was a late show. Did you ever watch his late show?
No.
I used to watch it every night. I watched Craig Kilborn's late show every
wasn't
night.
bad on SportsCenter. He's great. I like Kilborn. He had some pretty good catchphrases.
Oh, I love Kilborn. I'm a huge Craig Kilborn guy. He's
He
one of my favorite.
He didn't do the you're not good.
I don't remember his catchphrases.
He had a couple of them.
But I remember his late show. His the intro song was "Play That Funky Music, White Boy" for Craig Kilborn. But anyways, Craig Kilborn, I guess he's a Vikings fan. What?
That's Wild Cherry.
Look at you showing off. Yeah. Look at you showing off. Anyways, here was Kilborn with a hot take about J.J. McCarthy.
So this is the hot take. And this is interesting because I've thought about the top 5 quarterbacks, the guys I like. I don't know if I've thought about the top 10 or top 15, so I'm curious where this guy ranks. But my hot take is, ladies and gentlemen, J.J. McCarthy will be a better pro than John Elway.
Come on,
Play that funky music, white
That
boy.
belongs up there with Sarge and some of the more ridiculous things I've heard.
We can't call it a bad take yet.
No, I said ridiculous.
We can't. And why are you taking cheap shots at Sarge? He's just reporting something that a source told him. You don't need to take cheap shots at
Another
Sarge.
podcaster, likely.
That's tough to say. Cheap shots at Sarge.
Hashtag Sarge.
I want to say Starge. Cheap shots at Sarge. Don't take cheap shots at Sarge. He's just reporting what a source said. Catching strays from Brian. What have you ever broke?
Nothing. I don't claim to have sources.
Have you ever interviewed Cal McNair? Put a little respect on his name.
I have no. I've never got any tidbits like this.
Good. You having a little party?
I love Cal McNair so
Jumanji
much.
was one of his big ones. Anytime someone
Sarge?
made hit a home, Craig Kilborn.
Jumanji, I remember that.
Yeah,
he would yell it really loud.
Yell it really loud.
Jumanji!
Yeah, the home run and the 3-2 pitch. Jumanji.
That's right. I do remember that now. I would have never remembered that, but I do have that recollection.
No, that dates it a bit.
That was back when SportsCenter was the best, man. It was early days. Dan Patrick, Keith and Oberman.
Yep.
Oberman's fallen off the rocker. Kilborn was
Eisen
great.
and Stuart Scott were together.
Were they the second wave though, or were they there right away?
Who was with Stu?
Rich Eisen and Stuart Scott was the pairing I remember. Yeah, that would be more mid-90s.
Yeah, that was probably the second wave. I think Kilborn was like the first wave, but I mean, obviously they were very good.
Wasn't Patrick with someone before Oberman too? That was really good.
Well, he was with Kenny Mayne afterwards, I think.
I remember they called Patrick and Oberman the Big Show, right?
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to the Big Show.
I don't remember.
Yeah, it was the one at 5.
I used to drive AJ Hoffman with that.
The Big Show?
I used to call our show the Big Show just because AJ hated it.
He would get annoyed by that?
Oh
What
my
a
God,
weird thing to get annoyed about.
Oh my God, it drove him crazy.
Welcome to the Big Show. Yeah. I think that's what they called themselves. I think it was Dan Pat, and I think Dan led with that. Welcome to the Big Show. But so Kilborn says that J.J. McCarthy is going to be better than John Elway.
That's crazy.
Maybe you're driving a golf cart.
Ooh, low blow.
Too soon?
Jumanji!
Is that too soon?
Yes.
I mean, it's been a month.
The guy died.
Did you know Johnny Bananas was on the cart?
I'm not following.
The reality star?
I'm dead serious.
That's a
My
real
wife
person,
told
Joel.
me that.
That's a
I
real
know, but I'm
person.
not following.
No.
With the face he
No,
made.
I'm dead serious. No, I shouldn't have said dead serious.
Yeah, see again. Now he's on another roll like he got on with Willie.
No, Johnny Bananas was on the Elway. Was
I didn't
on
say
the cart.
that, but that's what I meant.
I promise you. I promise you. Johnny Bananas, Elway, golf cart. My wife told me about it when I got home the other day. His real name, Johnny DeVanzio. I never knew his last name, but whatever. He was a passenger on a golf cart with John Elway and Jeff Spurbeck during the fatal accident. Like, it's a really weird pairing, right? Like, why is Johnny Bananas hanging out with John Elway and John Elway's like business partner? But yeah, Johnny Bananas was on the golf cart that
And he
John
survived.
Elway was driving that crashed that killed Jeff Spurbeck. That's 100% fact.
And Johnny
I'm not
Bananas
kidding.
survived.
Yeah, everybody else survived except for Spurbeck. I don't know what Johnny Bananas is hanging out with Elway and Spurbeck, but he was. It's
He
a
had
weird
a pack
pairing.
of cigs. Elway's in.
Oh, really? He's a big smoker? Yeah, it looks like it. Looks like it. But anyways, so J.J. McCarthy will be a better quarterback than John Elway, says Craig Kilborn. Justin Jefferson says that when he watches J.J. McCarthy, he sees Joe Burrow in him. So Craig Kilborn's calling him the better than John Elway. Justin Jefferson is saying he sees Joe Burrow in him. And then Harrison Phillips, who's also a Viking, he says when he watches J.J. McCarthy, he sees Josh Allen. So this dude who's never played a snap in the NFL is being compared to Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, and will be greater than John Elway. It's like Sid Finch, this guy.
This is a guy that barely threw it around at Michigan.
I was about to say, you think what he attempted 5
You want to
passes
talk
a
about
game?
last 8 games? Let's go look at those last 8 games at Michigan. He wasn't throwing it around the field or look. Oh man!
And look, I'm not saying that.
Boy.
I'm not saying that McCarthy's going to be like. I don't know what McCarthy's going to be. Like he redshirted last year with the injury. He wasn't asked to do a whole lot at Michigan. It was good. Like he was good at Michigan, but wasn't asked to do a whole lot. Like I'm not saying that McCarthy's going to be a bum. Like maybe this will be true.
There's potential.
But it is crazy that a guy who didn't play in his first year in the NFL, that was the 10th pick of the draft, is drawing comparisons to Allen Burrow and play that funky music white boy saying he's going to be better than Elway.
But that's
this
my
is
thing, too.
incredibly
Like, how
lofty.
do you know if you haven't seen him? You haven't seen him do those kind of things, throw it like that to be
Saw him
able
in
to
Michigan.
say, and he didn't do
5
it.
times a game.
Yeah. Like, how
I mean,
can you make
Elway
that?
is
Look, Justin Jefferson, I get. He's
Elway's
going
a
to pump up
Hall
his
of Famer.
quarterback, and he's seen him throw.
A
The 2
Hall of
Vikings
Famer.
guys, but come on.
2 Super Bowls, top 5-ish quarterback of all time.
what if he becomes this? I mean, the legend of J.J. McCarthy is so big, and he has never played a snap in the NFL. And he wasn't a number one pick. Like, sometimes when you're the number one pick, you get this big legend, right? Like Caleb Williams, generational. He's going to be better than Mahomes. I would blow my year to, tank for Caleb Williams. Or like Andrew Luck, suck for luck. Like, you get amazing legend from top picks of the draft. I've never seen amazing legend for a number 10 pick in the draft without ever playing in the NFL.
Well, that's the thing.
Like, eventually, sure.
Yeah, like Brady from the, what was he, 6th round?
Yeah, but I mean, he had to play a lot.
Yeah.
Like, when have you ever seen this amazing legend from a number 10 pick that has never played a snap in the NFL?
I mean,
this is unheard of.
You saw it in Will Levis.
No.
I kid.
That was before the draft.
And you saw him play a lot.
No, but no one ever said he's Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, and is going to be better than John Elway. Come on.
Only one example comes to mind.
Who?
I was about to say, only one example comes to mind. This was when I was at the highway to hell.
Deshaun Watson.
Yes. Dabo
Michael
Sweeney
Jordan.
came on the air and called Deshaun Watson the Michael Jordan of
remember that.
football. Yeah. So that's pretty high praise.
So but like no one else was saying that was one isolated person.
Fair.
It was one isolated
Not
person.
three.
It wasn't three. It wasn't a Sports Center legend. The second best receiver currently in the NFL, and Harrison Phillips, who have put high praise. We have Elway praise. We have Joe Burrow praise. We have Josh Allen praise. All those, you know what you get whenever you put John Elway, Joe Burrow, and Josh Allen in a big jug and mix it all up? You get J.J. McCarthy.
I mean, look, it better be for their sake, because they moved on from a guy that had one hell of a regular season until the very end. And they've got all the tools, and they're giving him it's kind of like Caleb Williams, only more so that they're giving him all the weapons, and they're giving him an offensive line, and they've got a decent running game. But if they don't have quarterback play, they're not going to come close to what they did last year when it was a guy that they easily moved on from.
Yeah. Now, like, see, that to me can be like a valid thing. Like, do you think he'll be better than Sam Darnold?
Year one, I don't.
See, I think he can be. Sam Darnold kind of faded.
Now, it's kind of like the conversation we had about Steelers, though. They're going to have to do ball control. They're going to have to really keep him out of his own way.
Not if he's better than John Elway.
Yeah.
But I don't think
How was John Elway as a rookie? He still made a lot of mistakes.
They can't do ball control, though, when you have Justin Jefferson.
No. Or Addison or the other guys that they have. And they got what's his name at tight end? Hawkinson.
Yeah, they're built for a passing attack.
Aaron Jones, who catches balls out of the backfield.
Like, I like their team. Their defense is good. Obviously, they have John Grenard there, who is very, very good. They're built to pass the ball, though.
Yeah,
they're built to pass the ball. I'm excited to see what they look like. I can't wait for the NFL. Like, you have so many great storylines. Like, 2 today that have been built. You have the Rodgers and Pittsburgh storyline. You have the McCarthy and Viking. Like, is
Daniel Jones?
National TV wants a do-over right now.
Man, like, this is going to be so much fun.
Speaking of that, because week 1 we get Steelers and Jets, right?
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah,
you get Rodgers versus Fields.
And by the way, the Steelers do face the Packers this year.
Oh, I'm aware, because it's already been a chatterbox back home about if he does sign with the Steelers.
Didn't he allude to that on an Ask Me Anything Reddit?
That was playing the Bears. Yeah.
Was it an Ask Me Anything on Reddit?
No, it was. I think it was an actual appearance, like an in-person appearance somewhere.
Q&A.
And someone asked him if he'd ever play for, I think actually it was the Saints, and he said no, but I'll play someone on their schedule. I can't remember exactly.
No, they asked him if he would ever play for the Bears.
Was that it? Okay.
Would you ever play for the Bears? No, but I'll play somebody that's on their schedule. I'll play with somebody that's on their schedule. Craig Kilborn's ESPN catchphrase: resourceful. Remember that one?
No.
Someone texted it in. He would always say, like, great play. That's resourceful.
I do remember him when guys made good plays in the field in baseball with the he'd flash the leather.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's where I picked that up from.
Uh-huh.
I like that phrase. That was a good phrase, too, from Kilborn. Israel loving this convo about McCarthy. Keyboard cat for Craig. Did you ever watch the Late Late Show with Craig Kilborn, or is that just me? He had the keyboard cat, which, of course, Jong made that popular on the Blitz, the keyboard cat. But that was a Craig Kilborn thing, the keyboard cat. Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Yeah. Well, you never watched the show.
Right. But, I mean, I liked Craig Kilborn on SportsCenter. I think I probably tried to watch the show, but I couldn't. I just couldn't. When you got out of sports, I was not a fan.
Regards to McCarthy, is this the same guy Michigan didn't trust to throw? I wouldn't say they didn't trust to throw. They had a heavy running attack, and they were really good at the running attack.
Facts.
At least they're not comparing JJ to Doink or Dak. I think Dak's a little underrated, actually. I kind of like Dak.
One of his most famous phrases, other than the two we mentioned, is "He eyes it, he buys it."
I don't remember that one.
I don't either.
I don't remember that one. Where are you at on Dak?
Where am I at on Dak and what he's going to do this year?
Oh, this is a bad take here. Yeah.
Look, I mean, he's got a lot of talent to work with. I think from a receiver perspective, but top 15.
Yeah, that's about where I have him. Yeah. But people talk about him like he's a bum, like he's a bottom.
Oh, he's top 15, but he's not top 10 anymore.
Their offense is going to be interesting. Like you have Dak, you have CD, you traded for George Pickens. Mm-hmm. I think Jake Ferguson's an underrated tight end, and they don't believe in running backs.
No, clearly, Javonte Williams is your answer.
Second year in a row where they're like, yeah, running backs, we don't need those. Yeah, we don't need running backs.
They let, what's his name, who rushed for 1,000 yards last year, take off to Carolina.
Yep, and he's a backup there.
Yeah, I know.
He's a backup there.
Rico Dowdle.
I kind of like Dowdle. They did the same thing with Pollard. Like I kind of like the running backs. I like Dowdle a bit. I like Pollard a bit. And like, no, we're good. We don't need running back. Like they're gonna roll the dice with Javonte Williams, Jaden Blue, and Miles Sanders. That's their running back.
Good luck.
They just don't believe in running back. They don't believe in the value of the position.
Phil Burns from the Zeke situation, right?
Maybe, but they brought Zeke back.
Yeah, but on a much different deal.
I think their philosophy is we're going to throw the ball 35 times a game. We're going to throw, and there's numbers that back that up.
But that's where Dak was really good.
I think they led the league
around the yard.
I think they led the league in pass attempts last year.
That's just not what we've seen from Brian Schottenheimer offenses, but I mean, he was playing for conservative coaches like Pete Carroll, or coaching for conservative coaches like Pete Carroll. But
we got some bad takes the last 2 minutes. Dak is top 5.
No,
give him Burrow's weapons, and he puts up 45 and 8. Okay, that's a bit much. I mean, CeeDee Lamb is a stud, man. Like, what do you mean? Like, Burrow does have better weapons because he has Chase, and Chase is the best receiver in the NFL, and T. Higgins is very, very good. But let's not sleep on CeeDee Lamb CeeDee Lamb's a top 5 receiver.
No doubt.
I'd put him third.
Maybe third.
I'd put him third behind Jefferson and Chase.
He's top 5 and he ain't 5.
Yeah.
CeeDee Lamb, as the kids say. So let's not act like Dak doesn't have weapons. And top 5 is too lofty for Dak. And I like Dak. Texture, Craig Kilborn was cringe. Ferguson was much better. I didn't like Ferguson. Did you ever watch the Ferguson late show?
A little bit,
I thought so too.
He was really creepy. Like, it's one thing to like flirt a little bit with the female guest, but he was like really creepy.
Maybe that was like his European style thing, but he kind of gave me, he gave me vibes of that old Family Feud host who would kiss
Richard Dawson.
Yeah, he'd kiss all the women.
Yeah.
Like, he reminded me of Richard Dawson, the Ferguson. I didn't like Ferguson. I stopped watching that show when he took over.
Yeah, he was definitely creepy and cringy with the females, and then he just didn't. He was kind of a dead personality. There wasn't like a really. I mean, at late night you got to have some energy.
He was very much British.
He's just very laid back, very slow. I was like, man, I'll fall asleep to this in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of his. Who was your favorite late night host ever?
Dave.
Same.
Letterman was good. My favorite ever was before he got too big, Conan O'Brien. Conan O'Brien, before he took over for Leno, was
Jay.
The best.
He was
Once
great.
he took over for Leno, I was kind of whatever. And I didn't like the one that he did on TBS. But the late with Conan O'Brien was he was by far the best, I thought.
Yeah, he had a very cult following too. A lot of people love Conan.
Mm-hmm.
I was always a Dave Letterman guy.
Letterman was good. Texture, my wife refers to this show as my trash radio and compares y'all to the D from Parks and Rec. I have defended your honor with my life. Keep up the great work, gentlemen. How are we trash radio?
Crazy Ira and the D.
What do you mean we're trash radio?
I mean, the reference there is very much like morning zoo type radio, which I would not call us.
Said it and giving us someone's quote for the week.
What do you mean we're not trash radio? Somebody said Leno.
Oh, I didn't like Jay. Not a Jay fan.
Outside of the obvious top 5, he had a big chin. What do you think happened to Jay when he got beat up the other day? Remember, 6 months ago, is
that the one where they're questioning whether he fell down that hill?
He said he fell down. People were saying that he owes money to collectors.
He's got all those cars and everything too, and he's not making the coin he was.
I know, it's weird. Outside of the obvious top 5 quarterback, what other quarterbacks you have over Dak? He's top 10 or 11. We'll talk about that later. 2 years ago, people were saying CD wasn't a true number 1. Well, those people are idiots. CD's awesome. I love CD Lamb. He's from Houston, CD Lamb. Yes,
he is. So is Waddle, right?
Somewhere in the wasn't it out? Where was he from? I think it was Rosenberg, maybe Richmond. I want to say he was out there. Anyway, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to the car wreck of the day. Astros are in some rain in Pittsburgh. The car wreck of the day coming up next. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Worst ever, Stephen Colbert. He's a POS.
Oh, wow.
That's a texter. I never really saw the
I'm not a
appeal in
fan.
Colbert. Conan, especially when he had Triumph, the insult comic dog.
Yep.
The Hive needs Triumph as a guest. Triumph was awesome. Who was the Andy Richter? Remember he had Andy Richter as like his
Ed McMahon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Andy Richter is low-key funny. Ocho, the Arsenio Hall show was must-see for me. That was a little before my time. What'd you think of Arsenio?
Wasn't a fan.
Really? What do you do the
Yeah. and with
He had
the one
Macho
finger-
Man as
the
a
finger
guest
that
on all
just-
the time like that.
Did he?
He and Magic had sometimes.
Who?
He and Magic Johnson.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I do remember watching some highlights of that. As much as professional sports tickets and merchandise are there, should never be rainouts. What are you gonna do?
Right, well, you can't change the
What are you
weather.
gonna do?
Are you going to yell at the clouds?
Yeah.
Tell them to stop? What
I mean, should they all have domes? That might be the take, but Astros in a rain delay. Guess when the Astros will get the. When do you think? When's your guess on first pitch of the Astros game tonight?
9:05.
You're gonna go 9:05 Central.
Yeah.
Oh wow, I'm going 8:11.
Okay.
Looking at the radar, I'm going 8:11.
It doesn't look good.
No, it looks like some light rain. I wonder if they'll start it in light rain.
I told you in the break. The forecast says light rain with eventually a thunderstorm.
I looked at the radar though.
I saw it.
For Chandler Rum said neither starter started to get loose, which is good. I don't like getting my guy up and then sitting him down. And Fromber, you hear the music pitching tonight, which very unfair. This song for Fromber.
Lately, you're right.
Should we retire it?
I mean, if it's
going good, why would you get rid of it?
We also need songs for the new guys. We don't have songs for any of the new
Joel's
guys.
defending his song. I don't know why he said lately though. The dude had the
He had
quality
one
start.
bad start.
He had the
One
quality
bad start this year, right?
He had the quality start record 2 years ago. Why is he up and
understand that.
down?
Because it worked when we did it. This.
But why
song-
did you go with up and down to begin
Because
with?
at the time this song goes back several years in terms of his up and downness.
Yeah. What do you think from Fromber tonight?
If he pitches, I'll go 6-1.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take that.
Against the Pirates, he should.
Shouldn't. I'll take it. All right, let's get to car wreck of the day. That was abrupt. Did you want to already mention Jimmy Fallon? I think he's awesome.
Yeah, they hang on to him for a lot of reasons other than ratings. Have that one, Twitch.
They hang on to him for other reasons than money?
Yeah. No, then ratings. His ratings have been way down, but because he's from Saturday Night Live and the other things they like to do with him, that they keep him.
Yeah. He was saying, I didn't want to go there. All right, car wreck of the day. What you got?
Let's see. My first one is Wayne Gretzky on the NHL Stanley Cup telecast last night. Did not know Chapel Roan or the song Pink Pony Club.
I mean, I'll front. I wouldn't know this.
You don't? Brian, do you?
Yeah, I've heard the song.
Yeah. My
Several
obviously
times.
with daughters. They listen to all
Is
that
this
stuff.
new?
No, she's been around for a year and a half or so.
Yeah, she was like the other analyst was right that she won a couple Grammys and she does the whole.
I think you've heard the song,
Yeah.
Jeremy. It's pretty far. I first saw it on SNL, and I know you watch SNL, so.
Yeah, but I fast forward through the musical.
Okay, fair.
I've heard the song.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't, if you would have
It's-
just told me Chappelle Roan and Pink Pony Club, I would not have.
Not Chappelle. Chapel Roan. It's not Dave Chappelle.
See, I wouldn't have known. I mean, the great one in Branham, 2 peas in a pod. What else you got?
That I'll leave it there.
Najari Kennedy for throwing the 3-0 intentional ball 4, throwing it right down the middle of the plate Texas with a 2 RBI single. They win.
Texas is back, folks.
I'm so rooting for Texas Tech, specifically for that drop. I never want to hear that drop again.
AJ will be on the show the next couple days.
Is back.
Oh, that was John
Sounds
Gruden,
like John
though.
Gruden.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was John
see,
Gruden.
okay, you beat me to it.
What are you nominating? Actually, I got more than that. I got Dave Portnoy
Oh,
talking
yeah.
down on his employee.
That back and forth was crazy.
Yeah.
Cringe. Greg Hardy, who was arrested for assaulting a family member.
Greg
And then,
Hardy with assault?
Yeah. Again.
Go
And
figure.
Mario on the Twitch wants to nominate the Killer Be Curse, and Alex wants to nominate that Texter's wife for Samer Trash Radio. All right, what do you got?
Thank you.
Astros offense.
All right, what wins?
Texas Tech picture.
How about Portnoy?
Oh, okay, that's
Yeah,
fine with
Portnoy
that.
All right, Portnoy wins. That does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's blank on Branham. We'll be out at Kima tomorrow. NBA Finals Game 1 coming up next on ESPN 97.5.